on MSNBC on Friday night during those prison shows. You know which ones I'm talking about? Those little lightweight ones. They looked a little crazier.
Yeah, the smallest, man. Some good ones in there. I agree.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where this woman thing goes, with this MMA goes. I'm really interested to see this, man. It's not,
how about you, Lee?
Yeah, no, I agree. I like it. I think it's kind of the issue they're having with having too many fights is they have to have, there's less of a stock of women fighters, so it makes it even more noticeable when it's a bad fight.
I mean, everybody's watching those fights. Listen, let me tell you something. I can't wait till they have those helmets that they put on people and let you know what they're thinking.
Yeah.
Okay? If you took a UFC in Vegas on the way and you gave them a helmet and you said, everybody put the helmet on during the women fighting, if there's 18,000 people in that arena, 16.5 are waiting in their mind for something to pop out. They all want a fucking costume malfunction.
Yeah.
If Misha Tate gets somebody in a fucking headlock and one of those tits pop out, oh my fucking God. Oh, on Fox Television, on Fox 1 Sports, oh my fucking God. That would be tremendous. So don't tell me that every man is sitting there at that thing going, if Misha Tate's fucking cheek popped out of her ass right now, how good would this be? Everybody's waiting for, some of the positions, you're waiting for that monkey to pop out of the fucking short. I mean, don't lie to me, George. You sat there and you said, oh my God, what if a tit popped out right now? Just for a split second. That just shoots through your mind. Like, remember in the 70s when you went to the movie theater during the commercials or during the movie theater, Coca-Cola would slip commercials in there and you'd see them subliminally and you get thirsty for Coca-Cola? Same thing. It's just thoughts that shoot through your mind. What if a tit fell out? What if
it almost happened a couple of times with Rousey?
Yeah, no, everybody's waiting for that. And that's the other reason why men love that shit. Men love that. Listen, retarded men love that shit. To see two women fighting Jell-O and shit on Wednesday night at your local bar. I never liked that shit. Hot fucking bikini contest. I don't give a fuck. If her monkey's out, then I'm there. But if she's got a bikini on, that's why I don't go to Hooters. I'm going to go to Hooters and eat with fucking people with bikinis on. Take that bottom off. Show me that stinky ass. I want to smell that fucking rotten muffler when I'm eating that wing. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Hooters and their stockings and shit. I love you, George. Thank you for calling in. You're a bad motherfucker. You always give me great insight. Listen to George on MMA Junkie. How many times a week? Every day, correct?
Yeah, Monday through Friday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Catch us on Sirius XM Channel 92. And now you can listen to us on the internet, www.mmajunkie.com/radio. If you're ever in Vegas, stop on by and pay us a visit. We're at the Mandalay Bay Racing Sports. But thanks, guys, for having me on the show, man. It's always a blast.
I love you. The studio's ready?
Studio's ready, man. So you guys come on down.
I'll be there Memorial Day weekend. I'll be there Memorial Day weekend. I'll come in a day early and co-host Thursday and Friday.
Awesome. All right, looking forward to it. Thank you.
I love you, buddy. Thank you, my friend.
All right, we'll see you. Bye-bye.
What the fuck, Lee? Let me give some shout-outs to this motherfucker. We got to talk about something very important. Alan Brayham, Casey Schmidt, you German motherfucker, your little buddy there. I finally found your letter. I had it in the back pocket. I took it out. That's why I don't give me shit at shows. Noah Pastic, Harry Henderson, Brian Nelson, Jose Perez, Jay Dummy, and Ookie Spooky, you sexy motherfucker. I'll see you next week in Austin. What's up, Lee? We're going to discuss something here with the church. I'm just going to shoot this duck. Let me talk to you people about something. I don't want to bring you people down, but let's get this on the table right now. We've had 2 call-in shows. Great. I fucked up because I didn't put on a topic. Lee told me today. I love when I go to these fucking comedy shows, and after the show, we get to talk a little bit. There's always 6 or 7 motherfuckers that pull me aside and say that me and Lee or whatever changed their life, my story about prison or whatever the fuck they say. And it's kind of creepy when you're after a show, especially when a man is looking you in the eye and saying that you helped him out. It's fucking creepy as shit. You don't even know this fucking guy, but you listen to the podcast and maybe you take something from what I said, whatever.
What you mean creepy?
Whatever, Lee, I pull you aside and I go, hey man, I did time, whatever. People talk to you and sometimes it just seems off color. I know where they're coming from. And then I do emails and people go, listen, you inspired me to do this or whatever. And I appreciate it. And then when we do the call-in show, people call up and they're like, hey, man, we really dig what you did, blah, 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 whatever. When my father was dying, you were there. Something about your funeral. Here we go. Fucking the Fast and the Furious. I got the Chinese against the fucking Polacks tonight. I'm going to tell you something, guys. That's all great and dandy. We help you out, or maybe a story, or I help you relate. I just want you guys to know that you guys help me out. I have a notebook that I have. When I get back from the road, it's just a special notebook that I open up, and it'll say 2/2 to 2/8, and that's the week, Monday through the following Sunday. And I write Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and I write what I have to do. On Monday, I do a podcast. On Wednesday, I do a podcast. Monday, I go to jiu-jitsu. Wednesday, I go to jiu-jitsu. Thursday, I take a flight, 1:45 on Tuesday, I got Dr. Amy. And then as the schedule comes in, I write around it. So when people call me, so when I wake up on Monday, I know exactly what I have to do. But then I have side things. Like I have to call Kyle to write my shirt. So I write Kyle. I have to go get blood out, take blood out for this knee. I'll go write blood on the corner. I'll put my goal for the week to work out. 2 weights, or I'll put 2 bikes and 2 jiu-jitsus. And then I'll put Jackie. And that's my daughter's name. And I've been doing this for about a year. Every week, that's my other daughter, the 25-year-old. And every week, that's how I start my week. And by the time I leave on Thursday, I always check off all the shit that I'm supposed to do. Like today, it said doctor, 10 o'clock, 11 a.m., jiu-jitsu. It said David Foley. We're supposed to meet our friend David Foley from whatever. I erased it, and it said 8 p.m. podcast. That's my day. But some part of the day, sometimes I have to call somebody in there. But my goal for the week was always to call my daughter. And I'm not lying to you guys. And I told my wife, and I showed her the notebook. I go, look at this. Every fucking goal this week, and for the last year, has been to call my daughter every week. I say that to myself. I got to call my daughter. I got to call my daughter. I got to call my daughter. Well, this week, yesterday, she turned 25 years old. And I wasn't even thinking about it. My friend Luke's called me on Monday. He goes, tell your daughter I said happy birthday. And because it's Luke's birthday also, on the 3rd of February. So he was born on the same day as my daughter's. So we did the call-in show Monday night, and it was on my mind Monday. I thought about calling her. I've been thinking about it. I thought about picking up the phone at a couple of hotels because they wouldn't see the incoming call calling in. And they would pick it up. And then I would go, hi, this is Joey Diaz. And I talked to Jackie, and I would catch him off guard. So yesterday I woke up and I had to do something in the morning, and then I had to go to daycare with my wife and Terry to look at daycares, and we walked to the daycare. And midway there, Terry goes, what's going on? I can see the smoke coming out of your ears. And I didn't say anything. No. I'm just thinking about, I got to put Mercy in a fucking daycare, she's growing, But when I was, and then I went to the daycare. When I went to the daycare, Jackie, I used to walk her to daycare when I had her. I used to be a roofing estimator. My wife used to cut hair. So the daycare was up the corner. So while I was at that daycare, I started thinking about my daughter. Oh my God, last time I was at the daycare was I would pick Jackie up, and then once she had a kid that bit her, so I told her to bite the kid back and then let me come back to the daycare. So I left there yesterday, and my goal was to go home, eat lunch, and call Jackie. And then I got high, and I didn't call her, and I took a nap instead. And I woke up and I sat up at the computer, and I go, you know what? I got to get the fuck out of here. I took a shower. I got dressed. I went to the weed store, and I went to Marie ETC. I bought a fucking sugar-free coffee. I sat down. I opened up my notebook. And to top it off, the chapter that I'm writing right now, that I'm trying to write for this book, is about me walking away. What really happened? I was going to war with them, but the only thing that was keeping me alive was comedy. It was the first time in my life I was making strides doing comedy. And then I realized the truth. That's what I told you motherfuckers. The truth of the matter was that they yanked this little girl from me. They yanked her from me with the cost of attorneys. Like I was looking at it and how I would only get her on Wednesdays from 2 to 7. And every other Sunday from 2 to 7. And basically they yanked her from me. But they yanked her from me in a legal way. And the beauty of it was they laughed in my face. when I always talk about the kiss of death and karma and things coming back, well, let me tell you something. It was the way when we giggle here, how I rob somebody and I giggle about it. It was done to me. You know, it was done to me. This is why I know all about karma and all about kisses of death. And this is one of those stories that they yanked me. They fucked me up the ass. You know when somebody fucks you up the ass and they steal something from you and you see them every day? You ever get into a fist fight with somebody and they break your nose? You guys shake hands, but you never really remembered. You never really forgot that fucking broken nose. Like, you're like, one of these nights, we're going to get drunk. I'm going to break his fucking head for him breaking my nose. It's one of those things. Like, I never really forgot the pain. I never really forgot what I went through. Like, the embarrassment of somebody taking something from me. Yeah, I can tell you guys that, you know, I wanted her to grow up better, whatever. The truth of the matter was that they were going to yank her from me, and I was going to lose my mind and fucking stab somebody. So I said, fuck it. Let me go do comedy. But if I go do comedy and I commit to this, I got to do something in my life to make it worth my while. And that's the only way I could come back. And I always wanted to kill those people. My revenge was to just do better, just to stay alive. And I'm here today. So yesterday, I was at the coffee shop. I took a couple sips of that coffee, and I called.
No way.
Yep.
Did you pick it up?
Nope. I got a machine, and I said, this is Joey Diaz. It's Jackie's birthday tonight. It's her 25th birthday. I want you guys to tell her I said happy birthday, and I love it. And, you know, I don't know what happened. The years got by us, and I just want to make that call to see if we can make this happen. This is my number, 323. I told my number. And I said, if she doesn't want to call, that's fine, too. I just know in my heart that I made this fucking call.
Little scam line.
And I hung up the phone. I'll tell you what, I lost 80 fucking pounds in my heart. I'm not going to lie to you, Lee. It was amazing. I went to that Laugh Factory last night, and I tore that room in half. And then I went to the store and tore that fucking room in half. And today I went to jiu-jitsu, and my life has changed dramatically. And I don't, and it's not something I did. It's something that you guys did. And you know why? Because you guys keep me in check. Because if I'm going to talk the shit I talk, I got to fucking back it up. So in my life right now, I took care of all my loose ends. And it's because of the church. So we're even, motherfuckers. Don't ever come up to me again after a show and tell me that I helped you get your life together or that me and Lee got you off track, because we're even. I would have never done this on my own. But I knew that I had to do this for you guys in mind. I fucking called. And you know what? They didn't call back. And guess what? I don't give a fuck, guys. I went ahead. I called. They're probably sitting around scratching their fucking heads going, what the fuck is our next move? You know what their next move is? To just move on with their life and do what they think is best for them.
Do you think she even heard the message?
Lee, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't care. It's like I got it out. I made my move. You know what I'm saying? I think that a lot of things are going to change in my life just because of me making that call. For a long time, I was very scared.
How long did it take you to do it? Like, how long had it been?
I've been trying for a year, probably 18 months to make a call. And the deeper I got in with you guys, I knew how to make that call. So I just started by writing her name on the side of the page and looking at it on my schedule every day. So every day when I look at my schedule, I see Tuesday I do the acupuncture, I got to drive to Terry here, I got to meet with this guy from Disney, and at the corner, I would see what X's have been up, and it would always be Jackie. And every week, there's two things. I still haven't gone for the blood test either. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'll probably do that next week, now that I got this out of
Probably.
You know what I'm saying? Because fuck that blood test. Motherfucking shit. Feeling good tonight. It's a beautiful Wednesday night to be alive, man. I took a big weight off my chest and my shoulders when I made that call.
How stressful was it when the phone was ringing? Was your heart racing?
It was fucking horrid. It really was horrid. I don't like those people, guys. I don't like those people at all. I don't like getting... I learned a big lesson with them. I learned how I felt when I robbed people. They robbed me. They took something big from me. And I'm going to tell you something. When I die and I go to heaven or purgatory and I see my mother, she's going to give me a kiss and she's going to give me a hug and she's going to look at me. She goes, I can't believe you let those fucking motherfuckers live. Because I know the blood we have in us, the Valdez blood, That's like when I even think about it, Lee, I want to get on a plane and parachute out where they live and just blow up the fucking house. But I can't. I have responsibilities to you guys. I have responsibilities to my wife. I have responsibility to my daughter. But in my heart, because they really, really, really did get over on me. They really got over on me, Lee. And you don't know what the pain. And it's not somebody, a random person. It's somebody you had a relationship with at one time. It's somebody that you shared stuff with. It's somebody that, it was a bond. All right, we broke up. We don't get along. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. It's over. They kicked me when I was down. And then they even took my dog. Who takes your fucking dog? They took my dog.
That's fucked
And
up.
wouldn't give me back the fucking dog. Like they were like antagonizing me. So part of me to this day feels like a fucking pussy for not fucking them up. But I wouldn't have done anybody good in jail. I didn't belong in fucking jail. So I just want to thank you guys for keeping me in check and making me think at least in that direction that I had to do this. And I went to the church. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wouldn't have done it on my own. I'm a fucking pussy.
That's awesome. That's really cool that you got. I mean, it's did it happen because it was her birthday, or were you just ready?
It was because it was her 25th birthday. Yeah, it was 25th birthday. What the fuck, We probably haven't spoken for fucking 10 years. What the fuck, Lee? It's that time. And I've gotten 1,000 emails from people in the church telling me to contact them. And they knew. I always knew they were correct. I never felt out of line. I always knew that they were correct in what their words were. There were a couple people that were assholes about it, But I did it, and that's it. That's what the church is all about. You know what, man? You take baby steps, whatever it takes you, but you always working to that fucking goal. And that's all I ever fucking do, man. Just working towards that goal a little bit, you know what I'm saying? What do you got planned this weekend, fucko?
I feel you, dog.
What are you doing Friday night?
We don't have any plans yet, but
You keep it loose this weekend. No fucking Chinese restaurants in Hong Kong Village.
What's wrong with Hong Kong Village?
Nothing. I'm just saying. You always got an exotic. What about Saturday night? Where you take it?
We don't have any plans yet. We're gonna figure some stuff out.
You guys like an in cup or your Uber? You take an Uber. Right?
Every once in a while, yeah. It's cheap. It's cheap as fuck.
So what are you gonna do the rest of the night? I don't have a spot at the store.
Oh my god.
I got the college Saturday.
This 1.5 star thing is not good for talking.
Yes, it is. You look beautiful. You're just uptight. I don't know what the fuck you're uptight about. I'm trying to take the stick out of your ass. It's a beautiful night to be alive. You know what I'm saying? You gotta stay loose. You got your blue shirt on. Your hair looks nice. Look at you. What the fuck? You go home and you panic. I've been trying to tell this guy.
I'm not panicking.
That he has anxiety, but when he takes the edible, then he realizes why he goes home.
No, I have anxiety when you come into the office, and you always come in. You're like Kramer when you come in, so there's a different entrance, and then you have this like little backpack, and you just go. It's like a gift backpack from a show. It has like 34 pockets with you. Because you go in, you put different tubes, you pop the tube, you pull out different bags.
Oh, please.
And then I just see all you just pull in the money, you laugh, you just look up and smile. It's like the creepiest thing.
I got everything on this phone.
I know. And there's like 18 zippers and
I got everything. Glasses, backup glasses, lighters, backup lighters, rolling papers. I think I got a syringe like Rambo. I got fucking nose spray. I got everything in there. I don't have no food. I should get some trail mix just in case shit goes bad. I'm always prepared. I got a few carbohydrates. I don't know what the fuck they are.
I don't know what to think about steroids in sports. I guess it's cheating, but at some point, could they just let people do whatever they wanted, and because it seems like they're doing it anyways, or I don't know how I feel as a fan.
Listen, I heard a rumor. I heard that fucking steroids saved baseball. At that time, I wasn't watching baseball.
Well, like Sammy Sosa and McGuire.
They were having that baseball race, whatever the fuck they were doing, but I wasn't involved with it, so I wasn't paying attention. In football, what do you want to see? You want to see heads. You want to see people blasting each other. Now you can't do the helmet. The helmets no more. They have a lot of restrictions and whatnot. But still, I don't know. It's like a hypocritical type thing. It's like I'll do, but don't. You know what I'm saying?
Especially with the NFL, because they sell pictures of the hits. and they used to have like DVDs of the best hits, and now all of a sudden they care. It's like the same thing we were talking about with the UFC, where it's just all about money. They don't. They say they care, but they really probably don't.
Nobody cares, Lee. You ever see Chaz Palminteri in Bronx Tale?
No.
You never saw that movie either?
No.
Oh my God.
Is that a good movie?
Yeah, it's a pretty good fucking movie. But you know what's a good fucking movie I haven't seen yet? I haven't seen the one. You know what's a funny ass movie? Bullets Over Broadway. See if they got something up on Bullets Over fucking Broadway, Lee. While we're looking it up, let me give a shout out to my sponsors here. On it, always fucking rocking it with the Shroom Tech. I took some Alpha Brains today. I went down to fucking to Jiu-Jitsu down there with Egan Machado. I also blasted a little Shroom Tech Sport. I did well today. You know, I breathed heavy. I had to get up and fucking go outside and breathe. But I still lasted a couple fucking sparring sessions. Also, a shout out to Iron Dragon TV. I love them. The best thing about these guys is like On It. On It is simple. You go to onit.com, you look around, you see what they got. I can't get you 10% off on the weights and the ropes, nothing like that. But I get you 10% off on the minerals and vitamins, all right? So you go to onit.com, go try it with the Alpha Brain. Get the smallest size, boom, 10% off, gets delivered right to your fucking house. Go on a cycle of it. I guarantee you'll love it. If not, you get your money back guarantee. But to do that, you got to go to the Onit box and press in.
Church.
Oh, shit. CHURCH. You get 10% off. You also have the Stay On It program. You can't fucking lose with this thing. I'm telling you right now. Look at me. I'm feeling good. My mind is clicking. That's because of the Alpha Brain. I went back on it. Would I bullshit you? No, motherfuckers. I love you cocksuckers. Again, right here, my main man, Dave Foley, Iron Dragon TV, fucking around the house. Classic martial arts. You understand me? The Ip Man series. What else? Jackie Chan. Early Jackie Chan. When he was working for fucking non-union with Puerto Ricans with suntans and Scotch tape on their eyes. This is deep and shit. He ain't fucking around no more. All those type of film genres. If you like classic martial art films, if you like martial arts films at all, go to IronDragonTV.com. They're going to rock your fucking world. You're going to love what they have. Go to IronDragonTV.com. They got a box. Press in.
Joey.
Oh, shit. Get 2 free movies. These people don't fuck around. This is Nanotech. They're the same people who sponsor Tim Kennedy and another UFC fighter. I love Dave Foley. I'm going to meet him tomorrow. I'm telling you, go to Iron Dragon TV if you like classic martial art films. Tell a friend. Give them the fucking, what they put in the box?
Joey.
Boom, there you go. And they get 2 free movies to get the party started. You're sitting there with those same rotty fucking underwears. Rotten up, giving you that mold under your nutsack. You got to scratch it. You can't even scratch a second time. You got to go to the bathroom in front of your mother. Why are you doing that to yourself? Do yourself a favor. Go to MeUndies.com today. They got a tremendous selection of shorts, those little tight boxer shorts. Why are you wearing those fucking white cotton shorts with skin marks in them? MeUndies has tremendous underwear, men and women's. Thongs, tremendous. The cotton is something that you've never had. I have my fucking pair on right now. They're floating on my nutsack. Something that you've never worn before. You understand me? It takes the heat and the sweat away from your nutsack. If you wear MeUndies, I wear MeUndies to jiu-jitsu all the fucking time. You know why? Comfort. Your nutsack don't pop out. It's a tremendous feeling. Why am I telling you? Listen, go to MeUndies.com. Look at what they have. Start with 1 pair. I ain't fucking around. Start with 1 pair. Go to the box and press in.
Joey.
And you get 20% off your first order plus, right?
Yeah, plus.
Free delivery, free shipping to U.S. and Canada. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection. You're going to love it. It's Valentine's Day's coming. Stop being a pussy. Get her a nice thong. Then you got no fucking excuses. You know the best thing about the thong? You just slide that motherfucker out and shove your tongue in that little monkey and snip that little bush. It's all over. It's better with MeUndies on, you understand? Because it keeps the heat in there. The choach is warm, like a cookie when you check into a hotel. You understand? You check into a hotel, you get that warm cookie. That's what it is with the MeUndies. And you get that little monkey. It's shaved, fucking tremendous. Anyway, go to MeUndies.com right now and put in what in the box?
Joey.
You get 20% off your first order, and they ship to Canada and the United States. Comfortable
For
as
free.
fuck. Listen, why are you eating those potato chips?
Come on.
Why are you eating those fucking chips and all that shit, and those La Bamba peanuts with the fucking mint on them? That shit ends today. You know why? Because I'm going to turn you on to something that's fucking free. Free as fucking cancer. NatureBox.com. Nobody's better than NatureBox. Nutritious, healthy, dietitian-approved meals sent right to your door. And you know what's going to cost you the first time? Gratis, free, ugats, nothing. You know why? Because they know for a fact they're going to hook you on something. That's how good the fucking... Who gives you anything for free? Nobody. Somebody gives you something for free, next thing you know, you're sucking their dick in an alleyway. Not with fucking NatureBox.com. They're going to send you 5 bags direct to your house, 3 small bags, 2 big bags, the cocoa almonds, the cinnamon, the French toast,
sticks,
the kernel ones, sticks. Remember this? You listen to James Gandolfini, his last movie, The Drop, with the fucking beer and shit. They got those little popcorns, the cinnamon French toast, the cocoa almonds are delicious. The plantains, the Philippine, whatever, the sweet plantains are delicious. Listen, don't listen to me. Go to fucking naturebox.com, see what they got. You are gonna fucking flip, all right? They're gonna ship it to you for free, gratis. Go to the box on NatureBox and press in,
Joey,
and get your free, who got nothing, NatureBox sample. 4 small bags, 1 big bag. I'm telling you, they'll change your fucking life. And you can tell them what to send you. That's how good they are. Please, again, on it, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and NatureBox.com. Support them. They support us. Give them their love. What do you got for fucking Bullets Over Broadway? What scene you got?
it's only pulling up plays.
No movie? No
No.
film? Bullets Over Broadway, the movie.
Okay. Yeah, it's all.
This is what I got to deal with, people. You're breaking my heart, man.
Okay, here we go. Here's something.
What's the scene?
It says highlights.
Yeah, let's see what they got. I forgot how good this movie was.
There's an ad. Hold on.
How come this ain't queued up?
Because
fluid, it's because it's lighter fluid.
what?
Listen, it's a night show. Forget it. You're fucking slipping. Anyway, it's a movie about a dude that has a play and he needs an investor. So the mob invests in the play. And it's Chaz Palminteri early on. Fucking hilarious. So he invests money in it, but he has to rewrite it with the guy. He turns out to be a great writer. So he gives direction and stuff. When the guy don't listen, he shoots him. He shoots the fucking tremendous. I laugh. Jennifer Tilly's in it. The dude who was in the movie with Sean Penn, The State of Grace, that played the mobster. Jimmy, the one that was in Analyze That and Analyze This, the fat guy Jelly. He's in it. It's a great fucking movie. If you get a chance, Bullets Over Broadway. That's how we roll, cocksuckers. So that's it. That's all I got for you motherfuckers on a Wednesday night. What's up, Lee? What's up? You're stoned?
Yeah.
Nice week, right? Nobody bothered nobody. Next week I'm in Cap City, so you don't want to go to Cap City.
I would have gone.
What are you going to do? You're going to sit with Mama for Valentine's Day. Where you taking it?
I told we're doing the whole
Oh,
food
that's
you
right.
like.
That's right.
That you think is ridiculous.
The food you like. That's right. What are the food you like?
In-N-Out, Buffalo Wild Wings, and
So
Pizza.
what are you going to get in an burger? Let the people know. What are you going to get?
Huh? Oh, what am I gonna get?
Yeah.
Just a double.
One double.
Yeah.
No fries.
I'll share her fries. Those fries stink.
How many calories in double?
I don't know, probably 500 or 600.
No.
You don't think so?
Duh. A double is a lot more than 500.
How much is a single? I thought you said the single was like 400 or something.
Yeah. So a double's 2 patties. Fuck on another piece of bread. So where do you get? That's a killer with the fucking double sauce on it. That's 1,000 calories, my friend. You know,
Yeah, probably.
You'll be on the elliptical for 3 days, just
Yeah.
sweating up a storm.
That's what I did today.
Did you really? So you did an hour 15.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're dwindling tonight. Give me the crap. Give the people on TV the crap. Look at you. Give them bicep pose. The double open. Oh shit! Look at you, you sexy motherfucker. All right. As long as you're happy, brother. That's all I want.
I'm happy. I don't know how you get this high. You call me, you torture me throughout the day.
I've been high all fucking day.
Because you
As soon
just
as I
take
get-
more of them.
Listen, as soon as I get done with my business, I go stop by the weed store.
What do you mean to get done with your business? You're doing this at 6 a.m.
No, I smoke dope as I'm doing my business. But as soon as I'm done with my business, I pop the edible of life, and that's when the party starts in my day. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just adding some color to my fucking life, cocksucker. I'm not a fighter. I don't need to fight nobody. I can get high. I can get high, Lee. Don't fuck with me, bitch. Let's end this motherfucker. I love you guys. Another shout out to On It, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies, and NatureBox.com. Cap City next motherfucking week. 2 weeks after that, Indianapolis. Crackers and shit. Look at you, Lee. Read this fucking thing. Where you sitting there like a mook.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com.
The show's been over. The show's been over, all right?
I don't know why you're giving me the business.
I'm not giving nobody. You know I love you.
I love when Steve says that. So go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and get 20% off of your first order of men's and women's underwear. And right now they're going to give you free shipping in the U.S. and Canada. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all of the great martial arts movies. And go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off of all their optimization products.
You've been all week. You don't call, you don't write, you're out there dicking around with mama.
I had a great weekend.
What'd you do?
Not much. We went to, I took your advice, went to Aroma yesterday, which is pretty good.
What'd you think of them fucking Hebrews? They don't fuck around down there, do they?
No, they don't. It's a little expensive, but it was good.
What'd you get?
Shawarma sandwich.
What they put in there?
Chicken shawarma with some onions and some hummus, which you would have hated. It was delicious.
Did you have any appetizers?
No, we were pretty full.
What mama?
She had that turkey panini sandwich they have there.
She was a fucking panini.
Hell yeah. But I had a fucked up thing happen last night. This guy threw rocks at me when I was driving home. He dinged my car. I don't know what happened. Like, I was just driving home from the store. I was 2 seconds from my house. And I just bang, bang. And it was like this older SUV. And so he pulled over. So I went to go look at his license plate. And it looked like, you know, in California when they have like the little paper when you don't have a license plate yet.
Right.
But it was an older SUV, so I don't know why he didn't have
Bought
it.
used.
And as soon as I got behind him, he took off. Like after me, like I was behind him and he took off, so I started chasing him. But then he got behind me and started chasing me. So I had to go into a side street, turn my lights off, and I have a gate in my parking area. So I turned my lights off and I snuck in and I didn't get out of the car until the gate closed again. I didn't know what to. I was kind of upset at myself. I was like, maybe I should have got out of the car or something. So I didn't know what to do. So we talked about it a while ago. How like I don't like confrontation. And but we were just talking about earlier. I talked this week, and I had a conversation with you. And it's not even a bad conversation. It's just something that I'm not good when it's a serious conversation. That like above like me starting my podcast. The real reason I haven't started it is because over the past year I've had 2 or 3 podcasts that I'm no longer with or that aren't going anymore, and I don't like when things don't work. It's like I was basically being scared of failing, and it was fucked up. So I was feeling bad about myself last night. Like I couldn't go to bed, thinking I should have stood up for myself. But I don't know what that asshole was gonna do if he's throwing stuff on my car.
Yeah, you don't fucking. Yeah. When you're on the street, though, you don't fucking.
Yeah.
He's having a bad day. He's looking to mess somebody else's day.
Right.
You're
What's
a
up,
sweetheart.
Tom
You threw a
Sniffers?
rock at
It's
your car.
Rabbi
So unless you got a
Rothschild.
fucking can,
Up next on the big board, we've
or
got
fucking flamethrower.
da-da-da-da.
You know, I don't advise people
This
getting that.
person,
Yes, you know,
um,
it's fine. Unless you take one of John Lewis's on big boys, then you do what the fuck you want.
I
Come
should.
flying out of lights and chunks and stars and
I
fucking
want
everything.
Sarita to
What's going
know
on, my brother John Lewis?
that
man,
their
how's it going, man?
clips
Thanks for having me on
Good
the
to
show.
see you. Yeah, man, you're doing
With
great things. Like, you know,
rabbis.
everybody I talked tonight, John Lewis around here, no shit. So I said, people want
Really?
to fucking
Yeah,
talk to
just-
John Lewis.
sorry,
Fucking talk to
girl.
John Lewis.
Here we are, man.
That's just how my
What's
thought
happening,
works.
brother?
It's going
I
good.
feature
Going good.
different.
What are you hearing?
Oh
Oh,
wow, you
man,
look
it's,
fun
doing our
on
thing, you know,
social
been out
media.
here opening new schools.
Excellent.
Just get me going, man.
I
you know,
featured
acting and
creators
all of it.
Sons of Anarchy and shit with
Yeah,
Peter
such
Weller.
as
that was fun.
yourself.
Unbelievable. I put it on the one night. There you are. But what the fuck did you got shot?
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
Arab shot. Yeah, we shoot everything.
He gave him a head cut caved in.
Watch my other videos to know that went.
Tremendous,
Yeah,
man.
man.
Did you audition for that?
Yeah.
From scratch?
Yeah.
We've got Sarita here though. Sarita's always
Yeah.
streaming.
Yeah, that was
She
that was
is
motorcycle 9 yards.
I thought you got him like as a stunt.
regular.
Like a lot of times I go on sets and I see martial
Here's her
artists.
Yeah. that's not my
Discord.
interest.
It's
Like, what the fuck are
amazing.
you doing here? Like, we're doing stunts.
I want
We're
everybody
doing
to
the
know
fight
that she
scenes or
has a
whatever. So
TikTok.
you're like heroic.
Yeah,
You know?
you laugh, but
Here's her
most of the
TikTok.
things that I've done so far have been like romantic comedies.
Wow.
I think I threw one kick and
Sarita,
one show
you
so
have
far.
so
Everything has been
many
dramas,
fucking
romantic
followers.
comedies, and that kind of thing. So
If you
and
shouted
a lot of the
out,
guys now from the
bring world
UFC, they
peace.
get the
I
free
understand
pass.
if
They
you don't, though.
win
Kind of
their
hesitation.
title and they automatically
Get
get
it?
calls for shows. But
Wow, you're
I
live.
retired 10 years ago, so for me that it
40,000
has nothing to do with
subscribers,
my
girls.
acting career.
I stream like 24/7, 365 for world peace. Just tell people that. If everybody in the world finds that out, I might get a watcher or two. All right. You have beautiful social media.
You know, I was friends with Joe for a
Just
long
like
time. He
without
was telling me
even
about
trying,
MMA. So I went home one night.
100,000
I came from Cuba. I saw Bruce
Good
Lee.
on you. This
You know,
is
I
how
came
it's
from
done.
Cuba. A year
kids.
later, Bruce Lee
This
came
is
out
how
to
it's
see.
done.
So I came up
Honestly,
with that mindset.
Sarita,
I
your
enjoyed Kung
social
Fu.
media,
You know,
I look at
Renato
everybody's
Laranjo,
social media, and I haven't
his
said this
father
yet.
was my first karate
It's quite
teacher from New York City.
Is it the best of
So I,
anyone?
I
No.
trained with the fucking
It
Carters,
is
the
up there with
Fulhams.
the best stuff.
Everybody was
Wow.
great shape.
I love
You
your
know, so they're
sundress.
telling me, what's this UFC?
You look
I
great.
put on
I
this
never
Tank
comment
Abbott
on
in the wrestling
people,
suit. I'm like, I'm
like
not
what
watching
they
this
wear
shit.
and stuff.
You know, no offense to Tank Abbott. I was just expecting these, you know, Chinese guys
All right.
flying through the fucking air and
Right.
stuff. So I never watched it again until one night I turned
Is that the end
on
for Sarita?
something and I saw Anderson
Well,
Silva
Sarita,
go through Chris
you're
Lee.
just a big time
And I
streamer.
go, I gotta see
And
what this is about.
I want you to know that
I got him, man. Yeah, I mean,
my boxer
a lot
is
of people.
your
I saw
chat
that
all the
Forrest
time.
Griffin versus
Apologies. I
Honor
stream like
Honor
world
fight.
peace.
that changed the
I've
game
been
for a
doing
lot
so
of
for
people.
more
who
than
weren't
3
fans.
years, 24/7.
It was just weird to see these guys.
And global history.
You know, at first you'd see like
And
a
I'm just
jiu-jitsu guy.
introducing myself to all of the streamers out there, so
They
you
were like
put
Brooklyn to a Brazilian
name
name
with a
like
face,
wearing
face with a
jiu-jitsu in
name.
New York City. Probably had.
Aside
They
from
were
that,
talking
I'm
to
trying to
Matt
bring
Sarah,
world peace. I don't want
and he
war
was telling
anymore.
me that when he first
Some things
started
that we talk about on
jiu-jitsu,
my stream that aren't
you would
really
have to take
discussed
a
in
bus
society
on
are
Sundays
things like
from Long Island
Yeah.
to
world
Red
peace
Bank, New
and
Jersey,
world
because
hunger
it's
and
the
world
only
thirst.
place where I had jiu-jitsu on Sundays.
Life
So they would
extension
drive 3
technology,
hours basically to train,
faster than light travel.
1 hour and a half, and then go right back
Alien
for
disclosures.
3 hours.
Really interesting thing.
Now it's everywhere. Jiu-jitsu is
And
like
wherever
dog
you
shit.
stand
You
on
know,
it,
you go to
Like
like
a corner, like
and-
7-Eleven.
they're just
next year they'll have
studs.
jiu-jitsu onyx where you jump up and down and
I think they're yeah.
some
Ancient
old jiu-jitsu
power,
guy from
fusion
the year
power,
2000.
nuclear
How did you
energy,
get into all this? Because you're from
plasma
Hawaii.
rays,
Yeah,
antimatter,
born and raised in Hawaii.
Anti-gravity,
when I was 17.
gravity control, all very
Get
cool
to all
things.
that stuff.
So
But as far as
Sarita, you're a very cool
question,
person. You
how
have
you know
a
I was
lot
fighting my
of
whole life. Hawaii is
amazing
a place that
content.
you grow up fighting.
Good
and
on
that's
you. You're already a
place that
big
you can actually
streamer. You're
build
just going to
status
continue to get bigger.
as being a
You have
street
Rabbi
fighter, a good
Rothschild
fighter.
seal
And
of
me,
approval.
even though I was born there,
Keep
I
on
wasn't,
keeping on, keep with the
Hawaiian.
grind,
I'm
girl.
not vocal for
Stay black.
of the majority race is Polynesian looking. So, at a young age, me being
Is
half
she
black,
good?
half white, we get, racial slurs
Yeah,
and
got
things would happen. And I would always be quick to fight, and I'd always do well. And somewhere around my 5th and 6th grade year, I beat up a couple big name bullies in the area, and all of a sudden, the same people that were, weren't digging on me, all of a sudden started liking me and becoming. And so that was my first it was my first introduction into seeing how if you're really good at something, people's perspectives change of you. And I was young, so it mattered. So at that time, I wasn't the punk ever. I was always defending people. I was always beating up the bullies or whatever. But at the same time, I became more and more popular in Hawaii, and that became a way of life for me. Is just being a fighter. At the same time, I was dancing, believe it or not, break dancing, street dancing, and all that stuff on a professional level, and growing and doing shows there and everything. And then when I got to the age of 17, I had an opportunity to come to California to audition for a big show that ended up being in Vegas, and we can get to that. But it brought me out of Hawaii, and that was where my foundation was. Training some martial arts there as well, but really my mentality of just fighting and wanting to experiment and see how good I could get, because I was doing very well as it was as a natural street fighter. So I started dabbling in martial arts, and
What was the first martial art you walked into?
it was like a Shokondo, which is like a Japanese kickboxing, basically Muay Thai, so stand-up system. And I just had good hands. I was fast, couldn't hit me, and that combined with that,
Athleticism, kids.
kept going, and I just kept wanting to get better, wanting to see what holes I had in my game, and I would just put myself out there in certain scenarios to see, test myself, and it just grew. This is all way before the sport. 93 was when the UFC hit Denver, Colorado. So we're talking way before all this, and it just kind of transitioned into all of it.
And why is Hawaii such a one of my dear friends is Earl, whatever his name is, Cooper, black dude, Sifu Earl. And he was telling me the history of something like Kajukenbo, where I guess the Hawaiians were always smaller, so there was a naval base there.
Yeah.
So these guys have to, they would have to fight these fucking Americans that were yoked up, These fucking Midwest motherfuckers would come in there after eating steak and potatoes. So Hawaiians really worked on their fighting styles. And one of them was Kajukenbo, which is judo, Eastern boxing, Western boxing.
Yeah, they love boxing.
They love boxing, and it's just amazing that there's a system out of Hawaii.
Yeah.
And Kajukenbo breaks into like 4 different systems. Like there's a Kung Fu influenced one, there's a harder one, In LA, they have the brothers that really refined it. They call it like a Kempo, but why is it such a fighting environment there?
It's really funny, man. I mean, it's just as a warrior, Hawaiian, Polynesians, Samoans, that whole, that's all a very warrior-based people. So I think there's a pride there. There's a pride there if you're really good at fighting and just combat in general and being a warrior. And the funny thing about it is, even there, if you were in those days, if you were to grab someone and fall on the ground, you'd be look bad. They'd say up and up, which means get back up on your feet, like hand to hand, and nobody would jump in. There was nobody trying to stick you with knives from behind. We used to fight, and every Wednesday we'd meet with another school called Lelihua, another competitive school near to us, and we'd meet under this bridge area every Wednesday, and it would be because it's the half day of school, short day of school, and it would be I'm fighting you, and everybody would circle around, and it would be a fair fight. Nobody would jump in. Just fight. You go on the ground. You back up, and you just fight. You scrap. So it's like it's just the nature of the beast over there.
It's crazy. You have a smile on your face when you're talking about it, and that sounds like the most terrifying thing in the world.
No, it's really wonderful, man. And there's nothing more to me. There's nothing better than that. It's like really putting yourself out there, exposing yourself, and really seeing what you're made of. And a lot of the times, my best friends ended up being, I'm sure everybody can say this, being guys they fought when they're young, because it's such an intimate thing to be so exposed, and to at the end of the fight to be very clear that you lost or you won. So you can't say nothing. I mean, it's like you're great, and then usually you become friends with the guys because it's an intimate experience to fight somebody.
It's just a different level. I remember coming from Cuba and going to karate and getting into a couple fights, and where your mind goes.
Yeah.
Like it happened so fucking quick as a kid. Where your mind goes. And as I got older, Bruce Lee came and we'd go to the movies and we'd get to little tussles. And I liked it for a while. It's when I started getting older, I didn't like it. Once I got into in my teens, I loved throwing my hands. I loved getting smacked. It's funny how you say that sometimes you fight like the kid that saved the kid I moved in with. My mother died, beat me up. 2 years before that, we got into a fist fight and we beat up and he broke my nose. I hit him in the head. He bled from his eye, but he beat me up. He got the best of me. When my mother died, he came to me and goes, I want you to move in my house. So it's correct. You take your friendship to such a level. I mean, it's not even a friendship. We weren't friends, and we became friends the next day. It was like a thing of respect. But I just didn't I liked the martial art angle of it, but then it got real. Once I got to high school, it got a little too real. Like a stick could come out or a knife could come out. That's a complete different level. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Two kids, fist fight, nobody can jump in, there's no knives, they hover around you. And after 8-9 minutes, you look at each other and go, hey, man, it's over. You shake hands and you go to school next day. Nobody says nothing to you. Nobody says nothing to you.
People really want to see who's the better between the two fighters. They don't want you to use a stick or a knife, because they really want to see who's better. And the student follows like we do with boxers or fighters these days. One day you're like, so and so sucks, then he wins a couple of times and he's your favorite, and then he loses and he's overrated. It's just that you follow the winner. So in those days, I found be the winner, and you got friends.
How did your parents react when you were coming home with like black eyes and stuff?
I wasn't. I think I was.
Good answer.
No, I mean I have a couple of things every now and then, but for the most part, I mean I was winning. So. And a couple of times I'd have other injuries, and I would say I fell off my bike or whatever, but it wouldn't change anything, because come the next day, you're the one who got to go to school, and you're the one who got to deal with the people. So, funny thing though, in high school, my mother was a campus walker, so half the fights I got in were defending my mother, whose job was to make sure things were okay. And I'm like, somebody's voicing off to her, so so it ended up being actually helped you fight even more the fact that she was there. So it was interesting.
So you're a kid in Hawaii. The first school you walked into Japanese kickboxing.
Yeah.
And you're also breakdancing at the same time.
Yes, and
Johnny D's on the backup, right? All that
Yeah.
shit doing your thing.
pop and lock and all
Pop
that
and
good
all
stuff.
that. That's fucking tremendous.
Okay.
So you graduated high school or no?
No, I didn't. I
You said fuck it.
I left. Well, what happened was I had an opportunity for a specific show in Las Vegas called Splash at the Riviera Hotel, which at the time, talking about, gosh, I don't even know, but a long time ago. And it was a popular hotel. It was a nice hotel back in the day. And it was like, there's an audition for this thing. A friend of mine who was out here already told me to come out and give it a shot. So it was one of those things like, which of course everybody tells you, finish school, which I definitely am an advocate of, with my son, making sure he's finishing school. But I left, I told my mother, I said, Mom, I want to go do this. This is what I want to do. And so she is really supportive. I had a good childhood as far as, parents supporting what I did, none of those kind of sad stories. I had a good upbringing that way. It was low income, but love was there, and support was there. So she put me on a plane. We flew to California by myself. Stayed at a friend's place, crashed on the floor, and never went back. And continued to climb the ladder from then on.
As a dancer.
First as a dancer, got the audition, got in the show called Splash in the Riviera Hotel. Was there for about almost 3 years at 17 years old. For me coming out living with my mom to have my own space, having what I thought was a lot of money per week, and I was just living in a hotel, had to run of the hotel. It was just a very, very big change. Got into all kinds of trouble that you can imagine at that age with drugs and everything else. Nothing that was like put me out, but it was things you dabble with when you're young. And all my friends were older in a nightlife kind of environment. It was very interesting. But a couple of years later, moved on to I started doing music, and I started writing music. My girl got a piano. She bought it in the house. I started playing it, and I learned to play it myself. In 6-7 months, I was playing pretty good, and just taught myself to play. And I started writing music. And from there, I said, I'm kind of bored of doing this. I think I want to go be a rock star. So then I shortly after quit the job, which was doing it all, and packed and moved to California. Met a couple other like-minded people. Started doing my thing, and got produced by a gentleman named Jerry Day, who's a very, very big producer, the horn arranger for Michael Jackson and Quincy Jones and everything. And a little bit after that, I went to Lecture Records. Got signed, did that whole thing. Yeah.
You put an album on everything.
Yeah.
What the fuck is the name of the album? Let's play this
School
song.
Love. No, you can't find it. Top School Love was with the band. Me and my brother Steve Silva. He was the lead singer, and then and still, I was writing for a long time after that. And then during all that, I was also fighting. And then I fought, won a title, and then I had a choice of what do I want to do? Do I want to, even though you get a record deal, it's like you feel like acting. Yeah, I'm an actor. Yeah, I got a job. And then a year later, you're still trying to audition, right? So you get a record deal, you get, you finish your album. It's so much more than getting a record deal to become a successful artist. And I was succeeding in fighting professionally. So I made a decision to let that go and focus on the fighting and move to Vegas and open my school in '95.
All right, so now you're fucking beautiful. So now you're in Vegas. Now you get to Vegas, you're 17. Are you training at all?
I am still training, yeah.
Where are you training in Vegas?
Just like with a friend of mine named Nick One Kick. My buddy's out there. He's still a big name out there.
One Kick.
Yeah, One Kick because he knocks guys out with a kick. One Kick to the head. And just doing that kind of thing. Before I moved to Vegas, I jumped really along because before I moved to Vegas was all the Gracie training and a little bit of Machado training.
So you were doing Gracie training in Hawaii?
No. When I moved from there to here first.
Okay.
Here to Vegas to do the show.
All right.
Back to LA as an actor. as a musician, and that's when I started training.
Oh, okay. When you're in LA,
I started Hicks and Gracie, and I did that for a while, and then I got kicked out of that school when I fought Carlson Gracie Jr. So they let me go because I was fighting one of the cousins, and became the first. It was considered a draw because there were no judges. Because in those days, you had to either knock them out or submit them or to draw. But I dominated the fight clearly. But so it was like the first person to open the eyes that Gracie could be beat because up until then, Hoist was just cleaning house in UFC. That was like instantly launched me into a different position in the independent community because it was on pay-per-view, so people could see it. And we were fighting with no gloves. It was 30 minutes straight. It was a whole. You can Google this on YouTube. It's just,
30 minutes straight?
Yeah.
No rounds?
Yeah, no rounds. Yeah. but it was okay. You know, you just pace yourself through the fight, and that was where it really launched my real martial art professional career, because that put me on the map. Right up until then, I was like, who's this guy? He's gonna get killed, and I didn't, and that changed a lot for me.
And then you trained them as the Chalos after the Gracies.
Because I got kicked out of the Gracies. So,
What Machado?
it was Carlos, and it was Roger. I'd see Vegan a lot up in June LaBelle's spot, and he was great, great martial artist. But
You walked into Gene LaBelle, a white belt judo.
I did, yeah. John Peretti, a friend of mine, brought me to meet Gene, and me and Gene hit it off, and I trained with him up in the cabin, you know, and that's great. So I'd see Vegan up there training, rolling with the guys, dominating everybody. He was powerful, a powerhouse, young and just powerful. And then, I don't know, from there, he just keeps going, man.
Well, fucking keep going. Tell me what happened after that.
Well, so I would go to Machado school, and that was cool for a moment.
Now you're a blue belt doing all this Machado.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm blue belt, but I've been blue belt for a while because I didn't have a home at that point. You know, you see those guys who've been a one belt for a long amount of time. You know, and I'm also a black belt from Gene around that time. I'm almost a black belt at that stage. Yeah.
Judo.
Yeah, and I was his first black belt fight to black. And he's trained everybody from Bruce Lee to Benedict Jets and Chuck Norris, but I was, you know, they come in and learn from him, but I really was a disciple from beginning to
You walked in there.
yeah, so that's a really cool honor to say, you know. And also, as a jiu-jitsu, I was the fourth American black belt in the world to get a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
What America?
Mm-hmm.
Who'd you get your black belt from?
From Andre Pederneiras.
Now, how does he come into the picture?
Now, Andre, after fighting the Gracies, another mutual friend of ours who passed, he was a Brazilian guy. He knew Andre was doing something over there in Brazil, doing really, really well. And he just brought him over to the States to meet me and said, maybe we can do something together, because I needed that kind of support to grow, you know, and no one really wanted to teach me. After I fought the Gracies, not any Brazilians were really trying to help, because it was threatening the state, you know. And this guy was an open-minded guy. They said, man, you're good, and you're a nice guy. Let's work together. And he got me up there real quick. He trained with me hard, and I go to Brazil, and I stay in Brazil for a while, and I fight. He'd corner all my fights and coach me, and I come back and forth. And eventually, I got a black belt from Andre, and he launched a team called Noble Niao, which is basically means new union, but it's one of the biggest teams in the world right now, top 5 teams in the world. They have 416 schools, and I was the president of Noble Niao for the United States. I brought it was only in Brazil. I brought it from Brazil to the United States, and to say now, almost 20 years later, there's 416 different schools. You know, I don't just mean like you buy the affiliate, but I mean guys that went from under us to black belts, you know, and this spread, and their black belts spread, and it's continued to go up. So I mean, Andre, and that was really the best for me, because he was not holding things back. There was no, you know, it was just, this is what you need to get to the next level. This is what you need to get to the next level, which is how I learned to teach the way that I teach. If people train with me, they realize there's no I don't have any pace as far as holding people back. It's just pretty much, I can look at you, I can see what you got, I can see what you need, and I can show you something right then that will make you better right then. You know, I literally say, you know, it's like one class with me is like training a month with someone else or anywhere else.
Why is that?
Because of that exact reason. I know how to articulate what you need. I know how to show you what you need, and I can see what you need. I'm not just coming there with an agenda of just, you know, especially in a private situation where this is just a move you're going to learn. I wrestle with you the whole class. I'm on the ground with you, getting sweaty, working out, and I can feel you, you know, and I can say, this is what you got to do. And by the time that class is over, your game will be elevated. And I show techniques like that all the time. And a lot of times they're very simple strategic concepts or positions that people are like, man, you know, I never understood that. You know, someone can show you something in acting. You know what I'm talking about. You can go to acting classes and try to get this one thing, and then you can meet this one, probably usually another actor, who can just tell you something, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you know, like, why didn't you ever say so? You know, but it's just the way some people can articulate things better than others. And I think that's a gift that I have. I'm able to articulate my thoughts and what I'm trying to get out to someone across the board, not only martial arts. That's just one of the things I'm good at.
Now, your mentor, Panaris.
Yeah, Panaris.
Now, who was his? Because that was interesting. I want to ask you. We spoke on the phone. We spoke in your class one day. That was he a Gracie guy or a Machado guy himself? Or,
He is his black belt comes from the late that's right, Junior, Carlson, I'm running a blank. The guy that I fought.
Boyce?
Rich Gracie. No, I fought Junior. Carlson Gracie Jr. His father was Carlson Gracie, the past recently.
Right.
That was his black belt.
that was his black.
Yeah. And then from him was the source, So it's the lineage is strong,
So it's basically Machado's.
From the founder.
You guys, Panaris.
Yeah.
How important is it for a UFC fighter? Because I just got into it about a couple of years ago, and it's when you're watching it, it seems like a one-on-one this guy versus that guy sport. But when you're saying like top 5 school, how important is it when you're like as a fighter? Joey, you've been to like 4 or 5 different jiu-jitsu coaches, even as an amateur. How important is it, like what school to go to, or what camp to be part of?
It's really important because, well, first of all, it's much more finding a teacher that you can vibe with, that you enjoy to learn from. Number one. 2, one that really cares about teaching and they really doesn't want to just make the money, but really wants to help you get better. And then just you just got to make sure you mesh with that person, But sometimes if you get to the wrong teachers, I mean, they can teach you the wrong thing. As simple as that. They can show a little detail they miss, or they can show you techniques without the details that when you try to do it, you're like, man, it's not working for me. It's not working for me. And then all of a sudden, someone else can show you this one little, because you didn't turn your hip literally, you didn't turn your hip like this. And all of a sudden, the move is totally different. And Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is like that. It's a kind of situation where you have to do all the little details and you understand the movement of the body and where you should be and where your weight should be. That move can totally change. If I'm over somebody, I'm just going to use a random concept. It's someone under me and I'm over them. If I'm right here, I'm pretty wobbly, because they can throw me either direction based on the technique. If I'm right here, I'm heavy to lift this direction, So someone can show you a move about passing, we call passing the guard, getting around the guy's legs, but you're in the wrong place. You'll try it on your friend, and your friend will throw you over, and a few times later, you're like, this doesn't work, but that's just because you weren't here. You went from here to here. All of a sudden, you can't move you. So those are the details that takes a teacher that really has the patience and want for you to really understand the details, and that's how I teach. I want you to learn, exactly. I mean, you're a reflection on me. My black belt's a reflection on me.
Are you allowed to, as a fighter, go from camp to camp to learn different things?
That's up to teachers. I personally allocate it. I don't mind at all. I'd like my students to represent me when they're competing, so we're under one banner. But I have no problem with people going and experimenting because I grew up that way, going to different schools. I've black belts from many different arts, and that's part of why I'm good. So for me to tell someone they shouldn't would be kind of hypocritical. I love the loyalty of my student to know that I'm where they get their belt from. They don't jump and get belts from blue from me and purple from him, and But please go out and experiment and maybe even bring something back that you can share.
It's amazing how this is an art. I hate when people call themselves artists. That drives me fucking crazy. But all these arts go hand in hand. How much does jiu-jitsu and judo help your music? How much does it bring it to you? Just when I leave Dave, and Dave just went over an art bar with me. I'm driving slow, and my mind's going about the hot part. Jesus Christ, I remember here. Dave told me I couldn't armbar anybody. Listen, Dave goes, you gotta get on the fucking angle. You're trying to armbar me from in front of you. What the fuck are you doing? Who taught you this? Yeah, this far. And all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck?
That's what I'm talking about.
But what people don't seem to understand. Like somebody emailed me months ago, when you go to this, they send you all these math classes. I go, that's to make your mind analytical, you dumb fuck. Your wife is an attorney. Her pre-attorney, she had to take a fucking ton of math classes.
Right.
Ask her.
Right.
Calculus and shit. What's calculus got to do with fucking suing somebody for slipping on the stairs?
Right, it opens
your mind. And I know for a fucking fact that, whatever, I've done comedy for a long time, but ever since I joined jiu-jitsu, my comedy went somewhere else. Ever since I saw MMA and I became a fan of certain fighters, it made me stronger because I would get pissed off because they didn't learn something from the last fight. So if I'm smacking you with a fucking left jab, Jesus Christ, the whole last fight, And this guy saw that tape. I hope that you learn how to fucking protect away from that left jab. Maybe to work to your right or put your fucking opposite hand up high. When I see a fighter come in and do the same shit and then start throwing spinning back punches, that move gets my blood pressure fucking going.
That's the
Except for Joe Schilling. Did you see Joe
Right.
Schilling the other night? He knocked the motherfucker out with it. But when you just come in and do the same shit and think because you're doing a spinning backhand that I'm supposed to fall off my chair, and then you get beat up.
Yeah.
I think a stand up. And I think I'm like, you're gonna go up there with that same stupid fucking joke? Really? You got some bad fucking balls. It's helped me. It's helped me and did it help you with the music?
It's funny. I'm not even gonna say with the music, but I'm just gonna say in general, life-wise. Like I'm the kind of guy that I've launched many different careers as well, as you'll find out over our conversation, and I'm the kind of guy that just you go and you commit 100%. And I was just this morning speaking about everything you're talking about, and I said to someone that before I get in the fight, I'm getting ready for it, I'm training for it, I'm all amped up. You get backstage for 6 hours or so before the match starts. And then eventually, closer it gets the butterflies start. They always were there. No matter how many times I've fought, always nervous. And it's healthy as long as as long as you can control it. It's healthy. You don't let it consume you, because we all have what you said earlier, which is fear of failure. We all have this. The difference is some people can take it and make it power, and others let it beat them and freeze them. It's the stage fright concept. So in this situation, you get backstage and you have butterflies, you're nervous, but you're like, oh man, I gotta do this, and you start kind of getting hyped up, and you're moving backstage. They call your name, and you start walking out, and in front of all these thousands of people and millions watching you on TV, and you're nervous, But once you step in the cage and the door shuts, this is always what I say to myself. Okay, I'm in the cage now. There's no turning back. I can't get out, so I may as well win, because he's gonna try to take my head off, or I have to take his head off. At this point, there's no other choices. So that's how I look at life. It's like when you pick something, you commit to something, and you go that direction. Once you're in, you're in. Once you step on the stage
it's
in
over.
comedy,
No
you ain't back. If you back off, you lost.
You lost.
So you're here now. You might as well just let it all go and go out like a man, or win like a man. So that mentality of, I tell myself, I'm in the cage now. There's no way. I might as well win. I'm in the cage. I might as well win. Don't bitch about what you're doing. You're in the cage. So I can either win or I can lose. I think I'll win.
With all the technology they have, and Martians and fucking spaceships, the only fucking thing I want them to make is a thought thing that I can see. Because this is what makes my dick hard. Is, what you just described. The 5 minutes before you throw that punch, when fucking Dean looks at you, when John McCarthy looks at you and says, you're ready, and when you walk back to that ring backwards, what the fuck is in your mind? The same thing when I get to a thing. Hey man, what's up, John? Oh shit, the Flying Jew's here. How's the audience? The audience great. And you're killing. But once Lee comes off, that's when it's real.
Yeah.
Once Lee comes off in the MC, it's real. This motherfucker's still talking to me about his wife and about his kids, and it's bouncing off you.
Right.
They don't realize that your mind is just seeing fucking battle. And all of a sudden you go up, you whatever your shirt, you pop because your ball stuck to your leg, you pop it off, and they say your fucking name, and that's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. I want to see that as they come, the pop up. You ever watch like VH1 pop up videos? I want to see all the things in your head. Bloop, bloop, bloop. I want to see all that, because for me, it's fucking tremendous. I love it.
Yeah,
I love it. That fear. And I tell him all the time. Listen, whatever bullshit you see on stage, when I get in my car to drive to that gig, I think of every fucking excuse in the world, because that's what you naturally do. That's what your mind naturally does. Why am I doing this? I'm a loser. I'm going to get a job tomorrow. This sucks. Why am I 50 still doing stand-up? I should be a fucking director. You get all and the closer you get to Laurel Canyon, and once I make that left onto Laurel Canyon, that's when everything comes out. That's when it's in full volume. You're a loser. You did this. Your mother sucks. It just... And then once you hit Laurel Canyon, like, fuck it, I'm going down there. I'm just going to take the beat. That's when you forget all your jokes.
It's true.
You have no fucking idea, Lee. How many times have I called you from a place and said, Lee, what jokes do I say tonight? You're not even a fucking comic.
No matter how much you practice.
Doesn't
matter.
It just goes away.
Like every couple of weeks you call me.
People don't fucking understand. And then you get there and they say your name, and that's a different process. And all of those feelings all that I just told you, those 18, 20 minutes, is a ball. And it just keeps spinning. And something, as soon as I grab that microphone, I go, what's up, motherfuckers? That's it. It all comes one. It becomes one.
Yeah.
It just becomes one. I just become hard. You know, I used to do comedy for years. I didn't give a fuck. Now when I do 2 shows, when I get back to my room, John, when I take a shower, when I come out of there, it's like I roll for fucking 15 minutes. My whole body hurts. I become a fucking savage. I can feel that energy go from your toes
Adrenaline
and nothing else.
Commit,
It's commitment. That's got to be
that's the word. Is commitment.
close to.
It's the same. I think everything in life is the same. I think you can wrap up life as a whole in that little sentence we just said about once you're in the cage, you might as well win because you're in the cage anyway.
To people following their dreams and quitting the jobs, or even just being in a new job, like right out of college, and like being nervous, maybe I should go move back with my parents and work at the movie theater again.
It's all those thoughts.
Yeah.
The difference is some people actually give up and do those things, and other people say, "Okay, I'm just gonna go with it."
So how do you describe the adrenaline drop that sometimes happens? Like, is it them not preparing, or is it just natural that when you start something new that you're gonna fall a little bit? Like when you see that happen, what do you think?
When you say adrenaline drop, at what stage do you
Like
mean?
when they're like first fighting the UFC, the cage. But I forget what Rogan's term for it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of overwhelming. I mean, this could happen in every entertainment industry you can think of as well. When you're put out there, you're really there, and that's the difference between the men and the boys. And sometimes that's the difference. There's a very small group of men, and there's a lot of boys in acting and anything else that you do, because you want it so bad. You finally get there, and when you're there, you just you're probably not ready because you didn't prepare properly, which is key in everything, in acting, training, whatever, just preparing yourself properly. And 2 is you find out what you really got, is this really for me? So when you're in a fight and you're getting hit in the face, I learned the best from fights that I lost. You don't learn from winning, you learn from losing. And some of the best fights I've had have been fights that I've lost. And the reason why is because, for instance, 16 minutes into the fight when I'm getting hit in the face over and over and over, all I could think of is, I'm going to win. I just got to get. I never think I'm going to lose. I think I'm going to win. From the outside, it's like, I'm getting his face punched in. From my perspective, it's like, I'm going to hit me in the face so I can get his ankle. Like, I'm thinking I'm going to win until next thing you know, the TKO happens, so referee stops you and says you're getting hit too much. But when I leave that fight, going, wow, man, and I was really, truly ready to die at that moment. And not wanting to die, I thought I was going to win until I lost. And that's when you can look back and go, I learned something about myself. And that is something that no matter what you do in life, that's who you are. And some people don't have that. Some people look for when they're winning, they're killing it. But when someone starts putting the pressure on them and they can't take it, that's when you see them fold. And that's who they are as well.
How much of it do you think for UFC fighters is technique that they've learned, and then just like the other side is like them as a human and their willpower? And how much of that makes a successful fighter, do you think?
Well, first of all, I think majority of it is conditioning and being in shape, because not in shape, no matter how good you are, when that fatigue hits, it makes them nice men. You got to be able to fight past that fatigue. But I think it's just pretty much just being prepared, 100% prepared, and being able to weather the storm. There's a guy you guys all should have known him, Frank Shamrock. He was a great fighter because he had fights that was a really great fight with him and Tito Ortiz. And it was one in the UFC where Tito was dominating. He was one of the guys that I trained. He was great.
He fought 3 times.
Yeah.
Twice.
Yeah.
3 times.
I don't know. I remember a couple times. Maybe I don't remember. But it was his first one. That one Tito was bigger, stronger, and he was dominating Frank for most of the fight. But he just kept trying, kept going, and in the end, Tito made the mistake and he got out and he was able to finish. And Tito was tired and he was able to finish that fight because. That's the difference. Is like no matter how down you are, you haven't lost until you lost. And a lot of people, once they feel that losing happening, they just accept it that they lost, and that's it. They did lose because the mind changes and you become the loser at that moment. But the greats are the ones that just still think they're going to win. Denial or whatever you want to call it. They're going to win. They just got to figure out when their chance to win is, whether they won or lost at the end of the fight. To me, they won, because when you can come, give your best, give everything that you got, you can go home that day. And you wish you won, but you can go home and go, and I did the best I could do. Nothing is worse than going into there going, I knew I could have went longer, but I let the guy submit me, or I tapped because I was tired, or that's the stuff you can live with. It'll carry you. It'll be last 25 years in your mind after that fight.
After I started stand-up, my life changed because that's where my mind went.
Mm-hmm.
I went to a place of danger. I like danger. I was a criminal. I like carrying a gun, climbing through somebody's window, kicking the door, and seeing if they got an ounce or a kilo of coke. I like that danger in my life. I did. I really liked it. Yeah. That's what got my dick hard, Then when you get in the car and you drive, you're like, somebody could have got shot in that fucking room. It could have been me, or I could have ended up getting 30 fucking years for stupidity.
Right.
So as I was trying to get my life back together, I got into stand-up. And just that rush, that whole thing, I get overwhelmed everything. I think of now how I got off the drugs. And I got out of that mindset. It was all through stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
It really fucking was. Just taking chances. And once I was in. Like in 1991, I thought I wanted to do stand-up. I got on stage. And I fucked around with it for 2 years. And I tell people this all the time when they send me emails. I didn't take to it right away. I was like everybody else. You suck.
Mm-hmm.
I fucking sucked. I sucked. I had to talk to the audience. I sucked. But then in 93, 94, once 93 and a half, 94 came, I'm like, I'm going for this. I have nothing else. I'm 30-something years old. I have nothing else going on. I'm not going to use my fucking degree. I'm not going to I got felonies. They're not going to hire me as a stockbroker. I'm not going to sell insurance. Didn't we check and see in fucking Colorado, if you have a felony, you can't even be an acupuncturist. I couldn't do shit. I don't give a fuck. You know me. I'll walk in and deny it to the end that I got felonies. I don't have no fucking, I don't know what you're talking about. But it was really the fucking stand-up because that kind of, that getting your ass kicked every night and going back to this, how many times I cried myself to sleep after stand-up as a man.
I hear you, man.
Because it wasn't going well, or?
Sure. You're in a fucking hotel in Moscow, Idaho, and you just bombed at a fucking college, and they're giving you $50, and you owe on the rent, and you owe $600 on child support, and your kid hates you, your wife hates you, your girlfriend sucking somebody else's dick,
right.
And this is what happens. And now, but in the morning you wake up and you go, my kid could hate me, my wife could hate me, I could owe on the rent. But one thing I could control is I get on stage and I can do a lot better than what I did last night.
Right. You have control of that.
Broke as fuck, living off a Subway veggie and cheese sandwich, and saying, "Fuck it, I'm gonna go. You know what? Tomorrow I'm gonna go get a job. Tonight I'm gonna go fucking do a lot better than what I did last night. But tomorrow I'm gonna get a job. I'm gonna quit comedy. But then you do so well that night, that you go, fuck it. I just bought myself another fucking month.
Yeah, exactly.
And I get it, and I've transformed that attitude to jiu-jitsu. Like a lot, when I first started jiu-jitsu over here at the schools, a lot of young kids, they're killing me.
Right.
They're fucking killing me. They're my cardio stuff. And I started working, and I started saying, you know what? All I want to do is go in there the last 2 minutes today.
Mm-hmm.
And over the last 2 minutes, I leave there like the king of fucking Prussia.
Right. Because you're competing with yourself.
Yeah.
Not competing with that person.
No.
Which you're better than you were yesterday.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
That's it. That's it. Listen, the other day I went for an arm bar against somebody. I was laughing my ass off. I didn't even have the right arm. Didn't matter. I went for the fucking arm bar. You know why? Because what am I going to do? Not go for it until I get it? How I'm going to learn is by going for it. How many times do I tell you when I suck ass and walk in the car driving home, and you'll say, yeah, that joke didn't work. And I go, it don't matter. I said that thing on stage. So you go, what thing? And I'll say that thing. It didn't work, but I said it.
Well,
That's it.
You're saying exactly what I said. What you're saying is, I'm in the cage anyway, so I might as well win. And that's when and by the way, when you started explaining this whole thing, you started talking about the first part of your career and stuff, and then you kept coming back. That's great. But a lot of fighters continue to lose and accept being losers, just want to make some money and keep coming back. That's not it yet.
No.
It's when you said, I'm 37, I'm blah, blah, blah. That's when you stepped in the cage. You said, you know what? I'm here anyways. Where else am I going to go? I'm just going to really, and that's when you step to the next level. And that's when you step in the cage. I'm here to fight anyway. I might as well win.
That's
the simple thing.
It's such a great feeling. And this works if you're a fucking salesman.
Yeah.
The same thing as a salesman.
Anything.
Damn,
It's all the
I
same.
haven't sold shit in 3 fucking weeks. You know what? This is the week. If I don't sell shit, I'm quit. Then you call some motherfucker who not only buys from you, but buys 80 fucking thousand of those things. And you were ready to quit.
Yeah.
You were ready to fucking quit. In the words of Sheryl Crow, why quit before? What's he say? Quit before the dream happens. Whatever the fuck he says. So how the fuck does BJ and all these people come in? When do they come in? As you're fighting?
Yeah, well, basically when I'm fighting. I opened my school in 1995 in Las Vegas, still open, and it was really cool because in '93 the UFC started. Royce Gracie was kicking everybody's ass, and I opened my school in '95, and there was no jiu-jitsu hardly anywhere in the world, not to mention in Las Vegas, Nevada. So I had the very first MMA Brazilian jiu-jitsu school in Nevada. So every time he won a fight, the next day my school was packed. You know, they had nowhere else to go. Like you said, this is it.
How many schools are there now? Probably.
Oh, I couldn't even begin to even tell you. Like you said, it's like a 7-Eleven.
There's 4. There's 4 within 10 minutes of me right now.
Yeah.
That's on the safe side.
4 good ones.
Gracie Barra, Alberto Crane.
No, but I'm saying it's not like a
Marcelo.
low level.
No,
Those are good. Those are all good.
Marcelo over here. John Black Belt. He's in Burbank from here, around Cahuenga. And the guy in Santa Monica. He's a black belt. On 4th Street down there, Street Sports.
Yeah, I know there's also like Verdun's down there too.
Verdun's down there too, you know. But no, he has a school in Sherman Oaks. The partner has a little school right in Sherman Oaks. Sherman Oaks BJJ. Right on Ventura. So,
yeah, very confident. And then a million affiliate schools, like you're saying, that aren't even great, but there's still jiu-jitsu schools, MMA schools everywhere. So, yeah, but back to your question, so basically I was in school, I'm fighting, I'm doing really well. So I started attracting people, that like fight, and they come to Vegas, they try the school, they train with me, and they're hooked. And then it gets better and better. And then Chuck Liddell, basically a friend, same guy, one big Nick Lundgren, he brings Chuck to me and says, Chuck's going to fight in the UFC. He's a kickboxer. He wants to work on his grappling and ground stuff to get his help. So I started training Chuck for his first fight, and I was with him for his first 12 years from then on. I trained him from the very beginning when he was making $1,000 a fight, and and I was.
So Hackerman was a striking guy.
Yeah, from a youth, he went way under than that. But even during the first part of the UFC, John wasn't there as much. But then, he started picking up, and then John was always there. But yeah, Hackerman was always been, when he was a young guy, his kind of coach. So I was his Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach and grappling coach in general. He was a great wrestler, but we worked with him for the first few years. If you watch his fights, he's just the kind of guy you couldn't keep him on the ground. Even if you get Chuck to the ground, he's right back up on his feet, and that's what we worked on. And that's what my specialty was as an instructor for martial art fighters, is that I don't bring you to me and say, just start learning my moves or my way, and this is all you're going to do, because that would be very generic. That's what a lot of the schools do in jiu-jitsu. They teach. I would take the individual, Chuck, for instance, who could wrestle and who could strike good. And even though my specialty was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I've experienced in a lot of other arts at the time, 2 black belts in Taekwondo and other things. I would say you need to, first of all, not even do Jiu-Jitsu. You need to, first of all, know how to defend Jiu-Jitsu. And you know how to get back up so you can strike again. So the first couple of years, my biggest focus was simply getting off your back and getting back to your feet to do what you're already good at. Then over time, we'll build. You taking a guy down and passing his guard, and But the big concern was to immediately fill holes that could help him fight now and get better. And that's what I could do for anybody. If I get a grappler who's really good on the ground, but he can't take guys down, then I'd be focusing on wrestling, taking him down, takedowns, how to use his stand-up, the basics, the hands, whatever, just to get to a situation that he can get the guy on the ground. So I was very, very good at strategy and very, very good at helping people understand what they need. And I'm called one of the first mixed martial artists because besides being in the very beginning of the game fighting, I was one of the very few people that had black belts in a lot of different arts and was very well versed. So I was able to take people out of their element. If I fought a boxer, I'd wrestle him. If I was a wrestler, I'd box him. If I fought, I didn't have to just do, at that exact same time, it was always fighting jiu-jitsu against wrestling, jiu-jitsu against kickboxing. I could do all of it. So when I fought the Gracie kid, I was very good in jiu-jitsu already, but so was he. So that fight was me mostly standing on my feet and using my hands. Even when I took him down, I did real well, but I'm like, I know he can box with me. No one better athlete than he was. So I was able to, in the very beginning, change that a lot, change the game and become a martial artist. It was a mixed martial artist before there was a term for that, And then it goes on and on into the story of how the Fertitas and Dana White and everybody's even got interested in buying UFC and how I trained them and all that, which is part of why they say what you said earlier about my legacy with the sport. Is literally I put together the scenario that helped the Fertitas make that purchase and move on into buying the UFC. And at that time, the show was pretty much dead in the water. So my affiliation with Dana and the Fertitta brothers, training them for years privately before they bought the UFC, and bringing Chuck and bringing Tito and introducing them to all these people simply because I wanted to make the private more exciting. So I can BJ Penn and I bring Chuck Liddell as my friends. It got them so they fell in love with the sport, and through that, meant that the tap out guys, meant the UFC owners and everybody, and it ended up becoming what it is today. So I had a big hand in getting it where it was. I knew, and I was with Lorenzo Fertitta at first. He was on the boxing commission, and he was one of the ones that was trying to keep the UFC from coming to Las Vegas because it was hurting with the boxing game. He went from that to resigning as chairman and buying the UFC through our 2 years together.
Fucking
Yeah,
interesting.
for sure.
It really is interesting.
It's kind of cool how you would think, well, like I have to beat them at what we're both good at, but why put yourself through that pain? And sometimes fighters get knocked for it. Like, wasn't it like Brendan Schaub at a Metamoris or something? He just like laid on the ground, or like he wouldn't attack in jiu-jitsu, he'd only defend.
Yeah.
And people, spectators get mad, but as a jiu-jitsu person, you're like, he's really good.
Yeah,
when I attack, why would I put myself in danger like that?
The thing, it's funny you say that because there's this thing about the sport. Right now it's evolved into an exciting place because everybody's so well-rounded. They can stand, they can grapple, they can wrestle and stuff. But when I was training Tito, he didn't have his title yet, and I trained him all the way through his title with Vanderlei Silva in Japan, and I was there in the corner, and I developed a strategy. Vanderlei Silva, good friend of mine, he comes forward, just 1-2-1-2 forward, and very aggressive forward, and he commits, and he has bad intentions when he throws his punches. To me, bad intentions mean two things. One, if he hits me, he'll knock me out. Two, he's going to overcommit, so I can take advantage of that. So Tito being a great wrestler, the whole strategy for me with Tito is basically go out like you're going to step in front of him, throw a couple techniques to make him standing, to make him want to punch with me, just to get him going. As soon as he commits, shoot under him, take him down, ground and pound him. But stand you back up again, just do it over and over and over. And for the whole fight, he did that for 5 rounds, dominated every round. And some people said, man, all he did is take the guy down and didn't. But it doesn't matter. Because he won the title, and from that day forward, became Tito Ortiz that we know today, the champion. So they can grumble, they can say what they want because they're sitting out there watching, never even trained most of the guys. A lot of them are 16. But the truth of the matter is, Tito had to make a career for himself and win. And as a fighter, you do what you have to do to win, and that's based on strategy. And that was the right strategy for that fight. So it really is a mature mental mind that can make those decisions and not get caught up in trying to make everybody else happy. You got to make yourself happy. You got to feed your family first.
It's messed up though because it is a business. So as a fan, you want like every fight to be like 2 Nick Diaz's against each other.
Of course you do. Yeah.
So does that play into it all with the fighters when like the UFC is renegotiating their contracts, or they'll give you more money if you're more entertaining?
What they did is they did those bonuses.
Yeah.
Knockout of the night, submission of the night. That was how they did that, and that's what their answer to that was. To get it more exciting, let's pay people $70,000 more if they do a great submission, and that's enough to incentivize somebody, especially when the money's okay. So that was what they did. You're right.
When I used to walk out of Higgins, I'd see you teaching me after my class. And one day it was just you and a dude. And you said, well, leave the gi on. Don't worry about it. Just leave the fucking gi on. Let's do this. And he said, no. Like, fucking leave the gi on. And you would teach them. I was putting on my shoes thinking, how fucking interesting is this guy? Just another guy would maybe come in, stretch, and put you through the fucking nonsense. The kid was already warm. You jumped on. And it was like so interesting that this guy has worked with Chuck Liddell. He's worked with BJ Penn. He's worked with Tito. But he takes 5 minutes out to help a kid that's not in this fucking class. That's why you're sitting where you're sitting. because I think if I took the money away from this, you'd still do this.
100%. When I was
You'd
fighting, it
still
was
do
money.
this.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you, man, I love doing stand-up comedy. You know what I hate? It makes me money. When I go to the comedy store and I do those 20 minutes at night, they pay me $15. And my dick gets hard. My dick gets hard. I don't have to worry about it. I don't think about it. Sometimes I pick up my check. Sometimes I've never gone in there looking for a check. The manager will see me go, and he'll just give us a bunch of checks. The other day, I was standing at the bar with Joe, and the manager gave me checks. And Joe's like, I never even take these. Like, they just go right back. They revert. You know, like, you don't even think about it. My heartburn is when I have to get on the plane, do a door deal, worry about how many people in the audience. I got to take leave with me to count. That's not stand-up. That's something else, you know? What happened to the days where I gave you $1.50 and I fucking showed up twice a week and moved me through the wall? And at the end we stretched it. And that's, I hate everything, you know, that's corporate America. Yeah. That's it, you know. If I'm not saying nothing bad, I'm just saying something like, I just said that, Gracie Bar, you know, they're a union. They do whatever the fuck they do, you know. If I'm a kid and I don't have rich parents, you know, they charge $180 a month, I think. That's $180 for a gi or whatever it is, you know. If I don't have the dough, I can't go there, you know, because it's corporate. That's what the rates are on paper. But a guy like you've been on the other side of the tracks. You know what? Just leave me that sneaker what you got every month and I'll take it. You want to learn. This guy really wants to learn with the other guy. You know, it's just business side to art always sucks for me. It sucks dick for me. It makes me feel shitty sometimes. Like, I just can't walk in there and do a gig and just fucking go home.
Yeah.
You know, money and art to me, I've never really, it's a part that you want to do, but because you know, some guy will give you all the dough in the room, come and train and say to you halfway, hey, hold on, I got to take a call.
Yeah.
You know, somebody will come in and give you $15, and he's there 10 minutes before the class. Now he's already done 10 push-ups before you fucking walk in the door. You know,
that's worth my time.
Yeah, that's the one that you go, you know what, come next week. Well, I can only come once a week because my parents can't afford it. Just come fucking next week.
Exactly.
We'll work it out. You'll mop, you'll clean the fucking bathroom, you'll do whatever you want to do. What is your vision for this new place? This is Hollywood. You know, you're in Hollywood here. As you know, a lot of fighters have relocated to Los Angeles. You know, Southern California is it. This is it. Right. You know, Jersey's great, but, you know, you got Henzo and you got the kid down in Henry. What's a Brazilian in Henry with Tom, where Frankie Edgar goes. The other guy, Alberto, he lost in the UFC. Crane is here. Crane's here. Alberto, he trains in Jersey, in Henry, New Jersey. Doesn't matter. He's a Henzo black belt.
Sarah out there.
Right. Sarah's in Long Island.
Great man.
But good guys. You got my man Marcelo Garcia in New York. You got Draculino in motherfucking New York City. So New York's bouncing with jiu-jitsu, but this is it.
Yeah,
you know, the word on the street is, you know, the Mexico's got John Jones down there, but this is it. You got the schools in San Diego. You got the schools in Orange County, which are top notch. You got great trainers. I mean, what do you want to do?
This school here, the Unbreakable Performance.
And it's beautiful. Everything's fucking
top of the line.
Everything.
Partners Jay Glazer from Fox and then Brian Urlacher from Chicago Bears. And it's everything in this place, equipment-wise, just for conditioning, is top-notch. I mean, cryo machines, hyperbaric chambers, and I mean, it's top of the notch as far as that goes. So we have clients like, you know, Usher and Armie Hammer and Jeremy Piven, and, you know, a great as well as every NFL guy you can see just training there on a normal basis, just normal, cool people just training, you know. And then we have classes as well now. So basically, I came in and I opened all the martial arts side of it. You know, so we're doing all that stuff. Kids classes starting as well. And my goal is really to build a quality, high-end martial art facility that really people can get what they pay for. You know, not just, you know, it costs what it costs, but to make sure people leave saying thank you for, I'm happy to pay this because you're giving me what I'm paying. People don't mind paying for something good if they really get what it's worth, you know. And paying for someone's name is one thing, which is a lot of people do in town. I get to train with so and so, but nothing's better than someone paying and being grateful because it was such a good class. And that's my goal. If I don't leave the class with people saying, "Man, thank you so much," every time I leave a class, I get texts from everybody saying, "I'm so great to train with you, John." Blah blah blah. And it's just, they're not saying it because I'm John, because there's a lot of those guys in town, like you said. In this block, we have a bunch of those great names. It's because the class was rewarding, and they felt that I really wanted to be there, like you said. And I do really want to be there. So I just simply want to build a great school here, a great team. We have privates, kids, adult classes, everything you can think of. Even just conditioning is great there as well, and just do that thing, And then my other passion, which is of course very, very important to me, is my acting career, which is why I left Vegas to come here. But gosh, I'm in Hollywood training producers and directors, so it all works hand in hand.
Hold that thought. Where's Tony Bennett, cocksucker? You're sitting there meditating, thinking about the Mexican girlfriend that had to tear her up this weekend. I saw that.
I was thinking about how you ate a star with me and then pulled out that
the
weird
chocolate's only 10
triangle.
milligrams. I got a piece for you.
Oh.
Sugar free. That's all we need to try.
Or God.
What? Are you kidding me or what? Fucking John Lewis is a savage and shit. Motherfuckers be flying through windows and shit.
That's great.
It's fun. This is how we feel.
Yeah, like
What do you think of the whole acting fucking thing?
well, listen, I like it. I'll tell you why. As you know, I explained, came from Vegas as a dancer. I was a guy on stage. But from that to becoming, what I wanted to be is the rock star, the lead guy in the band, not the drummer, the guy, And I went from that into doing, I owned my own fighting shows, my own fighting organizations, the promoter, and did all that. And then I have had and have an amazing business, celebrity talent booking agency, marketing director for casinos and clubs. And so I've always been the guy, an entrepreneurial guy, always the guy. I've always liked to be the guy in front. So I enjoy acting. I look at it as a new craft, the same way I found something I love again, like martial arts, where I really love the craft itself, and studying, understanding the craft, and talking to people, actors like yourself that has such experience, and that really moves me the way that someone coming to train with me in jiu-jitsu would move them. And I happen to be very talented as an actor, I think, and I've been doing very well. So to me, I love that.
Did you go to acting class?
I do.
Where? You still go?
Different places. Yeah. I'm method right now with someone down in Santa Monica side.
Okay.
Yeah, from the actor studio, and but also Aaron Spies, I trained his school, his place for a while, and a master class there, and did the groundings class courses and all those different things. And but a lot of my with Mickey, I trained Mickey Rourke as well, so I learned a lot from Mickey, and he's been very, very helpful and generous with his knowledge, as well. So I just, I can learn from watching, and I watch movie after movie after movie, and I pay attention, and I excel quickly in things. So, to me, it's my new passion. And
It's funny because the type of comedian I consider myself is like an MMA fighter, because I could act this shit. I love it. Especially now, now I'm to a point where I'm very fortunate. When I got on the set, I knew exactly what to do from A to Z. And Lee and I have had this conversation that very early, I was very lucky. I got big movies, a day here,
Right.
2 days here, which you watch. Unless you're a fucking Momo, you sit there and you watch what people do, and then you emulate it. You put a touch of yourself.
Yeah.
And then the most shocking thing happened. I also, when I first got here, I got a couple big things, but I wanted to get good like everybody else. So every Wednesday at 5 o'clock, I was in 7-Eleven on Sunset and Gardner, and I would get to backstage, and I would run home. And that night, I'd go out and get all fucking do stand up. But when I got home, I get a fucking grandma blow, and I do the coke, and I do the submissions for backstage. And I'd stay up till 6, and I'd get all creepy and walk to the post office and mail them. And then that night or the next day, they would call me first, because those small movies always only call 3 people per character. They're small. They don't even pay half the time. I just wanted to do it.
When work.
to get good, to get a reel, because in this town you can't do dick without a reel. And I kept doing it, and I locked down. And we started fucking booking. I booked a couple of improv shows. I booked Mad TV. I booked a half-hour sitcom. I booked some fucking dramas. You know, I booked movies as dramas, as comedy. You know, I like doing the drama better than the fucking comedy because on the comedy I'm on a hook. I gotta do this shit. On a drama, I just gotta smack somebody or fly through a wall or get beat up or get handcuffed. That's my specialty. Get drilled by a cop, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And now, like when I did Marin and Brooklyn Nine-Nine last year and shit like that, I just felt, you know, I wasn't, I would get there and I'd feel my natural insecurity, which that always comes out. But then after a couple of minutes, I go, why am I insecure for? I paid my fucking rent.
Right.
I'm not the fucking white belt with a stripe in the corner of this motherfucker. I'm sitting right in this motherfucking middle here. And having that attitude lifts you.
100%.
It lifts you. That's it. Like when I did Marin, I looked around. Marin is the show. When I moved here, you know, what's the show that premiered last night? Saul?
Saul.
Okay, when I first got to this town, you know what the hot show was in town? His show with the other guy.
Breaking Bad.
No. This is fucking 18 years ago.
Oh.
He had a show on HBO with the dude with the glasses and shit. And every agent you talked to, when you went to their office in those days and say you're a comedian, what do you think of this show? And you're like, oh, these two fucking guys. And you couldn't call an agent after 4:30 on a certain 2 days because they were taping the show. So every fucking agent went to the show. Well, that show now is Marin. Everybody goes to Marin. Every agent. So I'm sitting down again in my hands and I said, fuck, I'm taking it to the fucking hoop. That's why Marin, I'm snorting blow in the episode. I'm going great. They're like, we don't want you to do it, but we want you to know we have vitamin B here. Give me a fucking thing. Fill it up. Watch me snort vitamin B till I fuck. And you just go, you know. And I went home that night going, you know what? I'm not just a comic anymore.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking actor.
I'm an actor.
And you want to write, and that's the completion. Mm-hmm. That's the 3 disciplines mixed into fucking one. You know, some mornings I wake up and I write a chapter in a book. Some mornings I wake up and I write fucking 3 fucking jokes, you know.
Yeah, I'm writing and producing and all of it. I'm writing the scripts and I'm producing features. I mean, with my business background that I have, you know, I'm capable of. I'm not the guy that sits there waiting for my agent to call me and give me an audition. Like a lot of the things I've got, I've just been my own networking and my own abilities, and I want to write pieces that I like, that I want to be in. I'll put myself in a scenario in there where I'm working with the right people around me that's going to help elevate my game to make sure they're where they need to be so I can make my money back. And you know, I get the business and I understand it very well, and I love the craft, man. You know, leading man is where I want to be, not just, you know, act, but I want to, you know, once again, I want to be the lead singer of the band. I don't want to just be the drummer, you know.
I always thought about musicians that came out, did what you did, a lead album, a great album that sold, you know. And then one day just said, fuck it, I don't want to do this no more. Remember VH1 had that show where they showed Where Are They Now?
Yeah.
And they showed some pretty badass motherfuckers who took that money and opened up a paint company.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I was one of the paint houses. Now I paint houses. You're like, what the fuck? You little man, bitch. What were you thinking? But, you know, I think I could do the same thing every fucking week. I'm like, every time I go somewhere with my wife and I get pissed off around a restaurant or something, I should just do this and shut my fucking mouth and show these motherfuckers how it's done.
Just open up a competing restaurant?
Yeah, like fuck all these bitches up.
Yeah, man.
I had to go with my wife with her friends yesterday and the kids to eat Cuban food. I'm fucking Cuban. These people were insulting me. I mean,
wait, I think it's my turn. How did you get stuck with all that?
How what?
You got going with your wife's friends to go to Cuban food.
Oh, I love my wife. And these are, I know the girl. The girl's Cuban. The husband is an actor, great dude. The kids are beautiful. I wanted to go too. But when I went, it was the place we went. It keeps getting worse and fucking worse.
Oh,
Every
really?
time I go, I got to bring my own fucking hot sauce and shit. Nobody has Frank's fucking hot sauce out here in California. I'm a Frank's type of motherfucker. Don't put that tortilla on my shit.
Is Frank's Cuban?
No, Frank is fucking a white dude from Buffalo. He invented the wing, cocksucker. That's what Frank is. Frank's hot sauce and shit. Louisiana style hot sauce.
But why would they have that at a Cuban restaurant?
Because that's what it calls for. Doesn't call for tapatio shit. That's for Mexican food, dog. I'm not insulting, though, but I'm just telling you, you got to pick a fucking flag. That's why I don't go to Chinese, Japanese restaurants. Fuck you, bitch. Pick a fucking flag. You can't do both. You can't do pork fried rice and sell fucking sushi. That ain't kosher. That ain't fucking kosher. That's any Jew. You can't mix fish and fucking pork like that. No, I'm sorry. I've got emotion.
No, I hear you. Yeah.
You're trying to fuck with Cuban food. It fucking pisses me off.
Yeah. No, but like you said, like what you said earlier, it's like when it comes to money and business and acting, it's like whatever it is you're doing, it's any good entrepreneur, any real legitimate successful entrepreneur would tell you that you just do what you're going to do and you do it the best you possibly can, and the money will come. You don't do it for the money. You know, you focus on what you're trying to do, that you have a passion for, that you love, and you do it the best you can do it, and then the money will come if you're doing it right.
Well, was that for you? Was it that way for like the entire time, or did you have a switch? Because when you're young, it seems like, at least for me, it's like all about the money, and you have all these bills to pay. Was it a switch? At what point were you like, okay, the money's not here, so I'll just keep doing it?
Well, I mean, still got bills to pay, you know, but you got to love what you're doing. You got to love what you're doing, you know, and then it's not work. I don't get up in the day going, I have a full day of things that I'm doing for the goal that I'm trying to achieve, and trust me, if I told you them all, you'd think I was all over the place, although it all makes perfect sense to me. But it's every one of them are something I look forward to waking up the next day to do, because it's something I love, you know. And if you do it right, then, you know, the repercussions come.
You know, you just have a belief. I told 1,000 stories on here when I lived in an office. I lived in an office that was in Seattle, $1.25 a month. There was no bathroom. You had to piss out the fucking window. I used to take showers at the gym down the street. I would go there twice a day, go in the morning, work out, take a shower, you know. That's when you know how much you love something. Because at that point, you go, what am I doing? I can move home, work with my dad at the gas station, make a ton of loot, steal, fucking drive his car. But you're like, fuck that.
Yeah.
This is what I want to do. This is what I believe.
Yeah.
It's a rough belief, man. It's tough to sell to people. People can't sell it to themselves, and that's why, just like you know, you have that picture of you, I don't know how many years ago, it had to be 15, Rico, and Chuck with hair, and Tito. So they were close then. That's when they were close.
One big team.
This was one big team. What the fuck, you know, what do you say? 15 years later, you see these guys. Chuck went on to become one of the greatest fucking. Chuck inspired me. I went back and joined Tempo and lost 100 pounds because of Chuck.
I get it.
Whenever Chuck's in the room, though, look at my face. I'm just fucking pale. And finally, one day I had balls to talk to him. He's very nice. Eddie introduced me to him. He's very fucking nice. I seen him do some crazy shit. One time at a UFC event, like he just knocked somebody out. Like 2 weeks before, he walked into an event with a fucking baby carriage.
Yeah,
it was the fun.
Yeah,
everybody fucking was howling. He was like, "What, bitches? You have this little baby carriage."
Yeah, he's just a human being like all of us, man. Paying bills, you know. You know, like when I was fighting back in the day, to give you an idea, the fight with Carlson Gracie Jr. This was the first. 0 to lose, $4,000 if I win the title on pay-per-view. I didn't even. It could have been 1,000. It wouldn't have made a difference to me because I wasn't fighting for that reason in those days. I was fighting because I wanted to see, okay, I've been fighting in the back of my yard. I teach at my school. You know, I had this thing on my flyers. It was anyone 6'6" or taller or 250 or heavier to train for free with me. And the reason I did that was because I wanted to fight against them. So I'd have, you know, all kinds of people paying for privates, but these guys could train for free because that was going to benefit me because that's where I was. And then I met a gentleman named John Puetti, who was a matchmaker for the UFC, Extreme Fighting, and he put me in some of these real shows when it just started. But to me, it was like an opportunity to fight someone who was definitely worthy of me fighting, to see how good I really was. I really was. And it was always about to better myself, to see how good I really was. And it's carried over. I retired probably 5 years before that real money started in the game, you know, because it was never. That's why I started producing my own show, the WFA, the World Fighting Alliance, which the UFC bought for me, for quite a bit of money 3 years later. I mean, but the reason was because I eventually said, okay, I'm not going to ever make money as a fighter. Fighters don't make money because, you know, now it's rough, but then you can't even imagine. Top payday in the world for the best fighter, which I was one of them, was like 20 grand. So I mean, like 2 times a year, 3 times. I mean, what is that? You know. So long story short, is I started my own show, and I had this clear concept called the World Fighting Alliance, where the Fight Club meets the nightclub. And I brought in John Huntington, who is a very popular club promoter, did huge arena shows. And I did all the matchmaking. I was the president. I put it all together. He made sure that it had like, laser lights and great DJs playing and go girls between rounds. It was amazing. It was amazing. Everybody would be there, including the fajitas. Everybody would be there, and it had it was 17 and over, so it was hot chicks and it brought a whole other demographic. It was like going out. It was like going out to like a party, a nightclub. The fights, they were really good. And my fight, I mean, it was Rich Franklin, Frank Trigg, and Marvin Eastman. I mean, it was real. It was top level.
What year was this?
This is gosh, I don't know, 15, 20. You can Google it. I don't even remember. Yeah,
Sounds like fun.
yeah. Oh, it was amazing. But it was after 4 shows, the UFC bought it for me. They bought it out, and we had Rampage, and they bought the contract and all that stuff too. So, but yeah, that was my thing. And then from there, what was really interesting is I went into the nightclub industry because the gentleman I was producing with, he said, hey, you know, I'm doing this little night over at the Palms. You know, once a week, you can come be a club promoter guy there with me and be kind of fun. I'm like, what do I do? And he's like, just invite people, get them on the guest list, bring them in. You have a table and bottles, something going there, and I started inviting people, and it turned out I had hundreds and hundreds of people would come, and I realized, you know, my success from the fighting really carried over. It was like if Oscar De La Hoya invited you to a party, you came. So I was like, man, this is so easy. Tons of people were coming, and it was and I, you know, of course I was just, you know, had my table and bottles, making a couple $100 for the night, nothing serious, and basically it was popping off. And then eventually the individual had a partner had a problem with the hotel. They you know, this sort of whole deal fell apart years later when we were the #1 spot in Vegas, and within 3 weeks it was dead, and that they couldn't keep it going because so obviously it was us. But so they called me instead and said, hey, listen, you were bringing most of the people anyways. You know, would you consider taking it over on your own, being your night? And I was like, sure, let me check with John because, you know, I have loyalty. You got to ask my buddy. And he's like, go for it, you know. So within a week and a half, it was popping again, more than ever. But now it was my thing now. And that 2,000 went to 3,000, 200 went to 3,000 a week. And they just continued to grow until I ended up owning and starting this company, John Lewis Entertainment Group, which is still in existence. Now it's an international company that deals with thousands of clubs, booking celebrity appearances internationally, and doing marketing for big casinos. But it just snowballed, and it never was my plan. But you know, it's just doing things that you love. You know, if you do it right, it just, you know, the fruits come. You know, and that's how I've been. I'd be surprised at all the different full life careers I've been up until this point. You know,
You brought something interesting up. I always wanted to learn. I always forget to ask, like Rich Franklin. Who did we have? Not Rich Franklin.
Yeah.
Was it Rich
I love
Franklin?
Rich.
Yeah, it was Rich.
Oh, man.
What the fuck am I thinking? It was Rich, and we've had MMA junkie. You know, I gotta ask you a question I've never asked anybody. I'm a hot UFC guy. I see the breakdown. I'm seeing like 2 days later, they'll tell you what each fighter made. That's just a percentage because that's not their sponsors or whatever.
Right.
Let's pretend I make $25,000 for the fight, and I get a $50,000 fight bonus. That's $75,000.
okay.
I walk into fucking the school. And I go, take me to the fucking booth. You cover me for jiu-jitsu. You hook me up with some dude from Muay Thai. You hook me up with Dave for conditioning. When I get to 75,000, what do I owe you?
10% usually.
So 7,500.
Yeah.
So for 8 weeks, I give you a measly fucking 7,500.
Well, you're talking about the best case scenario. The truth of the story is about, say you got a school that's based on fighters. You got 1 or 2 guys fighting in the UFC, and you got a bunch of guys that are fighting for $200-300 a week, training for 2 months before the fight. So obviously, it's not about the money because what 10% of what $500, right? For 2 months of work.
$50, right?
Exactly. So it's like that, but even worse, you know. So
I thought the trainer
yeah.
made like 30%, maybe a lot more.
Well, no, I mean you can make 10 or 15% or whatever, but it's not a lot more than that, you know. Because there's the manager, there's the trainer, same as the business that we know. There's always different, you know. There's a lawyer if you're trying to get professional. But it's once again, even the fighters, they're making okay money. They're divvying it up, you know. So you can divvy it up.
You look at the, again, I'm a fucking freaking, you know, because comics I want to see gates. You know, I'm always interested in gates. You know, my business, my family business, when you gave from Cuba was the gate on the track. You know, the numbers in New York City, the last 3 numbers of the pari-mutuel, what the track made for the fucking day. So every night they'll tell you after a UFC fight, we made fucking $3 million. You know what I'm saying? So you're telling me, on the other hand, they're not make that much money. And I know there's fucking tons of costs, man. When you go on a fight, people, you know, I mean, every time you see that UFC commercial pop up during fucking ABC Sports, you know, on ABC at 6 o'clock, they fucking pay for that. They pay out the fucking ass.
Yeah.
And, you know, they do a great job of fucking marketing. They get it out there.
Yeah.
You pop your, if you click on to one UFC post, that's it. Every time you fucking click on to something, UFC's lingering. You can be something about people dying of fucking gonorrhea. And the UFC's in the corner. They'll pop up something fucking crazy. It's amazing.
No, a lot of money.
You know, there's a ton of fucking money they put their name out there, man. So, you know, and that's what I always get pissed off when people raise their hand that they don't get paid enough. But on the other hand, I know that there's a lot of cost involved. Right. So as a comic, it's like you said to me the other day, Joe, you sold this many tickets in this town. Why don't you just do a theater? Because it becomes something else. What if I do the fucking? See, the comedy club is a built-in thing location. All they got to do is drive. They give me a percentage, blah, blah, blah. But the theater, it's all me. If a theater is 8 to 10 and I go long to 8:15, guess what? I'm paying for fucking 2 hours, but I only did 15 minutes. It don't matter. It's a 2-hour increments. Read the fucking contract. Right. You know, there's 1,000 fucking costs, you know. Yeah. And that's what Joe Public has never really taken into consideration. When the people start raising their hand, that's something different, but that's what you agreed upon.
Yeah, you know, the thing is that, you know, there's different conversations with this, and it's always touchy for me because I'm, you know, I'm both sides of the game. I'm a businessman, I've owned my own shows, but I'm also the fighter that wants to be paid for what I'm worth, and I see all the sides of it. You know, I definitely think, you know, we should work towards the fighters getting paid more and more, but at the same time, you're right, and also this is a business that the Fertittas bought to run as a business, you know, and they spent $2 million of their own money when it was gone, how much it cost to buy. And when they were just about to quit, and I was there through all of this, they had spent $47 million in advertising, trying to make it go from the most bloody sport in the world to the sexiest sport in the world, doing FHM ads, Rolling Stone ads, just so much marketing. They were literally saying, we just throw the towel in, and that Forrest Griffin fight happened. In the Bonner fight, and all of a sudden a spark of life showed that maybe we should hang a little longer, and now here we are. So it's just so much money, you're right, going in to make this thing what it is today. If they didn't do that, the fighters would be making nothing because probably UFC wouldn't have lasted, would have been gone, you know. So, but it's easy to forget that over time. And the next thing about it is very expensive to run a show. I don't know exactly the percentages are, who's being paid what, but the real problem with the show is the monopoly they had on the business. Meaning that it was you don't want to be the one that gets on the bad side when the only show in town is that, because what's your other option? So it's easy to control contracts and persons and things of that nature when there's nothing else. But the game's changing. There's Bellator now. There's the World Series of Fighting now. They're actually contenders. Bellator is going to be around. So that's going to help the game a lot because there is another option. And those things over time are going to naturally help. But if people compare it to NFL or to boxing and how much money people make in boxing,
right?
But let's think how long boxing's been around.
But it seems like UFC is way more popular than boxing.
Yeah,
now.
but my point is that my point is not that. My point is that if you're judging apples and apples, you're judging a sport that's the UFC bought maybe 15 years ago. It went from pretty much zero to this in that amount of time, even though it's been around before that. And you're saying they should be making the same amount of money as boxers, but that sport's been around forever. And by the way, amateur fighters fight for free a lot, and sometimes for $200 in boxing. Or the lower level fighters. Just Pacquiao and Mayweather, the main fights getting the big chunks because they draw the purse. So there's a lot of sides to it, like you're trying to say. It's not as cut and dry as it seems.
No, it's not. I do comedy, and it's a business. It's a fucking business. You know what? Listen, I love to fucking go through my records and see who fucking shortchanged me, and go back and say, hey, motherfucker, you shortchanged me 10 years ago. I'm going to take you to court and all that stuff. But you know what? At the time, that's a deal I took.
Yeah, you took the deal. Right.
Somebody came up to me about a year ago and said, you know what your CD sells when you go to the Army over there in fucking Iran, Iraq, they have little fucking huts and people go in there and buy stuff in commissaries. And some CD I did with Jeff Garcia and Felipe's over there. They sold 400,000 copies of that fucking CD. You know how much I got? 1,500. That's what I agreed to. That's what I agreed to.
Yeah.
In my coked up mind, that was what was going to save me. So I knew what I was doing at the time. I knew I was going to get fucked in the ass. But I did it anyway.
Right. And that happens in every industry.
It
Music
happens
industry.
in every industry.
Every
industry. I just read this book, my friend Mauricio Alvarado, about Black Sabbath, that they didn't make no money. 9 albums, 8 albums, they didn't make a fucking dime. The guy would give him a car from time to time. You think, what's your car? There's a car around the corner. You know, think of the people who got robbed, but in your haze and your love for what you're doing, it just not the, I don't know, when you're involved in something, this is what you do. And years later, you wake up and you get pissed off or whatever. Right. You all have bad feelings. Let me give some shout outs.
Yeah.
We'll get you the fuck out of here. What's up with you, Dracula? Look at you.
What's up, buddy?
Give me the evil eye, the fucking
I just can't believe
Malukia.
you have like a buffet going on available today.
I just, this is what they gave me. You know?
It's the scariest bag in the world.
What do you guys know? You know I don't travel, right? I ain't got time to dilly-dally. I'm like fucking John Lewis over here.
Do you ever sleep, John? Like I can't imagine you.
John, don't sleep. Bro.
Yeah.
I ain't got
You
time.
take like a special shot that gives you like 5 minutes of sleep and you're good.
But I do sleep for like 4 or 5 hours and I'm happy. I'm good. 5 hours. But not like I just wake up and I'm ready to work. I'm ready to start my day and do something.
Thanks to the Lord. You ain't dilly-dally. He ain't playing fucking Call for Duty. He lives it. You know what I'm saying? Why fucking play Call of Duty when you can live it? Jump off a fucking building and start your goddamn day. Stuart Cole out there in London. I love you, cocksucker. Happy birthday. I know it's something going on with you. I just forgot right now. Lloyd, the Fly the Wave, Blake, Mayor, Juan Nunez, Ricky McLean, Aaron Heath, Radcliffe Yates, Clayton Webb, Ryan Cavazos down there. I'll see you next week, cocksucker. Alex Z and James Hewlett. Stay black, you fuck. You know I love you.
What's up,
What are you looking at me all creeped up for?
Did your eyelids finally look as fucked up as mine do?
No. I went swimming today. I was jumping up and down.
Your eyes are small.
I know, God.
He's fucked up. I gave one of the stars of that. That's one of the ones they shot at Bruce Lee at fucking at Fist of Fury. It's like,
You called me and said people were at the dispensary and they were asking if these were the stars that you get me fucked up on.
That's right. Too little funny.
Killing me.
I gotta do it, John. And now he sits around. He don't want to do nothing. He plays that fucking Call of Duty 6 hours a day. He plays that shit.
I wish.
I'm gonna blow up that fucking game one of these days. I call him in the morning. What are you doing? When is the grand opening, my brother?
We're gonna pick a hard grand opening in the next few weeks. I'd like to definitely let everybody know to look up some of the social media to follow that and find out.
Let them know.
Yeah, if you don't mind me saying.
No.
Yeah. So I'd love you guys to come follow me on Twitter. Just at John Lewis MMA, real easy. You can kind of see all the updates and what I'm up to and all the everyday exploits of striving entrepreneur. And Facebook, it's just / John Lewis Fighter. Instagram, John Lewis MMA as well. And the website is johnlewismma.com. So it's all pretty easy. But you can see we're open now. You can come train now. You can come into the school. You can find the information on the website. There's also a number you can call. My partner David, his number is 310-258-0786. That number is for giving you more information about the school. But come and get signed up, and then when the grand opening happens, we'll have Chuck there and Tito there, and Randy and everybody will be there, and it's going to be a real big shindig. So
you're a fucking savage. You see what I'm saying? Lee's going to come down. He's going to do some jumping
a little
jacks.
bit of rolling.
Lee's a savage.
Cryo machine and
Lee, you have no idea. Lee's a wrestler in high school, state champion.
No, it wasn't.
Oh man.
Oh, I was never a
Wait, let
champion.
me bullshit the man. Shut your fucking mouth. I'm trying to tell you. I can't tell.
And open your eyes too. Open your eyes.
That's not gonna happen.
What do you got the rest of the day, Lee?
No, nothing. That's why I went to the gym before this because I
Did you?
knew I was gonna get fucked up.
How many calories you got left?
Huh?
How many calories you got left?
I don't know. I haven't put the mileage in yet.
We got this cryo machine over there. It's awesome. It takes you down to minus 240
Oh, God.
degrees for 2 minutes, but it burns 900 calories just standing still.
What?
It's and it also is great for your joints and everything.
You
too.
burn 900 calories standing
Just
still?
stand still, man. So so yeah, you can
So
come down there. You
when
can,
you
you can
do
come there.
this-
You can take one of those things, come down, just stand, burn 900 calories, and then you go and watch play Call of Duty.
So 2
You're
minutes
set.
you stand there.
And, well, it's not that easy. It's cold, but
Like a
you can
motherfucker.
make it. You can make it.
How cold is it?
Go to 200,
But
minus
wait a
240.
second. A minute is 450. That's what you got to stand on that bicycle for an hour. For.
I know. Wait. So how long could you stay there? Can I stay there for like an hour
No,
a day?
you probably gonna get frostbite.
Oh.
Die.
Fuck that, Lee. You can do it. You're from Boston. You ain't no fucking.
900 calories
You ain't
in 2
Hawaiian and
minutes.
shit. Tell
No,
him, Lee.
That would take me like
Lee.
an hour and a half.
Lee, how many
no.
fucking tell him, Lee? It's the snow is falling.
Like 6 foot. My mom
my
keeps
God.
shoveling.
Oh
and
my
my younger
Oh
brother
my
lives there
God.
and they won't let them like leave. Like, there's a parking on the street ban, there's a driving ban unless you're like a state employee. So she's been shoveling all day, every day.
My wife left CNN on it, and it was on. I was in the kitchen with the baby, and I heard some lady going, "It snowed 71 inches
In like 2
3
weeks.
days or something fucking
Yes,
ridiculous."
I'm from Hawaii, so
Yeah, and I'm
trying
hearing
to feel
this,
all that.
and all of a sudden, like, I straighten up, and I'm like, "What's he fucking bitch?" There's always somebody on TV bitching. I did the math in my head. I'm like, "That's fucked up."
Yeah.
Like 71 inches in 3 days or
Wow.
something
I
crazy.
think it's like 2 weeks. I think it was like less than
Oh
2
my
days.
fucking God. And it's 19 degrees this morning in
And
Jersey.
it's snowing again right
My
now.
friend's like, "Yeah, it's 19 degrees today. It's warming up." What? I went to the fucking park with the baby. I had to put shorts on and shit. I got bit by some bug because I had shorts on and shit.
It's definitely
Wow.
much better out here.
Yeah, no, I can't
Yeah.
go back. In fucking Hawaii, they don't even give a fuck.
No, Hawaii.
All you do all day is do a couple jiu-jitsu, eat some pineapple juice,
Go to
wait
the
for a
beach,
fucking
surf.
tsunami. That's
To
it.
the beach, yeah, wait
But-
for big waves.
I've actually heard from people who like were born in Hawaii, if they were white or like not native, like they didn't like it. Like
Howley.
they just as someone who's never been there, when you think Hawaii, you think like paradise. It would be great to live there. But then I've heard a bunch of people say it's not that great a place to
Why
grow up.
do you think after fist fights every day?
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
So you just gotta beat people up. You'll be all good.
Oh god,
Good thing you're a wrestler.
no. I was in a couple fights, but no, I don't want to be in fights every
They're
week.
gonna kill you in that fucking car. You're gonna be driving. down.
Hawaii is a great place.
That happened to me. You know, listen, man, it's tough because sometimes you get sucked in. I was coming home from the ice house one night, minding my own business, just driving, and some guy pulled up next to me, and he was lurking. I don't know, maybe some people have bad days.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what the fuck they're going through. They had bad days. They sat next to me. Finally, I was in the express lane. I'm not even supposed to be in that lane.
Right.
That's how late it was. It was 10:30, 11. I'm not drinking and driving. I don't drink and drive, so I don't even drink. So I'm just driving. Listen, I look at the motherfucker. He's giving me the fucking finger. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? And after a while, I'm like, you know what? Fuck you, bitch. And all of a sudden, they started looking at me, giving me like eyes and shit. So I had a bunch of pennies in this chink. I opened up my window and I threw it this way. And I heard this car go, that motherfucker drove down that 134.
He didn't know what you were doing. He didn't know what hit him.
Fuck no. Shit.
He didn't know what that was.
And by the way, to give you people a follow-up, I haven't talked to my daughter in like 15 years. So
Oh yeah.
it took me like a fucking 6 months to draw the courage up to call the house. You know, for her birthday, she's 25.
Okay.
I haven't talked since she was like 15 or 16. So I knew there was going to be either some type of drama or I wouldn't hear back from them. Then I hear back from them like a year with some story or something. Listen, I've been through all of them. They never called back. Not one time did they call back. Not even a fucking postcard, nothing. So now I got to call them back again. I got like 100 emails, which is very supportive of you people.
You're gonna
Thank
call
you
him
very
back
much.
now?
Yeah, I got to call them back. That's it. I got to fucking reach out now, man.
Oh shit.
There you go.
Now I got to fucking bite into it. This is my kid. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
you
saying?
gotta do it.
Gotta do this shit. For a long time, I was scared. I was really like, I don't want to call over there. But now I got the baby, I got a 2-year-old. And I think every fucking day when I'm with the 2-year-old, you know, so.
Yeah, I got my
I got-
6-year-old. There's nothing more important to me. So
Yeah,
I feel you,
yeah.
man.
And you have him
Yeah, my boy.
3 nights a week.
Yeah, dude.
And then the other nights he goes back to Vegas.
No, his mom's out here too.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
so-
You get
and-
along with the mom?
100%.
See what I'm saying?
It's no worries. Yeah,
Fucking piece.
supportive of each other. He's coming back from Disney World today. He's been over there partying in Disney World, I should say, in Florida. So he's been having a good few days vacation.
Fuck it. You've been out here. jumping up and
Doing
down,
his thing.
getting people on bars. Let me get
Right.
some shout out, and we'll get the fuck out of here. What time is it? Holy shit. I want to give my main motherfuckers over there at IronDragonTV.com. Listen, these people ain't fucking around. I got some secrets to tell you in a couple weeks, but Iron Dragon TV is not fucking around. This is just the beginning, motherfuckers, all right? Go to Iron Dragon right now for classic martial arts. The other day I was on the El Rey channel, and they had the one-arm swordsman, the Return of the One-Arm Swordsman. I taped all of them, and I remembered how much I enjoyed watching classic martial arts. The movies are so fucked up and so unbelievable. You just sit there and go, what the fuck is happening? But fuck it. This is how good this movie is.
I love that.
I love it.
I love that.
It's just confusion.
I grew up
You don't know
with
what the fuck they're saying. It's overdubbed.
Kung Fu Theater was
Kung
bombing
Fu
a lot.
Theater.
Oh,
Kung Fu Theater was a fucking bomb everywhere.
yeah.
So stop sitting there like a mook. Oh my God, the Academy Awards. Did you see the Grammys? Fuck you. Here it is.
You didn't go to any Grammy parties?
Fuck yeah. Nobody fucking listen. Even if they invited me, I wouldn't go down there and walk around and watch Kanye West assaulting people. I don't need that shit in my fucking life. You understand me? That's why I kill a chicken once a month. That's why I kill a chicken once a month in my backyard.
Nice.
I give it to the saints and I move on. I don't need that shit.
Okay, okay.
Sure. That's why you're in such good shape, because I pray for you. IronDragonTV.com. You get 2 free movies when you put in the box.
Joey.
Oh shit, Joey. You get 2 free fucking classic kung fu films. They got tons of genre. The Yip Man series. They ain't fucking.
And they got
around.
new stuff too.
They got new stuff on a daily. Number 2 on it. I love you, motherfuckers. Without you, I wouldn't even live. If it's not the Alpha Brain, the fucking Strong Bone, the Shroom Tech Immune, the Shroom Tech Sport. I get on a plane, I pop 2 Shroom Tech Immunes. I can fucking sit in the toilet seat and rub my dick on the fucking thing. Nothing. I go home, no rashes, no fucking itch, no
Impressive.
nothing.
Impressive.
No nothing. No Ebola. I've told you this before. If you take fucking Shroom Tech, no Ebola, cocksucker. Listen, do me a favor. Go to honor.com right now. Go through their products. There's something you like. There's something you don't like. I can't get you 10% off on the ropes and the fucking kettlebells. But as far as the nutrients, I get you 10% off today. What I got to press?
Church.
CHURCH in the box. You get 10% off, all right? You know I don't fuck around. That's how I roll. Number 2, Hitty Cigs. I'm just smoking a cigar all fucking day here. Whether it's the cigar, whether it's a cigarette. It comes in 24, 16, 8. Boom! There you have it. You can quit in a fucking month. You don't have to hang out with stinky fucking fingernails. You can't stick your finger up somebody's ass when it smells like nicotine.
It's terrible when you can't do that.
What the fuck? That's the whole patois. You know what I'm saying? When they're sitting there looking like a popsicle and you're watching ESPN, who's better than you? Anyway, HittyCigs.com. They ain't fucking around. They also have this cigar. If you want to go to Atlantic City and be a big shot down there with the Puerto Ricans, knock yourself out. Go to HittyCigs.com right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh, shit. Bang that motherfucker. Get 20% off. You know why? Because that's how I roll, cocksuckers.
Sitting there
Number
looking
2.
like a popsicle.
Sure. You ever think when you finger somebody's asshole, you're like a popsicle. They're sitting there frozen. What do you think you're dealing with, Lee? Some fucking novice? You think I just wake up and wakey doik on Lancashire all day? I'm slinging dick, dog. I'm telling you right now. Oh, shit. You want to smoke that vape? You're sick of smoking reefer? Go to nailedinlife.com. They'll fucking take care of you. They got pens. They got whistles. They got sticks that you can burn. They got blowtorches. Listen, burn the bitch like Rick James. I don't give a fuck. You understand me? Go to nailedinlife.com. They ain't fucking around. They got the best vapor pen in the business. They guarantee it. And just if you mention
Joey Diaz.
oh shit, you get 20% off like a motherfucker. That's how we roll over here at church, giving you discounts on vapor pens, blowtorches, sticks with I don't even fucking know. 86, tremendous. One of the best fucking. You know what I love about them the most? 1,200 guaranteed puffs. I'll be smoking this cigar till the next fucking doomsday. You understand me? You know why? Because it's quality, and that's how I roll. Iron Dragon TV. What can I say about Dave Foley knocking it dead? Cousins with Steve Foley from Whoop, there it is, and Honor.com and shit. Right now, giving you 10% off lead. Stop rubbing your eyeballs. You're not calling Uber. Look at how high you are. Eat a piece of the cookie. It'll bring it down.
It'll bring you down.
I'm glad he didn't take any because I feel like you lose your entrepreneurial spirit. Or
And you don't even understand. I brought you this special joint. This is, you know, This is what they gave. I don't even know what they gave this.
You,
Oh
you
my
become
God.
Burned his eyes and shit. Like 6 melon salt.
you become a cousin.
Between rounds, they'll use
Oh,
between
my-
rounds.
Oh yeah,
Put
yeah.
you back
That's
up.
what Stitch got in his pocket. I love you, John Lewis. Congratulations.
Thank
with
you
your
very much,
venture.
my
I know you. The reason why you're here is because I can tell you really give a fuck about these kids. You
Thank you,
really
man.
like what you do. And Dave's the master disaster. Dave's got me doing tremendous fucking things. Lee, what's the story?
What's up, buddy?
You're not coming to Austin. You're staying home. Why are you excited for Valentine's? Tell John Elliott. What are you doing Valentine's Day? You and the wife.
John Lewis.
I call him John Elliott.
You call me whatever you want. It's all
John
good.
Lewis.
As long as you call me, it's all good.
But we've been on a diet for like 8 months, so we're
Lost
going
80
to.
fucking 8 pounds. Look at
Wow, congratulations.
Well, thanks, but we're gonna mess it up. We're gonna go to. We're gonna get a burger from In-N-Out, wings from Buffalo Wild Wings, and then dessert.
So you're gonna split a burger from it. You're not gonna get a whole one on your own.
I don't know, probably not.
Yeah,
Are you gonna
split the fuck
Buy
up.
it and take out and bring it to In-N-Out?
No, we're gonna go. We're gonna go to all three
place to place.
All
places.
3 places.
An expense and time, quality time,
Yeah.
each spot.
Yeah, but we were gonna go see a movie, but there's literally nothing out, so I think we're gonna do something else in between.
Like what?
I think I'm gonna take her to the museum. I think
Take it
she wants to go to the
Take
Lagma.
it to the car, make out with it. Like old school, feel like the titties, and you get that appetite going. What do you think?
We
You're
will.
gonna- You think you're just gonna eat a fucking cheeseburger? And you're gonna be into your wings 10 minutes later?
No, it's all throughout the day. It's not like in an
Bring
hour.
like a bunch of plastic gloves, like you're a surgeon and shit. And bring it back to the fucking car and work that motherfucker.
What am I doing with the plastic gloves?
Nothing. You jerk off and come in your own hand and take the glove off and you throw it away in case the side shows up. You're not pulling an OJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm just talking to you here from the heart.
This is like a romantic Valentine's Day.
It's Valentine's Day. Women like to give hand jobs and
Okay.
suck dick in cars. That's what they do on Valentine's Day. You gotta get her flowers too, right?
Yeah.
Okay then. What do you think? You just give her the flowers? Fuck no, you put it over your helmet. As she goes to get the flowers, you pick up the helmet, that little Jew roll is out, ready to squirt. You know what I'm saying?
Your eyes.
I love you guys. Have a great day. We'll be back tomorrow night. Stay black, stay beautiful. Thank you, John Lewis. You know I love you. Don't forget JohnLewisMMA.com. That's where it all starts. Go on there and see what this motherfucker's done. He's a true savage. Lee, get it together.
All right. Go to honor.com.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here we go. This fucking
You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it.
I was.
You can do it.
I don't know why you interrupted me.
Jesus.
Go to honor.com. Go to honor.com. Use code word church to get 10% off of all the optimization products.
I'll tell you something real quick for you people who want to be my friends on LinkedIn. Whatever that website is. I don't want to know nobody. All right, leave me the fuck alone. Every time I get an email, I think it's something important. Somebody wants to be my name on LinkedIn, whatever the fuck it is. Some professional network. I want to know you people. Because if you're in on there, you don't know nobody anyway. Leave me the fuck alone. I want to hang out with another bunch of losers that ain't working. Get the fuck out of here. Leave me alone. I don't want to be friends with nobody, all right? Everybody always bothers me from that Lincoln John. I don't know what the fuck it is. A network of professionals. Then why are you bothering me for? I'm a fucking felon. Leave me alone. You ain't even supposed to be mingling with me. What the fuck is wrong with people, John?
Oh, I hear you, man.
Fuck LinkedIn.
Go ahead, hurry up. You're going to read this.
That's even your next shirt.
Huh?
Fuck LinkedIn.
Fuck LinkedIn. Whatever the fuck that is. What the fuck? I don't know these people.
Hopefully people listen to these.
Huh?
Oh, you're killing me right now.
Okay. Go to IronDragonTV.com. Use code Joey to get 2 free rentals of all the good martial arts movies they have. For all the oil and wax smokers out there, go to NailedItLife.com and use code Joey Diaz to get 20% off of the Premier Reaper pen on the market. And I'm going to survive. And to hit e6.com. Better tasting, longer lasting. Proof is in the vape. They have e-cigarettes and e-cigars. Use code Joey's Church to get 20% off your order.
Oh shit! We'll be back tomorrow night, bitches. 8 o'clock your time, hopefully. Yeah. Lee, you gotta get the roses and put them by your zipper. That's old school. Or before she gets the roses, you gotta take your pocket and cut it off and then put your dick by the pocket and tell her to go in your pocket to get the car keys. And boom, she feels that little juice stick. It's over, you know what I'm saying? It's like a Jew Slim Jim. That's what we.
I feel like this is like the opposite of what they would want from Valentine's.
Stop. Would I give you fake romantic fucking info?
I think you would.
As long as he can reach the pocket. You gotta reach. You gotta be able to reach the pocket.
Yeah. Put that helmet. Kick that motherfucker, Lee. Kick that motherfucker. This is the devil's cousin playing the guitar. Let's do this. Xiaomi. Let's do
Make it look like a popsicle.
like a fucking popsicle. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? The church or what's happening now, bitches? Tuesday night. Tomorrow's Wednesday. We figure we take the fucking day off. Sam Tripoli's here tonight
In the house.
from Punch Drunk Fucking Sports and many other podcasts. Sam Tripoli,
At the church.
Brian Cowan. These guys got like 18 different fucking podcasts. I don't know how they do it. Brian Cowan's on the 8-minute podcast, a 10-minute podcast. He's got a sports podcast, the Brian Cowan Man Hour. How the fuck they do it? I'm a hunter.
I'm a hunter.
Who the fuck knows? What's up with you, Flying Jew? Everything all right with you?
Everything is
All day
fine
you've been
for
all
like 10
fucked
minutes.
up.
Oh, man, you got high fast, dude. You are hot.
Last night,
I'm not high right now.
Last night I got the highest I've ever been on THC.
What?
I blacked out for the last hour. I probably had 800 milligrams in me deep.
Well, you should have seen it. I should have taken a picture. We had
Oh my God.
all the stars, and I don't know what you ate before you got here.
I had 2 candies, then I got here and I ate 2 stars. By the time I left here, I was so fucking hungry, I had to eat the chocolate bar. That was one of
Oh, that happened to me. Yeah, that's
that
happened
was
to me when I was in
240
Toronto.
milligrams, and then I got so high with the chocolate bar, I had to eat the fucking peanut butter cookie, and that was another 140 fucking
You were
THC.
eating the chocolate bar during the podcast. You
Oh
take
my
it out like
God.
eat a corner of
I
my
was
back.
I went to pee at 2 in the morning. Everything was purple. At that time, I took ecstasy on 1440 North Gardner. It was something that I fucking could. I was high as shit. I got up when I went to acupuncture. She said something to me at 1 o'clock. She goes, "Did you smoke a lot of pot before you come here tonight?" I go, "I smoked the usual." She goes, "How long ago?" I got smoked like 6 in the morning, 7:30, 8:15, that type of shit. And I got busy. She goes, "Man, there's a lot of reefer in here." So I go, "Oh, last night I must have dropped a fucking
1,000
Oh my
milligrams.
God, I got fucked up, and I called him a few times. This fucking guy got up, got in his car, and went for Yum Yum Donuts.
At like 11 o'clock.
That's how strong. That's how tough his nails. This fucking guy.
Yum Yum Donuts, dog.
I was so fucking
The
high.
Hollywood one? Or
No,
just
No,
There's one right
over
here.
right over here.
the one in Hollywood's shady.
Oh no, I got that one in Santa
It
Monica.
tastes funny as shit. Like they jerk off. Like they whack off in the fucking something. Something's not right. Because I had Yum Yum
That's cream filled.
years ago. No, they whack off in the battle like Brad Pitt in Fight Club. They fucking over here. They got a Yum Yum on Lancashire, right? And it's disgusting.
Yeah, I didn't go that one.
I ate there one time. It was disgusting. The Yum Yum is by the school
But on Magnolia.
on Magnolia. That's the Mac Daddy across from Taco Bell,
Yeah.
next to the hamburger joint.
Is that
feel
hamburger
shit.
joint good? I heard that hamburger place is pretty
You
good.
know what, man? I went there. It had to be 5 years ago. Me and Terry walking around the neighborhood, went in there, got a hamburger. It was what it was.
No, but I ate pretty healthy last night. Before that, I only had a little bit to eat, but then around 11 o'clock, I just
Just
couldn't
went
take.
nuts.
And I wanted just glazed donuts, but I said glazed, and I didn't even look, and he gave me those the bars, like the twisted bars. Oh,
You killed both of them.
yeah.
Oh,
I used to love the Half Moon, dude. I used to own, as a kid, I couldn't stop crushing Half Moon.
What's that happening?
One's half chocolate, half vanilla frosting all
Oh,
day.
nice.
Oh,
I like French crullers, but they always have frosting on them out here. I like just the plain glazed ones.
I grew up on fucking Entenmann's, the chocolate with the white balls. And then when you took them out, the sugar fell off and they were chocolatey as fuck. And I think Entenmann's stopped making those. I like Dunkin' Donuts when I was a kid in Jersey, apple and spice.
It's gone so
It's
down.
garbage now. Now they're garbage.
Because of corporate, right? They
They
went
went
corporate.
corporate.
When
I
they were
finally-
like little mom and
They
pop, that
took the
was the
fat
shit.
out. They took the fat out of the fucking donut.
I finally went to the one in Santa Monica, and I just got a drink, and it wasn't.
Why are we making healthy donuts? You're eating donuts.
What the fuck? I know.
It's donuts.
Yeah, no, it's
I'll tell you what, that coffee they got, the high level Brazilian bold or whatever they have
at 7-Eleven.
at Dunkin' Donuts,
Oh,
it's
okay.
fucking top notch.
I don't
That
drink
shit'll keep
coffee.
you up. That shit'll keep me
Do you
up
ever
till
eat
3:30.
pizza at 7-Eleven? You ever see people go to 7-Eleven? They get like
No.
dinner. They're
No.
like it's like they're going to a restaurant.
No.
He tortures me every time we go because we'll go when I'm high and he'll be like, "What, you want one of these pizzas?"
Those fucking wings and those churros
Oh
they got.
God!
Those sticks.
It's like you gotta hate yourself.
Oh my God, those little Indians that haven't washed their fingers in 15
And they
years.
always try to upsell me.
Oh yeah, they always get you.
You
They don't fuck around.
do it 3 wings, 30 cents. I'm like, get the
I
fuck out
want
of
to
here.
know what a fucking 7-Eleven makes a day. But when I was in Buffalo, the cab driver, he lived here. And he goes, for 5 years, I ran Sherman Oaks, Canoga Park. His uncle owns 11 of them, and he ran 5 of them.
They must make
11
millions.
millions. And he said that he would make a ton of loot there as a manager, but he didn't like his wife got divorced. Who the fuck knows? But I know that 7-Eleven, they fucking upsell you. They got everything. In a year, they're gonna have clothes.
They say if you own a 7-Eleven, you're a millionaire. 7-Eleven. That's how much money you make on those motherfuckers.
They don't stop. You sit there, they don't stop, and they sell everything: hot dogs, churros, the fucking petrified pizza that I know you ate.
I've never eaten that.
Even,
that's got
their
carbs.
bananas are different.
Yeah,
Like their bananas even have like a weird look
Yeah.
to them and shit.
they're
Tell
third
you
world
what,
bananas.
That chicken salad on fucking wheat bread ain't bad.
Ooh.
You eating that?
Oh fuck yeah!
I would never eat anything with mayonnaise.
No.
The Italian thing you've
I
taken
agree
away
with
from-
that. I agree with that.
The
Like,
Italian ain't bad there. The Italian sandwich, take it home, take the lettuce off,
the lettuce is always bad.
put it in the oven, dope it up, put some lettuce, some olive oil, some vinegar, and some fucking oregano with some crushed red pepper. Shit, you would know the difference. You know why? Because they got real pepperoni. And when you bite into the pepperoni, you're like, oh my God, this.
I can't take egg salad if it's wrapped up. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Right,
egg
no,
salad
no,
should
no,
never
like
be
that.
sold in a wrap.
No. Egg salad's got to be poured. I got to see it.
Yeah.
I got to see the hand. I want him to be a bad magician. I got to see the fucking hand, cocksucker, with egg salad, shrimp when I was a kid, dog.
Magician. That's a line right there.
When I was a kid, there was a place on Bergen Boulevard, 666. It was like 33-666, and that's what we called it, Deli 666. It was in a fucking white neighborhood, but they were Japanese people. But they made a fucking shrimp salad that would make your fucking asshole curl up. On fucking New Jersey bread, that fucking guinea bread that's hard.
Fried shrimp or steamed shrimp?
No, shrimp salad with the
Well,
mayo.
Yeah.
No fried.
I've never heard of shrimp salad before.
Oh.
This rock shrimp, like little shrimp?
No, like big prawns, and they cut it up, and they put celery and little pieces of coleslaw and lettuce, a little spicy in that motherfucker, and they put it in like a long sub. Fuck.
Did you see that picture someone tweeted us of the North Bergen newspaper this morning?
Did you see that
They're
shit?
calling the mayor, like they compared him to Hitler.
What happened?
Apparently he's a dictator. He's taking like 500 grand in 3 salaries.
What, when I sit here, all right, I'm a felon. We got that out of the way. I'm a felon. But the reason why this podcast is never politically open, is because I have no knowledge of politics. But the reason why is because I do not care.
Yeah.
Because it's just being a fucking criminal without a gun. That's how smart they are. They're criminals without. When I think of the mayor of my hometown, my stomach, and he's got these people hypnotized. He's like Jim Jones. And it's old. It's from last week.
Oh,
they
it is?
just
Okay.
retweeted it again to break my balls because somebody retweeted it last week. And it shows him, Fidel Castro. Those guys there's a bunch of those guys that the higher they get multiple jobs. So they'll get.
So he's taking like 3 salaries?
I just saw the headline. It said 3 salaries, and that's not even with the illegal kickbacks. he's
Right.
getting.
He's probably gets he's probably like superintendent of schools. He's the mayor. And he's probably something of transportation.
Yeah, dude, if you run for public office, you're probably a scumbag. I mean, that's just my opinion.
Well, you start off with a great intention. I don't believe that you start off with a great intention. And when you go up to people, if they're sleazy, if they got a lot of teeth and they're always fucking smiling motherfuckers, or people who look in the face. There's people that I bet start off with great intentions and then they just run in and they're surrounded with fucking douchebags. How many times did you have people here that you knew from the comedy store? And all of a sudden one day they became a writer on a show or something. And they got surrounded by these fucking hipsters or something.
Yeah.
So, you see this guy one night in Los Feliz, and you're like, hey, and he's like, excuse me, I gotta go. And he shakes your hand.
Happens all the time.
Happens all the time. And you're like, I knew you. We used to run together.
All
at
the
comedy
time.
store. We used to walk to Pink Dot and share a fucking meatball sandwich. And now you're gonna treat me this way.
Yeah.
You know, they just
Well, what would you do if someone offered you $500,000? If someone offered me 500 grand and then said, all you have to do is pass a couple laws that make my business make more money, I'd probably do it. 500 grand a year is a lot of money.
you know, there's different ways. You know, and I agree with you. You know, the medical companies, you know, the pharmaceutical companies.
Yeah.
That's all the way up in the top. That's like that's like a complete different fucking form of stealing. You know, you're taking three people. You know, you come to me and go, listen, next year Sam Tripoli wants to squash this law. You know, talk to him about it. Here's 300,000. I give Sam 100,000. I keep 200,000. When the scam goes down, I rat on Sam because he took the 100,000. It's fucking amazing. Like I don't even think. Well, let me at least save Sam, and look Sam in the eye. And go, Sam, you owe me one. When I get out of here, give me a fucking job, no matter what.
Right.
You follow me? No, they rat on Sam.
Oh yeah, that's what they do, dude.
It's really. I grew up in that.
Yeah.
I grew up in that from the time I moved to North Bergen downtown. Once I started hanging out with Carmine Balzano, who I put a picture on Facebook the other
I
day
saw that.
of him and I eating at the thing. I understood it. When I go walk around with him, he tell me, come to these Spanish people's house and talk to them in Spanish, you know, to get votes and shit like that. And I saw it, but they had great intentions. The Marco administration, Steve Marco's father, America's Top Team, his uncle, they had great intentions. But then something happened in my hometown that destroyed my hometown forever. The waterfront. All those pictures you see of New York City are taken from fucking North Bergen, West New York, Fort Lee, Hoboken, you know, all that surrounds that waterfront. Well, once they started building in that waterfront, I mean, just when I tell you this will freak you out, because to this day it freaks me out. And I called him about 3 months ago, and we had a great conversation. My 8th grade teacher was the mayor of Weehawken. That's like my 8th grade teacher in North Hollywood being the mayor of Studio City. Like, it's like, you're the fucking mayor.
Yeah.
Why are you teaching an 8th grade class? And it wasn't a no-show job. He was there every day, and he loved it, and he fucking, you know, but can you imagine that? That's how creepy my hometown is.
Yeah. That
the mayor of Weehawken, to this day, the only reason why I can figure out why the mayor of Weehawken was a North Bergen teacher is because of that fucking waterfront. Because he went to jail. He ended up going to jail, my high school teacher. Wally Lindsay ended up going to jail. Some on the waterfront building, some scam. In fact, when we spoke a couple months ago, he told me that they wrote a script and James Franco was going to play him.
Well, what about, what's that city where Barone's from?
Hoboken.
Isn't that like more expensive than New York City, or just as expensive now?
Yeah.
Because everyone's moving there because it was cheaper, but now,
well, you know,
apartments.
You remember the movie American Hustler?
Yeah.
The American Hustle that just came out a little while ago.
Yeah.
Like that's what you're talking about. It's like the guy who plays the mayor now. He's corrupt only because he's trying to help the community,
right? And
he ends up going to jail. That's why I didn't like that movie. And it was you know, there was individually great acting in that movie, but the movie should have been about the mayor trying to do well, having to work with scumbags instead of a bunch of scumbags trying to F this mayor over. But that's exactly what you're saying. Like he wanted to help the community, but he had to play a little game. He had to play a little ball, and he ended up getting fucked by these dudes and going to jail. You know what I'm saying? They take all the money, they rat him out, he goes to jail, but they end up, he's only doing like 5 years or something.
There's not one mayor in my Hudson County where I'm from that ever just resigns, just stops. They all end up in jail.
I heard the same thing about like Illinois governors, like Chicago governors, like the past 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, they all end up in jail because they just, you just get too greedy. The word gets on. You start stealing with 3 fucking hands. Everybody who comes to you, hey man, I want to build a Honda dealership over here, but it's a no zone. Let me see what I can do. All right, come on down. The problem is this guy wants 80,000. I want 70,000. You know, the constructor, the handicapper. What is it? The guy who draws it. The engineer wants 20.
Yeah. Architect.
And the architect wants 20. And at the end of the day, nobody wants nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody wants nothing. It's just all me, just making up numbers. That's all they do. That's how they rob you.
Well, what about these cable companies? Like, what we're paying for business internet here is probably 5 times what I'm paying, but I get at home, but I get faster at home, and it's because they just don't have There's no other competition.
No. They zone it out. It's the weirdest thing. This is supposed to be some kind of like capitalism, but they've all like it's all collusion, man.
It's like the mafia.
Yeah,
It's
you
either
got that
Time Warner
neighborhood, we got this
or
neighborhood.
AT&T over here, correct?
And AT&T doesn't even have the speed. So yeah, those are the two options
It's
we
a
have.
monopoly.
And then
Listen,
Comcast
Yeah.
and Time Warner combined, and the biggest thing they're saying is because they're getting investigated for monopoly, and the biggest thing they're saying is, oh, well, we're on different sides of the country. Well, yeah, Time Warner took the West Coast,
Yeah,
and Comcast took the East Coast, and that's you have like maybe you're lucky if you have three options.
It's
with
duopoly.
cable, Fios, Verizon, and AT&T.
I can't believe that flies. I cannot believe that people let that shit fly, dude. They're like, you can only get that cable company. If you live there, you have to go through them. There's no negotiating or fighting over prices.
People need internet too much. People like what you would have to do is boycott internet, but no one's going to do that.
Well, how do you get your own internet? How do they own the internet? How come I can't just grab it from the sky, get it on my own shit?
Well, that's why that net neutrality thing is really scary. But like I forget who did it, but somebody just made it illegal or put it on a way to, because what they were going to do is slow down certain websites
Yeah.
for fees or whatever.
But they're going to make it was going to make it harder for an independent contractor or an artist to, their website was going to take a lot longer to load up, and then all the big corporations would be fast. Boom, boom,
Right.
boom, boom. But the FCC guy was like, no, we can't have that. It was like the most amazing thing because everyone thought for sure he was just going to say goodbye to net neutrality, which would have fucked the internet. You know, this NSA stuff that's going on, it really has fucked just the internet, because what's going on is like Brazil is making their own internet.
Wow, really?
Which means it's going to be completely detached from our internet, which is going to pretty much ruin the internet. The point of the internet was everybody's connected.
Yeah.
Now, because we're spying on everybody, now they're breaking it up, so they're going to have their own internet, and it's going to.
Well, did you hear about Samsung? What happened with Samsung like the last couple of days? They have these TVs now where in the commercials you would talk to the TV and say on or off or whatever, and they just put out don't have private conversations in front of the TVs because the TVs are recording all the stuff and sending it to a third party.
Oh
So
my God!
Samsung actually came out and said don't have any important conversations in front of our TVs because they're getting recorded.
I've been telling you after 20 fucking years.
Dude, this shit's just, it's everything that we saw in the movies is now happening. Like, I'm writing with this guy named Ben Wolfson, and he's like, and I couldn't hook up the AIM chat thing. So he's like, hold on, let me take over your screen. And the dude from where he's at takes over my home screen, starts clicking on it. I'm like, what the fuck is this, dude? I've never seen that shit before. Have you ever seen where some other dude way over there runs your fucking screen?
I throw him out. That's when I throw you out of the fucking house. How'd you do it? I don't want to know. Get the fuck out, cocksucker. And if my TV gets robbed, I'll fucking hit you in the head with a pipe, you fuck.
Weird ass shit, dude.
It's you know, the public isn't really aware of corruption at any level. We all want to believe that everybody has our back. You know, Joe American wakes up in the morning, goes to work 40 hours a week. He gets a pension. They take taxes out. At the end of the year, he pays a tax where he finds a bunch of loopholes and he doesn't pay a tax. And we feel protected at every level. We lock 2 doors at night. We shut the windows, and that's it. That's it. That's not it, guys.
Yeah.
That's not really it.
Yeah.
So, and there's so many things that we just bank on. You know, we wake up in the morning. I can't even tell you who the mayor of Studio City is. I can't tell you who the mayor of fucking Hollywood is. I don't give a fuck. It's got nothing to do with my fucking world because, you know, my world, we're trying to move straight ahead. I'm sitting there going, well, the mayor race in this town is tight. Who gives a fuck? You don't even live there. What do you give a fuck if they put a park for little kids? I don't give a fucking pigeons die or not. Everybody's always, you know, wants to save the whale, motherfuckers.
Right.
But it's as a young man, I saw so much of it that wasn't disgusting to me. I wasn't turned off by it. I didn't judge you by it. I just saw the way things worked. So when I see some guy going, yeah, I'm going to the mayor's office to talk about this, I'm just giggle. I just giggle in my fucking head because I know that this idiot doesn't even know. You got to show up with an envelope.
Did you ever think about becoming a politician? Because I knew you wanted to be a lawyer, and that kind of leads right into that.
No. There was no. When I left North Bergen, I had done all these little crazy things, but the first time I realized I had to leave was when these people came up to me. They're like, "Hey, man, you've been getting away with murder lately. You got to help us now." And I knew that they didn't want me to put a suit on. They wanted me to burn crosses and do crazy shit like that. And I just didn't want to do it for the sake of fucking politics. For what?
Right.
It's like anything else I didn't want to do as a kid. You know, we robbed this thing one time. We probably got $25,000, and these gangsters came up to me and they're like, well, give us half and we'll protect you. What are you talking about? The fuck are you talking? Half? I'm not going to give you half. I'll give you a couple hundred. You stick around, you have a beer, you do a couple lines. But I ain't giving you half for fucking nothing.
Right.
And that's what it becomes. You know, I never understood the mafia. The mafia, wait a second. Let me get this straight. So I'm going to go out all week and risk my fucking neck to make moves. And at the end of the week, if I make $5,000, I got to give you a percentage of my money. But if I want to move up in the ranks, I got to give you the most money. So even though Lee kills 18 guys and whatever, if Lee only shows up at 300, Lee is 300. If I show up and I move coke, but I tell him I'm a bookie, and I show up and I give them $3,000 a fucking week, every week, that's $12,000 a fucking month I give some fucking schmuck. After about 2 years, he'll make me a gangster. He'll make me into the mafia. I could tell him I'm a bookmaker, but the whole time, I'll be selling fucking blow. Do you follow what the point is here? Here you are, a solid guy. You'll shoot people in the head. They don't judge you by that. He's a solid guy.
You're a solid guy. You shoot people.
How many people have somebody?
I'm a good
Trip. What are you doing tonight? Do me a favor. Cover your ears, lady. No, you're fucking. On the way home, go shoot people. You know your buddy, the long-legged one you do the podcast with?
Yeah.
Go shoot him. End this fucking life. How many people have that? They could have that power. So I could just look at you and go, stop on the way home and shoot Tripoli. He's got to go. He's a fucking rat. He went to Sirius XM. You know?
Do you ever see the movie Iceman Coming? Iceman Coming, the doc, where he's like, to get into the mob, they just drove around and the guy's like, randomly killed that dude walking the dog. And the guy just walked up behind him, boom, got back in his car and drove off. And that's how he got in.
But those people were psycho fucking bad.
Yeah.
See, that was something that people never understood. Like, that crew was completely whacked out. The problem with that crew was they weren't 6 zombies. They really were 6 zombies. But again, Roy DeMeo made so much money. He was giving away $50,000 a week. When somebody gives you $50,000 a week, you're like,
yeah.
And I'm giving you $50,000. I don't know what you're giving Tripoli. You might give Tripoli 10 and say, this is all that fat fuck only gave me 10 grand. You don't know because he don't want to talk to me. He never wants to talk to me.
Right.
So you don't know. So he kept giving him money until DeMeo kept saying, hey, what the fuck? I give you a ton of money. When he talked to Paul Castellano, and finally they called Paul Castellano at a weak moment. He goes, make him. And once they made DeMeo didn't even report to like anywhere. They didn't even want him around. He made people nervous at weddings and shit. So he told them, don't even come around. He reported to one guy only because they were creepy. They sat around at this bar. I don't know what the name of the bar was, not the Motion Lounge. There was something else, this bar. And that's where they plant. And they killed people right next door. So if they wanted to kill you, they just invite you to the bar and they go, you hungry? Yeah. They take you inside. A guy would come out. They shoot you in the head. They wrap a towel around you. Then they'd stab you in the heart so the heart would stop bleeding. Then they'd take you in the tub and they'd hang you upside down. They drain you. And then they come back 6-7 hours later after they eat lunch and they cut you up into pieces. I swear to fucking God. These people, that's not a gangster. Cutting people up and putting them in a fucking tub is not a gangster.
Right, that's insane.
It's insanity. That's just another word for
psychopath.
Yeah, that's another word for Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Okay? A gangster's a psychopath. He could kill you, but he's out there robbing. He's out there fucking money. He's not, these guys.
And there's some rules, right?
Yeah,
There's some rules.
These guys killed over 200 people. They weren't in it for the mafia. They were in it for a license to kill people. They were zombos. They were fucking zombies.
Zombos.
What are your thoughts on the mob? Because you grew up with it. Are you pro? Like, do you hate them?
Am I pro? Am I hate them? No, I do not hate anybody like that. I grew up with a bunch of kids that their parents were involved or whatever. I didn't hate them. I just hated what they represented in a way, like what people got from them. Like, I don't like when a guy walks around like when a guy walks around and he's angry. Like, why should a guy be sitting at a table by himself, like in thought, and two guys are standing there like bodyguards? What does he do that he's so much better than us that he could sit there by himself in deep thought and think while everybody else is, like that type of shit? I always saw it for what it was. They're fucking hoodlums. That's all they are. They're guys cutting fucking corners trying to make a living. And they probably earn $20,000 a week, which in the fucking street world, that's a ton of money. When I wake up on a Monday morning and by Friday I put together 15 grand on the street, what does that mean, Joey? Tuesday, Tripoli shows up with a fucking truck full of TVs. And he says, Joey, I just want $10,000 for the load. I go out and make I make $20,000. That $20,000 is mine. I just made $20,000. You know what you do then? Most guys go home and sleep and do drugs. Fuck that. You do drugs, but you get up the next morning, go out and steal again.
Yeah.
And you're stealing every day. You got to remember, the more spaghetti you throw against the wall, the more it's going to stick. So if you're a 24/7 criminal, you got your hands in 1,000 things. We're centrally located at the Ha Ha Cafe. That's where we go to eat breakfast and lunch. That's where we're centrally located. But there is where we do 1,000 things. So if somebody comes to us and say, "Dog, I got 2 pounds of blow. I need to move it," Trip's the blow guy. Trip will go fucking get the blow guy. And Trip will go move the fucking blow with me, and we'll each make $6,000 for the day. But every day that we do that, we're risking 10 years of our fucking lives. Do
you think they're bad people?
No, they're quiet boys. They deserve to go to heaven. You can look at them from 20 different angles. When I was robbing, was I a bad person? No, I was a weak person because I had the potential to do whatever the fuck I wanted. I could be a brick mason. I could mix cocktails. I could fucking wire a thing. No, I chose to rob drug dealers.
Easy money, would you say? Would you say you took the path of easy? I even know robbing isn't necessarily easy, but quick money. Would you say it's
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're an American. I'm not offending nobody here, okay? You fucking get up in the morning, all right? You go to your front porch and there's somebody from another fucking country driving a fucking Lexus or a fucking Mercedes-Benz. You got to get up every morning. You're an electrician's helper. You get $9 an hour. You got to rip down walls. You got to take down old insulation, re-put the fucking thing up, new insulation. You're breathing that without a mask. They don't give a fuck. $9 an hour is what, $360 a week?
Yeah.
Let's
before taxes.
Before taxes. Let's say they're giving you 12, whatever the fuck they give you. At the end of the week, what's $12? $12 an hour is $4.80. $4.80 after taxes, $400. That's $1,600 a month. You're breathing dead bodies and shit like that. Okay, your cousin comes over to you and says, "Hey, let's take a ride to fucking Hollywood. Help me sell whatever. I give you $500 at the end of the night." How are you gonna look at that $500? You're gonna go out to your cousins in about 2 weeks and pick up another 5 or 4. Then about 2 more weeks, you're gonna pick up another 5 or 4. And then one day, it's gonna be raining out. You're gonna wake up at 6 in the morning. You're out of mayonnaise. Your girlfriend missed the period. You get in your car, the battery don't start. Your buddy picks you up. You get to work. It's on the 3rd floor. You got to carry wiring up. You look up that wiring, and all of a sudden, someone just looks at you and goes, "Hey, stupid. You keep carrying this shit up the stairs and hanging out with these fucking momos for $4.80 a week. You go hang with your cousin on Friday nights and make $500 and stay home and fuck your wife in the ass the rest of the fucking time."
Yeah.
And it seems kind of like the answer to politics, essentially. I mean, it's just, you could look at it from a normal job. People go to work, like the electrician's job. The electricians are probably hanging out, having coffee, and just doing the small stuff that it doesn't take a lot of effort or like physical effort. The mob was just like, oh, if the government's going to take 30% and then more taxes, and then they're going to make millions, why don't we just sell this stuff that they made illegal and make a ton of money when we can?
Yeah, it's almost like what happens with adult film stars, dude. It's like everyone goes crazy. Oh, it's too great. Those girls could go get a real job. I know some, they have college education. It's just quick money, dude. It's fast money. Just being an adult film star. It's like, okay, here's $2,000. Come bone these 8 dudes. And quick money.
You look at society, you look what they give you. What are your options when you're not college educated? Even when you're college educated, look what your fucking options are. Okay, so what are you gonna do? If when I was a kid, I had Quaaludes. Quaaludes, I paid $2 a piece for them. So for $200, I got 100 Quaaludes. I could sell them for $4. That made me $200. I don't know if you know this. $200 a day, 5 days a week is $1,000 a fucking week. That ain't too bad.
That ain't too bad.
I know that out of the 500 Quaaludes, I'm gonna sell 450. I'm gonna eat 50 of them or give them away or whatever. You gotta rock and roll. Still, that's a great profit for a fucking 20-year-old if you're not.
Right.
These kids that sell ecstasy at these clubs, they don't work. They don't work. What the fuck do you don't work for? You get up at night, you go to a club and sell X. That's what you do.
Quick money.
Quick money. Do I want my daughter to do it? Do I want Sam's son to do it? Do I want your son to do it? No. We have to raise him to be a little stronger than that mentally. I wasn't, I was out there. I saw it. I was surrounded with it. I was surrounded with people who had a scam for life. Listen, let's get something straight. 60% of the reason I became a comic was because I wasn't going to get a fucking day job. I've said this on the
that
show
much, 60%?
1,000 times. 70%.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm right
I'm
up.
telling you right now. I knew there was something about hanging out in the daytime that gave me a sense of strength. Fuck getting around and rushing around and packing a brown bag.
Taking orders. I can't do that
Fuck
shit.
you. I knew that at 16. I knew I was not going to have a day job. So immediately I started looking for night options. I went with either a night warehouse or a bartender. I would have worked on a night warehouse. I did. I started working on a night warehouse when I was 17. When I was a senior in high school, I quit high school to work at Masback Sentry to load trucks at night because I never cared about nightlife. As long as I got high, I don't give a fuck about going out and hanging out with a bunch of people at a bar, people breathing vodka breath on me and shit, stepping on my fucking shoes and acting like fucking wackos. I never cared about nightlife. Never. I could care less about all that shit. I went out, but I enjoy myself every time I go out. As a child, and even today. Once I get to what you fucking people say is great, once I get there, I look around, and I ask myself, why the fuck am I here?
Yeah.
This ain't better than being at home with a bong in front of me. I've always been that way, so I never really gave a fuck about being. I never got it.
I've never been super
I never
social.
really got it. Super social. I could stay home and not miss. I don't know what the fuck people are talking about. So my nightlife could have been erased. I would give it all up to be alone in the daytime. For me, peace of mind is what I do now. Is be alone in the daytime. Alone in the fucking daytime is my gift. I love it. I love being able to have my choice. I still get up early. I got nowhere to go.
That's unbelievable.
I got
dude.
nowhere to go in the morning.
I don't know any comic getting up. Maybe Whitney Cummings. You and Whitney Cummings
But
getting
it
up
don't
at
matter.
6 in the morning.
6 in the morning. You got to greet that motherfucker with your dick hard. The flag fucking is ironed. You go to my house, the American flag is ironed. I got that motherfucker starched up. I got a little Chinese dude that starches that motherfucker up.
But was it looked down upon when you were getting jobs? Because I can't tell you now how many people I talk to that I tell what I'm doing, and at least 2 or 3 times a week I have to defend my decision not to go into work. And yeah, I could be making more money right now, but the 405 sucks. Doing it for myself is pretty awesome. Not looking at my boss and seeing them drive off in a Mercedes and coming in 2 hours late and leaving an hour before everybody else.
Yeah, dude, own your own shit. I've always said that, dude. Tommy from the Comedy Store. Biggest mistake that dude did. He put 11 years into something he didn't own, dude. I'll never invest that much time in anything I don't own. I need to have a piece of that shit that warrant that amount of investment of my life and my energy, man. You got to own a piece because eventually they'll get rid of you for somebody cheaper or somebody who thinks different. You got to, if you own your own thing, you put your time and effort in, you get the enjoy the fruits of your labor. That's that's the Naughty Show. That's all my podcasting. That's my whole brand. That's all I care about is this is what I want to do and I want to own it. And I like being my own boss and I'm more successful than some, not as successful as others, but at least I own my own shit.
You're there. You're right there. You control.
Stay in the pocket. Clean and sober now.
I'm getting to the point where every time my agent calls, I shriek at the fucking phone. He is the biggest pain in the ass. He started calling me Friday, last Thursday. Hey, they want you to go do this movie tomorrow. I go, first off, that ain't happening. Just out of fucking, just because that's how I roll. They're gonna do ADR for the next month. Do not believe that it's tomorrow, because what if I was on a plane to Buffalo?
Right.
There would be no tomorrow. So tell them right off the bat, there ain't no tomorrow. I said, tell them I'll call them tomorrow night at 7 and let them know. They called. I called 2 numbers. They never called me. I said, fuck them for Friday. Monday night, my agent called like Monday at 1. After I told him I don't make decisions till 7 o'clock, he called me at 1. Hey, can you go in there tomorrow at 2 o'clock? I said, tell him to call me at 7. I'll let you know. I need to know now. I can't know now. Because if I get an audition, it overpowers the ADR. So we're having a waste of a fucking conversation. This is a waste of a conversation. Why are we having this? Bye. Click. This motherfucker calls me an hour later. How about 1:30? I was like, hey, guy, relax. So they sent me contracts to go sign because the contracts get renewed once a year. You know, and then he called again. I did it already. No. They want you to come down from the commercial department and the theatrical. They want you to fill out paperwork. I said, listen, you know how many times I'm on that side of town? Never. All right, just whatever. I'll get there when I get there. Yeah, but then they hit me with it. Well, yeah, but if a role comes out, you won't send me out. Let me ask you a question. If Brad Pitt calls you right now with a role for Fat Joey for $15,000 a week, you're not going to take it because the contract is signed. Before you answer that, I'll see you when I see you. Okay, need the contract signed, sign it yourself. Like I just hung up on him. He called 2. I mean, you know,
You're the best.
I just don't listen.
You call your own shots.
It's because we're way beyond this anymore. We are way beyond this. I've been in this town for 18 fucking years. I heard all the rush stories, how we need this tomorrow and now.
There's never a rush for anything.
And no.
Everyone's boss is
Hurry
just
up and wait.
is just trying to get stuff to make it look good for their boss.
Hurry up and wait, dog.
I was listening to I was listening to Russell Peters on a podcast, and he was saying how Conan said he wasn't right for his show. And it was Pete Holmes' podcast. And Pete Holmes said, trust me, I had a show. Conan never said that Russell Peters wasn't right for his show. It was his producer making the decision. It's just crazy how people just make.
Why would
they
you
just make
Russell
rules up?
Peter not? Well, yeah, dude. You're dealing with
Yeah.
these people. They have their own in agendas and all this shit. And it's just, why wouldn't Russell Peters, the guy who fills arenas, be right for Conan?
Right. It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Listen, everybody
I love Conan, but come on, man. It's Russell Peters.
Everybody has whatever they want.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a different situation. You know, maybe that producer wanted to hire Russell for something 5 years early, and Russell said no.
Yeah, you never know, dude.
That's how stupid it is. We don't like Russell Peters. Hindus don't do well.
Dudes don't do
You
well.
never know what excuse he gives. You never know what's going to come out of their mouth. They got a new show on CBS that is a fucking direct ABC. That's just racism from the minute you watch
Fresh
it.
off the boat?
Yeah. Oh my God. It's as fucking like if I was Asian, I'd look at it and go, what the fuck are they doing? I
Paula
don't reach.
freaked out when she saw the commercial.
Yeah.
Who did?
My girlfriend who's
Yeah.
Mexican.
She didn't like it, or she thought.
Just because she saw the name Fresh Off the Boat, she's like, that's the most racist name.
Oh my God. That is the weirdest. And it's a cute show. I'm sure it's great. You know, the Asians are at home jumping up and down. They're represented. Last Asian was Margaret Cho. They told her she wasn't Chinese enough or Korean enough. You know, but when I saw the show and the name of it, I was like, what the fuck is going on? You know, they'll tell guys like us we're too blue. For
Yeah,
network
right.
television. And then you put on Fucko and he's,
2.5 minutes.
yeah, he's cursing, fucking chicks, saying sexual innuendos. You know, saying, I don't give a fuck anymore. That's why you're right. I'm so happy that the podcast came in. The podcast it took my mind off worthless shit. That whole agency world and stuff. I'm done with it. Listen.
I love performing. That's all I
Yeah,
want
me
to
too.
do.
You want to give me the role? Give me the role. If not, I'm not driving to Warner Brothers at 3:30, bro. I'm not going.
I love doing stand up. The only thing I want to do is can I put asses in seats? And even that, you know, it's just like that's all that matters. And then it's just like I just love I love stand up. Everything's to do better stand up.
There is nothing in the world that's worse than you having a job that they pay you well for, and this is what you have to do. This is what you have to do. You're stuck doing this.
It sucks waking up and hating where you're
And
going.
hating where you're going, you know. Eddie Griffin was a crazy comic.
Crazy, dude.
I hung out at
Do
the
you remember?
comedy store.
He had a top 10 movies at the same time, dog.
That's how crazy. And we were in that club with him, hanging out every night. And he used to say some crazy fucking things that over the years have really settled. One of them was, you got to stand up to be a comedian. You ain't supposed to have no job. You know, like about having a daytime TV job. Like on a TV sitcom. And then when he did it, I go, what happened to you? He goes, man, I got like 19 brothers reaching out for me, Brad. You know, I always thought I wanted to do TV. When I got here, guys, I loved it. I loved it the first time I got a show. I think it was, in fact, it was a James Colburn, but it wasn't network. I think my first network show was a show for NBC about attorneys. I remember that I left there going, this is cool, but I don't know. I don't know if I can do this every day. I don't know if I, you know, when you get to those sets in your circle, there's 20 people, and 3 of them you'd invite to lunch with you for 10 fucking minutes. That's 17 people you look at and you go, I don't want these fucking people. Either they're too fake. And it's been like the last 2 years, every time I do a TV show, I get more and more turned off by it. Like Maron was great. Brooklyn Nine-Nine was great. I did this show with the Sklar brothers that I wanted to fucking hang myself on the set. It was bad. The people, the director was like one of those CBS directors from 30 years that had done it all, but he was horrible at this point. He was just working on Ego now. He had like a white hair, and he had everything was perfect. His head was shaved perfect. And he would play Bruce Springsteen loud. And I asked the chick, what is it with this fucking Springsteen shit? And she's like, oh, he's personal friends with the director. He always plays Springsteen when he's getting ready to shoot. I'm like, this is fucking cheesy.
Unbelievable.
Fucking shoot, you know. So that's when I realized I started liking stand-up a lot more than that. When I started realizing I love movies, but I don't want to do no movie for 10 days anymore. That's brutal. The longest show was fucking brutal. After like October, I was like, all right, enough. And we were there till like December. You know, after you go into the same job every day, the same tattoos, that's when I started feeling it. And listen, I'm very lucky to be in the movie. I'm very fortunate. But you learn. You learn that when I was a young kid, somebody told me something that always stuck with me. It's better to want than to have sometimes. You know, I was telling Leo D'Agostino, there was a girl in high school. Oh my God, Sam Tripoli, the first time this girl walked into freshman algebra, I looked at the chunk over her pussy. It was ginormous. This chick had a fucking pussy in high school, freshman year, that weighed maybe 58, 59 pounds.
What?
And she used to wear clogs. It was a monster. And I used to look at that fucking monkey every day. And I never said a word to her. She was beautiful. She just had big hips. She was a hippie bitch. And I would look at her every day. She was hot. And I would tell people, what do you think? And they're like, yeah, she's hot. But she was Italian. She had a little mustache.
Oh, man.
But you couldn't see it after people insulted her that she got her fixed. But she had a beautiful face.
I love a fat ass.
Oh, my God. And finally, like a month before my mother died, I hooked up at a party. We swapped spit. I started playing with the top of her pubic hair. It wasn't even in her pussy range, just the top. I felt like the top. Oh my God, my head almost blew up. Then she wouldn't talk to me for a while. Then my mom died. She showed up, and then we were on and off friends for years. And to make a long story short, my senior year in high school, we started coming around. And once everybody graduated, I caught that bitch off guard. But what pissed me off was somewhere in like my junior year, we're at a Joe Mary's, the bar we hung out with, where Lila jumped off the roof.
And you peed on the dog?
I peed on the dog.
Why? You peed on a dog?
It was her dog, and we just lay there, so I wanted to see if it was dead. So one day I would just take my dick out when I was coked up, and I'd try to pee on the dog, and I'd pee on him a little bit hard. I would never do that. That's when my life was.
And what the dog did? Did it ever move?
He just laid there. And then Lila would tell us weeks later, somebody keeps peeing on my dog. My dog, I take him home, it smells like Budweiser. Fucking horrible. I was a horrible person. Horrible.
Oh, you just didn't know any better, dude. You were just young, dog. We used to make dumb decisions.
I was young. I had my, was angry at the world. I would go in there and I hated Lila some nights. You know, some nights she would charge me. Some nights I go in there and I only had $20. I want to buy some blow. I thought she was just, you know, going to give me drinks all night. Take a $5 off the top and she would charge me. I get pissed off. Lila, you bitch. Last night I came in, you didn't charge me for no drinks.
So what happened? So you were hooking up with that girl?
So I went in there one night. We were all hanging out, having a good time. And I said something to her. I said, I would like to take you out. She goes, that's never going to happen. And I go, what are you talking about? She goes, that's never going to happen. That was a mistake. That night we got together.
Oh, no.
That's never going to happen again between a girl like me and you. That was the luckiest day of your life.
The luckiest day.
And I looked at this bitch like, you have no idea what you just decided. I'm going to take you into deep, deep psychological fucking waters. So you know what I did, dog? I stopped talking to the motherfucker. We got into an argument one night about it. I just stopped talking to her. I cut her out completely. I did that for like a fucking year. If I knew she was going to be somewhere, I would not go there. I had her on a fucking battle roll.
Sometimes you got shut down.
I shut that bitch down, and she finally cracked one birthday of mine. One birthday of mine, she cracked and came over. And then we started talking on the phone little by little, you know. And I never mentioned anything, but I always wanted, I knew I was going to fuck her and rock her world. I just knew I'm going to fuck this chick to death. I was young. I'd maybe fucked one other chick or something. And finally, she started doing blow when we were in high school. And that's how I got her. That was the fucking weak point right there. So
What is it about blow that chicks like to get
once
weird
she told
on?
me she started doing blow, I was like, I got this bitch. So we went to this club one night. Not all of us. I saw her at this club. And she's like, you don't call my house anymore. What's the problem? You don't like me no more? Yeah, I like you. I go, hold on to this. She goes, well, you're going to promise to call me. I'll call you. In fact, let's go out to dinner tomorrow night. She goes, fine. I had her. I go, hold on to this blow. I give her like 3 grams of blow to hold. She was my bitch. You know what I'm saying? Once they hold your blow, they're your old lady. That's it. It's like Sons of Anarchy. I gave him my blow to hold. I met her the next night. We went to a restaurant, Piccolissimo. I got the lobster fra Diablo. You understand me?
Yeah.
15.
Big pimpin'.
Big pimpin'. They give you the big dish, shaped like a fish, better linguine, clams and mussels surround the dish. And in the middle, they got shrimp and a fucking lobster tail. Just
It's
in
a
the middle.
fish extravaganza.
Super spicy.
I took her for that. Super spicy, the whole fucking thing. In the car, I gave her a couple bumps for the digestion. We started swapping spit. I took those panties off and started eating that monkey. I called the timeout. I put a little Coke Rock in that monkey, like that chick at the union that night when I got thrown out of there with the Arab caught me.
Putting fucking coke and monkeys, dude.
This chick was, oh my God, I loved her. I was really in love with her. Then we talked for like 2 days, went back and forth. I said the story the other day. I don't know why you're making me say it again.
I'm not making me say anything.
This is a great
No,
story.
you didn't say it the other day. I've heard it before, but
I
you
was
said it the
talking
other
to
day.
somebody about this the other day.
But you said it was better to have than no. It's better to need than to have, or
No,
something.
better to want than to have.
Want
And it was funny that I was in love with this girl for 4 fucking years. I love her. Like, I was infatuated. I go home at night, throw Black Sabbath on to figure out how to get this bitch off my mind. I play Sabotage backwards and shit. Megalomania. Oh, fucking, I was in love with this bitch. But I knew I wanted to eat her pussy. Like, I knew something was going to happen. And here I had her in the car eating her monkey.
Were you an ass eater, Joey?
Not at that age. No, at that age, I wouldn't even.
I was eating ass in about 85.
No, I wasn't eating your ass.
Way back in the day. So
I started eating ass like in 88, 89, my
How-
cocaine days.
yeah, dude.
That's when you got to eat ass because your dick don't work.
Yeah, you got to eat that ass.
You got to eat ass.
And listen, it's your podcast. I'd never tell you anything. But the story you were telling before the show about drinking coffee late night,
Oh, please.
I was loving it. It was just like you did so much cocaine that you would drink coffee.
It don't work. I told people for years, coffee don't work on me. These people who drink coffee. Oh, my God. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. 10 years ago, I shot this movie called The Mezzos. And I snorted coke all night, Friday night, Thursday night. And that was Saturday. We were shooting in Pasadena. And I remember the guy goes, drink 2 Red Bulls. I drank 2 Red Bulls and fell right to sleep. Right after I drank 2 Red Bulls. But when I go back to a hotel room after I do comedy, whether it's Thursday, Friday, or Saturday night, I drink a cup of coffee.
At night, like we're talking like 12:30.
12:30. I smoke a joint. I decompress. I take a hit off the e-cigarette. I make a few notes about my set. I feel make a few notes about tomorrow.
Go 9 deep in the email.
Pretty much once that cup of coffee's finished, 15 minutes later I go to bed.
Unbelievable.
And sometimes it affects me in my dreams, like while I'm sleeping, I'll pop up like a fucking Momo. But no, it doesn't.
I had a fighting dream last night. I literally a straight up fighting dream, and my girlfriend had to fuck because I was.
Who'd you fight? Who were you fighting?
I can't even remember. I know I was straight up fighting. She's like, "Whoa! You almost hit me, dude." I've been in a lot of fight mode lately, dude.
Who you want to fight?
I might be. Do you know who Jason Ellis is? Have you ever heard Jason Ellis?
Yes.
I might be. I don't know if I'm. I gotta find out tomorrow if I'm doing his Ellis Mania in Vegas in a week and a half. Where I'm supposed to do fight for 1 minute and box for 1 minute. And I haven't heard because he's like, I want you to dress up. I'm like, I ain't wearing costumes, dog. I love you to death, but I ain't wearing costumes. But I've always wanted to do the walk-in to the ring, dude. I've always dreamed of rocking a little Run the Jewels, man. I want to run the Jewels. It's called Close Your Eyes and Count the Fuck. It's the song. And I want to walk out and I want to box for 1 minute. Just a bunch of fucking 5'4" Mexicans, they said.
And then you do comedy?
No comedy, just straight boxing. It's a night of dude, this guy Jason Ellis, you should have him on your podcast. You guys would fucking love each other. Dude, he's gonna fight 10 dudes. A new round, each round he fights another guy. He's just crazy. He's fucking crazy.
How many minutes each round?
I think it's dude, it's gotta be 2 or 3. I'm going 1 minute. And I'm just gonna be
And he's doing 10 guys?
Yeah. He's crazy.
Alice Mania.
Yeah.
Who are the 10 guys? Anybody? Random?
No, dude, there were some real dudes, man. One is my boy Kid Cope, who was on my TV show back in the day.
Okay.
A couple other mixed martial arts guys, and straight boxing. He wants to fight CM Punk in the UFC, this guy, because he is a legit fighter. I mean, like, he's been training. It's got to be 8-9 years now. I've known him forever. He's taking jiu-jitsu, Thai boxing. He's a good guy, man. He's this crazy Australian dude. You guys would get along great. He used to party fucking hard, dude. Back in the day, coke, all that shit.
You should go for a round, Joey. Fight a little Mexican dude.
Are you doing jiu-jitsu, yo?
Yeah, I've been doing it.
How's it going?
I love it. I'm going tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
I've been taking Thai boxing. I can't get there enough, but I decided I gotta, because dude, I don't have a 9-to-5 job, dog. I have a fucking 24/7
Right, that's
job.
what nobody understands.
Everyone's like, oh, you don't have a day job. I'm like, I have a day and night and fucking way in the
You have
evening.
an hour.
I
call it whenever I have an hour. Whenever I catch myself and going, I could be doing something.
Yeah. I call
That's
that
it.
my Whitney
Yeah,
Cummings
that's it.
rule. I've laid in my bed going,
Yeah.
oh, Whitney Cummings wouldn't be laying right now.
Yeah, no.
I got to go out there and fucking write something. I wrote on 3 TV projects yesterday.
Come on.
Yeah, yesterday I met with one writer for this one idea we're doing, met with another writer for another idea. Then I had to write this pitch that I got tomorrow for this other internet series thingy that I'm kind of excited about. But it's like, dude, that's all I do.
That's why you got the new hairdo.
Yeah, I got the new hair. I just liked it, man. I just chopped it. 'cause
No, it
I had
looks
this weird
tremendous.
shit. Oh,
Looks
thank you. You're very
tremendous.
nice, dog.
It's completely different at the Frankie Valley.
I'm trying to drop a little weight, man. I'm getting it
Yeah.
all in here. I'm
No,
getting it
you
all in
look
this.
good.
I got the tits and gut. I got the gut
I
rocking.
already got to dog. I had to go do ADR for a movie today. But I must have done this movie like a year ago. Jesus Christ. Every time you do ADR, you gotta face the man in the mirror. You're like, Jesus, what has become of me? Because I don't look at myself in the mirror. I don't. I just move as I go. I just put gel in my hair and do it. And sometimes it works. But when you have to look at yourself for long periods of time, that's scary, dog. You're like, oh, shit. I thought I looked good in that shirt.
Pictures are the worst.
No, this is a movie.
Well, yeah, well, video.
I'm sitting there watching this, going wide on my watching this shit. And I had to ADR like 4 fucking scenes. And it was like I got fatter in every fucking scene.
Man.
It really is amazing, guys. And you sit there and go, that's it. And they showed a picture of me with shorts. I'm like, that's it.
Stick a fork in.
That's it. I'm never wearing shorts in fucking public again. What was I thinking? I'm like, I feel like that fat chick that you see at Walmart with celluloid and shit hanging out like a tampon string and shit. You're like, why is she wearing shorts? There was a lady in Hollywood on Selma, where I used to live, that would always wear Britney Spears shirts with a gut sticking out.
Saw that yesterday, dude. This chick just
and you
straight
want to
up.
go up to them and say to them, can I talk to you in private for a second? Why do you have that shirt on? Do you know how bad you look? Do you have any fucking idea? And I'm not telling you this to be an asshole. I'm trying to help you out because people are driving right now. Going, look at that dumb fuck. And if not, they're taking pictures of you and putting it all over their Twitter.
Their Instagram
and
and that
all over their
shit.
Instagram. Put a nice fucking shirt on. You're not fucking Britney Spears. This ain't fucking Vegas, motherfucker.
My buddy just passed away. I had to go back to Vegas for his funeral. He's a really cool cat. Just was in a lot of pain. I think he had a drinking problem. You know, not to be disrespectful, man. But dude, show up. Dudes are at the funeral in jean shorts, man, and fucking like tap out shirts. And I'm like, dude, you don't show up to. Dude, I might be old school, but there's 3 times you fucking dress up: job interview, funerals, weddings.
Court.
Yeah, court. 4th one is court. You ever go to court? Everyone's in fucking FUBU and shit.
No, you gotta go.
Gotta go dress up. I got out, dude. I was like, I am 13-3 in traffic court. Most of it, it's because boom, I wear a nice little suit, and I cross-examine police officers and shit. I've got off, dude. I was trying to make a move on this chick. We were in Sunset, and the traffic wasn't going, so I'm gonna make a move on this girl. I undo my seatbelt. I go in to kiss her. Up walks Captain Cockblocker with his just with a light, his flashlight. Walks up to the car. That's how slow traffic is. Hey, pull over. I'm writing you a ticket for non. I'm like, we're not moving. It's like, doesn't matter. So I go to the court and I'll yell motions. I'll try to get motions to miss, motion for continuance, motion for, and they're like, deny. Because I'll just listen to the guys who are dumb enough to bring a lawyer to traffic court. You don't need a lawyer for traffic court. You don't. It's either the guys show up or not, or you have a case and you can argue it yourself. So I go there, motion, nothing. So she goes, tell us what happened. I start cross-examining the cop, and I'm zinging this dude, man. You hear the crowd going, oh, what's going on? Oh, he's got, and the judge's like, okay, enough. Just tell me your point. And I go, we're in the slow traffic. It's not moving. It's dead. Sunset traffic. Nobody's moving. I'm with this chick. First date, I take my seatbelt. I go make a move. I'm only trying to make a move. We're not moving. He walks up to it. She asks him, is that true? He goes, I don't know what's going on in the car. She starts quoting Shakespeare and love. And she's like, case dismissed. Not guilty, case dismissed. The whole court just explodes, dude. Someone finally beat these cops, man. And I'm walking out. People are high-fiving me as I walk out of the court, dude. I fucking cross-examined this dude and won.
Look at the shape of your Lisa. You're high again, cocksucker.
I am.
It's a good feeling when fucking people up, don't you?
I win, dude. But now they're telling the cops always show up because they need that cash. So they're always showing up now.
If you have a good attorney, it's good to have them.
On traffic court, though?
Yeah. When I lived in Jersey, I had a fucking monster dog. He was a psychological monster. He would just play with your head and shit.
Jesus.
Even if the cop showed up, he still fucked the cop. He would keep you outside. He wouldn't say you were attorney or not. He would sit in the courtroom, wait for him to call Lee Sayat, one more time, Lee Sayat. And he would wait for the cop to leave and shit. And then he would go, your attorney. Lee Sayat was here the whole time. He didn't hear you call him. I called him 8 times. We're right here, your attorney. We're right here. What are you talking about? Oh, where's the cop? I don't know. He left. Oh, dismissed. Fucking tremendous. Old school. Don't leave me hanging.
Oh, shit, dog. I would never leave you hanging, dude.
Down for you.
I didn't know that, dude. My bad.
Fuck.
I'm all in the Joey, dude.
No, you have to. And like Heather McDonald, her sister was a big-time DUI attorney in town. And she had rules, like just rules that you knew. If you get pulled over, don't do this. Don't give me your blood.
Don't admit anything.
Right, don't admit nothing, Lee. You're fucked. Don't say
Cops
nothing.
Cops aren't your friends.
Joey Diaz gave me a star. No, you don't know nothing about nothing. You didn't
don't admit to anything, dude.
You don't know nothing. I don't give a fuck what they tell you. A test is coming with a mule. I don't give a fuck.
Remember, I had to ask you. We were driving home from Long Beach, and cops stopped like one row in front of us for like 15 minutes. And I had taken a video of you smoking on the way down to Long Beach, and I got paranoid and deleted the video because I thought the cops were gonna come. I was high as fuck. I thought they were gonna come and like, check my phone.
You don't give nothing,
dude. I get Armo lawyers, dude. If you can't, I do this Armenian benefit every year for I had a cousin who had bone marrow cancer, and You know, she ended up being in it herself, but her mother's, my cousin Michelle, incredibly smart woman, realized that there's no registry for Armenians because we're genetic hillbillies, you know, because we don't get along with any. Armenia doesn't get along with, we're Christians, everyone around us are Muslims, so there was a lot of hillbilly shit going on, if you understand it, which made our genetic makeup a little fucking, redneck, so it's like very hard to find matches. So they started this thing. Well, for like 12 years now, I've been doing this big event. We've raised shitloads of cash, so I get in some trouble. I get busted buying some fucking drugs from somewhere where I shouldn't. Shit's going bad. Dude, I call in. Who do I call? Who's on the board? Garagos, dude. Straight up Garagos. And I call him up. He's like, Samuel, I know who you are. You help us with our benefit. How can I help you? And I just told him, it's like, boom. He just sends assassins, dude. And they were so badass. The cop who would bust me was crooked. He was crooked. And they were asking for all of his files. And they sent down the union chief. And they're like, dude, nope, we're suppressing all that. And we're dismissing the case. And boom, who walks out? My Armenian jumpsuit, dog. Fucking like a champion.
Like a doctor and shit. You get a feeling when you beat him at their own
dude, because I was shitting bricks because I didn't want to get a felony because I can't transfer.
That's why you always got to get an attorney. And people don't get it because they'll fucking rape you. An attorney could just twist a couple buttons. Maybe he knows somebody downtown. Maybe she went to school with Paula and fucking USC. We got it in.
Yeah. Have you been watching Better Call Saul? Do you see the first 2 episodes?
No.
It's not bad.
I watched the first 2. Avant-garde for me. By the way,
the first one was slow, but the second one was pretty good.
I'm not in the mood.
I was really thinking it was gonna suck before it came out, but I was happy with it.
Oh, there was all those rumors that it wasn't.
I just thought it was gonna be a comedy. I just didn't understand it, but it's the same guy. It's Vince Gilligan, so it's kind of creepy and cool. And
because what's his face was the lead. You thought it was gonna be a comedy.
Yeah, I just thought it was gonna be like a funny look at it. I think that's how they were first marketing it, but I was pretty happy with it.
We'll see, man. We'll see. They already. It's always interesting when they pick some up.
They did it the right way. They didn't fuck around. Joey spun off 18 years later. These motherfuckers spun off the season later. They didn't fuck around.
Turn and burn.
That's how to do it.
And you can bring those every character in the old show that everyone loves, you can bring them back in this show.
And that's
whoever hasn't died.
Right. Well, no, because it's pre-Breaking Bad.
It's before.
It's pre-Breaking.
So everyone's there, but it's kind of like what you were talking about. Bob Odenkirk is pretty well known, but he just went in there for like a smaller role and just killed it until they had to spin off a show. You guys could do the same thing when you're saying you don't have agents to help you, or like when you shot the Longest Yard thing with like a used football helmet. If you kill it so much, then they have no choice.
What's weird about TV now is like one person can have 8 shows. I've never seen that before. Back in the day, you had 1 show. Now it's like you see people on like 4 shows. And I'm like, wow.
When I got here, the one black guy from Arliss was on 2 shows. That's the first time I had ever seen that.
I've never seen that shit.
He was on 2 shows. He was on ABC. And the guy's back. He's on a show on Nick at Night, a kid's show with the black chick. Tremendous. You never disappear. You're like dog shit. You just take a little.
Stay in the mix, dog.
That's it. If you're good, you just stay in the fucking
Don't
mix.
shoot yourself.
It was a great. Listen, Breaking Bad was a great show, and I knew something. They just did everything right. AMC, you got to applaud AMC. AMC, they're doing some good shows, and they do it right. They know what's working. Ray Cannell's in town.
Oh, he's back.
He's leaving tomorrow, though. Now he came to do what we're doing for Iron Dragon. He's going to do for Roku.
Oh,
where he's going to do the recommendations for horror films.
Oh, cool.
So he came in. He called last night. He says he might go to the store later. Same shit. I'm going to call him and get the fuck out of here. You know how we do it, though.
Okay.
Let me get some shout-outs real quick. You get people all excited. It's a fucking Tuesday night.
Can I also talk about my Valentine's Day show after your show?
Absolutely. Ethan Buzzard, Scotty Shandell, Jeff Tellerman, Goose, Chris Boyce, Kern Michael, Matt Baltazar, Gene Smith, and Joe Pritzman. You got the fucking thing of the day. You put a Coke rock with some chick's asshole, which I always fucking love.
Love it. Love to do Coke out chicks' assholes.
But
you ever done that, Lee?
Nope.
Would you ever do it?
Ooh,
Are you not a Coke guy?
I've never tried it. I've actually only seen it a couple times.
Where'd you see it?
My friend's house that I used to work on a TV show
You
with.
never did a little bump with it? He did a little line.
Do you like going fast? You like going slow? I'm a fast guy.
I'd probably say slow, to be honest. I'm more of a weed guy than alcohol.
I'm a fast guy, so that's why I used to love that shit. But now it's gotten so bad in LA, they keep chopping it up. I'm just doing chalk at this point.
Jesus.
It's early on.
I'm sober.
Early on, Lee, we were talking about corruption, you know, and if you've, I'm like, I don't react to it no more.
React to what?
Like when I hear stupid shit on the news, like if I'm watching CNN, the governor or this or
Right.
that, I don't react to it anymore. Like, for example, like I know exactly what Al Sharpton does. He's an insider.
Right.
Until somebody says, "What do we need for you to stop yelling Tripoli?" 500,000. They give him the 500,000. He goes away. You know, I know exactly what the characters do and what their purpose is. When you see them pop up, you know what their purpose is.
Right.
I came from Jersey. I seen bad politics. For 2 years, every time Christie did a fucking thing, he talked about that guy, Sacco.
Yeah.
Now he's getting indicted by the
Christie,
feds. Or they're looking at him, the feds.
Right.
You know, it's funny how he had this big thing about he was going to do this, he was going to do that, but he wouldn't run for president. There's a reason why, because it's a fucking, they got you now. With the internet, you can't do a fucking thing. And to be governor in New Jersey, you had to do something. It's like Donald Trump. Everybody says, oh, Donald Trump. Donald Trump can do a lot politically, but he can't because he did a lot of shady shit.
Right.
That shit comes up. He did a lot of shady shit. It's crazy that people look at Donald Trump and go, oh my God, Donald Trump put out people's lives.
He killed people?
No, but years ago in New York with all the fucking bullshit, with all the construction in the late 80s and stuff, he was shutting people's lights out, man. He would subcontract work to guys that would run up, you know, buy material from them, not pay the bill. So these little mom and pop hardware stores went out of fucking business. There's 1,000 Trump stories. If you read the Sammy the Bull Gravano book, he does a whole chapter in there about construction in New York. How construction in New York worked in the 80s and 90s and how they were doing it. And one of the stories he tells, he breaks down how the whole thing works. And he goes, okay, let's just pretend Trump. But I'm not saying Trump. Who he was talking about was Trump. You know, who he was talking about in that book was fucking Trump.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Trump runs for fucking president. You don't think Sammy the Bull will be in that cell jumping up and fucking down, screaming,
Oh, he just loves the attention.
I got stories, you know? They're going to let him out. They're going to let him out.
When?
2 years, a year. They're going to let Sammy the Bull out. That's it. He did his time.
Yeah.
He did his time.
So you were talking earlier about the mom. Like, are you worried that he's going to go back and start doing stuff again? Or is he just so old?
Oh, yeah, I'm worried that he's, I don't give a fuck. He's 60 years old. He's not going to, do I worry? I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. Is he going to go out? Who gives a fuck? You know, they put him in there. He's got no fucking hair left. You know, he's standing next to Cosby, standing next to fucking Suge Knight, standing next to the UFC. Karma served his fucking thing. He did so many steroids. He got that disease where you just shake. Not the
Parkinson's.
No, something else.
Multiple sclerosis?
Something else. He lost all his teeth. He lost all his fucking hair.
Oh, no.
You know, you don't just kill 20 people and get away with it. You know, when he killed for fucking money, I mean, he would do some horrific things, but he did it to people who didn't pay attention. He would partner up with you, and once the company became a millionaire, he'd shoot you. And he'd bury you. He'd go out. I saw him last night. What do you mean he didn't come home? Oh, my God. We were eating bagels last night for dinner. You know, he was cold-blooded. He shot his own fucking brother-in-law.
Unbelievable.
He shot his own brother with the hand. The dog came into the living room with the kid's hand
Oh, no.
because they dug him up a few yards away. The family dog came in with the kid's hand into the living room. When they buried him, they buried the hand and shit that the dog found. The fucking brother-in-law. But what are you going to do? You know, I had those people around me growing up. Whenever the evil ones got close to me, I felt them and I just fucking disappeared. I was very lucky, Lisa. I was very fucking lucky. I knew who those jerk-offs were, but I never really, I don't know. Like I said, I just didn't understand making $50,000 and I had to give you $25,000 to be in your club.
Right. Do you ever wish that, because we talked about it a little bit a couple weeks ago, do you ever wish that either Not theaters, but like barroom shows were easier to do. Like it would be a better way to do it because how some comedy clubs won't book you or how they don't want to pay. They want to say
How
no
do we
one's
go
there.
from Sammy the Bull to comedy clubs?
Because you're giving them like so much of the money, and you could just go to a bar and just sell your own show. But there's issues with bar shows, you said, and theaters you have to rent it out and all that stuff.
I just didn't understand the bridge over River Kwai, that cocksucker. I didn't get it. I didn't even know what the fuck you're saying because you threw me off here.
Okay.
I didn't know where you're coming from. We talked about that 8 shows ago, or last show. But it doesn't matter. What's up with you, Sammy? What's this Valentine's show you
Valentine's Day, Harvell's 2 shows, Naughty Show at this awesome jazz club in Long Beach. Super excited.
Saturday night?
Saturday
Look at
night's
you.
all right for
Look at you, Valentine's Day.
Like a grown
What's
ass man.
Harvell's? That's Sean the Eyes room?
No, I'm not sure. I know it's Deep Burnett runs it. It's
Yeah.
down-
You're doing the room tonight.
I'm running over there after this. Then I'm going this week. I'm going to do
The host is Sean the Eye. He's got the one eye and the glass eye.
Oh yeah. Sean Latham.
Sean the Eye. Sean the Eye.
Sean the Eye.
He's got the one.
He's got one eye on you at all times.
He used to be a bartender. I met Sean when he was a bartender in Arizona at a fucking regular bar, like 10 years before comedy, whatever the fuck it was, you know. And now he's running a room in Long Beach. I heard it's a nice room.
Great, dude.
You have a nice time down there?
I always have fun.
And what's tonight? Tonight's that weekly show.
Yeah.
And then
It's good to
Saturday
get
you're
close
doing
it out.
2 shows. You're
2
doing 8
shows,
to 10.
1 at 9, 1 at 11.
What's its seat down there?
I think you pack like anywhere from 150, 200, 250 standing.
And Long Beach is fucking sharp.
And they get it, dude. Oh, yeah, this area's nice,
Long
dude.
Beach
Long
has
Beach.
really come a long way.
And they buy tickets to shows, not like these fucks in LA who want to fucking can I get on the guest list? It's like $5 to show. Pay $5, help the talent, make a little cash.
Remember, brother, the guest list is something for people to say they're on the guest list. It's not about the $5. They call somebody and say, "Harry, I'm Pinterest. My friend Sam put me on the guest list." You're on the guest list? Oh my God, how'd you get on the guest list?
No, I gotcha.
And they get all fucking, there's no guest list. Who gives a fuck about a guest list? I like when they hit me up. Is there a code? The code is fucking suck my dick. That's the code. If it fits in the box, go ahead. You do what you do. There's no code. There's nothing. It's a 20 to get in. What do you want me to tell you? I don't fucking make the rules.
Fucking love
It's
you.
not my fucking club. Everybody's always looking, what's a code? I want to get on the guest list. Well, nothing bothers me more than people who they think that something really is out there. Like they really think something is out there. Like, oh my God, I went to Vegas and I sat in this VIP section. You're sitting there going, what did you accomplish? What the fuck happened? Did some chick suck your fucking meat stick? What happened? No, we just talk to people. Who gives a fuck? You want to talk to people? You want a chit chat room in your house and talk to people with your pajamas on and shit.
On LinkedIn.
Yeah, on LinkedIn. That's shit. People trying to be my friend on that shit. I don't want to be nobody's fucking friend on nothing. People hit me on that new thing, LinkedIn, to confuse me and shit. And it's a professional network for professionals. All these out-of-work writers and actors and shit. I want to be your friend on LinkedIn. Erase. I just get rid of everybody. I don't even know what LinkedIn is. I don't even know how I became
I get
part of it.
asked all the time.
I never joined nothing. It's like those Facebook groups. One day I looked down, I was part of 18 organizations. How the fuck did this happen? Nobody asked me one
I
fucking
totally
time.
agree.
Nobody asked me one thing. Do you want to be a
I
part
want
of
to be part of it.
Cocksuckers Anonymous? I had to go through all of them and erase myself. Some kid hit me up 3 days later. Why'd you get out of the group? Why? Because maybe I don't want to fucking hang out with you. You know, you want to hang. I gotta hang out with you now on Facebook too. It's bad enough I see you at the Y staring like a fucking Momo, looking around at fucking ugly chicks and shit.
Fucking momos.
There's a guy at the Y where I go there. He's a porno guy. An ex-porno guy. He's the creepiest guy in the world. He's about 60 and he cut off t-shirt, which always drives me fucking
I
crazy.
hate that shit.
If you got big arms, take the sleeves off.
Yeah.
But if you don't have big arms, put them the fuck back on. Will you please? You know, walk around like you know somebody.
I go to this coffee shop. There's a dude. I know he does porn because I used to watch a lot of porn. Don't really do it anymore. But used to watch a lot of it.
You don't watch it no more?
Nah, dude. I'm over it. But this guy, I would always see him in the fucking bukkake films.
What's a bukkake?
When it's like like 20 dudes, one chick like jerking off on their faces. And I was like, where did I see that guy? And I'm like, oh damn, that's the bukkake guy.
You a big bukkake guy, Joey?
I don't even know what bukkake is. I thought it was like a cookie or something like that. Fucking bukkake. What the fuck do I know? Bukkake. I don't know bukkake.
We learn something every week, dog.
I don't know about porn. You guys know all about
I'm
porn.
over
I'm
it.
fucking embarrassed. You're not over it.
I'm over it.
You're still addicted. Who the fuck you kidding? You whack off all that shit. You people are disgusting. This fucking guy too whacks off watching porn.
That's great.
He watches Mexican porn and shit. When Mexican porn's good because they just kill him at the end.
Well,
That's the way the all should be. They just shoot him for reals and shit. They shoot like the gun. They show the gun. And they show like a eye. And they show like a body with fucking blood splatter. I'm good with that.
Unbelievable.
That's a
That's how
fantasy.
you want to come seeing your girl get shot?
What come? I come in a minute. I don't give a fuck who gets shot.
So you just sit there and watch the rest of the video?
No, I've never seen it. I just heard that Mexican porn, they always shoot the fucking woman at the end. That's in real Mexico, not this shit that you people are watching now. Real Mexican porn, they shoot the bitch at the end.
What's all snuff?
Huh?
For real, they shoot?
Yeah, fuck the bitch. It's done. They shot a lot
I
of
ain't
pussy.
those fucking snuff shit. That's uncomfortable.
Do they really make a lot of snuff films?
I don't know, but you
You've
always
never seen a snuff film?
No, I don't want to see no
Oh my God, I've
chicken
seen-
fucking murdered.
That's my favorite.
What's your favorite one? You gotta-
Shoot me in the pussy when you're finished. That's the
Putting down snatch.
Oh my God, that's disgusting.
Yeah, right?
Just, I watched Miami Vice is on every morning at 6 and 7 on the El Rey station and 5. I think it starts from 5 to 8. So sometimes I gotta wait in the mornings. I'm like, I don't want to fucking get on the computer. Let me just sit here and write with a free hand. And I put Miami Vice on. There was a real interesting one the other day about an artist who had one. In fact, the chick was, Jesus Christ, today's Miami Vice had Chris Cooper and the chick from Pretty Woman in the same fucking episode.
Wow.
What's her name?
Julie Roberts?
Same fucking episode. Chris
What?
Cooper, same fucking. He plays a dirty cop. Julia Roberts plays the fucking kingpin's girlfriend. The one I'm talking about. Which was the one I'm talking about? Oh, the one I'm talking about. Kelly Lynch plays the model. Hotter than fuck. 20-year-old Kelly Lynch, taller than fuck. She plays the model. Oh shit! Al Pacino's girlfriend in Carlito's Way plays the sister. And the dude from CSI Miami plays the artist, like the half a fag artist.
Unbelievable.
And they fucking make a snuff film, and then they have to prove that the chick is still alive. So they get Kelly Lynch to play the chick, but the chick's sister shows up and baffles the whole fucking police investigation and says the sister hasn't been home in fucking weeks.
I can't wait till TV Guide could just be that. I could click on it. I could watch that 30-second video of you describing the show rather than just the text.
Keep it coming, cocksucker. This ain't no dream no more. It's coming together. You know what I'm saying? That's how we make things happen. At the fucking church or what's happening. Now, what else you got going on? How many weeks you on the road? You going out? You staying in?
I'm not out as much as I want. I was cooking with gas, but this last month and a half's been a little slow. But I got a couple offers coming in, so we'll see what happens.
And you got the Punch Drunk Love.
Doing Punch Drunk with Ari Shafir. Loving that.
And what's the other one you got?
Well, I do the Naughty Show, but I'm just kind of fucking feeling it out what I want to do. I did this. I used to do the one that you came on, but it just Vicky wanted to do her own thing, and Gareth got really busy, so we just kind of said we'll take a break. And just hustling, bud. Trying to sell sponsorship shit, getting sponsorship for live shows. That's what I'm good at. And just trying to stay above water, pitching shows, trying to be fucking Joey Diaz.
I'm not pitching no shows, though. I'm at home minding my business. I don't give a fuck. Look at this poor guy, this fucking Cuban kid tested pot. Today, I put that video up of MMA Junkie when we had him on and we were talking about what went wrong.
So what happened? Does your podcast, whenever you talk with an MMA guy, does it go? I see it on MMA Junkie. What happens? They listen, or do you say, "Hey, we had blah blah blah"?
We had the host on.
We had the host on, so somebody made a YouTube clip and put it on about what's going on with MMA and all this stuff. And then, today but it's funny. I was talking to a friend of mine this morning before anything. And he asked me if there was a fight this weekend. And I said, yeah, I think Benson Henderson is fighting that kid, Scratch, whatever his name is. I can't say the name.
Well, there's a Bellator fight. Do you watch that at all?
No, I'm talking about UFC. And he goes, when I watch it, but he goes, I'm not really feeling it no more. He goes, it's funny, there's a kid at work that said, that's it, he's done with the pay-per-views for a while, at this last one.
It always seems when you buy the pay-per-views, it's a bad fight
Yeah.
or not entertaining
And
fight.
then he goes, my other buddy's kind of, I know, son, when I left this morning at 6 in the morning, there was already chit-chatter from Ariel Hawani and Hector Lombard. Hector Lombard said he woke up to a text from Ariel Hawani telling him his fight was off. He didn't find out, like from the UFC, he found out online that his fight was off. He didn't know. He woke up, didn't know what, if Rory McDonald. And then I left. When I came back in the afternoon, that's when I seen all the positive reports that he had come back positive.
Unbelievable.
And this is the last thing they fucking need now. When was the Rory fight anyway?
I don't know.
I can look,
I
but-
think it was going to be in May, maybe? No. April?
But it's what we were talking about. It's how did Anderson Silva still get to fight,
Oh, because
and this guy got the fight canceled.
The test came back, but it even took a long time. It was January fucking 3rd. It's where they sending these tests to. I told you. Just to let you know, tell that motherfucker to sit tight. It tested positive. Then they tested twice. They break the piss in half. They test it again, and you get the result 2 or fucking 3 days later. That's what I remember in 1988 and 89 when I was taking P-tests. I think they've moved forward, correct? Everything in life has moved forward. We now have a phone with a fucking camera on it, walkie-talkies, and calendars, and I can tell where the fuck you are. And
well, dude, man, this would be the second pay-per-view in a row that they let that happen. They let John Jones fight when they know he tested positive for cocaine, or not cocaine, but whatever you do to digest
metabolism.
cocaine. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Cocaine.
Yeah.
When is that fight?
I'm trying to find which fight he's in. The next one, because he tested positive. Oh, it's 186. Okay. 186 is April 25th.
Oh, yeah.
In Montreal, where Roy McDonald's from. That sucks.
Yeah, that does suck, man. Who's he gonna fight? Maybe they'll put Diaz in there.
They'll put I think there's a couple people who could go in there. Tyrone Woodley could go in there.
Mm-hmm.
He just fought 2 weeks ago against Kevin Gastelum. A couple people could go in there. They got plenty of time for that.
Yeah, what's the name of the dude who fought Nick Diaz and was evading him? Like the first dude to do it, Carlos Condit. Is that the same way?
Carlos Condit is
he needs a fight, and they want a matchup.
He's looking for a fight. He's looking for a fight. And you know what? He beat him before.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the fight. Lee Sayat called it.
Boom.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
MMA sidekick.
Because Carlos was on 2 days ago.
I need to get really high.
Carlos was on 2 days ago saying he was looking for a fucking fight or whatnot. So there you have it. Listen, it's just one of those things that the knocks keep coming. They thought that last year was bad. This year is opening up. Not good. That card in LA, and that's the thing I've been saying since day one. It's the law of fucking diminishing returns. It moved too fast, too quickly, a little too quickly, and people couldn't catch up. They confuse some people. You don't know if the fight's on Fox 1, Fox, Facebook. Just put it on one fucking thing.
Yeah.
Just put it on one fucking thing. FX. You know where it's coming from.
And dude, there's no off season. That's the big problem. Like the NFL, this is our first week off. And you're starting to Jones for it again. You don't get that with the UFC. UFC is every month, all the time. At least sometimes
every week. They had some weeks where they had two fights going on at the same time in different countries. I think one was Fight Pass and one was.
They got to build they got to say you gotta have these fighters, like these certain fighters have to they're only for pay-per-views or they're on Fox. The actual network. But, it's like, don't be sending, Michael Bisping to do a fight in China. I want to see him fight on a real card. He's a good fighter. I don't need him fighting in China, watching him on the internet. It's not fucking way. You gotta work smart. But it's like money. You can't do it like that, dude. Gotta pick and choose. Because you can't have the problem is, when you only have one good fight on that card, and that fight goes down, you're fucked. That's why they have to have Anderson Silva fight when he's popped, or John Jones fight when he's popped, because the rest of the card isn't strong enough to still get you to buy that card.
I was just thinking about it. I've never had a good time when I bought the card. I was thinking about, because you're probably thinking, is this worth the $60? I've had good times at friends' places where I threw in 20, or when I went to go get like wings or something and watch it. But I was just thinking, when I bought the thing on my cable, I never had a good time.
They want to throw up, and I'm a huge UFC fan.
So
And I'm Dana White, classic guy,
Classic guy,
nothing
great.
but
The theaters are nice. Everybody's very nice. You just sit here and go, who's making these decisions to spread yourself out that thin? Now, who's there watching this register? If you're having a fight in Las Vegas, who's in China watching the fucking register? You know, I want somebody there. One of the Fertittas or me there. Right or wrong? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We're Jewish. Somebody's got to be there.
yeah,
My fucking, like
counting
the
the numbers.
like the Greeks, they always bring their mothers because the mothers are the only people they fucking trust. They don't even trust the fucking wife. But my point being that it's just too much. And you're right. It's just they don't have enough pay-per-view fighters. You have to have two great fights and one fight that you're like, that's fucking interesting. I know him and I don't know much about the sport, but I know he's what's that shit Thai people do? Oh, they fight. Oh. And he's a jiu-jitsu guy. So maybe they'll knock him to the floor. People know that. People get educated. Remember, Fox is to educate people.
Yeah,
Fox is supposed to be educating people. People who wouldn't get a pay-per-view 9 out of 10 fucking times. You know, that's what Fox is for.
they have to. They have to market fighters. They have to market them. Like this Conor McGregor thing is obviously manna from heaven. I mean, his personality, people want to watch him fight. But, you know, it's like there's other guys that you just got to let people know about them and get interested in them. The hype machine has to hype some of these guys. So I know who the fuck they are.
Listen, if I paid somebody $50 million, could I hype Sam Tripoli right now? With all the hype, what could the hype do for you? You've been in this town 15 fucking years next to me.
Yeah.
How many people do we know that have paid $5,000? Hype doesn't do nothing.
Okay.
It's everything has to meet at once. Everything has to meet at once. We all know Conor McGregor is great. You know what? After that fight against Daniel Poirier, give me fucking what people want. Give him the winner of whatever, Frankie Edgar.
Jose Aldo.
Aldo. No, we get Dennis Seaver. You're trying to catch him up in the jiu-jitsu world, and I get it. But don't throw it in my face. And this is all I said last week. You know what? You, me, and Leah Comics, we all get a deal in Montreal. We're all having a good time. You know, deals, whatever. Maybe you get $500,000. Maybe I get $300,000. Maybe Lee gets $100,000. How would you feel if you woke up and you saw the president of Fox and Lee in Vegas waving out the fucking thing? You know,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? So you have disgruntled people. I don't like when there's disgruntled. What's good for Lee is good for fucking Sam Tripoli.
I get you.
In an organization. So how can Conor McGregor go up in front of Chad Mendez and go, look at me, I'm staying at the Fertitta Hotel in the penthouse when you're staying in the Fighter Hotel right there. What's Frankie Edgar thinking? What's Jose Aldo thinking? I stay at the MGM when I fight. They put you at the Fertitta Hotel. Another picture, I saw him drinking a coconut with Dana White. I've never seen, you know, Frankie Edgar drinking a coconut or Jose Aldo drinking a fucking coconut. You know, the way they let him talk to people. And I'm a fucking Conor McGregor fan. He's a great fucking fighter.
He's a great fighter.
But I just thought it should have been handled differently. You know, it all started a lot with the Chael Sonnen thing when he was talking to people like that in Brazil.
Yeah.
You know, hey, man, 2 people do it out of fucking 80 that are killers. What does that tell you? If I went around all day going, you know, oh, Sam Tripoli has to follow me tonight. Fuck that bitch. What do you think about tonight, Joey Diaz? Fuck Sam Tripoli and fuck the rest of the show. My goal is to go in there and fuck them up so they can't fuck. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, Sam is great. I'm a great fighter. We'll see it, whatever. Hype? What are you going to hype? Like I said, they've been hyping Sarah Silverman since we got to this town. They've been pushing Sarah Silverman over the fucking border since we got to this town. She got 5 million Twitter followers. Gabriel sells more tickets than fucking Sarah Silverman. I'm not putting down Sarah Silverman. You understand what I'm trying to fucking say to you? So for 15 years, they've had this machine behind Sarah Silverman.
Yeah.
And this fat little Mexican dude is selling more tickets than anybody else in the fucking world.
In the world.
And a fucking Hindu. Do you know how much push does the Hindu
And a black
get?
dude.
How much push does the Hindu get? How much push does the Hindu get? How many commercials have you seen for Russell fucking Peters?
Unbelievable,
So
right?
it's all word of mouth. It's like Aerosmith in 75. There was no Twitter. I'm back in the saddle. There was no Twitter. You got to fucking rock it out. There was no Twitter. So if you're good, people are going to react to you. If you have something that's attainable, people are going to react to you. You know, how many people have we moved here? How many comics have you seen that zapped you right up and going to be superstars? They're gone, brother. They're gone. It's just, is it luck? No, it's how you handle yourself. You didn't shoot your load. Maybe you stuck your finger up her ass first. You kissed her neck. You lasted. When I look in the mirror and I know I'm in LA 18 years, I'm blown the fuck away. I'm not the best comic. I'm not even a great comic. I'm a mean fucking comic. I just lasted here 18 years. Where everybody came, went, no, LA sucks. It's for faggots. Okay, it's for faggots. I'm going to make a living here.
Yeah.
I'm going to make a living here. I'm a faggot. Watch me. And I bet all these other people are fucking faggots. You can't push what you that's what people don't understand. You can't, there's no really hype machine. The hype is you in that ring or you on that stage.
Yeah, you're right.
But they're trying to make the hype machine with like CM Punk. I was gonna ask John Lewis, but I didn't want to. We're having such a cool conversation. It's just
If I tell you guys something, will you be mad at me?
no.
I don't even know who CM Punk is.
He's a wrestler who's
where?
usually from, I don't know where he's from.
WWE.
From WWE. Apparently he was really good and they fucked him and he left. And I'm sure he's a great athlete, but this shows just how much about money it is. Because otherwise, why not put him in Bellator or King of the Cage or one of the other small ones and just give him like a deal or something?
Because
Why have him right up there?
Dana wants that Brock Lesnar publicity. That Brock Lesnar was the last of the guys who could sell 1 million pay-per-views. Nobody else can do that. I think Anderson Silva might have got GSP. Those three guys.
No, it was somebody. What's his name?
Tito.
No, the other fucking guy.
Tito or
Chael. Chael was killing him for a while.
Yeah.
Chael killed him for like
Tito
3 or
did
4
it too.
months.
Chael did it too through hype. But
I'll never forget. You guys want to see something interesting at home? Find the Cain Velasquez Brock Lesnar fight when Brock Lesnar loses. Watch the end when Dana White puts the belt around Cain Velasquez. Watch his face.
just not excited.
It's not excited at all.
Well, that's the whole thing about.
You don't need to even be a psychic to know what Dana's thinking. I put so much money into this big fucking lurchy fuck for him to get beat by a fucking little Mexican. What the fuck is the world coming to? You can see it. You can see it. I put millions into this lurchy fuck for him not to get punched in the face, for him to go down like this.
Why do you think Ronda fights so infrequently? I mean, if there was one point in which Ronda, who is a great fighter, had more movie roles than fights in the UFC, because she's such a cash cow that he doesn't want. You think he wants Cyborg to come in there? I think he can put as much makeup on that chick as they want. You know, and I like thick chicks, but it's like you can put as much makeup as you want. Ronda is a cash cow. He doesn't want her to lose. He loses Ronda Rousey. It's like it's going to be hemorrhaging.
It's a bad situation. Lee, look at the fucking shape here.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ronda Rousey, she looks tremendous on that sports.
Yeah, I love her. I'd knock the bottom out of her.
I saw it. Yeah, I didn't know what with her, and then there's this fat model or something in there.
Pissed me off.
I don't understand. There's porn now. The only time I ever got excited about the Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition was when I was 12.
It's symbolic. That's why. It's traditional. It's symbolic. But the fact that they put this fat chick in a bikini, it's like, if I want fat chicks in bikini, I'll go on Match.com. I don't need to see this. You know, it's just like it's.
She's cute.
I bang more fat chicks than anybody here.
She's a beautiful
But it's like
woman.
this is meant for like. It's like I like playing basketball because I want to play in the NBA. Doesn't mean I should be in the NBA. I can't dunk. I can't fucking shoot. I love basketball. But if you put me in the NBA, it's going to ruin that product. You know what I'm saying? It's like Sports Illustrated, whether you like it or not, is still a competition for who's the hottest chick in a bikini. You get a thick chick is Kate Upton. She's a thick chick. But that's hot and sexy.
The big chick from Salt and Pepper in the bikini, that bitch will bang your world.
I do. All day, every day.
Jelly ass and shit bouncing. Stop it.
Women don't even want to see fat chicks.
But a big woman and a fat chick is something different. Like there's something about a big woman that's always like on tempo. The chick who books the Improv. That's a big motherfucking chick. When she first came on the scene, that was a sexy motherfucker, Aaron Montempo. She had only had the one kid then, and she was recently married. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Aaron Montempo rocked your motherfucking world. She had some big ass titties and a great smile. That's a big woman. I'm not saying she should be in Sports Illustrated, but I like to see her in fucking bikini.
I do too,
There's
but
some women that are just big and sexy. I'm not talking about.
I like Viking pussy, bro.
Yeah, I don't
All
want a
day,
chick that
every
looks
day.
like me with rolls in the
No.
bikini. It's something completely fucking different.
And that chick is attractive, but is that Sports Illustrated?
No. You know, she's attractive. I see where you're getting. I'm coming from somewhere else. I see where you're coming from. It's a product, and you can't just because you want to play football. No, but there was something about it. And I know that we dig deep. You and I take a ride to Iowa, and we'll see one of those 6'1", 165ers.
Dude,
You'll look
I
at them.
love them.
You'll look at them and go, "Oh my God, that woman's fucking beautiful. Look at that face on her." First of all, the prettiest faces God has put on women are on those Vikings. So gods have to scratch their head. Guys are like, "What the fuck do I fuck? What do I do? I let it throw out me out the window." They're fucking beautiful. Let's get the fuck out of here, Lisa. I want to give a shout out to my people over at On It. What do you call it?
Optimization?
Optimization. That's the fucking word. Optimization. You want the best that you can be. That's what Alpha Brain does. That's what Shroom Tech does. That's what fucking the tea, whatever, coconut oil does. The testosterone that they
MCT
have.
oil, I think?
The MCT oil. They don't fuck around. They want you to be the best you can be. Go to On It right now. Right now. Don't fuck around. Look at the minerals. Look at the vitamins they have. Go to the box. Check out something. Press in the box. What? Church. CHURCH. And get 10% off. And they also have the Stay On It program. It gets delivered right to your house on a motherfucking monthly on the first of the month. Stop fucking around. Iron Dragon TV. You're sitting there going, Joey, Friday night, I don't have no plans. Saturday, I'm going to take the wife out for Valentine's Day. I might take her to Sam's show. I'm going to get my dick sucked in between shows. I'm going to take it to a nice Benihana. But Friday, I want to save money. What do you got for me, Uncle Joey? Go to Iron Dragon TV. What do you put in the box?
Joey, you
get 2 free classic Kung Fu films. The Ip Man series. Listen, there's too much to even fucking spit out.
Shit.
Just do me a favor. Go to IronDragonTV.com. Do yourself a favor. This is a whole different thing. If you like the UFC, you like people getting mid-slapped, classic Kung Fu is for you. You want to giggle from time to time because you'll see strings and shit. You'll see Godzilla fall from the fucking sky on the wrong set of a Kung Fu movie. Shit like that happens. Go to Iron Dragon TV right now. Dave Foley's put some beautiful shit together. They got a couple movies that are 4K technology. Listen, go to Iron Dragon TV right now and press in.
Joey.
Boom! You get those 2 free fucking movies. You're sitting there. You're uncomfortable. You ever been sitting there, Sam? You're sitting there uncomfortable. Something's not right. You got to pick your underwear out from between your fucking nutsack and the cocoon that lives under your asshole. They're wrinkling up. When you go to take a shower, you take them off. And there's little speckles. There's holes in your underwears. But a lot of people don't even know where to start. A lot of guys don't even know where to start. They go to get jeans. They go, fuck, I forgot to get underwear. You know, you forget to get underwear. That's over. Go to MeUndies.com right now. They got underwear for men and women. They look tight. They're tight on you. I'm going to jiu-jitsu tomorrow. I break out my MeUndies. Why? Because the nutsack don't pop out of the fucking underwear. On top of that, if I sweat, it contains it. I don't have leakage going down my leg. This
Swamp ass.
This swamp ass mix. No. The material in the MeUndies pulls it away from your skin to keep everything fresh. There's no chafing. I'm not scratching my ass on a plane. None of that
Unless
stuff.
you want to.
Unless I want to, which is a completely different thought when you got to scratch that finger and sniff it. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection they have for men and women. I'll tell you what, it's a fucking bargain. Go to the box and press in.
Joey.
20% off your first order with free motherfucking delivery to Canada and the U.S. That's how we roll here. Go to MeUndies right now, tonight. Don't fuck around. If you order tonight, you'll get it by Valentine's Day. MeUndies.com when they press.
Joey.
Boom! You get 20% off. Also, this is the one I love the most. All right, so I give you On It. Some nights I give you a fucking Iron Dragon TV. Tonight I give you MeUndies. This is the best one I get for you because this one is absolutely free. Free, free, dumb motherfucker. Go to naturebox.com. You understand me? Health, nutritious, delicious snacks. Nutritionist approved. Stop going to that fucking vending machine and getting that Ugat shit, the cookies and the fucking lifesavers. You don't need that shit in your life. Not when they got fucking Nature Box delivering directly to your house. Not one bag, not 2 bags, not 3 bags, not 4 bags. How many bags, Lee?
5 bags.
5 fucking bags delivered to your house for free. And you're sitting there waiting for fucking a bluebird of happiness. He ain't coming. But Uncle Joey's showing up with some fucking nutrition and some fucking snacks for you. You understand me? That's how I make it happen. Do me a favor out of respect. Go to naturebox.com. Get your free fucking sampler pack. It's fucking free. There's no strings attached. There's no credit card. They send you 3 medium bags and 2 big bags. What are they pressing the box?
Joey.
Oh, shit. Joey. Boom. Get yourself your free fucking sampler box. Who's better than you? You got underwear, you got a kung fu movie, and you got pills to make you think right. All right? That's all you get right now. Don't forget, I'll be at Cap City Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And at the end of the month, I'll be in Indianapolis at Crackers bringing down that motherfucker. It's been a long time since last time I went back to Indianapolis. I smoked crack there with some black people. That's my type of fucking city. I want to thank my man Sam Triple. Don't forget to go to his show down in Long Beach down there. What's the name of the club?
It's Harvell's, my friend.
Harvell's. That rhymes with Carvel. 2 shows, 9/11. Where are the tickets? Brown bag?
Go to harvells.com.
Carvel.com.
Harvell.
Harvells.com. The fuck you
Joe,
are,
you're
man.
the best, dude.
And if don't be fucked. I don't want to be nobody's friend on Lincoln, John. No more. I don't know nothing about professional network. You want to be a professional? Tell fucking Don Corleone to call me, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. Have a great week. Happy Valentine's Day,
Thanks
you
for having me
motherfuckers. I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black.
Joey, you were on fire tonight.
In my bag. Take a piece of it. Listen, I'll do that today. Brought to you by my people, Anarchy Edibles. What's that little midget piece? I gotta eat the whole side.
I gotta survive the
What fucking? That's a little midget piece. Eat that fucking
We're
cookie.
training for the Olympics over
Yeah,
here.
we're going deep tonight.
Olympics
Let's
of
go.
what?
Right
The
here.
Olympics of being
Give me
high.
right here, this piece. You fuck. Give me that little piece back. That's for fidgets. Yeah, take this
Fidgets.
piece. Yeah, give me that. That's for me. Take that.
Why is that funny? Why do you
Because-
have the small piece?
Because I'm already over my carbohydrate limit.
You know what's funny? I didn't think we were going to put a dent in that backpack, but
We ain't,
shit's
fucking,
going pretty well.
we ain't fucking around tonight. I think the edibles dropped off a bag of death. No, I told you, delicious as fuck. With
It's
some
way
milk,
better than the other kind.
I
Oh my
told
god.
you. With some milk in that motherfucker. You dip these in the middle of the night. Lee. Who's better than you? You'll sleep like a fucking baby.
Probably about half an hour.
You'll be drinking.
Well, you didn't bring milk. Yeah, we have room temperature water.
I got some milk in my nutsack. How about that one, boy?
We need some THC milk to go with this.
I still got it.
You can't stop the DS. There's nothing
my
you can
God.
do
Great
about
to be
it.
back. What's
Yeah.
happening, Matt Fultron?
Nothing. I just got back myself around 12:30 from West Palm Beach. Took a nap. Brought my ass to North Hollywood to party with you guys.
Do we have a surprise guest this time? Let's just go show
Oh
up.
yeah.
Remember
Oh,
restraint that
fuck.
came the last time?
That was embarrassing as fuck. I'm sorry about that.
No, that was fun, man.
It was something different. you know,
Exactly.
two fucking people. How was West Palm Beach?
It was fun, man. Sold out shows. I was working with Whitney Cummings and lots of fucking people there. You know, Valentine's Day is never the most fun in the world, but it was still pretty
Yeah,
fucking
I had a
good.
great time in Austin. They were great
I'm
fucking
sure.
crowds. And Austin's a great city. Great people. Seen Ookie Spooky, seen your boy,
Andrew Miller.
Andrew Miller and his girlfriend. Looking good. He gave me a little devil with a fucking long tongue so he could massage your muffler with it and have a good time.
Are you sure so I could? Did he make it so I could massage my muffler? Or?
Yeah, he made you a special tool, just for you. Austin's a great fucking city. I was very fortunate to be down there for Valentine's Day. And it's great to be home. I'm home for fucking 10 days. You know,
It's
I
the
like this.
best to get home.
Yeah, to just get home and deoxidize. And today was a light day, you know, not a big day today. I went to Higgins Jiu-Jitsu. You know, I was thinking about you today. I was thinking about you last night. I called you. Then you told me you're on the road with Whitney. You
Yeah.
also go on the road with Tosh.
Sometimes,
you know.
yeah.
If I'm local, I'll give you a
Of
holler.
course.
You know, you're one of those guys that you're right there.
Right.
And in your mind, you get frustrated because
Oh,
I was
yeah.
there. Like when
Sure.
people fucking calling me and shit. People think I'm funny.
Right.
What's going on? I come
Right.
fucking, where's Robin Williams in his new
Right.
show? You know what I'm saying? Where's my new TV show? It's just,
It's one of those things you got to roll with, though. And I'm sure, because I've been lower on the totem pole than this, and I'll fantasize about the times when I was even lower on the totem pole. Like, that was fun, though, rolling around Hollywood Like before I was getting paid or whatever, just fucking doing shows just for fun. And I'm sure I'll feel the same way about this part of my life too, where it's like, I should be headlining a lot more. I'm ready to make the jump, but you know.
It's weird. You're just waiting for that push.
Exactly.
You just need that little
that
push.
moment.
And for me, it was the longest yard where people now were like, all right, now we have to headline. So you understand, like, there's little things you got to do. But today I went to jiu-jitsu and Hegan was there. And one thing that Hegan teaches that he teaches big guy jiu-jitsu.
Uh-huh.
You know, if you go to Cabrini, who's a great school, he teaches jiu-jitsu for guys like you. It's 170 pounds.
Right.
There's barambolos and more fucking spiders and all this other shit. With big guy jiu-jitsu like me and Lee, he wants you to conserve energy. So every move has to be swift. And when he sat in that chair where you were there, he was talking about how jiu-jitsu really enriches your life after you start thinking about it. Like you start thinking about the moves. And I was thinking about it today, how comedy is great at this point for me, you know, and you'll be there also because you're on the right path. This is the beginning of the journey.
Yeah, man.
Opening up for people, different people calling you for avails, you know, somebody submitting your tape for Conan. And even if you don't get it, it's fine.
Right.
Somebody submitted your fucking tape. That means you're in the game.
Yeah.
I remember having a talk with Renazizi when he had been on 20 auditions and he was in producer sessions and he was never going to book a show. And I go, you're on the path.
Right.
It's just you just got to fall, you know?
Yeah.
And as a comic, I know that 10 years ago, you know, stand-up wise, I'm working today the way I am because of a road I got on 10 years ago.
Right.
I think about 2 years before I got off the Blow, I got serious about writing. And even though those last 2 years of Blow were dark for me, I was still writing some good stuff. I just wasn't performing it late. Like I would think of something and then I got off the Blow and those jokes started working for me. But it was 2 years of writing in the closet, you know, that you need to get a jump on. Like there was so much wasted time when I first moved to Los Angeles. Right. Is what I'm trying to say. If I could do it all over again, I wasted 10 years of time hanging out, talking to people about dick. Yeah. You know, when I could have been utilizing time. Those 2 hours there, you could have been writing. Yeah. It's amazing what you're getting those 2 hours. And in the beginning, I used to just sit with a notebook and put Lee Sayat, Flying Jew, and sit there for 2 hours looking at that, trying to think of a joke. You understand me? Right. Then I figured out, wait a second. If I write out a story, it'll make it easier for me to write that joke because I'm massaging the muscle. I'm using the muscle. Right. That's when I really started moving forward in my life. So I started writing stories and I started writing more jokes. But it's where you're at right now. You're in a beautiful spot.
I know, man. And I'm to the spot that you're talking about right now where I'm working on it every day. Whereas when I first started out, I didn't know about the discipline.
You met 4 guys and went for coffee and you drank and you talked about, I wrote this joke. Yeah. After the news, you wrote 2 jokes. Yeah. You took a nap, fucked the girlfriend.
Once you start making it the priority, and I have to do it first thing in the morning, get up, have my coffee.
That's what I do.
Do some writing. It's amazing how much, even if you only have 15 minutes, how much better that is than nothing. Nothing. As long as it's about every day. It's about doing it every day. Same with that class you're taking.
What's the most frustrating part? Because in normal jobs, you have like a yearly review and then like you have to work on this or you get promoted.
We get a daily review as a comedian.
That's true. We get an audience review. You don't get like a boss review.
You get both.
You get like a customer review, but not...
So many times club owners give their review. Too.
Oh, really?
Of course. It's not even asked for. It's not even valid, but they'll give it. You know?
That's crazy. Yeah. They will fucking say
you guys are restaurant managers. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah. All of a sudden they become fucking Bud Friedman. Yeah. And that's when my shit shuts off. I know exactly who's Bud Friedman. I know who's faking the fun.
They always talk shit about the last guy that was there a week before. They always find something to talk shit about. Of course, they're not talking stuff about us when we leave, though, right?
Yeah, they love you.
So they run their game, and we run ours.
Exactly.
They run their game, and we run ours. You know, and it works. Somewhere in the middle, it works. As a comic, at one point, you go home and you go, I have friends that are making a lot more than this. Why am I making this? It's all about, it's a business. You might say, I have friends that are not funnier as I am and get a lot more money. It's about numbers. At the end of the week, it's drinks sold versus anything. They don't give a fuck if they sell 10,000 tickets and people go there and nobody lasts for an hour. It's out of their fucking hands.
Right.
They sold 20 fucking thousand million drinks. You follow me? So it's a business. And that's what young comics don't realize. Man, I'm killing at the store. How come I'm not headlining out there?
They think it's a funny contest.
Because they think it's a funny contest. I thought I had the same concept going on for years. You know, I knew guys that would fucking avoid me. You know, like, fuck him. We don't follow him. We don't put him on a show. You know, when I get to a club, the guy would say, hey, man, I tried to put you on this room, but the headliner booked.
Right.
He didn't want a dirty guy, but he didn't want to follow you.
Right.
He brought a guy that was dirtier than you. But, you know, little things. You know, you sit there and you get it.
Were you ever pressured to be like more Hispanic?
No.
No?
You know, you have moments in your head where you doubt yourself and you go, well, maybe I'll try to sell it Spanish. But I'm going to tell you something. They feel the funk. They know who the fuck you are as soon as you, and if you don't know who the fuck you are, they'll let you know. That's when you get no laughs. Until you get your voice, you don't get the laughs that you really
You just scrapping for
You
anything.
get laughs. You get laughs. You get laughs. You get a ton of laughs. But there's a different laugh when you're really you're writing for your voice. When you see Bill Burr, he's writing for his voice. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, once you figure out who you
That's
are,
it. It's
then
all
everything applies. It
Is
might
that-
not be the funniest joke in the world, but the fact that people know who you are, they're like, oh yeah, that's a real thought from this real guy.
Is that why sometimes I'll think you had a good set and you'll be pissed off? Not like sometimes you talk about because you forgot to say something, but sometimes you think like the laughs aren't genuine. Is it not genuine, or is it just not as hard as it could be?
I didn't do as good as I could have done. I
Okay.
fucked around, or I did something wrong. I came out the wrong way. Sometimes a comic come out and he might step or say something with just a little bit of ego, and you shut the audience off. You know, I never understood the comic going back and forth with the customer and arguing, calling him a cunt. I never understood that because you're stopping the show. You got to work yourself out of that shit. Don't think I didn't do it. I'm not saying I didn't do it. I fucking
did
did it. That's how you fucking learn not to do it. You know, I used to talk. I picked up that New York horrible habit in '94.
Right, crowd work and
Yeah,
stuff.
how you doing? That's a horrible habit to get involved in.
Yeah.
Every fucking occupation has a horrible habit. When you play basketball and you're a forward, the worst thing you can do is put that ball back down on the floor and dribble it and go back up with it. Grab it and release it. That's it. Every time you dribble that ball, the defense comes to you. It's a fucking magnet. Every occupation has a fucking no-no. Would stand up to me, that I got caught in it. I got caught in it for 3 or 4 years. I got caught in it till I moved to LA, and I realized in LA, it's not going to pan out. You get away with it one night at the Improv
Sure.
at 11:30, at the store at 1, but you're not going to get away with it at 8:30. It's only going to go so fucking far. Hey, how you doing? Where you from? Did you shave? That shit will not fucking
It's
fly at
definitely-
9:45.
And it's definitely not going to be on the Tonight Show.
Yeah, so
You're definitely
just
not going to
lose
be
it.
working the
You
bleachers.
just lose it. And once they come to see you and you do that, bam, that's it. They walk. It's really fucking, they walk. So it's, you learn different things along the way. I was doing comedy for 5 fucking years with no idea. Like most people at 3 years have fucking got an agent and shit. At 5 years, I was still lost. Fucking lost.
It is weird as a viewer to see crowd work in a special, because sometimes when you're at the store, it can get funny because you can actually see them. But I've seen a few specials where they have like substantial crowd work. I was like, you can barely see the person.
It's here, there. It's the camera from the show with Tracy Morgan and the chick. They talk to you here, then it bounces over here, then it bounces back. That's that avant-garde camera work. Don't work for fucking stand-up.
Right.
That lost of you going to him, you just lost him.
Yeah.
You just lost a viewer at home. You just broke his fucking concentration. I never figured it out either. But man, I picked that habit in New York doing open mics in '94. You know what that habit's from?
What?
Laziness.
Well, it's also like a New York standard too. Like almost everybody does crowd work.
What's laziness?
Because it's quick laughs.
It's quick. You can get into something and it's a 50-50.
It's a way to make a connection. It seems like a magic trick sometimes. People are like, wow, you're really fucking quick. Meanwhile, he's told that joke 15 billion times. It's a setup. He knows how to set it up. He knows what he's doing.
What would you say if there's a comedian listening who does a lot of crowd work? Is there nothing good that comes from it, or?
Well, some people are masters at it. Like,
Jimmy Brogan's a master at it.
yeah, I think Ian Bag's a master at it.
The master's at
Rick Ingram's pretty good at it. You know?
But it goes so far. It goes so far because the standard is for you to go up there and tell me something that I don't know.
Right.
You know, if you're doing a 45-minute set, you deter at the 32-minute mark and talk to somebody while they're dropping checks. I feel it. I've done that.
Sure.
That's a mastery.
Sure.
To start talking to them when they're dropping checks because you ain't gonna get no laughter anyway. They're just looking at the bill. $62.
Fuck that.
Oh, fuck this
This comic
motherfucker.
sucks.
This guy sucks dick. He was good for 20 at the door, but for 64. So now that's the gift. Now how can you get them out of their head? How can you get them out of their head when they get that check and they're looking at that check? That's what young comics never add into the fucking thing till you're on stage and you see it happening. Where was the first time you saw it happening? That
What,
made
check
you
drop?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I just know that like any jokes I was doing weren't really working, and I just stopped because I didn't want to waste anything.
Yeah, you don't understand me.
It's like wait until they're done paying, then you can get back
And
into
then
it.
once they go on their wall and they drop it, and now you get them. Now that's the gift. Picking them back up again and ending with fucking 29 punches. That's the gift.
I always hear headliners complain about check drops. Are there no clubs who like
There's a couple.
have a couple come on after, or maybe pre-buy the drinks?
No, well, there's a couple people that do check drops after.
Jim Norton
Jim Norton.
is definitely
That's
one.
yeah. Well, there's also like the Acme in Minneapolis is a club that's like a standard.
And
But
why
there are
don't
few.
why don't more clubs do it if everyone
They
hates
don't
it?
want people to run out. They
Yeah.
lose customers. They feel
Again,
like,
again, they're not concerned with the comedian killing. They're concerned with getting paid, and
Right,
like, people can run out a lot easier if the check drops at the end.
a lot of fucking clubs, and let's get it, a lot of clubs in the colored nature. Bro,
To be PC,
on PPC,
Yeah.
up at the Comedy Store on Tuesday nights, the cops are always there. Somebody tries to run out of tab.
Is that Black Knight?
Black Night? You know, whatever they want to call it.
I didn't want to call it.
they don't call it Black Knight.
They're dine and dash motherfuckers. Those black people will dine and dash in 2015 like they don't give a fuck. And I know in Miami, at the Miami Improv, there was a cop always there with dogs outside, just in case. Nobody fucking ran out of tab there. There's some club on those nights that
They have fire hoses.
they give you a fucking ticket, and that's how you get out of the club. They
Okay.
give you a ticket that you paid the tab. So that's the only way you get out of the club. So it's different things. Me, do I prefer it? I learned to work around it. It's a way of business. It's part of the business. And after you die 30 times doing it, you figure it out. That's when you may go, you know, what's going on with you? Did you
Right.
your ass? Well, now you get them, boom. Now you go into your last 10 minutes of your set.
A lot of comics come up with like a check drop
Yeah.
joke.
Check drop jokes
You know?
that he says every night or at the thing. I just play it by ear. These are the things you go along with experience that you'll never know. Like there's guys that try to fake the funk, like they'll feature one night and do 38 sets and they go, I'm ready to headline.
Yeah.
And they'll call a club in like North Dakota and make up all these stories. And the newspaper came to see them and they got a fake fucking review and they do a paper mache and they print it on a thing and they send it. And this poor bastard pays him $800. This kid comes and dies a slow fucking death. Plus, the big death is once the checks come and he fractures up on stage. How you
Yeah.
doing? You want another cookie?
No.
You look like you're fucking stumbling and mumbling over there. You fucking.
He looks good.
I
He
feel like I'm
looks good.
stumbling and mumbling.
Oh, you know, you're looking good tonight. What's going on with you? How was your weekend?
It was a good weekend. I had a fucked up thing happen yesterday,
What
but
happened yesterday?
no, I was just going through my bank account and I found someone. I must have made a mistake and thrown away one of those high interest checks the bank sends you, which I've never ever used. So someone sent $730 to the gas company.
Someone went through your trash and then paid their gas bill.
They must have. I mean, Joey thought it was someone who'd come and clean my house, but I haven't had anybody clean my
I
house in a month.
guarantee it's one of those fucking Marines that came over. Like, this fucking.
It's been over a month.
This guy's an actor.
And they just did it like
He
2
shot
days
3
ago.
guys in Vietnam.
But Valentine's Day was awesome.
What'd you eat?
When I took the mom and her to In-N-Out,
All right.
we were happy.
What'd you eat?
Just double with fries. I tried getting them well done. Still sucked.
You don't hold on. You don't like In-N-Out Burger?
The burgers are good. The fries I don't like. They're too thin and they like They have nothing. It's like there's nothing in the middle of it. It's like just air.
You ate them though.
I ate half of them. I honestly don't eat the In-N-Out
And then
fries.
how long did you wait till you went and got the wings?
Like 7 hours.
And how many wings did you get?
I got the small, whatever that has, and whatever Buffalo Wild Wings has. I think it's like 8.
So this is all Valentine's Day? In-N-Out and Buffalo Wild Wings?
Oh, yeah,
Because we've been on a diet since June.
Okay.
And we haven't had anything like that.
Gotcha.
So normally I'd be dropping 200, but luckily,
Y'all got to set up the candle and the fluorescent lights.
no, we were gonna go see a movie in between all these fast food things.
Yeah.
But there was nothing out. Because we had this plan since like October. So she had mentioned wanting to go to LACMA, so I took her down there, which I thought was gonna be a cool idea, but apparently so did every other boyfriend in Los Angeles, which I didn't realize. But
But it's Saturday too.
Yeah, I didn't realize the museum was that packed, but it was cool. I don't really ever go to museums, but it was fun.
You guys want to go to In-N-Out right now?
Fuck yeah. Is that edible hitting you?
You hit them. Pass
Yeah,
through.
of course.
That's participle,
Of
cocksucker.
course. What am I?
You went
A
to
robot?
fucking museum.
Yeah.
When does it end with you?
You're always talking about knowledge, and I got to see some cool art.
Fucking museum, Lee. When does it end with you?
What's wrong with the museum
You know what I'm
now?
gonna do? I'm gonna go home and Google a set of Jew balls and send it to
You used to be a criminal going to night classes. What's wrong with the museum on a Saturday?
My point, okay? What is Saturday night?
I did have date night on night. We went at like 4 in the afternoon. Or 3 in the afternoon. I had date
We
night.
drove downtown on Valentine after all we
So
decided.
it was like a 20-minute drive.
Why are you? What is wrong with you lately? Are you just
So what advice have you been giving him? Don't.
there's no advice to give him. He's the softest man in America.
Every night is dick night. It doesn't matter what she likes. There's no Subway. What else?
Nothing.
Of
Nothing.
course, there's no ranch.
This guy, it's amazing how it's just amazing. He gets talked into every bad thing
What's wrong
I've
with it? I made the
ever
decision.
heard in my life.
I thought you
I
guys.
feel bad for him. Like after the first time you get burnt as a man,
Sure.
you know where your girlfriend's at. You pull her aside and go, look,
Right.
I ain't doing that shit no more.
If she ever breaks up with you, you're gonna be like, I
Yeah.
took that bitch to the
Yeah.
museum
You
on
don't do none of that
Saturday
shit.
on Valentine's
You
Day.
don't do none of that shit right now.
I got dick morning and dick night on
You
Saturday.
got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing.
50
You
Shades of
fucking got
no.
nothing. You got 50 Shades of
I didn't
no.
go see that movie.
You don't lick her asshole. You didn't come on her cheek, on her face, or nothing. That's what Valentine's is about. I know you. You probably fucking come in your hand when she's sucking your
I don't
dick.
come in my hand, but I don't
You
aim
don't,
at her cheek.
you don't blow a load in her mouth, nothing. You filthy
I in her
fuck.
mouth,
No,
yeah.
you don't. You probably come in a tissue and you wipe,
No, but
you
during
wipe
a
the
blow,
cum off.
not during sex. I just
Eat a cookie, will you? You fucking embarrass me.
You look hungry. Why don't you eat a
Not
cookie?
that
Eat a
cookie.
cookie. That's a good cookie. That's
There's a
protein.
delicious cookie, but I'm fucking stoned out of my mind already.
That's all right. We're
I
here.
got a package of Thin Mints at the house.
What
I got
type-
one box
What type of
of Thin Mints. That's all. It's just Thin Mints.
A fucking museum. Don't think we forgot about the fucking.
What's wrong with the museum? You've never been to a museum?
Not at 4 in the afternoon on a fucking Saturday.
What else do you want to do?
What do you think you do? What do you think you do, Lee?
You can't.
You
dick
already
night all
dealt. You
day.
already dealt with fucking terrible shit all fucking day, from In-N-Out with Grandma, the fucking wings, the fucking a
What's wrong?
cookie.
You
How
don't
long
like
did you?
wings.
How long did you wait at PJ's for a seat?
No, we went at like midnight. There was no one there.
Come on.
We waited like 20 minutes at Buffalo Wild Wings. But there was a Kings game and a UFC fight, so it was busy.
Listen, the guy gave you a fucking robe.
She loves the robe.
You should have given her a robe and taken her home and lit the robe on fire and fucked her till the robe burnt on the carpet. That's what
Like a
Valentine's
king.
Day is. And
Just
then
set it on fire and say we're not
you
stopping to the
You know
ropes.
that chocolate with the cherry in it?
Sure.
You finger her a little bit, get that monkey wet, and you put that cherry in her monkey and lick that motherfucker till the chocolate melts.
Send her mother home
You see what I'm
first.
saying? And you send grandma home, put her on the fucking bus. You're an embarrassment to Jews. I should rip that fucking flag down. All right?
Why?
There's not one Jew that takes his fucking girlfriend and mom to no fucking In-N-Out burger.
Yes, there are.
He tells her, walk behind me like my wife. You ever see on Beverly Boulevard? You ever see Jews walking together? No. You see the Jew, the man of the house, walking straight. You see the woman in the back like Rocky's
And they
wife.
have to fuck through a sheet.
Who gives a fuck? But that's all that matters, right or wrong?
You like that shit on fire.
You like that shit on fire, you shit. Bark, motherfucker.
Fire!
You're slipping, cocksucker.
Bark, motherfucker.
So how long did the mom hang on the date?
20 minutes. It was
Oh,
lunch. It was
Jesus.
lunch. We went to lunch, then we went to the gym.
Oh, okay.
Then you went to the game.
Gym. and then we went to dinner. And
No, when you go to the gym, you stand on the elliptical next to her.
no, we never stare next to each other.
What does she do?
She has the elliptical, just a different one. She goes fucking fast.
You ever see couples jogging together?
It's
Isn't
odd.
that the fucking
That's
worst?
Lee any day.
No,
You see him in the
no.
Hollywood Park with his hoodie.
But
with
it's
his
worse
New
when
England
guys
hoodie.
are next to each other. They're loud. At least when a guy and a girl are next to each other, they kind of.
I mean, like running through the neighborhood, they go jogging together.
Oh.
It's like y'all can't be apart for a half an hour. It's fucking embarrassing.
That
No,
is
he
embarrassing.
knows I shoot.
I know-
He knows
I
I
don't-
go out there like a
I don't
vigilante.
jog.
I'll pick him up as he's walking. Boom, I shoot him in the leg.
Joey's got people out there looking at you, man.
He doesn't have
You
people.
never
He just
know.
Joey's just doing it. You call Joey like he was on Wilshire today. You just have like little rotations for all your friends. You like
I don't
surveillances.
fuck around, man. I go out. I leave the house early, man.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I got
Get
to
out
out of the
there.
house.
I
get
know,
the
I
blood.
see you on
It's 80
Twitter.
degrees. and
Whenever
shit.
I'm up early, I see your ass up early as shit.
I
And you
gotta
guys
go.
used to do this podcast at 6
At
a.m.,
6 in the
right?
fucking
Yeah.
morning for a year.
No, we
and a
don't do
half.
that anymore.
You know, it was rough.
It was fun, but like it was
Those
rough.
people who do that shit. No, if Lee came to me, if a station came to us and said, we want you to do morning radio somewhere, that's morning radio.
That's
that
what it
means
would
you're
be.
paying me enough. But there ain't no comedy Monday through Friday.
Right.
You follow me? If you come to me and say, I want you to do morning radio, well, this is what I do on a Thursday, this is what I do on a Friday. You got to cover that.
Yeah,
If that's the rate, or we shoot two, which isn't going to work.
right.
Morning radio is morning radio. You got to do it. You got to talk about the topics of the morning and the day. That's what they need to do. So
Yeah.
I would do it. But
Right.
to do 4 days a week, when you got to get up at 3:30,
Damn.
you got to be in bed at 7, and if you have a live remote, that throws your whole fucking schedule off. If you got to go to bed at 7 every night, so your fucking machine's
No,
working all the time. Right, 4 hours, 7.5 hours, and get up at 3:30. That's at the studios around the fucking corner. What if you're a half hour away? You got to drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, get some reefer in you, a couple stars.
You got to go to bed at 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
every goddamn day.
I know people who do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had an aunt who worked for the IRS who would go at like 3 or 4 a.m. or something because she got up by 3 or early so she could be home for her kids. A lot of people do it.
4 a.m. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I've
And I
done
can
it.
see you doing it here. You think about doing it here, it's easy crazy.
Right.
Do that shit in Boston now,
Oh,
where you got to go outside and fucking blowtorch your windshield.
Yeah.
there's people. I called my mom today. She said there's people who just don't have their cars because plows have just been going by and packing them in. There's a parking ban, but they literally, even if they wanted to get to their car, it's behind like 20 feet of snow right now.
Fucking, how many inches, like?
Over my mom in Worcester has over 100, and it's not even the most. Like 96 had like 111.
And it's gonna come again on Friday.
It's coming again tomorrow for like 3 inches.
Oh my God, that's
Fuck, man.
And I lived through those winters 20, 30 years ago on the East Coast. I lived through one of those where it just kept fucking snowing.
Yeah.
It's like every day. And I have a Facebook friend who I went to high school with him, and he went to jail a couple times. And I keep seeing pictures. He has like a station wagon with a long fence tied bungee cord to the top of it, and he's just going. And him and his brother put up a job posting. They were paying each guy $200 a day to help them because they just had so much work. So like a lot of people are working right now.
Sure, they're shoveling snow like a
There's
There's work to
motherfucker.
do. Yeah.
There's work to be done. Hey, listen, when I lived in Snowmass and I first moved up there, I used to shovel snow
Me too.
for
In
12 an
Baltimore.
hour.
Yeah.
12 an hour, Jack. And I'd be casing apartments because it was the apartment building. They'd be doing
Yeah.
me a favor. I'd just be seeing when the drug dealers were coming and going. My boss's name was Joe Coffey.
Right.
The apartment building was Creekside.
Remember that time you wrote a check to the gas company from a check you stole?
You son of a bitch.
No.
$700? Oh,
No,
shit.
I would not. That's the thing. I wasn't a check guy. I was
Yeah.
never a check guy. Being a check guy or like a car thief, you're in there. They got you.
Yeah.
They got you.
Evidence.
There's no turning back.
Yeah.
Especially now with the cameras.
Yeah, especially now with the cam. Now it must be brutal. You can't do a credit card no more with a fucking camera. That was
No
my
way.
that was my bread and butter. Credit cards, Finding a fucking credit. Tonight I was looking for cards. I was looking for a business card. I had a stack of them. I put them in one of those clips. And when I was looking through them, I remember this guy. I lived in a building in '85 for about a month.
Yeah.
A friend of mine said, "Listen, you could crash here." So the super of the building was across the hall. This is the weirdest thing. And this is fucking Jersey. The super of the building was across the hall. But it said come in. When you open the door, the keys to all the apartments were on the wall, and then you rang his doorbell. what the fuck? And it would take him 3-4 minutes to say, hey, what do you want?
Right.
There's no water tonight. Turn it back on. Whatever. And one afternoon, I didn't have a job for a week. And I got fucking bored. And I said, what the fuck is going on around here? And I took the key to it. It was like the 3-floor house. And there was a chick that had gigantic tits on the
Right.
3rd floor.
Like at the bunny ranch?
I used to snort coke and jerk off to her. She had like a fucked up boyfriend. She was hotter than fuck.
Yeah.
And one day I went upstairs and opened up her apartment. I went in. The boyfriend had a big desk. And I opened up the desk and it had a stack of credit cards
Mm-hmm.
with the clip in it. Like Diners Club or every gasoline company. This is 1985. And I would take like his American Express and I'd go to like Chinatown, spend $200 and come home and put it back. I
And
would
then
do,
jerk off on them titties
I
all
would
over.
do that. I got his hourly, I knew
Yeah.
him and her were home. And I would go up, knock on the door, open up, go into his office, take a card, use it for the afternoon, bring it back and put it in the fucking thing. I did that for about maybe 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then one day I said, what am I even putting them back for? Why am I wasting my time? I'm going into this guy's apartment every day like a fucking moron. I just started taking them and I just started ranking them. But now, since I was doing that clip today, I got a flashback and I'm like, thank God I don't have 30 credit cards.
Yeah.
Somebody think they're in this card clip and take them all.
It's fucked up. Do you ever feel bad about that one, about like stuff like that?
I just remembered that late tonight. That was the first time I thought of that in 30 years. That was 1985. Sure, I felt bad. But you didn't pay for it. It wasn't like you pay for it out of your
Well, they
pocket.
said they have to do like an
investigation.
Investigation. I thought they were like accusing me of writing a bad check to the gas company. Or I
They
don't
are.
know.
They're gonna get you. They're gonna come over, beat you, throw you in jail for an afternoon.
That's why you got to eat cookies straight
You're
through
like
it.
this cookie. Eat another piece of cookie. It's way.
Well, I thought you were talking about like good cookies. I was like, why
No,
would
I'm
I
talking
eat
about
Another
mind-numbing.
One little piece.
I'm good. I got some in my pocket if I need it.
Oh shit!
I'm peer pressuring Lee, but I'm a lightweight.
Come on, Lee. Take another piece.
I can't.
We're going deep tonight.
I loved it, but I can't. I'm gonna die.
We got about 4 nights to go out. We got about a big week this week. Big short guys. House Wednesday night.
Really?
Yeah.
For us? Oh wait, no, you're doing Rogan's show.
Yeah, we're gonna have a good time. You're not gonna stay at home.
No, I'll come.
All right.
Don't we have a podcast Wednesday?
Who knows? I don't know. What's with the questions? I'm talking about nighttime. What's the possible? Oh shit! Look at you, fucking thinking of things all the time. That's good.
I wanna be around.
This is real good. And no, really, because most stuff with weed in it tastes terrible.
That's a good cookie. When somebody breaks your heart.
Can you teach me how to do the bark thing?
Yeah, you gotta cover your mouth. You gotta cover your mouth, and it's gotta be from like the back of your throat. You gotta put a lot of air through there.
That's fun.
Eat another piece of cookie, and then we'll teach you how to do the bark. All right.
It takes practice. You can't just jump in. You can't just get it first
No,
try.
you have a lot of experience.
Your girl
Yeah.
Ookie Spooky was there, looking
I
good.
missed.
Your boy Daniel was there. He gave me the fucking
Andrew.
Daniel was there.
I'm high as fuck, and I remember that.
Andrew
It's
fucking
a good day. Miller.
my boy from fucking Dallas showed up with Cuban pastries again.
Oh,
Dave Wilder. No, it was
he came last time.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. I gotta send him a little fucking care package. He's a good dude.
Y'all know a guy named Ookie Spooky?
A
Did I
chick,
hear that right?
very
Yeah.
cute.
Oh,
Twitter
okay.
name.
She,
Oh,
she
cool.
showed up. A lot of people. It's nice now going on. You have this relationship with some Twitter people. And
Yeah,
you
man.
see them. And, how Ryan Cavazos came out. Me and him have been playing, whatever fuck email tag for a year on Gmail.
I need to go see Oogie Spooky because like her picture's like the picture that fucked me up and made me go on a diet. Like that picture I have with her, where my head looks like it was like blown up from the inside.
You were swollen like me. You're
Yeah.
swollen. You're not swollen no more. You're
Oh,
looking
thank
good. Let me see the crab. Give me a little crab pose.
Yeah.
Look at you. You're fucking
Break out the
savage.
whole bay.
Let me see a front double bicep blast. Just what you were
What's
doing.
that?
What you were doing.
Oh, this?
No, the other one. Up. There you go. Look at you. You're
You're a
fucking,
beautiful man, Lee.
You're a
Thank you.
fucking. So that's where you started in Baltimore?
I didn't start doing stand-up there, but I spent some time there.
Where'd you start?
L.A. Like a fool.
And then you went back to Baltimore and you fell in love?
No. I grew up in Southern Maryland in the sticks. Went to college in Baltimore. Moved to L.A. Started open mics in the Valley in '98, and just fucking worked my way up, man.
And then you went back to Baltimore?
Never went back to
Then
Baltimore.
what the fuck you saying when you did comedy in Baltimore?
I never did
Oh, I thought
comedy
you
in
said-
Baltimore.
Did you say that to me?
I thought you said something. I lived in Baltimore. Who the fuck knows?
I've done it out there, but I
So
never
you,
went
You
back.
started comedy here.
Yeah. Yeah, just like fucking Tripoli and Segura and these other fools. We started out here. Actually, Tripoli didn't start out here.
No, he started in Vegas.
But
I think-
Segura did.
Did he or in Columbus?
As far as I know, he started out here.
I think he started out here from the podcast.
I
Yeah.
didn't know that. I wasn't fucking sure at all. Hey, man, it's a tough racket to start out
Yeah.
here for me, but once you
There's-
get over that hump, it's okay.
The good thing is there's a lot of open mics out here, and you're way more off the radar than people say you are. If you just do open mics in the Valley, fucking Bud Freeman ain't seeing your ass.
Nobody's
You know,
seeing
no
you
one's
yet.
seeing your ass.
Now, who do you remember from 98? Anybody around back then that's still around now?
When I first started, like the first open mics I did, Tripoli had just moved to town. So he was doing all the open mics too. Kira Sultanovich was around.
She used to always be a. Kira's a fucking hustler.
Yeah.
That's one thing you can't take from her. That girl was out
Yeah, I saw her.
every fucking night with a notebook in her
Yeah.
hand. I used to sit there and go, this fucking girl. I love it. When I see a woman work that hard, I fucking love it. Because most of them, you know, they want to sell their tits,
Right.
have a boyfriend right for them, or whatever the fuck they do. Some girls like, I'm not playing that shit, homie. I'm going fucking straight.
Homie, don't play that fucking shit.
I'm doing my own game. Well, I'm talking about women. I'm not going to send a birthday shout out to Sarah Tiana.
Yeah.
I couldn't get a babysitter. I forgot Marta. What's her name? The babysitter left at 3 today. So we could go down to a party over at
Where's the
Dave
party?
and Buster's
Oh, no shit.
from 4 to 8. This shit.
Wait,
It's a daytime
I
party?
get shit for going to museum, and you were gonna go to Dave and Buster's.
With my child, with a fucking
She's too young for Dave and
2-year-old
Buster's.
child, and my wife.
Dave and Buster's is like
For a comic's birthday, who did the podcast and is very cool.
That's a
Not
work
because
party.
somebody said, I want to go to the museum for Valentine's. You said, okay. And you went down there like a fucking half a homo. You know, look at all the other guys that were there. See if any other fucking guy wanted to be there. In your heart, you can look at me as a man and say you really wanted to be in a fucking museum on a Saturday at 4 o'clock.
All
No.
shoulder to shoulder,
okay
looking
then,
at
bro.
paintings. You
Okay
know
then,
what I'm
it's fun
saying?
though. It ends up being fun.
It's fun now. So it was getting shot in the fucking asshole.
You know, it was
That's fun too.
what was really fun was parking at the museum
Oh,
on Saturday.
this guy
on
gets talked
Valentine's
into the worst things ever that
Yeah.
I've ever seen. Ever in my life.
The In-N-Out part
Especially at the
sounded
point
good.
he's in.
Yeah.
It is, oh yeah, that sounds
This
great.
sounds good.
You know, that sounds, all that shit's easy. It's the other shit he gets involved in. Look
I'm
at
sorry.
I'm fucking sorry. You know I love you to death. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna regret this shit 3 years from now.
Why?
You're gonna see why. He doesn't know.
Right,
He doesn't know. He thinks that what we're telling him is like,
right.
you know, we're just telling you this because if you don't grasp a hold of this now, 5 years from now, it's a grow away weed. And by that time, when she tells you to go fuck yourself, don't come crying to me.
Why she
Don't
calling
come in
it
here because you're the guy that wants to do everything she wants to do. And eventually a woman says, I'm looking for a fucking man. I'm not looking for a fucking hologram that's here to wipe my feet. That's in a fairy tale. Women want to know their fucking place, Lisa. Yeah. So always remember that. She's going to meet a fucking attorney that's a man, and she's going to go, this guy, because he has a fucking voice. You have to have a voice as a fucking man every once in a while. And go, you know what, Valentine, I'm not going down there. I don't need to go to no museum to see you. All right, what am I, Da Vinci? I'm Lee Sayat, radio personality.
Yeah.
You want to go get a fucking, you want to go to Radio Shack and get a fucking VCR? I'm in.
Now practice saying that. I'm Lisa,
I'm Lee Sayat.
radio personality.
So what's going to happen? This is what happens.
And make
to-
your muscles when you do it.
What do you think's the half of couples? What do you think happens to couples? Well, I don't want to do it because you didn't establish yourself in the beginning. You go, I'm not doing that on a Thursday, though. You do that. Here's $20. You like the bus? Hop along. Let me give you the route. Let me give you the route down there.
You like the bus.
Sure. And I see this all the time. I'm going through this with Francesca, the Agostino's sister. Women love that shit in the beginning for about 1.5 years. Then one day they wake up and they go, I got a mop over here. I tell this fucking mope what to do,
Right.
and he does it like a fucking slave.
It's not too late to shift gears.
No. So now you have a problem. Now you're going to go, I don't want to do that. She's going to say, well, you've changed.
You got to fight through that.
And now you got to
argument.
fight through that. So if you tell them who the fuck you are from day one, You never have a problem. Listen, I want to go to a museum. Like I want 10 fucking black guys fucking me in the ass. All right, let's
That's
be
on the
honest.
same level for you.
Same level.
Now
Who
repeat
wants to go
after
to-
me.
You know,
At least I already
in 3 years, when you have a child in it, that's different. That's a museum. You get the hat. You go see electronics and pirates. But with a grown fucking woman, a 24-year-old woman, there's only one thing to do on a Saturday afternoon.
And it ain't the tar pit.
Yeah,
It's Dick afternoon.
Dick afternoon on Valentine's. What'd you get that studio apartment for? To sit there by yourself?
No.
To give a dick.
Dick morning.
No,
Dick
you should
night.
go to the tent.
We had Dick morning
No, you
and
didn't.
then Dick night.
No, I know you.
Yeah, I did. But
But you had vagina museum. Vagina afternoon.
Yeah, but you have vagina afternoon. You gotta get it together.
there's
You
more
slip-
dicks than vaginas. Though.
Sure, you're a fucking legend. If not, you're gonna go, what am I dating this guy for? I might as well just get a butler.
Or a
rub my
museum
feet
pass.
and do what the fuck I want to do.
Letting them know their place is a very harsh way of saying it.
Let everybody know their fucking place in life. You know that? What the fuck? You think it just starts at home? You gotta tell everybody. I didn't tell my wife she was a Peasley slave. I explained, I told her I didn't want to
You
come
have to
to
show her.
I didn't want her coming to comedy shows with me.
Yes, that's a big one for me.
I
too.
had to tell them from the beginning because I made a mistake with another girlfriend.
I finally
Do you
got the.
follow me? So all we're trying to tell you is what to do now because
That's a good idea. I'll try it.
you have to try, Lee.
But
It's
the
like,
problem is I don't mind doing a lot of the stuff.
because you're half a fag.
Dr.
That's
Pretend?
why. Because you might as well put wings on. You want to go for? Tell me the truth. You want to really go make macaroons. This is what
Macaroons, no.
When you were in college, you sat there one day and you said, you know what?
Cooking class was fun.
Yeah, yeah,
We
yeah.
did steak, but
Okay. Well, how many steaks have you cooked since then?
it was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, all right, nothing. All right, what about the other one? What'd you go for? Crepes.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. How many crepes have you cooked since the class?
Like one.
Nothing. You haven't cooked a fucking thing. How many crepes has she fucking cooked?
None.
None. Then what'd you go to the fucking class for?
So at least you have that in your back pocket.
How many macaroons did she fucking make since then? How
No,
many steaks has she cooked since then?
none.
Then what's the class for?
For fun?
No, fuck. When you want fun, get a hat with a propeller and get a water pistol, sprinkle in her asshole. That's fun. Run around the house. That's fucking fun. A cooking class is so you got this now, right?
Right.
We don't ever have to go to Ruth Chris only for your birthday now. You're gonna
Right.
make steaks twice a week.
Yeah.
And let me teach you how to make 2 eggs. So you throw together 2 eggs and a steak for breakfast. And let me teach you how to use the toaster for some toast. That's why you go to fucking cooking class.
So
right?
after Dick morning, you get something
No,
to eat.
that's why I go to cooking class. I can't cook. I'm horrible.
Right.
The other day, I made a cheese omelet for breakfast because they weren't up. And they both came out while I was cooking it. And my daughter looked at me cooking and she looked at my wife. She's like, "You're still gonna cook breakfast, right? That is cool as shit, but look at that fucking disaster."
Yeah.
I need to take a fucking cooking class. That's why you take a cooking class. To learn how to cook.
Right.
Right? Am I lying here? Maybe I'm fucking delusional.
No, that is
How
the
many,
idea.
how many macaroons do you have to eat, though?
How many did you fucking make since that class?
None. I
Okay.
don't make macaroons that often.
So this week you gotta tell her, listen, when you come over Friday, let's whip up those macaroons you were supposed to fucking take notes on in class, all right?
P.S. I hate museums.
If
I
not,
used to hate museums.
take a cookie, will you?
No.
A cookie for your sins this week. Take a little piece. It's only 5 milligrams.
Body of Christ.
That's a lie.
Here you go. It's only 5 milligrams. The whole cookie's fucking 22 milligrams.
Yeah, right. They
I'm
were never
telling
like a random number. No,
There you
I'm
go.
okay.
It's
All
only like 3 milligrams. I'm looking at it on my
Yeah.
computer right here.
I'm over here for you. Because I love the cocksucker.
I thought you were like mad at me last night or something. Because I called you and you were like really quiet on the phone, and you told me you ate like some saltwater taffy that
Oh,
just sent
shit.
you over the moon.
Oh, yeah.
I was fucked up last night. I
Yeah.
passed out.
People bring you treats in Austin, or you
No,
brought
somebody
your
gave
own?
me a treat here.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Some little fucking taffy. I was fucking strong as shit. I couldn't watch the TV no more. I had to keep blinking and stuff. It was like there was something wrong with my fucking eyeballs. You been going out a lot on the road, my brother?
This year, yeah, January, I went out a bunch of places.
Where'd you go?
I headlined in North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina. There's this place called the Dead Crow Comedy Club, which is off the hook. I did some indie shows in Florida, and I opened for my boy Ian Bagg in Kansas City. I
At
did
the
it.
Improv?
Yeah, yeah,
How's
yeah.
that improv in Kansas City?
It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It looks like all the other improvs, but it's pretty fun. The audiences are pretty good. They laugh. Good time.
I've never even thought of going to camp. Like they've never even made an offer, nothing.
Really?
And there's the other club, the guy has the wig where Josh Wolf goes. Will you texting somebody?
My phone's in my pocket.
I hope so. Eat a cookie. How about
Are you texting your
girl?
girlfriend?
How about a rock candy?
Are you texting your
You gotta
girlfriend?
eat something before you leave. This is the souffle.
I already ate 2 things.
That's okay. We got 10 things, so you gotta eat 3 out of 10. What else would you like tonight?
Well, let me see what the options are.
All right, let me show you.
No, he gets mad when I text my girlfriend too. He doesn't understand texting conversations.
Right here, we got more cookies.
Wow.
You can eat a whole cookie.
No.
Why you want to eat in pieces?
This is like the marijuana Olympics.
We got
It feels like it.
another star. You want to eat another half
I
a
feel like I'm
star?
getting a gold.
Want to eat another half a star?
No.
Was it like this when you guys used to wake up at 6 a.m.? Was it all these treats?
There were edibles, but not to this level.
How about just cereal bar? How about a whole cereal bar?
What's a bar? Can I have a one of the kernels, or is it a bar?
You're getting too thin, Lee. Snack on some of that shit.
No, when I eat that munchies, I went to Yum Yums at 11 p.m. the other
How
night.
about one of these? Just eat one of these. A nice
Okay.
rock candy. Is it 10?
Oh wait, no, is it a chewy one or a hard one?
These are hard.
Can I have a chewy one?
I don't have a fucking chewy candy.
You got some of the other cereal things.
The only thing we don't got is
No,
chewy.
there's no more chewy. Try a rock candy.
Okay.
It's good for you. It's got vitamin D in it.
But it's gonna sound better on the microphone.
Come on,
Who
gives a
cares?
fuck? You don't have to say nothing. Just sit there, look at the
The
stars.
tweets I get would disagree with you.
Look at the stars of David.
You look
right over
good,
there.
Lee. Lee, you looking good. Look at your eyeballs.
Do they match my shirt?
What flavor you want?
Red or blue is good.
There's a nice red one for you.
Oh, we've had these before.
Yeah, they're good. They don't do nothing.
Yes, they do.
They don't do nothing.
Can you drive me home?
Ain't nobody driving home.
Ain't nobody driving
Oh,
nobody
shit,
home.
we got this fucking big A brownie.
Oh, you don't want that brownie. Have you tried this brownie?
You want this?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
That's a go.
thanks.
See, that's how we do it. We don't fuck around.
This is better than In-N-Out.
We'll open it.
What are you gonna take?
I got it to
Oh, you
go.
want a bite now?
I got a cookie right here. Oh, you want this brownie now? While you're chewing on a hard candy? All right, we'll open the brownie. What the fuck, man?
Look at you nibble on the cookie.
Oh, yeah.
Look at you like a mouse.
I
over
take
there,
it
you know?
slow.
Oh, I like it.
I call it crumb. You know how some people smoke rocks? I eat crumb. That's how I do it. I know I'm disappointing you, but
So
that's how I do it.
you're headlining some gigs. That's how you do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
Please, bro.
Headline in San Diego this year. You know, just a
American
little one
Comedy
nighter.
Company?
No, it's this joint called Tipsy Crow, I think. I played the Dead Crow and the Tipsy Crow this year already. I'm a crow comic. I'm a crow comic.
Then there's a crow up in not San Jose, but what's the hip community up there?
There's
Just San
Berkeley,
Francisco.
Do you think we're
San
cheap?
Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz.
They have a
Oh,
whole
yeah.
running. How's the candy?
Stuck on my teeth, but it's good.
Did you eat the whole thing?
Yeah.
Oh my God, Lee,
Give it away from me. Here.
Lee, you're going super deep.
No.
You want
I thought you wanted a brownie.
You want to call the ambulance right now?
Do you have one on standby?
I can call.
I thought you said never to sign for an ambulance.
It's
I'm not gonna
911.
sign for them. We're not gonna sign you on. I got an ID that's fake. You just fucking get your oxygen and get out of there. Run out of there. They'll never see you
Did
again.
the oxygen help?
Well, we're gonna do a couple things here.
So just call 911,
Oh my God.
and when they come, tell them we were just kidding. Or maybe you'll need it. Who
Didn't
knows?
Red Band get really fucked up and call
An
911?
ambulance, $1,500 later.
Oh,
Your heart's gonna beat. Don't call the cops. Start breathing. Just breathe your way out of it. That's it. Through your nose, out your mouth,
You got this.
and breathe. And then when you get enough energy, go get some coffee. Not coffee, some tea.
I fucking hate tea.
What do you hate? Tea? You hate coffee?
Yeah, well, I don't hate coffee. I just never tried to like it because it's too expensive.
Coffee's too expensive. What are you talking?
Fucking people in
Yeah,
in
no,
Boston go like
fucking-
five.
Yeah, these fucking jerk
Five
offs.
times a
Not
day.
you.
They're talking about.
You're the king of swing.
I am looking this way.
All right, you get yourself a
You
little fucking thing, a little coffee, a little Starbucks.
I got a Keurig,
Yeah, then what the fuck you
Make it
waiting
at
for?
home, you
Where'd
know?
you get the Keurig from?
Amazon,
For how much?
like $80.
And you don't drink coffee?
Paula does. But if I didn't get it, we were gonna go to breakfast every day. So now we make breakfast.
Breakfast at the museum? You were going to the museum to eat
You know
breakfast?
what? They got some good pastries over there. No, no, we eat breakfast. We tried to go to Denny's over the weekend, and it was just terrible.
How bad was it?
Just the manager there was like the worst. Like she was for some reason helping the host, where anyone who's worked in a restaurant knows you help one food. Like not the host, they were running on 3 different things of paper. So Paul and I got skipped over for like 3 tables.
Did you tell him your Lee Syatt
A
radio
I
personality?
should
You
have.
should have told him.
So what did you end up doing? You went home?
No, we waited. We were there for a fucking hour for eggs.
Did I tell you when I talked to you on the phone?
We were already there
What
by
were you
that
fucking
point.
thinking? Did I tell you that when you were there? Did I say
Actually,
to you, what are you doing there? Yeah, it's only going to be quick.
They
Listen.
said 5 to 10 minutes.
Listen, after 9 o'clock, you don't go to breakfast.
Right.
You're fucked in this town.
You cash in on that cooking
Because
class.
they're leaving church. So you have a 20-minute wait, especially if you go with somebody. If you go alone, you can always grab the motherfucking bar. You follow me?
Sit at the counter,
On
baby.
the counter. But you gotta, you know what I'm saying? You
I
gotta
feel
make
you,
a
though.
date with you somewhere. After 9:30, once that first mass empties out, you're in no danger. That's Sunday 101.
Do you know what was my favorite when she lived in Inglewood? I'd go drop her off at night for like dinner and go to dinner. The people at Chili's and Red Lobster were in their Sunday best, like purple suits,
Yeah.
and it was full of them.
Black people love Red Lobster.
It was
You
so
heard it here
funny.
first, folks.
If you want to sleep with a black woman from the fucking hood,
Yeah.
throw up Red Lobster. They go fucking, and all they say to you is like, "You gonna take me to Red Lobster? You gonna give me one of them drinks?" It's not Red Lobster. It's those purple drinks at $6 fucking a piece that drives them fucking nuts. Drives black women crazy. It's like smoking crack. They go from crack hose to Red Lobster fucking hose. Oh yeah, down there. What's the other place?
Chili's.
Oh yeah, that's big time. They go in there
It was so
smoking
funny to
cigarettes,
watch. Yeah.
and people like say like, "We're going to Chili's." And other people are jealous. Ooh.
Yeah. No.
It's like museum to a black person.
Fuck yeah.
I love it. I love going to fucking Red Lobster Sacramento.
Yeah.
Tons of black people, hysterical. They don't give a fuck. They will suck the red off the crab leg. Like they don't only fucking take the meat out of it.
Yeah.
They suck the red right out of the. I love it. I love it. They don't give a fuck if they gotta pay $9 for that crab leg. They get
Yeah.
every nutrient out of that motherfucker that's in there.
They got Magic Johnson TGI Fridays. Have you seen those?
No, but they used to have Magic Johnson movie theaters in LA.
They don't have no more.
No, I went to one when I interned out here. I think it was like in a bad area, probably since it was.
Yes, it was a bad.
That's what I'm saying.
But I went there like when I was before I even moved out here to work. When I was out here interning the summer before, and they don't have that anymore.
There was a shopping center by the airport. It's got like a Magic Johnson TGI Fridays and like Black Starbucks. It was so great. I met Daryl
Starbucks.
right there one day, and it was I was like, I'm sitting at such and such a table, and he's like, oh, I think I'm gonna be able to pick you out because I was the only white guy there. But it was funny, dude. It was like they were listening to the regular Starbucks shitty coffee house music. It was just like a regular white Starbucks.
Yeah.
But it was Black Starbucks. It was beautiful. There was a guy rolling around playing Pink Floyd in the parking lot, black dude. It was like an alternate universe. It was fantastic.
It's kind of cool in like Koreatown where they have like Korean ads. Like you're just be rolling around LA, and then all of a sudden all the ads are in Korean. It's
Down
crazy
Western.
Yeah.
Down Western. It's horrible.
As
drive.
opposed to Spanish
Yeah.
everywhere else.
No,
Yeah.
when you go down Western, it's like Mexican music. That just becomes Korean, and all the Koreans stop. They don't know like the double park. They just stop.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there for 5 minutes. You're like, why is there traffic? And you get in the left-hand lane. It's wide fucking open. They just stop and talking to each other. They don't give a fuck. I got caught down there one time for an hour. I'll never drive down Western. I think on Western and Melrose, I fucking tap out, Jack.
Mhm. That's hysterical.
Yeah, no, there's no fucking use for it. It's when I went to Austin, that was the biggest complaint from people, how much Austin had grown and how bad the traffic was.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to explain to the 30 people that said that to me, I go, you know what? There's traffic everywhere. And mind-boggling traffic, fucking mind-boggling traffic. Some days you can't wrap your head around. When I come up Laurel Canyon at 3 o'clock, it behooves me late. And how slow people are going. And it's a fucking hour.
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes sometimes to get up fucking Laurel Canyon.
That's not even that much. I can't tell you how many times I spent 2 hours on the 405 from Santa Monica to Sherman Oaks. An hour and a half, not a problem. Wednesday nights, because the longest part of it is getting to the freeway, which I don't think other cities have. But
That 6 o'clock shit, having a job and not getting home till 7:15 with that's it. There's no accidents and no
Yeah.
jerk offs. That I can't do that no
It's
more.
horrible. I used to have a job on the west side, lived on the east side, and every morning it was just like
and
I
you
was
were
on
all
suicide
side street
watch.
too.
I mean, I would try my best. This is before I had fucking GPS or shit. I would just take the 10 and just like with a gun in my mouth.
Oh no, you got on the
Yeah.
10?
Oh yeah. Well, I take Olympics sometimes. I take this, that, and the other Wilshire, but it sucked either way.
And when you first move here, the streets are super fucking long. So you think, oh, this is an Olympic right here. My job's on Olympic. I'll just go. And it's
3 days later,
Oh.
you're at work.
I know, it's terrible.
I made appointments to go down there today because there was no traffic. I left my house at 9:30 to be on Wilshire. At 10, I got there 5 to fucking 10. But I can't do it no more. I can't go over the hill. I love going to Hegan's and stuff in the daytime. I love training with Dave, but I'm just waiting for what's his name to open up his school up over the hill so I can zip in at lunch and get the fuck out of there by 1 o'clock. That 1 hour on the way down and 45 on the way back. At 10 o'clock I gotta leave to be there at 10 to fucking 11.
Yeah, man.
And the traffic gets heavy. Every time I'm going up the hill, there's days I don't think I'm going to fucking make it at all, man. I'm like, I'm not going to make it to fucking jiu-jitsu today. It's just too much. And that's the way it is everywhere. New York City is the same fucking way. When I go to Dallas, there's tons of traffic. Forget fucking Miami.
DC, Baltimore.
DC, we're just, I don't know if, I could sit here and say it's overcrowded or we have too many cars because everybody's on the fucking train, too.
Yeah.
You're on a fucking train at 9 o'clock. You got some guy breathing down your fucking neck and a Japanese guy with a surgeon's mask on.
Yeah.
So don't tell me that the trains are fucking empty.
No, they're packed. You think no one takes the train in LA? They're fucking packed.
Mass transit is packed in LA. Those
But
buses.
they don't have one to the west side. That's just
No, it's not
the fact that
good,
they don't
but-
have one from the 405 down to the 10.
They're working on
Stupid
that.
as fucking.
It's going to take decades, but they're working on it because
It's
they
from Long
know
Beach.
LA is fucked as far as traffic is concerned. And yeah, they do already have one that goes to Long Beach.
Oh, they do.
They already have it.
My girlfriend and I were joking, but do you ever think like there should be like some sort of time limit on being here if you're not doing something in your
If you
field?
don't knock it out of the park after 20 years, if
Like
you're
as
not,
an
you're not
actor,
successful,
or as a
Or
human
anything.
being.
It's just there's so many people here who are just like my fucking Danny's waiter was from Boston and was like one step away from doing Good Will Hunting scenes at my table. It was just embarrassing to
What was
watch.
he doing?
He was just joking around about
You like
boxing
apples?
and Cheers, and he was just being really like he was being overly hammy. And it was like the first time I'd seen it. And then Paula takes lifts home sometimes from the train station, and she said like every other one is like an actor who, like hands her a script, or it's. I get that it's tough, but at some point we need more space.
There should be a talent measurement at
should
the
get like
border,
you should
at
get
the border
like-
of California or at LAX. We have to do a monologue.
She had like a visa, and
cold
just have
reading.
to like show like, hey, I'm working, or just let the people who are born here stay here and do that kind of work.
But then you read these stories that people here 11 years, they
That's
finally
the thing.
break apart.
That's the thing, and we know it takes long.
Yeah, a dream is a
long
dream
time.
is a
No, but you
dream.
can be working towards it. You don't have to be a star, but like you can't just be like going to parties in Hollywood.
Listen, not everybody's Lisa Ayat radio personality.
How could
you know
they
what I mean?
be?
You can't judge these people.
You asked me when I was the most frustrated in my comedy career. The most frustrated was in '95 when I wanted just to feature and work. I wanted just to get comedy work. And I was working around Denver and getting guest sets when you're prepared. When people come up to you and say you're ready to do, you get frustrated, And the other frustration I got was here. There was one point where I was, but I was frustrated at the 4-year mark. That's when I really got frustrated.
Right.
Frustration is when nothing's going on.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you feel bad about yourself. So that's when the frustration comes in. What if? I mean, I'm really lucky and I'm really aggressive and I'm a hustler. And sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Absolutely.
Because when I walked into Bronx County, I knew nothing about acting. Nothing. I had just signed with an agency called The Coloring Book. That's how bad this agency was, people.
Right.
And I get a call one day that they want to see me at Bronx County at CBS on 5th Street in Santa Monica. And I go down there to play a Puerto Rican bartender in a fucking bar, which I hate all those roles. He says I can never pull them off.
Right.
But the casting director was so fucking great that he pulled it out of me. And I don't know how, with no acting experience, no acting classes, I booked the CBS pilot. And they paid me money, and it was great. And I shot the fucking pilot. And for 7 months, I lived confused. I didn't know if I should buy a house.
Right.
Tell bitches to shut the fuck up.
Well, you're going to do that.
Yeah, And also
Can we go to the museum, Joey?
and also the pilot didn't get picked up. Well, what is that? What does that do to a normal person that hasn't taken an acting class? He's like, I'm better than these guys or whatever. I don't know what I was fucking thinking on my mind. Then I went in for basketball. And that's how I got my SAG card, because that was the second booking. I got basketball. Then I got a Taco Bell commercial. And at that point I was doing comedy maybe 7 years. So was it the States time that gave me the patois to go in there, the
Right.
walls. I don't know. I used to just work myself up, be so scared. I'd go in there and blow up in the fucking room, you know? But Lee, what kept me here? What kept me here? What made me go to Houston and go, you know what? I can't believe Adam Sandler's want me to audition for his movie. You know what? I'm going to make an audition tape. What if I was the regular schmo and didn't think that way? I didn't take no for an answer. I didn't give a fuck. You're either going to go with Big Pussy or Tony Saragusa. They're great as celebrities. But this is a comedy. If you want this movie to work, I've done Buffalo at halftime. I have to send my tape in. And I sent it in, and we got the fucking movie. But there's a lot of people that go through this town and don't do anything for 15, and you see them and you feel fucking bad.
Right.
And there's some people who get it. I told the story about last year. I went to the Grudge Match premiere, and I came out, and I saw a kid I was friends with 15 years ago. We're both in the same path of comedy.
Right.
And now he was working at a $10 store on Hollywood Boulevard. And how bad I felt talking to him and how negative he was about the town.
Right.
And it killed me. It killed me for about a week. I talked to him on the podcast. And about a month ago, I asked him, I go, you didn't hear? He changed his life. He quit that job. He quit comedy.
Yeah.
Because he knew. That's it. You know, he was dressing up as a fucking bunny suit.
Right.
At a show once a month. That's not comedy, you know. And I got it when he got here. Booked some commercials, but you know this town has changed. 10 years ago, a schmo like me could come here and book a bunch of shit. Today, you're not gonna book much because there ain't much to book. There ain't much to book. All those co-stars, how you learn how to act, those little rows that you walk in and say, "Get up, you're under arrest," and people are like, "Oh my God," you know. People here say, "Go fuck yourself." You have 2 lines. People at home are like, "Dog, I'm proud of you.
He's a movie star.
That was you. You're a movie star."
Yeah.
So that's the reality of it. Those roles are gone. That's how you learn to act.
And why is that? Because there's not as many TV
They're
shows.
not shooting them here. They're hiring off reels now.
Right.
You know, so people don't even know you exist. 10 years ago, I would go into an audition and do okay, and then he would go, "You know what? You're not right for this. I'm gonna keep my eye on you."
It was a smaller scene, right?
No, it was more action. There was more going on.
Okay.
And the same people were here, but
All these states have tax refunds,
tax
credits.
So that takes from us, you know, they're going to shoot the movie there. So what do? They hire the principals here, but they hire local actors because what are they going to do? Fly everybody out?
Yeah.
They're not going to fly everybody out, put them in a fucking 4-star hotel and feed them. They can hire actors that are in that area. So that's how they do it, which works. Hey, it fucking works. I'm not mad at you. So all those little roles we used to get here. When I handed James Coburn a gun, an American gun, and walked away. When I handed James Coburn a clip to sign, I said, "Here, I delivered a box to you. I'm just like you, half Italian, half Irish." And I walked away. All those stupid fucking roles that you learn to know about. You learn about the extras, what they're doing. You learn how to take from a director. You learn how to fucking stand correctly, how to open up in front of the camera, how to walk. Those are the roles that you learn those things because you have to do them. You're not sitting there for an hour talking to somebody saying, "What do you think?" "I think we should arrest him." "No shit." No, you're just walking and going, "Hey, pick up line 4," and you walk out.
Right.
You know, there was a movie there with Chance Palminteri where I just grabbed the guy out of the trunk and said, "You're gonna die," and I threw him in the water. That was it. That was it. It took 8 hours to shoot. While I was doing it, I was happy as a pig of shit.
Yeah.
If you call me for that role today, I tell you, go fuck yourself.
Right.
But when I got here in 2001, and there I am on the set with Dayton Cali from Sons of Anarchy and fucking Reiser and all these fucking guys. Paul Reiser was mean to me in the makeup chair.
Nice.
And Chance Palminteri and all these fucking guys. And there I am going, pulling the guy out of a trunk and going, "You're going to die." And the guy we pulled out was a stuntman. And I saw him at a weed store about 2 years ago. And he's like, "Remember me? How many times you throw me into that block?" We flew into the Long Beach fucking dock over there like 18 times one night. You know, this is how you learn to act. So if you really think you learn to act by going to some acting school and giving them $10,000, that's fucking candy cane shit. Oh, I did a scene from Flashdance. It was the best. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Scene from Flashdance, bitch. You know, so that's the confusion, Lee. I get the dream. I get what you say. I see kids today that'll come up to me and go, "Hey, man, it was really good that Rogan helped you out." Well, I didn't book movies on my own.
Right.
What, when you were fucking going to the movies with your girlfriend, I wasn't at the Comedy Store following Paul Mooney at 12:30 a fucking night?
That's what a lot of people.
Telling me?
That's what a lot of people don't get.
You know,
you got to put in the work every day.
Yeah, they don't get that.
You can't just work at Denny's and like hope someone calls you for an audition and then work.
Yeah,
like that.
life ain't fucking working out for you. Well, you gotta hustle. You gotta take an acting class and meet other fucking actors and see what the fuck they're doing and go hang out where they hang out. Well, on Saturdays I go to the actor studio and we chit. Then you go to the fucking actor studio and you chit chat. You know, oh, my parents are coming to town. That's not my problem. You should have fucking invited them.
Yeah,
You're here working. This is work.
exactly.
This is fucking work. What
And if
this
no
ain't
one's
no fucking parent, ain't nobody. Until you get the yacht with 10 midgets sucking your dick,
right,
then your parents come out to visit.
yeah,
And your friends.
Are the midgets there?
I want to come out for 4 days. For what?
the midgets live on the yacht.
For what? I'm no
Yeah.
entertainer.
Yeah,
I'm going to drive around LA in the fucking tent. Fuck you. You're on your own. Then they get here. Oh, yeah, we got a hotel room, Marina Del Rey. Looks like I won't see you because I live in North Hollywood, bitch. That's a long way. You'll fall a long way from home,
Yeah.
Dorothy. You know, no, and that's the problem that you have. People don't understand. Yeah, that's the people don't understand what you got going on.
you start if no one's hiring you, you start working. You start working, even if you're not getting paid. You start doing a podcast. You start hitting the stage. You start doing the fucking plays or whatever. You start making your own movies. That's how you fucking do it.
Talk to Lee for 5 seconds. Let me
All
blow
right.
my nose real quick.
All right.
It is kind of fucked up because I asked you when you came in how many podcast episodes you have. You said like,
Oh shit. That's the full charge power hour, by the way.
you got like number 107, right?
108 I've done.
108.
Yeah.
And it's just cool because like over the past year, I did a bunch. I'm not doing some anymore. And it's not even these, but just you see these people start podcasts.
Yeah.
And I think they've seen so many people make some money
Yeah.
that they're expecting Coca-Cola to come sponsor them in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't happen, they just end or
No,
they,
you have
they
to
stop.
build forever. You have to build until it goes. You have to keep putting the work in. You
Yeah.
know, and it catches when it catches. That's the deal.
Yeah, it's and then they think, oh, they're just gonna find your like Coca-Cola's gonna have a guy finding your number, like they won't call any sponsors or. It's really weird.
Yeah, well, most people don't put the fucking work in. What are you
No,
gonna do? You have to put the work in every day,
Yeah,
every goddamn day.
it's annoying.
You want some more pot?
Not really.
You look good, man. You look good.
I gotta be a burglar in the bathroom in this fucking place. Gotta be a fucking burglar. What if you shit your fucking pants and I have my keys? A fucking burglar. Unbelievable how much that pisses me off. A fucking lock on the bathroom. Like somebody's gonna rob the fucking toilet paper or some shit.
Yeah, like homeless people are in and out of this
You
fucking
never
building.
know. Maybe some homeless people will come in. So what? Let them take a fucking little Puerto
Yeah.
Rican shower.
It's better than on the fucking sidewalk, right?
Listen, man, it's hey, plug this in for me. I think I popped out the wires. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you definitely popped it up.
This fucking wire went kaputs and shit tonight.
Yeah.
You know, when you have a dream, man, I can't tell you. I would never go up to somebody and tell them it's time for them to leave. I have no problem going up to them and telling them it's time to tighten their game up.
Exactly.
There's little things you do to tighten your game up.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do in the afternoon? Well, I sit with 3 of my friends. I gotta ask you something. Where are those fucking 2 jerk-offs going?
Right.
Nowhere. Why are you sitting with them?
Yeah.
If you're gonna sit with somebody, go sit with Dane Cook.
Exactly.
Go sit with fucking Matt Fultron. I don't care if you gotta get them coffee. I don't care if you gotta buy them coffee.
Yeah.
I'd rather write a joke with Matt Fultron than write a
Boom.
joke with 3 jerk-offs with a fucking mind dream. They elevate you. There's so many different fucking shortcuts. How do you prove yourself? You go out 6 nights a week. When I go out and I see you there and you've already done 3 sets and you're 22 and I'm at the store at 11, you're like, let's do it, dog.
Right.
I'm here to hang out with you. You know, I know these people are real. That's how people know when somebody's real. I know when somebody comes to me, LA is not working for me. Well, how many nights a week do you go out? Well, nobody puts me up. That's not my fucking question.
Exactly.
My question is how many nights a week you want to go up? Because I know motherfuckers that get up 3 times a night in the fucking Valley, Pasadena, Hamburger Hamlets. These motherfuckers go out, 6 nights a fucking week.
And if you don't have the spot, go to the fucking show anyways and get to know the motherfuckers that run it. Next thing you know, you can get up.
Everybody wants to do the improv in the store and the laugh factory.
Yeah.
And if they don't get into those 3, they get caught up and it affects them. Where me, I'm working on the spot. Don't worry about that. That'll be there.
Exactly.
That's not going anywhere. That's always going to fucking be there. What I want you to do is just keep getting on stage. Yeah, but my friend, fuck your friend. Fuck your friend. I'm telling you what you need to do. Get on stage every fucking night. After you do 2 spots, then do me a favor. Then come to the store and you can have a drink.
Yeah.
But until you do 2, what if I only do 1? Then you're not going to the fucking store. You didn't deserve to go to the store, the improv, or Laugh Factory.
Yeah.
Wherever you're going to go to sit there and watch and learn from motherfucking comedians, you know?
And that's what I'm saying. Like me and Sam and fucking Kira, we'd see each other every night back in the 90s. We had to learn how to do this shit. And we go up fucking all the time, man. That's how it fucking works. I didn't start at the store. Fuck, come on.
Nobody fucking does. When I started working with Lee, about 2 months before I met Lee, a kid contacted me, Silent Bob, his brother Rancho Bob. Rancho Bob.
What does Rancho mean?
Well, he works on a ranch or some shit.
Okay.
Rancho Bob worked for Gabriel for a few weeks. But Rancho Bob would go to Gabriel's shows, take some pictures, and then go back to Gabriel and give him pictures. And Gabriel would go, okay, what are you going to be doing? He'd go, well, I'm going to frame these for you. Whatever. I don't know what happened. And Gabriel would give him like $200. Well, one day, I guess he saw that one of the comics was getting $1,000, and he got pissed off. Why is this comedian getting $1,000? I'm taking pictures here just as long as he is. I want $1,000. So he went and asked Gabriel, and Gabriel told him to go fuck himself. Gabriel was like, are you fucking kidding me? You came to me from day one from school, photography. The kid was going to film school.
Right.
Okay. I felt bad for the kid.
Right.
You know, he was trying to make his way, going to different comedy clubs, taking pictures of comics. I asked him one day, I said, can you do me a favor? Can you come into the house and take some headshots of me? He gave him $100. His head almost fucking blew up. If I showed you when he brought me back for headshots, I just threw him in the garbage.
Right.
Didn't ask him for his $100 back. I just knew that this kid did not prepare. He didn't even know what a headshot was. When most people go, let me see what a headshot looks like.
Right.
But a year later, he calls me back and he goes, listen, I'm going to film school. I'm graduating. I want to help out, with videos. I said, all right, come on up and shoot a Joey Karate video. He comes up, spends an hour, shoots the video. This motherfucker put it up without editing it. Even the takes. Even the fucking, next take. I couldn't believe it.
This is Rancho Bob.
I couldn't believe it to the
I
point
hear what you're saying.
that I couldn't believe it to the point that, again, I couldn't say nothing.
Do you think it was like a joke?
No, he just didn't know. He just was that, he didn't do his homework. There's a kid that went to film school. This is why film school and all these things mean dick to me.
Yeah.
Right.
They mean nothing to me. He just threw away money. If I'm 18 right now and I want to go to film school, I go tell my dad, listen, save the $10,000 for college, buy me a $2,000 camera. And I'll go shoot fucking everything for a year.
Absolutely.
For a year, you go shoot. You get yourself a job, and at night, you go shoot everything.
Be a PA. Anyone can be a
And
PA.
keep shooting videos. 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 And then you become a PA. Because now you see it from a different angle. You learn the steps as it goes along. You thought you were supposed to do this. Motherfucker, you're supposed to do this.
Yeah.
And it becomes an education. And I want that guy. I'll run with that guy at 4 years than some guy that comes from USC fucking film school.
Yeah.
6 years ago, I did a film for some guy from USC film school. It was $100 a day film, which to me, I don't even give a fuck about those. It was like a film to get financing for another film.
Yeah.
When I booked the film, this motherfucker, I was shooting like a Tuesday. This motherfucker sent me an email going, okay, we're going to rehearse every day from 8 to 4 on this scene. I said, listen, not in my fucking world. You might as well cancel me now. This is $100 a day.
Yeah.
Listen, Lee.
In that days when you're doing rehearsing, you're only days.
Yeah, we were shooting like on a Tuesday. Let's say I booked it today. Okay, I booked it today. I got the call today. Thursday, this motherfucker called me. He's like, hi, what we're going to do is we're going to rehearse next Monday. And I go, Papa don't rehearse. No, unless it's De Niro or something like that. I'm not going down there to Pasadena from 8 in the morning to 4. No money, Lee. Just rehearse for a fucking movie. No, Lee. No, Lee. Let me tell you the story. I told him right on the phone. No, and he was like, I'm very disappointed. Well, be disappointed. I have a life. I'm a stand-up comic. I do this and this and this. I don't have time to rehearse from 8 to 4. That's not my bag. Look at my resume. Look at the reel. If you want to do this, I'll play the mobster. If not, I understand. Not for $100 a day. Okay? When I got there the next day, we did a good job. And he came over like the next Tuesday, and he was like, how you doing? And he was very nice. But guess what? They got the financing for the movie. Didn't call me. Didn't call the other guy. Didn't call anybody who shot that movie that was there working hard all day for $100. See, do you understand me? My fucking telling him to go fuck himself didn't make a difference. He wasn't going to hire us anyway when he got the finance.
Right.
Then he called. No. Then it gets better. This douchebag calls me one day and says, hey, what are you doing next weekend? Nothing. What? Our movie got into the Las Vegas Film Festival, into the finals. We'd like for you to come up. Okay. Call me back with the flight information and the hotel I'm staying at. You know me, dog. Right or wrong, man?
You're right.
Because I'm not.
You're right.
Lee, and look how I did it. I didn't say, are you? Nothing. You just assume. You just steamroll.
Right.
Okay, I'll come. Look, do me a favor. It's a vacation for me and my wife. Send me a plane ticket. No, don't even say send me a plane ticket. Just say send me.
Let me know.
Let me
Let me know the info.
all the plane and reservation info. And also, right there, you'll hear like a fucking hello, and you'll hear like what? Yeah. Oh no. We were just thinking. We did the movie. Listen, right there was when I said, listen, you're in no fucking danger. I ain't spending dime money. I got $90 after this because I got $100 for the day, and 10 goes to your agent.
Right.
After you pay taxes, it's $63 fucking dollars.
Yeah.
So now you want me to spend $2 for a plane ticket and a hotel and put a suit on and dry clean it to come to your fucking premiere. You understand me about balls, Lee?
I'd rather go to a museum.
I said it.
Yeah.
I said it in the fucking beginning. I told him no in the beginning, so he knew all the way through. I
Right.
told him no from the rehearsal. Guess what? In 2000, I would have been there all week from 8 to 4 like an asshole. Do you follow me? You learn. You fucking learn. You get burned.
Sure.
You know, all those $100 a day movies, you shoot them. You wear your own suit. You get there at 4 in the morning. You have no place to change. You change in a car like a fucking, like a homeless person. And they make you all these promises. And at the end, once that scene is shot and you go home, my brother, try to get your fucking real from these people.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll hang up on you. They'll do everything. So why am I going the extra mile for you? You understand? If you don't say no in the beginning with these dummies,
Yeah.
they'll fuck you in the fucking ass out of you.
Of course.
They really will.
They're rookies. They're amateurs. They don't know what they're doing.
No, that's what they're built to do. That's what these people do. That's
Yeah.
what they get off on. They get off on fucking, we'll get Lee. We'll give him $200 for the day. But we'll get $800 for him.
Right.
We'll sub Lee out for $800.
Well, he's a radio personality.
You know what?
He's-
You
he's-
sub Lee out for $800. You go to Lee like a man and go, Lee, they're going to give me $800 for you. You mind if I give you 5 and I take 3? Then you say, give me 6 and take 2. Done. $200 for booking you? These motherfuckers want to give you 2 and keep 6.
Yeah.
I did a college in Barbara last week.
Yeah.
Kid who booked it for years, kind of kinky.
Yeah.
I always knew. Didn't take a genius. He's Russian. I am.
You know those Russians.
Kinky kid. Oh, he calls himself Russian, I just knew it. Just knew it from fucking being out there.
Right.
Something's not right here. The college paid this. Really? College? I'll do it. It's a Saturday. I got nothing else, but that's weird,
There's
Okay.
a guy that strictly does that. I don't even know if I want to mention his name, but he goes around to colleges and he keeps like 80 and gives the comics 20%.
Yeah. It's Lee. So I go up there this time. First off, I do 2 things with him, and both things, they end up all right, but then something's not right.
Yeah.
Something's not right. The check, something. So I find out he opens up a comedy club, and this is right after Santa Barbara, the shootings up there. I got a call like a week later. He's doing benefits. 100% go to the shooting victims, Joey. Come help out. And usually I do all the benefits, but I know this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? I know him.
Yeah.
I just know people. I know who does comedy for the love of comedy, and I
Mhm.
know who does comedy to rob other comics.
Yeah.
There's a point in life where comedians go, fuck it, I'm miserable. Nobody gives me a chance. I'm going to start becoming a producer and fucking these comics up.
Robbing comics. Dude.
Oh, and
Robbing
rob
comics.
And they'll go to a hotel with a big budget, go give me $2,000 a week, and they'll pay 3 comics $100 and walk with $1,700. And this goes on until they all get busted and they lose face completely. So don't even answer that. Just tell them I'm headed to fucking Jupiter. Unless you're coming, I ain't answering. So
Can we go to LACMA?
It's fucked up sometimes. Like a lot of job applications
Sure.
now will say rate depending on experience, or they'll have you when you apply. What's your desired rate? I always felt like if I could put too little, and they'd be like scamming me. They'd be like, "Oh, we would have paid this much for that position." I always hated when they did that.
no, you put what you want. So when you go in the room, they'll tell you where you stand, and then you have a platform. But at least you have somewhere to start. Always hit them a little high. You have nothing to fucking lose. So this kid, I know he calls me up for this benefit. And you know me, I said, let me get back to you. Let me look at my schedule. There's no way I'm doing that fucking thing. No, dog, I work too hard for you to take my fucking money. It's not going to get donated. You're worse than Wycliffe Jean. I know these people. Wycliffe Jean robbed his own fucking people with his benefits.
He's going to be president, too.
Is he really going to be
He
president?
was before that happened.
Until he got caught robbing his own fucking thing. So I get to the gig that night, and I go, where's the guy? And they're like, oh, he doesn't book it no more. He just makes calls for us now, and he gets a few comics. And the kid looked at me, and he goes, things weren't running so smooth. Look at the amount of your check tonight. Look what you were getting. He goes, he was taking the difference, guys. He was taking 2/4 of the fucking check he got from the college. And then I go, yeah, he called me. I go, I always knew he was a thief. He called me for those benefits. He goes, was he scamming people with those benefits? Because what he was doing was he went to a bar and made the bar a deal that I want 50% of everything. The bar, the drinks, the food, the door. He got 100 people in there, but he comped the door. He only got 5 people to pay for tickets, so he would keep the $100 and get 50% of the door. So he wasn't donating a dime. He was donating $100, but keeping 3,000 instead of giving it to the comedian. There's always a move with this fucking guy.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Hey, man, the best thieves rob you with a gun. When somebody robs you with a gun, they're a fucking asshole because there's a million ways to rob motherfuckers without a fucking gun.
Yeah.
Let me give some shout-outs here. We get this party
Like
started.
you could steal one of their checks out of their trash.
That's how you fucking Google
You
it.
take one of the credit cards
Callback.
out of the,
You want a cookie?
I had a cookie on it.
Michelle Hurley, I love you. Nick Leocatis, you back cocksucker. Teddy Lynch. Jamie McElroy, I don't even know what the fuck this name is. Seth Burrell, MJT Esquire, Eddie G, Travis. What the fuck is this? My main man, Ted Shea and shit. Same as it ever was podcast. Making things fucking happen. I love you, cocksuckers, always. So, yeah, you always got to keep it together. What's up, Lee? You ain't that hot.
Oh, you're a liar.
he's faking it. Look at him. He's faking it.
He's faking it.
I'm a big faker.
What do you got working on, my brother? What do you got coming up? What do you want to do? What are your goals for this year? It's 2000.
I'm going to do a special. I got a production company to do a special. We're going to tape the motherfucker, do an hour around town. And I'm just gearing up for that. Getting that hour together. Going to do some sit-ups.
Are you
Going to get beautiful.
You're taping at one location?
Yeah. Yeah. At the, I think the Virgil on Santa Monica. We'll have some dates for you soon. Going to get that shit together.
How was the Virgil? It's a nice place.
Yeah, it's nice, man.
That place around the corner by the gym, they've been shooting a lot of specials there. Like El Portal or right there down
Portal Theater.
in Lankershim or something.
Yeah, who shot lately there?
Sarah Colonna and then a couple other people.
Very nice.
I want to do it all, though, man.
Who's that dude from that TBS show? The Sons show? The Sullivan and Sons show? The white dude?
Right.
He shot there.
Owen Benjamin.
Yeah.
At the Portal Theater. Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah, it's very nice. Wendy Lehman shot there a few years ago. Very nice. We should do a podcast that way. What else you want to do this year? So you're shooting out when? When are you ATA?
We gotta book it, but I don't know. I'm thinking around like May. I want like a good 3-month chunk to just get ready and fucking hone it every day. You know what I mean?
It takes,
Fucking put my teeth into
it's
it.
tough. It really is tough.
Yeah, but it's good to have a date to shoot for instead of just like, oh, I'm gonna work on my stand up in general. Can't wait to have a date.
No.
Can't wait to have
do
a date.
Once you strap that date on, it fucks with you.
Oh yeah. You gotta get ready. You don't want to look dumb up there. You want every second of it to be fucking beautiful.
It's tough. That's why
You
I'm
know?
never committed to one because I know it's a lot of fucking work. I'm trying to commit to one now. We won't know anything until mid-March, and then I got 2 months. But I got a big chunk. I got 3 weeks in a row to pick up another 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, you should do it, man. You've done a couple CDs, right?
And then I'll be here for a month, and then I'll tighten all the business stuff up and hire production managers. I don't have to worry about dick.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear fucking dick from nobody.
Right.
And then I'll probably shoot in Vegas at the South Point Casino.
That'll be awesome, man.
At least I'll be there with a tuxedo eating these fucking edibles, passing them out.
I'll catch a ride with Lee,
Because
man.
that's how this motherfucker rolls. Shit. Just like that, Lee. Just like that, Lee.
Those Russian neighbors must not know what's going on in this office. They're like having a party when we came in.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they're thinking when they hear the stuff that comes out of here?
I think there's like a fucking dog ring in here. Fucking cockfights and shit.
You know, a lot of comedians like you when I mention your name. You're one of the ones that's very well liked. It's I was going to tell you that on the phone, but I want your head to get swollen. It's really nice having you around. Like
Oh,
people
thanks,
really
man.
dig you, man. And you just have this warm thing to you. I see you. I see guys like Steve Simone. I see a lot of young guys, and I'm like, man, those guys are in limbo right now.
Right.
The same limbo I was at for years, spinning around, not knowing. And when you get down about it, you just go, fuck it. Let me go do a spot. Let me work with it, and everything evolves.
You kind of you got to lean into it. You got to fucking if you're getting like bummed out about your career, fucking put more work into it instead of like sitting back and going, why hasn't anything happened? Because it will distract you, and you'll fucking actually love doing it too. That's what you forget. You're gonna love writing. You're gonna love performing. Fucking,
It's beautiful.
It's gonna make
to
you
see
feel
a
good.
joke grow.
Yeah.
It really is to see a joke grow that you were fucking around with Lee in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Lee would say that up on stage, and I said it, and you had a tag to it, another tag. Then it becomes something else, then you had a tag to that. And now you have a full bit, you know,
Yeah.
and you're like, fuck, I did this, you know.
Absolutely.
Just going out. And sometimes you want to sit down and really write. But sometimes you really do your best writing on stage.
Mm-hmm.
I think I lie to myself, and now I'm trying to be honest with myself. It's great if I put thoughts down on paper and connect them a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you get to the club and you get there and you see her performing in front of you, the person in front of you, it all comes to you while you're hearing somebody else's cadence. You get to their rhythm and you're like, oh, this is what I'm going to fucking say. And next thing you know, you go on stage, you just wrote this 2-minute little bit to open up the show.
Yeah.
But you did it, you know, it's that's what I like about this.
Yeah. And you see people's faces and you're like, oh, they need something now. Like,
now.
here's something funny. Here's something funny. You just keep, you know, they need it.
I
So
love
you're
it.
pulling it out of the fucking sky. It's beautiful.
I love it. I love this one. I got up at like 5:30. I went outside. I put some coffee on. I went outside and smoked some pot. I went and I just started writing thoughts. You know? And I think when I write those thoughts, and then I write out my thoughts for the day in a different notebook in the morning, and then usually after breakfast, I put a couple entries into like a chapter in a book. I'll just write it. Even if I redo a sentence and put 3 sentences, I'm good because I exercise that muscle.
That's the thing.
You know, so now if I go on stage, that exercise I did in the afternoon with that performance at the Comedy Store with the pressure and who you have to follow, it makes you a better fucking comic.
Absolutely.
I really believe that. I really believe that since I've been back at the Comedy Store, I've grown as a comic. I've grown as a comic when I go to the gym. It's amazing how much goes into being a good comic.
Right.
And a mediocre comic. And I know now because I see how easy it is now. And years ago, I didn't do any of these things.
Right.
I didn't go for a walk. You know, lately I've been walking to the weed store.
Yeah.
It's 4 or 5 blocks. Who gives a fuck? I'm
Right.
going to get in the car and lose my parking spot. I walk, and it's nice.
Yeah.
You know, I go to the gym. I do 10 different things. You know?
Don't you find like a bunch of ideas pop into your head when you're walking or running or exercising? Like just beautiful
Amazing.
ideas?
That's why I do what I do.
Yeah.
That's why I go to the fucking gym. And I have my agent gave me a little pad that I carry now.
Mm-hmm.
And I go to the gym sometimes, and I'll have it with me so I can just write, even if it's one word, to remind me of that thought.
Yeah. I put ideas into this phone all day long on my voice recorder. First thing I do in the morning, bust it out.
Well, I make
Write it
notes
all
in there,
down.
but if I'm in the gym, I don't bring the phone in.
Yeah, of course.
Because I don't want the phone to ring, because when you're on the elliptical or you're lifting and you're walking to get water and you're listening to music and the music's playing in your head,
Yeah.
you start thinking, it breaks you down. It makes you, I always believe when you work out early, like 12
Yeah.
or 11, it makes you that much better. I used to go in the pool at 6.
Yeah.
That makes you sharper than
The pool is the shit. I'm getting back into the pool. I'm
you
getting
jump
a
in a
car.
fucking pool at 6 in the morning. By 8, your mind is fucking just machine gunning thoughts.
I used to swim for 2 hours a day as a kid, and like that was like crazy discipline. And I'm getting a car on Wednesday. I'm gonna start going to the pool again every day. It just fucking it wears you down. It gets rid of all your stress and just that discipline of it all,
And
man.
now
I
they
can't
got those
wait.
waterproof earphones.
Oh, they have those now?
Yeah, they got
Yeah.
some waterproof earphones or something, right? Have you seen them?
I
Somebody
haven't, but they probably do. Wouldn't surprise me.
Look that up.
look it
I
up.
can't type that right now.
Look,
That's not gonna happen.
Our tech guy's always stoned.
look
Yeah.
at the fucking shape. You're lucky I love you like that. What am I gonna do with you?
I have no idea.
You look good though. God bless you.
You look
at you.
beautiful.
You went for your burger and shit. You gain any weight over the weekend?
No, we maintained. Thank
You
God.
stay at the
We had
same
to go to the gym.
both days?
Yeah, all 3 days.
Look at you. So you go to the gym every day, basically.
I usually take one day off a week. I try to. But sometimes I don't.
What are you and the wife doing this weekend?
Yeah, I don't know about next weekend.
It's light this weekend. That's it. That's
Probably.
it. You're out of fucking loop between San Diego and Valentine's.
Between it was Christmas. Her birthday was like January 29th. And then Valentine's Day. It's like, fuck.
And you got taken for your lungs this year. The 3 days
No, I
in
didn't
San Diego.
No, we split that. Well, she's really cool about that.
Get the fuck out. She don't even work split that. You go for fucking everything. You come back on Sundays with bunny rabbit ears and shit.
I pay for the food usually, but even that, she's really cool. I got really lucky.
You are really lucky. You're a good fucking man. Look at you.
No fucking suck. I used to pay for everything. I almost broke up with a girl because of it one time.
Yeah.
Like, she just never ever said thank you. I just grew up in a situation where
Always
I said thank you for everything.
Everything.
Right.
And I actually don't know what to do. And my mom's not mad at Paula, but my mom sent Paula a birthday card with a little gift in it. And Paula didn't write her back. And I remember when we used to go buy suits, my mom would make us write thank you notes to the salesman. And I wrote thank you notes. I wrote thank you notes basically up until I moved here. Because I sent a couple and never heard back for any, so I got discouraged. But Paula grew up in Inglewood. Her mom doesn't always even get her gifts. And she just doesn't. It's not that she's being rude, but I don't know if I should say, hey, my mom would appreciate a thank you card.
Did you call her? How about a fucking call? What's a card? What's with the card?
Well, call would be cool too.
Yeah, so it's over now because now your mom has a leg to stand on. Like, this is the things you have to say to her on January 30th.
She loves Paula.
Right, yeah, but not until you don't fucking call me back and say something nice. Did you put a check in there for Paula?
A little gift card, yeah.
Okay, then what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
You know, you gotta have a little fucking cool too. You gotta say, Lee, hey, my mom, call her back. Or call your mom and put her on. That's your job. You know, if she don't fucking know, you gotta educate her, you know. She's an attorney. She better fucking start writing thank you cards and cards for everything. This is just common sense. The reason why people didn't answer you is because between you and I, nobody does that no more.
Right.
I do it for everything.
I do it for everything. When I went to prison, when I got it, I wrote the judge. For fucking 10 years, I wrote the fucking judge. Okay? And to let him know my progress, so his efforts didn't feel like they were in vain.
Right.
You know, when I walk into an audition, whether I eat shit or not, I don't even erase the audition from the computer because I have his address. That's how I erase it. I'm only allowed to erase it. So when I get back from the audition, I look at my wife and I'll be right back. I go right into the room. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I fill out the thank you card and I put it on the mantle so it goes out the next day. So there's no misunderstanding. I don't do it later. As I walk up the stairs, I'm thinking about it. You know, this is something that it's a natural relation. You know, and this is our problem as human beings. We blame everything. Well, she's from fucking Compton. Who gives a fuck where she's from? I don't give a fuck if she's from Mars. These are the things you have to know or you have to say something like.
Yeah.
So your mom can't be mad at Paula. She's type of confused. Nobody's fucking sent her a fucking card with an envelope of money. So she, in her mind, she doesn't know where it's coming from. Like, what do I do next? So I sympathize. So it takes you to go call my mother and thank her for the fucking card, please.
And yeah, it's really.
I don't know what to say. You know what the fuck to say? You're an attorney. What do you do when you go to court? What are you going to tell the fucking guy? I don't know what to say. No, you know what to say. Thank you. I enjoyed it. I bought a nice pair of shoes for fucking school.
Yeah.
That's
I bought some manners.
Nobody has ever. I think
she's gonna break up with me because I said that.
I think no, Lee. You have to do this because there's people that go around. Listen, man. 3 years ago, I grew up with this family that was a class family when I grew up. I mean, they were like the hierarchy of the town.
Yeah.
Very classy town, nice people. When you walked in the house, they offered you a glass of water. I don't know how many meals I had there. I'll do anything for them.
Right.
They called me about 2 years ago, Lee knows, and they said, my nephew's out there. Can you show him a good time? I did one better. I got him a hotel room that I paid 2 days out of my pocket for him because I didn't want him in the house with the cats and the baby.
Yeah.
You know, when you're 21, you don't give a fuck about babies.
Right.
I feel you. You know what I'm saying? But I never saw anything like that after 2 days, and I wanted him to stay 4 days. He's from my hometown.
Yeah.
Not one thank you to my wife.
Oof.
Listen, I don't give a fuck what manners you got towards me. I feel you.
Yeah.
I'm nobody to tell a 21-year-old what to do.
Right.
Oh, my wife hands you a bowl of food. You don't even look at her. We got a problem. Finally, the second day, I pulled him aside. I go, do me a favor. When my wife gives you something, say thank you.
Right.
And he looked at me like I was from another planet. And between you and I don't think he knew. I think
Well, he must not
I
have.
think his mother loved him so much that never corrected that fault.
Sure.
And you know what? With me, I don't have time. Come here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Go over and say fucking thank you.
Yeah.
The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Go over and say thank you. Or if not, a lot of times I judged 9 out of 10 comics. When I was in Brea, I could have gave a comic $10 and said,
Sure.
down. I chopped that thing up 3 ways. The feature,
Sure.
everybody got the same thing. The next day when I wake up, on my Facebook or in my email, better be a fucking thank you. Or there better be a call at 901 saying thank you. If there isn't, I ain't mad at you.
Yeah.
But
I think I actually did call you
did
about
call me.
that.
901.
Because,
901.
and you got to know, I usually don't even call, but
You
like
have
that
to.
was so cool. I did.
People, this is something that you do. I was
Yeah.
telling somebody the other day, when people call you up and go, I have a job for you. You have to audition. I've heard comics go, fuck Matt Fultron. He's making me audition. Dog, if Lisa Ayak called me and he got me an audition,
Yeah.
even if I didn't get it, he thought of me. He
Exactly.
put his word up for me.
Right.
He went to a casting director and said, hey, man, your party ain't going to start unless you get Joey in here. Well, I'm looking for a penguin-looking guy. Perfect. Whatever. Get him in here. You don't know what you're fucking looking for. It's, and I'm not putting you down, Lee. We're not putting your girlfriend
No,
down.
no, no, no.
I'm putting you down. This is like when I told you that you're killing yourself the whole time because you won't say nothing. This is like having a child that does what he wants, and you don't say, no, we're not going to no fucking museum today. You know, hey, listen, we're not doing this today. Listen, we went out to this place. Now I got to drive to Anaheim to a concert. I don't even know these fucking people. Why am I doing this? I don't listen to these people. Why am I doing this? And somebody would go, you're right. This isn't about you. Right or wrong? I don't give a fuck. If I go to Terry, hey, you want to do something? No, it's not for her.
Yeah.
This is why I've always been a big advocate for earphones. When I got my Black Sabbath on, you're not going to hear it. But when you have that jumping Jew music on, I don't want to hear it either. So make sure you got your earphones on. Yeah, now you're in a pickle because now it's been 2 weeks since you got the card.
Yeah.
So tomorrow.
It's
next
not
time
too late.
No, it's not too late.
But thankfully, my mom's card got delayed, and she felt really bad about it. So
she what?
My mom's card got delayed, so she felt really bad about it. So I think I got a couple weeks to save it. I'll just tell her tomorrow.
Tell her when you see it. Go, you gotta call. Not like, listen, I think, no. Not like what I just told you with the ticket. Assume the close. You know what assume the close means?
Hand her the phone.
Yeah, you have to call my mother. Here, call my mother.
Right.
What are you talking about? Call my mother, thank her for the car. We're not savages here. And she'll look at you, and tell her that. We're not fucking savages here. We're not savages, bro.
We're human beings.
You gotta fucking call. You gotta call and say thank you. That goes so much.
Oh.
Because, and I'll tell you when it goes long. When you go shopping, when you shop for a house or when you shop for a car, that's what's going to make the difference. Not the guy that calls you and says, hey, Lee, come on down. I got the manager to do a deal. It's the guy who goes, Lee, I'm not calling you. I just want you to know, I want you to make sure you got all the information you're looking for to make this decision. Do you have the pamphlet? Yes,
Right.
I do. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Guess what? As soon as I'm clicking that phone, I'm licking the envelope with his thank you note. I'm walking up to the corner and delivering it. So when he gets home from work tomorrow, Joey Diaz is on his fucking mind again tomorrow. That's what this whole, that we're missing because everybody's on the computer. Nobody's around to tell them. Nobody wants to tell your kids anymore how to fucking act. Like nobody really wants to. I see it. I see it when I go to, I see how kids behave. Kids play. The parents sit there, on the texting. I want to fucking end this.
Yeah.
I want to end the smartphone. I want to end the smartphone because it's making us dumber. We are missing life.
Yeah.
We are missing pieces of life. Go anywhere now. I went to the mall with the baby. Yes, I got off the plane from Austin. I went to the mall with the baby. The wife, it's Valentine's Day. The baby runs around this thing there. My wife gets Chipotle at the mall.
Yeah.
And I got the protein smoothie, the Slim Down. And I make the best of it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we get the pizza at Joe's.
Right.
It's a quick thing. There's always parking right up front because it's Sunday. Nobody goes early. I usually go early, like 9:30, 10. What was I talking about? I don't even know.
We're talking about correspondence.
About smartphones. I know you made fun of the museum, but we went there and it was like some really cool South American stuff. Seeing the stuff that was from like 700 AD that people had made with rocks and tools dwarfed anything I could ever make.
Yeah, but how good was Instagram back then?
Listen,
Fucking
I mean,
terrible.
Did you take one of those tools to stab yourself in the fucking eye?
No, but I'm making
You
you
should
a
have
point.
fucking done. What point? Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? At the end of the week, how does it affect your fucking life? Now, when you go to fucking shop, when you come here to make Guinness, how does it affect your life? Seeing 2 spoons from South America.
No, that's not
That's
my
great.
point.
That's fucking great.
That's not my point.
What's your point?
That people back then, without the smartphones and stuff, could do all this amazing stuff. And,
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Because we're stuck in this fucking dumb phone.
Right.
Anywhere you go, people are missing life. You know, somebody asked me this week, you don't tweet all day. Why would I want to do that? I'm missing life. I don't give a fuck. I'm reporting life to you.
I've stopped.
Live your fucking life.
I
Live
stopped
your fucking
tweeting. I've
life.
gotten too. I'm
I
fucking
tweet in the
sick of
mornings.
it.
I tweet in the mornings, sometimes at night to tell them about the podcast, get people going on
Yeah.
a Sunday night. Tell them the week is over. Because a lot of people wake up Monday night, I'm hungover. No, you shouldn't have been hungover. It's fucking, I see all these people cry, but then they cry. Everybody's crying. I don't get it. How the fuck are you? What happened to Sunday night?
Yeah.
What happened to Sunday night? Well, you didn't prepare. You have a week in front of you. You have to prepare on Sunday for
Right.
that fucking week. Trust me, I used to go into the store and do blow. Then I wake up on Mondays and when my life was in shambles
Right.
because I didn't prepare for the week.
Absolutely.
There was no preparation for fucking Monday.
Yeah.
These are all little things that you
got to do. You got to get your
just
shit
fucking
together.
see. This is why in today's society you don't send your kid to college. Because
You're right
they've
about
been-
that.
The first year they've been so socially robbed. They're so socially robbed of the social, what's really going on. You know, do you think if you didn't have a mom or a dad and you were working for $8 an hour, do you think you'd be at that fucking museum? No, I don't fucking think so.
I got other
So
problems.
it's we, like I just said, wasted fucking time.
Yeah. No, it's 4
Wasted
years of
fucking
of
time.
like prime time
And
just gone.
And this is what I'm looking at now as a 52-year-old. I'm trying to pass on to Lee and pass on to other people. There's so many things that you think are so important when you're 26. At the end of the day, they don't fucking matter. When they're fucking you in the ass, evicting you from your house, what are you gonna tell them? I went to see what these people are doing in 700 AD in Colombia. Do you get it?
You can't deposit that in the ATM.
We have our minds somewhere else, but then we get pissed off when things aren't going our way. Like,
Right.
man, I want more. Well, you're dicking around. This is what's
Yeah.
going on. This is
Right.
and this is what goes on all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
I did it for 15 years. I told you guys. I wanted a headline, but you don't want to go and feature for free. Do you know what I'm saying? I had
Yeah.
all these expectations, but I didn't want to do what was in front of me, what was necessary to do what's in front of me. My old partner in crime. You know, the podcast is what's in front of you. Cut the thing and put it up. No, well, I have to go to this place and do an interview. Who gives a fuck about your interview? The podcast needs to go up. That's what's in front of you. You're avoiding it. I fucking hate going to jiu-jitsu, dog. Because I know I'm just going to get beat up and sore. But I go in there anyway because I know eventually I'm going to get better.
Yeah.
After a while, one day my mind's going to click and go, you're not going to get beat up no more. You're going to start sweeping motherfuckers. And
That's absolutely right.
this is it. This is what we do, people. So stop your fucking crying. Life ain't going how you want it to fucking go. Do something about it. Close the gaps. Close the fucking gaps. I get all these emails that life ain't going how you're supposed to go and that you're lucky. No, there's no luck involved. There's 7 days a week, 70 hours a fucking week.
Yeah.
70 hours a week. You know, when I first, and don't get me started on the national anthem. It's President's Day. You sacks of motherfucking shit. Get up. Get up. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It may be 100 inches. Turn that into a fucking snowball and eat it. What the fuck is wrong with you? At least you're getting snow. The East Coast. Stop your fucking crying. You bad motherfuckers. Get up. Get the flag. Shovel. Get a heart attack, you fuck. What is this thing with Governor Christie? Fucking telling people you can't knock on people's doors and shovel. It's free rent. You gotta shovel. You gotta make a fucking living, cocksucker. When you put this on for? I'm too high for the national anthem. Tell you,
We didn't even plan it for President's Day. I just got
I forgot it was
inspired.
President's Day.
Me
you
too.
fuck. I forgot it was fucking President's Day.
Because we're too busy working. We don't take days off.
Gives a fuck. Give a fuck. When I was
That's
a
the
kid,
goddamn truth. Because
That
that's
was-
church.
when I was a kid on this day, I go to Harlem Globetrotters every fucking year.
Yeah.
My mother would take me to the
That's
Harlem
fucking
Globetrotters.
awesome.
This is it, the Monday after, because it would be my birthday the next weekend. You
Yeah.
see how I roll? I don't fuck around, Lisa.
You don't.
What do you got tomorrow, Lee? How you feeling, my brother?
I'm fucked up.
I got fluid in my ear from my shower. I got to put a Q-tip in my ear after I take a shower, and I fucking forget. and the fucking fluid just sits there. Like I'm
I
like,
know. It's kind of
That's,
gross. Huh?
oh, I hate. Like I'm gonna get that vertigo all over again. And shit. What do you got going on? What dates? I want you to come back before your super special,
I will.
so we give you all the support you
Yeah,
want.
yeah.
You're a
I'm
dear
calling you
friend.
up,
I think
dude.
the best of you. Funny.
I love you,
motherfucker,
Joey.
dog.
I love you. Thank
you.
you.
Fucking cracked me up to pieces. You
Thanks,
didn't eat
man.
the cookie.
I didn't, but I put up my podcast today.
How you gonna grow up to be
You
big and
just put up
strong?
your podcast?
I put up my podcast.
How's it doing?
I
Congratulations.
haven't looked up the
bro.
numbers yet. I wrote a blog, and then I put up a podcast, which Matt did a while ago. And we're about to put up.
Congratulations, brother. I'm proud.
Yeah, man.
Thanks. It's
That's
it's
how
hard.
you. That's how you keep from waiting at Denny's.
Tell them what
Yeah.
your
You
fear
know?
was.
It was just it's a lot to commit to, and it's a lot. I had a vision for what I wanted to do. Well, not a vision. I've learned a lot from working on a bunch of different podcasts, and I thought there was a way to do something, and I I just didn't want it to not do well.
Oh, who cares?
So I've been putting it off, but I put it up today.
Just put it out and it grows. It
So
just
we'll see
grows
how it
over the
goes.
years.
Yeah.
Like I told them, I said, listen, you'll never know until you put it up. And if it's not good in the beginning, you just keep tweaking it.
You get it better, better,
And
better.
you tweak it. And that's what this whole podcast thing is about.
Yeah.
We weren't doing good for a long fucking time, but we stuck it out at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And we made our fucking point, you know? And that's part of this whole fucking thing.
It's beautiful, man. Congratulations, dude.
Yeah.
It really is awesome.
Doing a blog is tough too.
Is it?
No, but I'm doing 2 a month.
Oh no,
I'm doing
dude, slow down.
I'm doing 2 podcasts. I'm not doing a podcast every week,
You're doing a blog, 2 blogs a month,
and then 2 podcasts a month.
dude.
And I
Slow down. You're gonna kill yourself.
I know it's too much. But Joey called me this morning and told me to write a blog to put it out. And I had started one like 4 or 5 days ago, but I just couldn't. It's hard to know what to say. Like it's hard to put your point across without sounding weird or.
You do your best. That's the thing. It's a blog. You're not working for anybody. There's no real consequences to not doing a perfect blog.
I miss your blog. I know it's busy and
It's your world. It's your world. Whatever you write in a blog on a weekly level, it's your fucking world.
Exactly. It's more. It's better. The idea is that it comes out, not that it's perfect.
I
It's that
always
it comes
liked
out
that.
all the time.
Listen, man, if you want to do something at home, a blog, a podcast, look at Pat Shea does a podcast. People are doing all type of things. You know what? Who gives a fuck if 3 people listen? Just be the best podcast you can for those 3 people.
Yeah.
That's it. Who gives a fuck about iTunes ratings? You're getting your voice out there. You're getting your life out there. You're putting your heart out there. If you really put your heart out there, people will feel it. They feel it. If you're faking the funk, listen, we're all not going to be fucking great podcasters. We're all going to think it's radio at first. But like you said, 10 years, you find your voice.
Yeah.
You know, Lee's finding his voice on a podcast. It all evolves, man. But it's better than not doing anything. Who gives a fuck? You listen. Who's interesting? Who's really interesting?
So much better than not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's like leaps and bounds ahead of it.
I know people come up to me and they tell me, it's not like I'm not an interesting person. What do you mean you're not interesting? You do something that's very interesting. You just don't sell it. You think you look down on what you do.
Right.
You know, I think somebody who fixes a car is interesting. Why? Because I can't fucking do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't change a flat. I mean, I can change one.
Right.
It takes me 2.5 hours and
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
By that time, the fucking guy comes on the tow truck and
Yeah.
405 and helps you from the station.
Yeah. You didn't even call him.
You didn't
He's
even
just
call
like,
him.
you
That's
look like
fucking
shit
great.
out there.
Yeah, they got
I gotta
great
stop
service.
and help you.
They really do have a great service here in LA. But please, people, you have something you want to put out there, it's free.
Yeah.
Blogger.com, free. I don't give a fuck if every week on Monday you just put out, it's going to be a great week. These are the things I'm going to do and blog it. And I guarantee people will start reacting to you going, you know what? I need to do that. I don't want to do that though.
I got a bunch of good comments on it. It was cool.
Yeah, Lee, trust me, because people see
already
you
like you, man.
Who gives a fuck what you write? Or, you know, I love it when you write a blog that's heartfelt and you spell a word wrong. And there's 10 idiots. You spell whatever. Really? This is what you got out of it? This is why you're on the computer 10 hours a day.
Exactly.
You're a fucking loser because this is what you look for as a
Right.
fault. Instead of looking for somebody's beauty in their fucking blog
Yeah.
or somebody's beauty in their dish they brought up from Colombia on a fucking Saturday for Lee to go down there and look at it. You're lucky I love you, cocksucker. If not, you'd be on the 170 with a fucking plank growing on your head right now, cocksucker. Out there with 3 hookers I got dead out there right next to them.
Got a group of people that
I
are
got about 3 or
170.
4 fucking people that got confused out there by the 170 by Sherman Way.
Now you get some editing to do on top of it
Every
all.
time I go out there, there's a hand sticking out. You see the hand with the skin going away. A little ring of
I
Morris
remember
and shit.
her.
Remember that bitch? Thought she was fucking cute. Speaking of cute, Iron Dragon TV, the best classic martial arts films at your fucking fingertips. You understand me? Iron Dragon TV has the best in classic martial arts series, from the Yip Man series to fucking all the early Jackie Chan. Listen, I know a lot of people are into these type of films. If this is what you're into, this is the Roku channel for you. Iron Dragon TV. Say the code word.
Joey,
Oh shit!
we'll type it in.
And get 2 free motherfucking movies to start off. Okay? They add movies every day. They're adding the 4K technology. Pretty soon, we're gonna be doing a Roku channel on their network. So please support Iron Dragon TV. Go there right now. Even if you don't get the 2 movies tonight, see what they got. Get your dick hard for the weekend. Again, what do you press, brother?
You press Joey.
Joey. And
Joey.
you get 2 free fucking films.
The
That's how we
movies
do
are
it.
so good they'll make your dick hard.
Don't make your dick hard.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2, for optimum optimization. I was just there this weekend. I'll tell you, man, on it is making things happen. They really fucking are. Aubrey is an unadulterated genius to the fucking max. That's all I gotta tell you, motherfuckers. All right? You want to start getting your mind right, your heart right, your breathing right, everything. It starts with optimization. Go to honor.com right now and press in
Church.
and get 10% off your first order. Go with Alpha Brain. I'm sick and tired of telling you motherfucking this. Once you do it, you're not coming back. It's like a finger in the ass of heroin. Number 2, hit E-Cigs, the best cigar on the market, guaranteed 1,200 fucking puffs. There ain't a cigarette or fucking thing, a device at 7-Eleven or any of these vapor stores that's going to give you 1,200 guaranteed puffs. That's like 10 fucking cigarettes, okay? 10 cigarettes are $7 a piece. At the fucking E-Cig, it's $70. You get these for $20 minus 20% off. Not only do they have the cigar flavor, they have nicotine from 24 to 0, so you get off the fucking cigarettes. Like Lee said, even if it's February and you can't get your residuals down, it don't matter. We're there for you. HittySix.com. Go there right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh shit!
Church.
I get 20% off your order right now. So if this is $20, it's $16 for 1,200 guaranteed fucking hits. Okay, where are you gonna get that type of action from? Go to HittySix right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
There you go, 20% off. And while we're on it, my fucking primos over there at Nailed It Life. These motherfuckers will destroy you with all their fucking dabbing products. They got tremendous vapor pens. They got the sticks to put the wax into the fucking torch with it. They got torches. They got fucking everything. Go to naileditlife.com. Get one of those motherfucking vapor pens. Get 20% off. What are they pressing the box?
Joey did.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And I guarantee if you're into dabbing and seeing the devil and blow torches and blowing shit up, you're going to love naileditlife.com. Right now. Go there right now. Iron Dragon, Nailed It Life, honor.com, and HittySix, motherfuckers. That's how we do it here.
Boom.
How you feeling, brother? You going to finish this cookie? You gonna
No, God, you're crazy.
We gonna do
You're whittling away, man. You better eat that cookie.
You want to smoke some more weed? What do you want?
I'm cool, though.
He wants to go to bed.
We ain't going to bed. We got to put that air conditioning on. It's hot as fucking here.
It is. I'm cold.
Oh my God! Look at me, sweating up a storm. I ate one too many edibles, and my estrogen's coming out.
I
Yeah.
was thinking it was kind of chilly in here.
Are you chilly, Willie?
I'm
How many
fine.
pieces of that cookie have you eaten? in
Oh,
your
barely any of it, but I'm high as shit.
Really?
Oh yeah.
I see every
I
like
got
15
no
minutes.
tolerance, man.
I see every 15 minutes. Just
I'm listen. I'm easing into it, Joe. I can't be like-
Look at this poor bastard. Look how high he is.
Oh, he looks great.
Look at
I've never
this
seen anyone so happy.
This poor bastard. See that? You ate how many milligrams tonight? 40.
No, more than that.
40. That's it.
That's not true.
25, 15.
Listen.
5 for the cookie.
160.
Tops.
I only think there's one level of these stars. I think they're all 125. I don't believe the hype.
You're as tough as fucking nails, even if they're 125. Again,
I knew it.
Matt Fultron, what's your next date? Tell me.
Yo, I think I'm gonna be up in Ventura with Tom Segura March 11th. So that'll be a fun show.
March 11th at Ventura County Comedy Club.
Ventura
Yeah.
Harbor or something, right?
Huh?
Is it like Ventura Harbor Comedy Club?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I know shit. I see stuff happening.
Indianapolis, you bad motherfuckers. I'm coming to you motherfuckers next week. Oh, shit. What's the name of the club in Indianapolis?
Crackers?
Crackers like a motherfucker.
Is that it?
February 26th to the 28th. Don't fucking miss it.
Be there.
That's right.
or B square.
Well, B Square. I love you guys. I want to thank Matt Fultron again.
Thank you.
I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for watching, listening, having a good time. Lisa, I have for being a soldier as usual, getting high with us.
Podcast is called Flying Jew Radio.
Yeah, go
Steve
download.
Simone,
The Jew is definitely flying tonight. That's
Oh,
for sure.
And he's gonna go home and do push-ups.
push-ups.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
You're a
I'm
soldier.
trying to think of the menu I could concoct right now.
There ain't no fucking menus in your life, cocksucker. I love you guys. Thank you very much for coming on tonight and helping us out and watching. Have a great fucking week. We'll see you Wednesday afternoon.
Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their optimization products. Let me meet you guys. Go to IronDragonTV.com. Use code word Joe to get 20% to get 2 free rentals. Sorry, of all of the great martial arts films. Go to NailedItLife.com and use code word Joey Diaz to get 20% off the premiere vape. I already love it because as soon as you said, like, are you kidding me or what? Terry's eye just rolled, and I
She
was like,
don't
this is going to
fucking
be a
know.
great
The
episode.
church of what's happening now, motherfuckers. February 18th. The day the devil, before the devil was buried at sea. Fuck him in the ass, Andrew, for building us this. I still got the devil with the tongue out.
Fuck him in the ass before building it.
That's it. Fuck all this shit. Tomorrow's my 52nd birthday. It's a beautiful day to be alive. I got the Flying Jew here, my beautiful wife, Terry Clark here. What's happening, people?
Hey, buddy. You gave me, I had 1.5 edibles so far,
No, stop. I
I
gave
don't
a
know.
brownie. I gave a
Those-
fucking brownie that was delicious.
but it's huge. It was delicious, but it was a big, come on, you've seen most edibles. This thing was like a brownie you get from Starbucks, all wrapped up in
Oh, it's fucking
and
beautiful. That's
saran wrap.
Anarchy, don't fuck around.
So I had half of that and then a star, so we'll see what happens.
What do you think's gonna happen? You gonna
I think I'm gonna end up at home eating Girl Scout cookies again.
Fuck yeah, no thin mint. What's
Oh,
happening
as
with you?
if you weren't going to end up at home eating Girl Scout cookies without the brownie.
What's up with you,
Probably.
fucko? Everything all right in your world, my beautiful wife?
Yes, fucko. Everything's
How was the suit today with Mercy?
It's good. Oh my God, the chimpanzees were crawling on the windows. She was losing her gorillas. She was
What
great.
zoo do you bring her to?
The LA Zoo.
Is it fun? I've never been down here. I used to love going.
It's
to
a
zoos.
lot of fucking walking.
It is a lot of
A
fun.
lot of walking uphill.
Uphill, downhill, under bridges,
It's amazing. For
over
6 fucking
bridges,
animals.
and there's nothing there.
Oh, there's not that many animals.
No, there's a lot of exhibits that are closed.
Okay.
Every time we go, there's a fucking by the way. I'm walking around. One time we went in the summer. It was so fucking hot. The animals didn't come out. Then another time we went in the winter. It was so fucking cold. We went like on your birthday
It was
one
on
year,
your birthday.
freezing, and it was all uphill. You know, I mean, it's all fucking uphill.
Uphill. He got winded at the entrance of the zoo.
Oh,
We
fuck
didn't
yeah.
even get to we got to the flamingos, which are the very first exhibit.
I shouldn't be laughing. I was sweating putting together that shelf.
That took you an hour.
You know,
I
for you
should be
people,
embarrassed.
you people around the
Oh
country.
my God! And you did it upside down.
No, I don't. Well, no, I did it the right way.
Okay.
For you people who are freezing all over the country,
I
my
think
heart
so.
goes out to you. It's fucking 84 degrees here today and hotter than fuck. So that's what you got. Yesterday, I told you guys a couple of weeks ago that we were even. That's it. I don't want to hear no more of these people sending emails that the church helps your life because, you know, I just couldn't fucking take it no more. You know, I don't know if Jesus didn't help this fucking many people. All of a sudden, this fucking podcast is helping people. So I tell you guys we're even because every week for like 2 years, I would write on the top of my daily planner, my daughter's name, Jackie. And I finally got enough courage to fucking call. So I called on the 3rd of February, and I told you guys in the podcast, and she didn't call back, you know? So I started thinking about it. I wasn't mad. I knew that I got a couple emails. In fact, I got a lot of emails from people that had been through the same thing. But Joey Rooklyn said that she didn't talk to her dad for a long time, and that he opened up the lines of communication, and she was pissed off, and he was persistent. You know, I don't know if I'm persistent to open up the lines of communication. I just want to let her know how I feel and what she has available to her. You know, I have a family now, I have a little baby, I got a wife, and that's it. After that, whatever the fuck she wants to do, she's going to do. You know, she's going to do or believe or whatever the fuck. So yesterday morning, I was in the shower, and I was getting my balls worked up for the day, what I had to do, and I remembered that she didn't call, and I had wrote this week that I was going to call back. So this time I called back because I wanted to put a little pressure on him. I called back and I was coming to Boulder for a few days. And 2 hours later, I didn't hear nothing from him or whatever. So I started the process of contacting a private investigator. And I spoke to a private investigator for about an hour about what had happened. And he said he's going to start looking. And I hung up with the private investigator. I ran a bunch of ads.
So what? If you knew you were calling the right number, what are you calling the private investigator for?
I was calling the right number because just in case they didn't call back.
Okay.
You know, when I'm in a hotel some nights after a comedy show, I'll go back and drink coffee, smoke a joint, and come up and look for her.
Oh, like
and
on
there's
Facebook?
never been.
She's nowhere.
She's a ghost. So
The whole family. Is
the whole family's
ghost.
a fucking ghost. So I contacted a private investigator. I spoke to him for a while. He said, when you're a criminal, all you need is your name and your date of birth, and they'll find you. But when you're a fucking civilian, all they need your social. So I don't have a social.
Okay.
So what they did was I told them everything, and I hung up the phone, and I was fine. And yesterday afternoon, my ex-wife called back, and we spoke for about 20 minutes. And, she told me the same shit, that the baby was busy. Well, she's not a baby no more. But she was busy. We caught up on her family. Her father had died. We spoke about him for a few minutes. And believe it or not, I told her that whatever happened 20 years ago between us, I wanted to apologize for, on the topical side, on the top. I don't know how I feel inside still. And she said that the kid would call, Jacqueline would call in a few days.
Did she say she got your first message or no?
I didn't ask at that
Okay.
point. I didn't really ask or whatever.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, she
did.
got it.
She didn't call.
She
out.
got it and she disregarded it, And then it was funny. I called the private investigator after we spoke to explain to him that she had called, and we started laughing. And he goes, "Here's the other thing, though. I found her. I found your ex-wife, her husband, and 3 of her kids. That kid that you have with her, they hid her. They changed her name. They even changed her first name. Wow." That's how fucking much they had her hit.
What do you think they're doing this for? Do you think so you can't find them, or
It's been recently since that happened, because on her high school graduation, we found a picture of her at her high school graduation with the name that we know. So I don't know what caused her.
But maybe a year after that, I contacted her on Facebook. And she
Oh.
erased her Facebook thing, and after that, she probably told her mother. He contacted me. She put the fear of God in her. He's a kidnapper. He's going to kidnap you, whatever. So that's what happened. But the truth of the matter is what was always going to happen. In fact, yesterday when I was talking to her, I realized how white she was. Like, I realized how fucking white she was. Like, we were talking about her father dying, and I go, how did Jackie tell? Oh, Jackie was crushed, we might even have to send her to therapy. She's fucking, this is what I didn't want to hear. But I realized how fucking gentrified she had become. And that's what her goal was her whole life. So the last thing people like that ever wanted was me to come back. When I left in 95, and I've told the story 1,000 times, they figured that I was going to get high on drugs, get arrested, and just disappear. Maybe die or end the rest of my life in prison. They never counted on this.
Yeah, they don't want him to come back, no matter how well he's done for himself, how much he's cleaned up.
But weren't they coming after you for child support for all those years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They every time a different show. I could tell. As soon as I booked a TV show, I'd prepare because I look at the date when it was going to air. I remember when Cold Case aired. We got a bunch of letters from them in 2003.
As soon as The Longest Yard came,
Oh my God!
they started. I mean, we never even. The checks were just cut in half.
The checks were cut in half. They went into my bank account after The Longest Yard. She never wanted. She wanted to punish me for what I had done. Like, it was always like a punishment to her. But the other punishment was me never talking to Jackie. She never wanted me to tell my side of the fucking story. That's not a good story.
Did any part of you ever think maybe I'll go to court and get my visitation? Or
Yeah, but it was a goal without my reach. I could have always got visitation. It would have cost me $2,000 to get the attorney, petition the court, wait 6 weeks, a fucking plane ticket, and go out. She would have never allowed it to come out here.
But
That
he
wouldn't have been-
had visitation.
I had
there.
visitation. It was just shitty visitation, 5 hours a week.
Okay.
You can't be a dad. I know coaches would see their kids more, you know. So, but it's very interesting how even till today she hasn't called. It was 24 hours ago. You know, they're preparing her. I guarantee they're getting her a phone with a tape recorder. That's what they're doing right now, so they can tape the conversation. Listen, man, I have a family. I have a daughter. I made a mistake 25 years ago, maybe not. I made a mistake, or maybe not.
In what way you made a mistake?
I went for my life. I was living in Boulder. I was getting tortured by these people about being a parent. I was fighting for my fucking life. If I got a check for $900, I would keep $200. You ever been in that position?
No.
Getting a check for $900 and having to go pay the term. I mean, it was just a horrible way to live. And we were going nowhere in 95. Her and I were not going anywhere.
That's the story of almost every split like that where the kids are
My
involved.
parents went through it.
You know,
Was it ugly for them for a while?
Well, they got divorced when I was a senior in high school, so it wasn't so much of, and they should have gotten divorced probably 10 years before at least.
You felt it
Oh
growing up?
God, yeah. And they both said afterwards, "Oh, we stayed together because of you guys." And
well, that doesn't
It's-
make anybody feel better.
it's terrible. It's terrible when parents are fighting. But yeah, like today at this point, my dad, he used to be like kind of intense, and there would be a lot of fighting. And then recently, he wanted to be more chummy with my mom, and my mom just wants no part of it. So I understand both sides of it. So, like, my question for you is, they must have said bad things about you too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A portion of them on paper are true.
Are true. Absolutely.
So, like, how are you gonna handle that?
I'm gonna tell them my
talk to
truth.
her.
I'm gonna tell them my
You know,
truth.
it's the truth. There's nothing to hide about. It's the truth.
It's the truth.
He made a lot of mistakes, but he's turned himself around. And to not factor in that truth as well as all the other truths, you're not getting the whole picture.
But in the beginning, I didn't make a lot of mistakes. In the beginning, they just didn't want me around them. They had made a conscious decision. I remember, and I was telling my wife the story, how, you know, they took me somewhere that I didn't want to be. They really, really
But
did.
even the judge
and I don't
told
even
them
know,
that.
and I don't even know if people understand this at home, where you go somewhere, somebody takes you somewhere, there's a part of your anger and your rage that it takes you somewhere that you don't want to be, that you don't even really like yourself. I don't like myself when I'm like that. I catch myself sometimes. I caught myself like that Monday at Egan Machado's jiu-jitsu school with some guy. Sometimes I just don't like something, and I will fucking tell you, and I will stay there like a fucking idiot and will hunt you down. It's a part of me that stayed with me since I was a kid. I just don't like certain people. I don't like how they walk into a room. I don't like how they speak sometimes. I don't like how they treat other people or address other people.
But there are people who get off on that.
But
there
there's
are
people who get off on that.
who like to
So
sit around and poke bears and then get upset when the bear
somebody says
attacks.
something to them. So when it happened 20 years ago with my ex-wife, it took me somewhere. Not to mention, I was an open micer as a comic. So that tenacity was helping my comedy career, because
Right.
anger is real on stage. But it wasn't helping me inside. It was wearing me down, and it was making me give up. And I didn't want to give up. What I mean by giving up is that in those days, in any situation, if something bad would have happened, it could be a flat tire. Could have been a flat tire. You guys see the movie, what was the movie with Michael Douglas when he fucking snaps on the 405 when the one,
Yeah,
what was the name of it?
falling down.
Falling Down. You ever see that? You're too young
No.
for that movie. One day, a guy's he's going through a divorce in that movie, separation, the kid, his job,
And
this,
it's the straw that
the
breaks the
straw
camel's
that broke the camel's back. He was at the fucking on the 10 or on the 405. You know how it is. Beep, beep. And one day he just snapped. And as he's walking away from the car, they go to mug him downtown.
Oh no.
Isn't that the thing? And he pulls a gun out, he shoots the guy, and they run away. And he goes, "Hey, you forgot your briefcase." It's a great fucking scene.
How much of all crimes is that, do you think? Like, just someone snapped and they happen to get caught on the day they snapped.
You know, man, it's
Well, I would say a lot of crime is not that, but some of it certainly is. And you know,
why does somebody go
it's
home and
hard.
kill their fucking kids?
yeah,
Why does somebody go home and stab both their kids and the mother and put them in the? It happens every day in the newspaper.
Like, you had talked about wanting to kill your ex-wife and
Oh.
your husband.
Absolutely.
and like
Absolutely.
you were, let's just say on paper you were a bad person back then, or did bad things back
I
then.
wasn't a bad. I was a young, confused person. I had made some mistakes. I was trying to get my life back together, but that fucking animal was still in there.
It's
Plus,
dangerous.
It was dangerous, and they were playing a game with me, and I'm getting hotter and hotter. And now I'm thinking to myself, I'm a loser in life. I'm not making any progress with comedy. I'm not making any progress here. You know what? I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers fuck with me. And then something very weird happened. OJ killed his wife.
Really?
OJ killed his wife. I think June 12th of 94. Check the date. Or June 12th of 95. It was June 12th of 94 when he killed his wife. And that put me over. Okay? That.
12th of 94.
Who the fuck you think you're dealing with here? That put me over. Because now I had somebody to relate to. She wasn't messing around with a man. She took my kid into another man's house without my permission or without my knowledge. And her parents kept lying to me. So I was a power keg. So I have nothing going on. My comedy career is nowhere. I'm angry. I'm broke. And guess on top of this, what's going on? I'm pouring cocaine into his mind like never before. I had a dealer. I didn't need money. I would just call him up and he'd give me a half an 8 ball just on the arm. I still owe him $1,600 today. If I find him, I will send him his fucking money. In fact, I called Mike Kessler at 1 a.m. last week and asked him, where's Vince? I will send him his fucking money because he was that good to me at that time.
So,
Yes,
so
he
what
was
did OJ
really good to him, giving him free cocaine.
So what did OJ do? Did OJ make you not want to do it?
No, OJ made me. OJ let me know that I could do it. Now I had somebody in the
On
media.
my side.
Now I had somebody that was on my side. This is what happens to people. People see this. They call it copycat crimes. This isn't stupid. This is what happens to somebody in society when they get beat up on a daily basis for 2 years and when they want to be a good person. There's people who don't really give a fuck, who never had a chance, and they'll take whatever's piled on top of them. But when somebody wants to be a good person and can't figure out what's going on, I don't know what was going on now. I wasn't giving my life 100% as a human being. I was tiptoeing through what I had to do, and I was angry at myself, and I was angry at society. But in my heart, I really, really wanted to be a dad, and I would have changed to do this. If she would have gave me the opportunity, things would have been different today. I probably wouldn't have been here. I probably would have been a stand-up that would have stayed in Colorado and done,
Been a car salesman.
or car salesman, done events.
So
in
if she
Colorado.
let you see Jackie on a
If
regular
if
basis,
things would have, if let's say I had 2 sleepovers a month, and I had no drama with her, and I found a job, I had a job in Boulder that paid me great money. But if I could put all those things together, I would have probably still been in Boulder. I would have left because it was my comfort zone, Lee. It was my comfort zone. I had been there for a couple of years. I got arrested. Now, I knew people in town. And it wasn't that I was a bad person at the time. I was always trying to do something good with my life. It just, I was $10,000 behind.
but so like let's say Jackie called and was like, "Well, you were in prison, you abandoned me and my mom, or you left me and my mom. I hate." What would you say if she's angry?
Yeah, nothing.
That's what she's going to say.
She
probably.
can't throw that prison card because he was in prison before she happened.
Yeah, before I married. And I didn't leave them. I never
Yeah.
left them. They had a place to live. They had a great place to live.
Yeah.
The husband had a fucking Porsche.
Okay.
Nobody abandoned.
This was a
Nobody
mutual,
abandons
this is a
nobody.
mutual split.
She tried to hide and push me the fuck away.
But if she said something along those lines, what would you say?
There's nothing I could say. See, I don't want to start. You don't fucking.
You don't start.
You
a
don't
war.
close on your. You don't close on your fucking feet. You close on your ass. I
What
just
does that
told you what I'm going to tell her. That there's a time and a place for everything. So when she calls, it's just an initial call. I'm here. I'm sorry about what happened. I don't know what you know. It doesn't really fucking matter. Doesn't really matter. Even if she hangs up that fucking phone 8 years from now, she's going to call and go, I want to know what really happened.
You don't want her
Everybody
to call
does.
and feel like she is being.
I'm not going to
Put on
jump
the
on it
spot.
right away. I don't want to put
Yeah.
nobody on the spot. That's why I did what I did. She was getting put on the spot as a fucking 5-year-old. And it started when she was 2. Yesterday, I was looking at Mercy after she called. Mercy's 25 months old right now. At 25 months old, you have no idea what Jackie was going through. She wasn't even seeing me. There was a time for 3 months where I lived in a different town. She wasn't seeing me. She wasn't answering the phone. And you know me, I'm not a rat. I wouldn't call the fucking cops. I knew she would come out. But at that time, that last phone call I made to them, I made it clear that I would fucking stab them both if they didn't bring the kid to the house by 1 o'clock. In fact, the father brought the kid to the house because I called the father. And I said, this is not going to end good. I love you. You're a great guy. I'm just telling you right now that this is not going to end good. And I'll tell you what,
And by
they
father,
knew.
he means
Her father.
her grandfather.
The last time I seen her father, that we were exchanging the kid, her father was crying the whole time. He shook my hand the hardest any man has ever shook my hand. He was crying the whole time. They lost a family. I was more into them in a way than I was into her. I was more into them. That had been the first time I was around decent fucking people since my mother died.
Right.
So I was into them more than I was into her. He was a lieutenant colonel, and he wrote a recommendation to the Department of Jails for me. And I still remember the last paragraph. And he wrote that Joe Diaz has never had a great job, but he's had menial jobs, and he's always been very proud of those menial jobs. He's always taken those menial jobs to the next level. And he said I was a very hard worker, and then he felt I would never get in trouble again, and I just needed to get into a right direction. I still remember how he put that I was proud of having a job. Like, I was always very proud of fucking working. I never wanted you to give me. I was never looking for a handout. The problem was when I got a job, it was $11 an hour. That's $440 a week. That's $300 after taxes. In those days, I wiped my ass with $300. So I can make $300 by selling a fucking quarter ounce of blow. So it was tough to maintain that job, you know. But to get back to the subject, I was tight with him. He knew where I was coming from. He said that he had worked with men. He was a lieutenant fucking colonel, the fucking Air Force, man. He had worked with young men all his life. And he told me once, he goes, you're one of the sharpest motherfuckers that I know as a young guy. It's just going to take a while. But when it focuses in for you, you're going to be a fucking killer. That's why I like that dude. Because he knew me better than I knew myself at 27.
Is that maybe why you waited longer? Because, like, let's say you tried to call this 10 years ago.
The day that they fucking sent 2 guys to beat me up in my house, the next morning when I walked outside and I had the bandage over my rib and my rib was black. Like when you have a bruise and some people have like black and blue, and my rib, this area was black. They hit me with a 2x4. And they hit my dog with a 2x4. And I'm going to tell you people at the house, and you two fuckos that I love dearly.
Fuckos.
If it wasn't for her father that day, I would have killed them both in my parking in front of Jackie. And I'm telling you this is the asshole side of Joe Diaz. At that day, when I walked down the stairs, I would have killed him right there in the parking lot in front of my little baby girl. That's how much anger I had for these 2 people. Because now they had crossed the line. They didn't have the balls to twist the knife themselves. They sent 2 motherfucking white dudes to come get me. And the one guy worked me over. If I hadn't seen that 2x4 on the floor, I whacked him. But the one guy I did get my hands on, he's somewhere right now thinking about me. Because I know he's got scars on his face. I know his ear is fucked up. I know I stepped on his nose and his face a couple times. I went after that motherfucker. And I called an off-duty cop to come to my fucking house to check this motherfucker out on the floor. And we picked him up and we dropped him off in front of emergency. And I never heard anything again. And the law limitations out, the statute of limitations, I really don't give a fuck.
You talked about it on a testicle test.
This is why I'm a fucking animal. When I want to be an animal, I'll be a fucking animal. It's who I was raised to be.
Right.
Listen, with my mother, when I die, someday I'm going to fucking die. And my mother's probably in purgatory because she killed somebody and they sent her to hell for 20 years. And she worked herself up in purgatory. And I'm going to tell you
happy
something.
birthday discussion.
Yeah, and the first time I see my mother in purgatory, she's going to hug me.
People are like, why are you married?
And she's going to go, you did good, but you didn't kill your stepfather, who you should have put a bullet in his head. You didn't kill that cunt of an ex-wife of yours. You didn't kill the cunt of a fucking boyfriend. And you didn't kill 2 or 3 other people. You should have just fucking ended their time for what they did to you. I know my mother. I know my mother's fucking mentality. And this is why the Kathy King situation
It should be the Mother's Day.
bothers the fuck out of
Your
me.
ex-wife.
This is why the whole thing bothers the fuck out of me, because in my mind, in my demented fucking mind, I think they did something to me. They got a smack owed. Remember, I come from a different house. I come from a house that you don't come home smacked. In my world right now, I'm still a little smacked. I'm happy they had a call yesterday and bowed down a little bit. But in my world, I still got you ever get smacked out in the face in the wintertime?
Yeah.
And you get 5 fingers left on your face?
Yeah.
I still got that from them.
You think
And-
so? Even with being in like.
Oh, I know Joe Diaz. I know what's inside Joe Diaz's heart and his mind.
You don't think the longest yard of my name is all
That does nothing.
bigger
That's,
smacks?
no. What are you talking about?
You don't think so? Maybe not bigger, but
What are you talking about? I'm talking about somebody smacked me in the face and walked away, and I stayed with that fax in my face. What's a movie going to do for you? Or a TV show?
because
That's
they wanted you dead. They
no,
wanted
no,
you
no, no,
doing
no,
drugs.
no, 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 no. Trust me, I'm telling you.
Okay.
They deserve to fucking. They don't both deserve to end up on their knees.
Lee, have you ever been done
Nowhere near that. No. of course not.
any?
I've been done bad, but the reason
There are
Did-
some
did you
people
talk-
out there. There's some people out there, Lee, that do such bad things to you, or to someone that you love, that there will never be anything, no matter how well you do in life or how lucky you get, or there will never be anything that will be able to erase that feeling of
What this motherfucker did to you?
what they did to you. It will always live in your soul. There will never be anything to take it away. It may diminish.
right. Well, the reason I asked it because you've talked about before is every time you did a movie or TV show, you talked
That's
about
nothing.
that.
That's nothing. That's
Okay.
nothing. That's what I'm talking about when somebody stabs you in the nose. Somebody fucking does something
That's
to you.
thumbing your nose at them.
That's thumbing your nose.
that's
at them.
not-
That's nothing.
that's
That's
not
kid stuff. That's for
retribution.
white people.
That's not the
I'm talking about lighting your
retribution
fucking house on fire.
that your heart feels that it
I
deserves.
know what you're saying, and I'm sorry to. I know what you're saying.
No,
that
no, I
that
get
killed
you.
them. That buried them. They sat there on that couch shaking their fucking head.
But you
I
want
know
to
that.
drop a bomb on them.
Yeah. I mean, I want.
It's never going to
It's never
make
gonna
that
go
go away.
Listen, man. When I lived in, when I first moved to North Bergen, I went to the other side of the courts one day, and there was an older kid there. I don't want to give his name out because we're never going to go to North Bergen and beat the fuck out of him too. I was maybe 12, and he was maybe 20.
There's
And
a
he was
list.
and he was maybe 20, and he smacked me one day. We were playing basketball, and he smacked me. And I threw the ball at him in the winter. And I hit him in the face, and they broke us up. And even though he had Voight on his face, you know what Voight is? Voight is
Yeah,
the one
yeah,
basketball company. So this day, like his son hit me on Twitter one day, like he's forgot about it. Like he's told his son, "I'm friends with him," you know. Not in my fucking world. You smacked me. I threw the ball at you. You were 20. I was 12. What was the reason for the fucking smack? And then he joined the service, so I never really seen him as I was old. I never forgot about that motherfucker.
So is there?
Now, that's not saying that you were going to go get retribution. It's just saying that the desire for retribution is always.
You ever
within
seen
you.
Good Will Hunting?
Yeah, of course.
They're driving down a fucking street. Okay, in the beginning of the fucking movie. Okay, they're driving down a fucking street. Stop. They're driving down a fucking stop banging. They're driving down a fucking street.
Right.
Okay? And what does the kid say to the other one? You see Vicky Belushi? He used to beat me up in the first grade. Isn't that what Matt Damon told that motherfucker in that first scene when they fought in the park?
Right.
When they got isn't that what am I fucking retarded
No.
here? That's what I'm saying. When you're a street motherfucker, forget about the good that's going on in your life. When you wake up in the morning,
Right.
the first thing in your fucking heart should be what those people did to you. That's what puts the flavor in your day to go out and make somebody else pay for what life or whatever the fuck is done to you.
So is there anything you can do to get revenge without ending up in jail, or no? Not really.
The revenge I get is like my uncle. He's got cancer today, a slow fucking cancer. Because usually you don't do it to nobody. Life does it itself.
Okay.
Okay, you don't ever want to go home and wish something on somebody. Either you're gonna stab the motherfucker or wipe your hands up.
Okay. So there's nothing you personally can do to get it back.
No.
Okay.
You know, there's nothing I can do to get it back. I lost my daughter. I knew that when I got in the car in '95 and I drove away. But that flavor's still in my mouth. Yeah, they giggled when I left. They're not giggling right now. They're at home at the table right now looking at each other going, so when is she going to call? How are we going to tape this? Should we contact the police? They know this is serious. They know something else, that I'm charismatic. I could win that girl over, but I really don't want to. I don't need to win her over. I'm going to call. I'm going to tell her what's on my mind and what's in my heart, that I love her, and let her know what's here available to her. And that's it. And I'm going to plant the seed, and someday whether she wants to talk to me, she could talk to me, or she doesn't have to talk to me. But guess what? I came to peace with everybody who listens to the church, but most importantly myself. because I picked up that phone and I fucking made the call.
How did you know when you saw someone was calling? Did you know it was her?
No, because people call me from Colorado all the fucking time.
How nervous were you like when she said hi, Joe? Or
I didn't know who it was. She even said to me, Joe, and I go, yeah. She goes, you know who this is? And I go, no. She goes, this is your ex-wife.
Well, what did you think?
She goes, what are you doing? I go, I'm looking for a plane ticket on Southwest. I go, I can't believe that $59 to Sacramento.
Did your heart drop at all or no?
No, it was just another fucking day in business. I was ecstatic that she called. She had a call. I knew that my hunch was right. I knew that they got the call on the third and sat there and said, he's only going to call once and go away. Listen, I didn't get to this point in my comedy career as a human being because I was planning on going away. You know, I'm not the type of guy to go away. I might disappear for a while and let you think I went away like Clint Eastwood and fucking hang 'em high. But I ain't going away.
Right.
And my anger for, and I know what you're saying is right, that part of me, the little success that I've gotten over the years, they had to fucking swallow and sit at the table when somebody had to say, hey, isn't that your ex-husband? In the front of her family, she had to go, yeah.
Oh, wait, no, I wasn't saying at all that it's equal. And if I didn't, I blame the edibles.
No.
But no, it's
You do that a lot, Lee?
sometimes, usually on this show. But have you guys thought about or even considered, like, what are you going to say if Mercy ever asks about it? Are you even going to tell her?
Mercy's not going to say nothing. I'm going to tell her. Mercy's not going to ask me. I'm going to tell her when the time is right. Well, my wife will tell her if I punch the ticket.
Oh, God.
It's out there. There's no point in trying to act like it didn't happen.
Parents always do that, though.
Yeah, well, it's out on social media.
I guess that's true. If I had social media with my dad.
The cat's out of the bag, folks.
I actually got an email from this podcast the other night where I said my dad was on the radio. This woman from Boston emailed me and said that she remembered my dad on the radio.
I want to give his dad a shout out today. It's his birthday today. Happy birthday to Dick Syad if he's listening. I know he's not listening, but he's down there in Fort Lauderdale hoping he had a fucking edible for his birthday. Happy birthday. I told him happy birthday on Facebook. He's a good fucking dude. You know, I mean, listen, don't get me wrong. I love the kid. What's that, baby?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You've lost my train of thought. Thank you very much.
I love the kid, but somewhere along the line, that was part of my release also. I knew that I wasn't going to raise her with the Diaz or the Valdez mentality. I knew that was not going to be allowed. You know, I knew that they had a plan on how they were going to raise her. I knew that they wanted her to play golf. I knew that they weren't going to raise her Catholic. I knew a lot of things that I would have been battling it out for. I never really walked away from her. I just went away to get stronger. And I never, in my heart, I never knew it would blow up to this. I never knew I was going to come out here and get the longest shirt. I never knew I was going to do Spider-Man 2. Those are just things to show that in a way I did something in my life. And but I didn't do the most important thing, which was be her father. That's the most important thing I could have done. Okay? I got a second chance. And I'm going to be the best fucking father I can, you know? But with that situation, all I could do was apologize, let her digest it, and let her decipher. People decipher things on their own. I go back and forth about my fucking dad. You know, my dad died when I was 3. For years, I didn't think of the poor bastard until my uncle brought him up and said, he's a great fucking guy. And then I understood, and I remember the stories my mom told me, and now I light a candle for my dad, and I love him, and I think about him. I know he watches over me. But I thought the same way. He left me here.
You know, I gotta tell you, Lee, there's a part of me that wishes that door would just stay closed. That door in Joey's life would just stay closed because I'm his new life. And I'm the mother of his new daughter and the one that's going on now. And he's here for that. And there's a part of me that doesn't want to share that. And that's protective of Mercy, that she shouldn't have to have a divided dad like that. But then that's her sister, and that's her family. And that's not fair either to either one of them. I don't know Jackie, but this scares the shit out of me.
What scares the shit out of me at some points because it's a door I opened. Now I have to close it or deal with it. You follow me? I'm not scared of this situation because...
Yeah, but you know it. I don't know it.
No, there's nothing to be fucking scared of or anything. I mean, there's nothing to be scared of. I mean, I did something. I cleaned up a loose end, Terry Clark. I had a couple loose ends that I had to take care of. This is one of them. this is one of those loose ends. I had to go pick up my stuff in Miami. This is it, you know. This is what it is to be a man. I finally became a man at 52. I should be ashamed of myself. But I did it. There's an ending to this. Someday I did become a man. Some people become a man at 18. Some people become a man at fucking 25. Some at 35. I really became a man at 44. Then I picked up my balls and stopped doing blow and gave my wife the best attention I could ever give her and give her my love undivided. You know, that's when I became a man. But what I've done the last 7 years for myself, you know, like just to put away those skeletons I had in the closet, which people never want to deal with. And I get it. I got it until the church straightened me out. Until the same people I sit here and tell stupid fucking jokes to and stupid stories straighten me out. And this is why I made this call, because the only way this podcast is going to work and the only way we're going to have a fucking relationship is if, you know, I walk the walk. I got to be able to fucking walk the walk. If I talk about jiu-jitsu, it's because I got to go get beat up. For them to, you know, if I talk about being a man and picking your fucking balls up every day, if I talk about being a better American, I got to show these motherfuckers that's right. I smoke weed, but when I get up in the morning, you know, I pick up papers, I fucking do whatever I have to do. I'm a fucking American. I feel it in my fucking heart. Doesn't matter if I'm a spick or a fucking half a yam or whatever the fuck I am. I'm a fucking American, motherfucker, as much as the rest of you motherfuckers. I'm what's called an American fella. I went to jail, I paid my fucking due, and now I walk around like I own the fucking joint. I don't have to vote. I don't have to go to, whatever the shit.
Jury duty.
Jury duty. But I can still carry a gun.
It has its benefits.
I'm scared too. I opened up a fucking door, but I opened up a door that was supposed to be open, and whatever happens, happens. It's not going to affect the family I have now. It's not going to affect my family in no fucking way, because this is it. I got a second chance of being a dad. Something I wanted to be so badly in 1994. When I left Georgia and New Jersey and went back to Colorado, I went back with this hope that I could I could make everybody proud around me. I could be a dad, I could get a job, I could do some stand-up comedy, and maybe someday something's going to come of this. But that wasn't the fucking case. I walked into a wall of, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't say that about her. I was broke, and on top of this, there was no money. No money at all. I used to borrow a car that the door didn't shut. I'd have to close it with a bungee from one side to the other. It belonged to the deli zone, a deli in fucking Boulder that they used to make deliveries with. So that's just to let fucking people know where I was at. So for me to do this, I want to thank everybody who emailed me, everybody who, you know, anybody who sent me a Twitter message, anybody who fucking Gmailed me that said, hey, man, you did the right thing. Thank you. Thank you for the support, because you made a man out of fucking me. I did what I had to do, brother, you know?
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah. This is why I did it. This is it, man.
So
we gotta
cool.
fuck. This is a network. This is a real network. This ain't a mafia family where the bottom people do what the fuck. No, we all do dirty work here. We all fucking do dirty work. We all have fears, and we all have fucking anxieties. And we all have things we have to do. This is how it starts, man. So I want to thank the church.
I'll be right back.
Where you going?
I'm gonna get you guys some tissues.
Oh,
No,
thank you,
Jesus.
brother.
Your nose.
Oh no, every time I come here, I forget to fucking spray my nose, and this is what happens. I gotta give you something tomorrow. So now we have another situation in our family.
Oh God.
My niece, who I love dearly, my wife's niece,
Yeah.
niece. It's on her side, but I love her.
It's my fault. It's my family.
She ran off with a fucking
Chemistry professor, 38 fucking years old. She's 18.
and it's really weird because I didn't go back for like maybe 5 years when I started dating Terry, and I went back to Tennessee.
I'm done crying now. I'm pissed.
And I fell in love with my niece. I mean, she's a great kid. She's funny. She has Uncle Jewy. She has a weird accent. She has a Tennessee draw. She's got big feet. You know,
Oh my
she's just
God.
a funny girl, you know, and I fell in love with her. She pitches. She has anger issues. I love her, you know.
She got issues,
But-
all right.
I tell you, part of meeting her and having communication with her made me call my daughter, because there's nobody in the world that needs a dad more than this girl does. And you can see it. So it put guilt on me with my daughter, but not as much. See, when I did all these things, I knew that John is not a bad guy. Let me tell him, before we go forward with Terry's business, the guy that my wife, ex-wife, married, I got to tell you guys, he's not a bad guy. He's not a bad guy. And a lot of people, I don't want people to misconstrue that. He's not a bad guy. He's one of those people that's just going to die because he was dead. No. Sorry, my nose is clogged up. He's not a bad person. He's a good dad, and he tries. And I smacked him in 95 out of my insecurities, and I called him a few weeks later and apologized per my daughter's asking me. She said, why don't you apologize? And I did. So he's not a bad guy. This was just, they made a call, and they had to stick to it.
Did you get any hate mail from that when you sit down and talk to your daughter? Did anybody say, well...
Yeah. 2 or 3 people have said little things to me, but I understand. I understand where they're coming from. Right. It's not that I'm mad at them because, listen, this podcast, you got to have a fucking opinion. You got to have some type of opinion that this podcast isn't going to fucking work. I don't like everything you do, and you don't like everything I fucking do. And that's what makes the world go around. Making the world go around is not because we all sit around and go, oh, my God, we all love fucking the Beatles. No, we don't. My wife don't fucking like the Beatles. We talked about this the other goddamn night.
But it's because when you think about it, because I've never had a kid, so it's never happened. But when you think about it, when people say like that a father doesn't have contact with a kid, it's usually like a negative reason. It's like looked at negatively, and you don't like that it happened, but you said that it happened because you went away to make yourself better. So that that's mostly positive.
Yeah, but when I went away to make myself better, this was the mind fuck I was telling myself. This was the mind fucking cocaine I was telling myself. It just so happened everything did get better. Yeah. You know, in the back of my mind, when I was, first of all, when I left Boulder to take a triple run, I kept my appointment. I was coming back. I just knew that there had to be space. There had to be some type of space. There had to initiate some type of space. It was fucking with the baby. It was fucking with Jackie in the worst way. It was pressure on her. I could see it. And I'll never forget getting the call from Trimble at 1 a.m. I had a pager. And I didn't even have enough change
you had a
to
pager
call.
Until we met.
And I didn't even have the change to call him back. And when I called him back, he goes, I have 4 weeks of work for you in the Pacific Northwest. And I was like, this is a God. You know, like I've always told people, I've always let my path dictate itself. Sometimes you may want something, but life doesn't give it to you. And all of a sudden you find out that plane went down. And you're like, whoo. I was pissed for 2 weeks. That plane went down, bitch. So I took the 4 weeks for Tribble, and I ended up staying in Seattle. I ended up meeting Josh Wolf and meeting, Gavin and doing comedy, and Brody and doing comedy. And I sent money, and it was perfect for me at the time. It was perfect. I just wanted to give myself air. I needed that break. It was too much. I was about to do something bad. And then what happened? I went to Seattle and did something bad. Because the anger issues were fucking out of control, man.
It's crazy because when I was a kid, when you look at your parents, like you think they're like adults before they make that decision, and like they're perfect. But looking at it now, I have so many kids, I have so many friends with kids, and people who are a lot younger than me have kids, and it's just they're not. It's like people expect you to be perfect and just stay with the mom forever or just stay there forever. But you were only 27, 28. You said
There's no perfect. It's impossible to be perfect as a parent. And no matter what you do, you're going to fuck up.
It's impossible to be perfect as a relationship.
Right? Yeah.
We've been together 15 years. I yell at her every day. She yells at me every fucking day. But at the end of the day, she knows I love her with all my heart. She knows I have 30 fucking things on my mind, and she knows I would jump out of a fucking window for her. And going in, she knows that. We've already gone through this.
I wish there were cameras in your house all day.
Oh, please. I quit coke because of her. I wasn't ever going to get married again. And I broke down and married her because I knew I had one of the best and she had my back. And if you're fucking crazy, you don't think part of your success comes with who you marry and the people around you. Again, it's the people around you. These are the people that make you want to go out there and make a living. They make you. I've never wanted Terry to pick me up on the floor. Can you imagine this poor girl with blue eyes waking up one morning, pissing, and going into the kitchen and seeing me on the floor with my arm purple and bread stuff coming out of my nose? She'd never be the same again.
Bad things are going to happen. You don't invite them in.
No. I didn't want that. You know what? If Lee I don't even want Lee to find me on the floor. There's few people who could find people on the floor dead and live their life normally after that. It's 10 years out of your life that you can't handle. How the fuck do I know? Because I found my fucking mother on the floor. And nobody in this life, nobody deserves to find a loved one on the fucking floor. Okay, natural causes, that's a beautiful thing, man. God took you. You ate one too many cheeseburgers at 2 in the fucking morning. But for you to find a loved one who suffered a death, who had a cardiac arrest because they were doing cocaine in their bathroom. When me and Terry first met, I got on board with some Howard Stern guys. Do you remember that? One of them being Casey, the kid who used to cut himself who got fired from Stern. And Casey called me one night and he goes, I want you to go to Long Island and book this gig. You're going to go on Howard Stern on Friday. We're going to promote the gig and we're all going to make a bunch of money. I forget who else was on the show. It was Norton's buddy, Jimmy, the one who the heavy metal station.
Oh.
Jim Florentine and me and these 2 kids. And the one kid that was the promoter was a cop. Fucking nicest kid in the world. Just a beautiful fucking daughter. Beautiful baby. 2 girls, red hair, ponytails. They dropped me off at the hotel. Do you remember that? When we went back to their house. And we switched cars. The one guy drove me to the hotel. You know, the next morning I woke up to the guy who we switched cars died that night before I got on the plane in Long Island. Remember they sent me a check a month later for no money. It was like $200. There was like 19 people at the
There's
show.
so many stories I did not.
Oh my God!
So if you had gotten in the other car, you would have died.
No. He died. He went inside. It's like me going to you. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to go in my house. Go start the pizza. I'm going to go in my bathroom. The kid went in his bathroom, did a line of coke, and had a heart attack in his bathroom and died. So you're there waiting for me that night to celebrate. I was in my hotel room. I had to get up at 6 to take a flight out of fucking Long Island. But that's how quick it is. These 2 kids that had known each other since kindergarten. He went over back to the house, went in the house. The wife was sleeping. The girls were sleeping. Opened the bathroom. Found his friend on the floor, overdose from fucking cocaine, a cardiac arrest. To this day, the kid doesn't talk about it. It was his best friend. So this is the reason why. At the 10-year mark, at the 9-year mark, I proposed to her.
You have no idea. There were years in there that I thought I'd find Joey dead on the living room floor. He would be dead up beside me in bed.
So why did he stay?
Where was I going to go, Lee?
We watched the story of a 60-year-old guy. Her and I one night watched this thing on Discovery, dead stories of dead people. About a guy who was reading a book outside. His wife went to bed first. He read a book, and he fucking went into bed, and he had a heart attack in his sleep, and they couldn't figure out why. He had done a line of coke and laid down. You have no idea how fucking lucky I am. But that was 90% of my reasoning for stopping. Was I didn't want her to find me. Anybody else but her. If I died in Houston, that's fine. I didn't want anybody else to fucking find me. I didn't care about anybody else finding me but this poor woman.
And a lot of people say, why did you stay? A lot. And I was no prize, Lee. You see me now, and the me you know now is not the me that was with Joe Diaz in the early days. I would drink an entire bottle of Jack Daniels by myself and smoke maybe 2 packs of cigarettes while I was drinking that bottle of Jack. And I had no compunction with it. And I would do it every night.
Then we met, so we saved each other.
And that continued even with Joey. You think that the Comedy Store was just my cocktail waitressing job? I worked where I could get free booze. Always. Up until I was 35. Till I started working at the LA Phil. The LA Phil saved me on that one. I got a job that I cared something about, that I cared enough about me to pull myself up out of the gutter for. But I was in the gutter right there with him. I was just on a different drug.
Yeah. Did you ever think, like, because not wanting her to find you could have happened at any point when you were doing it. So, like, what changed at that point, do you think?
Changed what?
Like, what made... Because anytime you did a line, you could have had her find you. Like, what made that matter when you decided to quit?
Well, you have to eventually stop doing a line so your head clears up a bit. Because if you're just going to sit there, what a dumbass.
The Star of Death.
That's why you should watch live.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. It's him a little itchy talking about coke. You gotta stick a star in his mouth.
Just, I wanted to bring my wife in here today just to let you guys know what was going on. It's my 52nd birthday tomorrow. And I'm just really happy to be doing this fucking podcast with you guys today. That's it. This is all it today. And I really want to talk to my daughter because I wanted to talk about Jacqueline because you guys fucking initiated it. So there you have it.
What do you... Like, let's say you talk. Are you going to use her old name or new name?
What do you mean?
What?
Well, they changed her name, you said.
I don't know.
Her
I don't know.
name. I thought you said his name.
No.
I was like, what?
I don't know what her fucking new name is. I don't know what's going to happen.
We're gonna call her Ray Ray.
I'm just going to do what I
And
have to
just
do.
move on
Put
with
the
our
ball
lives.
on her court, and I did what I had to do. Now we got to deal with my fucking missing niece.
Oh, Jesus.
And you know, like I said, one of the reasons why I stayed with my wife is like in the very beginning one night, in one of her drunk stupors, she said she could really see that I didn't have a mother growing up. I could see where. And that's the first time a woman had gotten under my skin about my mother. Like, I wouldn't let somebody talk about my mother. Her saying that to me, I just looked at her. I didn't even know what to say, and I went to bed, didn't say nothing for a few days. But that made me love her more because it was the first person that was that honest with me. That made me fall in love with her faster. I like when people are honest with me. I don't want, I don't like any other thing. I like that honesty. But there's a way for people to say it. On that particular day, she said it just right. That it didn't blow me out of the water. But
Do you remember
wanna
saying
end
that?
and I didn't understand at first. But after I met her niece, when I saw how much she needed a man in her life, because what happened was her sister met a guy, they ran off, whatever, were in love. She got pregnant, they broke up, the guy went to jail, my sister, my aunt, my sister-in-law moved back home. She had the kid and she's raised the child at the home with the grandparents. And I think the world of her. I mean, I think she's beautiful, I think she's smart, she's funny. This comes as a shock to me.
She's making her bed. These are mistakes that 18-year-olds make. Some 18-year-olds decide to drive drunk. Some of them decide to date inappropriate men. Some decide to date lots of them. Some, it's a dumb mistake. It will not define her for the rest of her life.
No, it's something she did now, but we're trying to figure out what happens now. Fuck the rest of her life.
What
I'm
happens?
trying to figure out how to fucking fix
All
this
right.
now.
Well, right
that
now
was the
we
problem.
calm the fuck
I heard
down.
when you were talking to your sister before, and you're like, is this gonna, who gives a fuck about now? Now we gotta figure out how to get her home and how to patch this
Well, she
fucking
ain't even
problem up.
actually left home for real.
No,
like
she
I
didn't
said,
pack her bags
she
or
didn't
nothing.
pack her bags. I bought her a brand new pair of Jordans for Christmas. They're still sitting at
So
her
she
mom's
left.
house.
She left the cat
So-
out. All she did was let the fucking cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
So we got to figure out.
She's
how
making
to,
rookie
how to
mistakes
fucking do this.
about rookie
If
mistakes.
the Jordans are there. she's not
me,
gonna-
I feel like sending her a plane ticket and bringing her around here.
Yeah.
I got one problem with that.
What?
I got one big problem with that. That one, I have a 2-year-old in my
Yeah,
house.
her
and I
name's
don't-
Mercy.
And I don't want no fucking problems. And number two, I don't have the tolerance. I will throw the fuck out. I will throw her the fuck out.
Yeah, she's
The same way my uncle threw me out at 21 years
she
old.
needs
out
to get
west.
her head wrapped around herself, and
So,
she
yeah.
just, let her fall on her face. That's the best thing you can do for her right now is to just let her fuck up.
But she's not falling in the face.
Is she
She's,
answering
you know
the
what she's
phone?
doing, brother? You
No,
know what
they
she's
took
doing?
her phone from her.
She's filling that void right now.
Yeah,
Okay, that's what she's doing right now.
she's looking for
At that-
something to
To
fill
fill
a
that
void.
void. And she's been looking for somebody to fill the void. She likes older men, whatever. She needs that. She needs that hole to be that. There's a hole in her fucking plug, and in the wall. You got to put one of those plugs in the dam. That's all it is. So until she finds that, I wish her luck. I love her regardless.
She
of
just
what
doesn't have any
does.
confidence that she's a big enough plug for her own hole. You know what I mean? Is she thinks that someone else is going to have to fill that void for her. She's going to have to wake up eventually and realize there's nobody going to fill that. You're going to have to fill it yourself.
See, the voids I had filled, I always needed a mom and I always needed a dad. But I got so much love from the friends around me and so much belief from the 6 friends that I did have, you know, that filled that void for me and that let me go on. That let me progress in my life, you know. Look at the shape of you. How fucking high are you already?
I'm pretty high.
You're not going to make it to the show at the Ice House tonight, are you?
Oh shit, that's right. I do want to go. That's a good show.
That's fucking show tonight, brother.
I'll
That's
go.
why I said to you, eat the chocolate because I wanted you
Well,
to
the
last
chocolate was
tonight.
too big.
No, because the chocolate was 10 milligrams.
I'll go tonight. That's a good show.
Fuck yeah, that's a good
What
show.
time is the show?
10 o'clock show.
Okay,
Bill
okay.
Burr, Tom Segura,
I want to watch the whole show.
Ari Shafir.
Look, Lee's rubbing his belly.
We're bringing
It's a
the-
good show.
Oh yeah, we're bringing the whole fucking bag.
I'm
Of fucking,
thinking about dinner later.
we're bringing the whole bag of Anarchy edibles up there and let the party out for Ari and shit like that.
Christ, what I walked into.
He's dosed you before. You know what I'm going
He's
through.
dosed me. Yeah, you know what? I have the good sense to know that he's about to dose me, and I just say no. When are you going to wake up and realize that that's what's happening?
No, but he talking
No,
about
don't.
dose you means when I fucking
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
give it to you without you knowing.
I know that.
No, you don't know that. Shit, you know.
Yes, I do.
I gave you the banana bread, but you knew, and I gave you the other thing at the
The-
wedding, which you knew about too. and
The
shit.
brownie.
Which brand? Oh, tell him about the first time that before the medical marijuana license, I came home one night. You and I were having a conversation, and Drea was over the house.
Yeah, and I
It was
made.
a Sunday night. No, you didn't make dick. It was a Sunday fucking
You
night.
made the brownies, and I made the French fries.
Listen to me, dog. I didn't know what I was doing, Pete. This is why when you fucking momos on the road come up to me and go, we don't have no edibles about here. Yes, you fucking do. You have a thing called Mexican brown. That shit makes tremendous fucking edibles. You got to get it, cut it with a scissor, cut it as fine as you can. And get a little frying pan, put a little bit of olive oil in there, a little bit of butter so the butter don't burn. And on a low flame, you just leave the fucking shake in there. And eventually it'll bubble up and the THC comes out of it. So I would mix the brownie and I would keep pouring it in. My wife's like, I don't know. And we kept making it. It was a Sunday night. I'll never forget
How
this.
am I supposed to know? I don't
We
make
didn't know.
stupid
And I'm
brownies.
licking the spoon. And listen, before that brownie came out of the fucking oven, I was already fucked up
I
from
was
licking the
fucked
spoon.
up. This was at 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my God.
We were still fucked up at 6:30 the next night.
Before
That happens
comedy
all the
work.
time with this stuff.
Before comedy
I
work.
had to go to work. Andrea and I had to work the original room at the comedy
The
store
girl that slept over and stayed there all day because she couldn't
and wore
leave.
the same clothes to work
That's how strong the brownies were. The
She
first
kept
time
getting
I made
up.
brownies.
and sitting back there.
I do that.
This is
Getting up,
2005,
Sitting back
right?
there. Yeah.
More,
no,
2003.
No. It was 2001.
3 before Longest Yard.
2001.
That's how long I made these
How
brownies.
many milligrams do you think they were?
Oh my God, I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, it's terrible.
doesn't matter.
You've seen the original room on how packed it gets. We're the only 2
On a
waitresses to
Monday
that
night.
room.
On a Monday
On
night. and
Sunday night.
upstairs.
That was
I
a
couldn't
Sunday.
No, we got high on a Sunday and we stayed in on Monday all day. You
Was
guys
it a
had
holiday?
something. Yes.
Because it
Yes,
was
it was
packed.
a packed day. We went
It
back
was
to the house.
packed
We made
Monday
the
night.
fucking brownies after work, Lee, at 2 in the fucking morning.
It was awful.
All right?
Oh, my
That's the
God.
first experiment I ever had. My friends in Houston were telling me how to make them.
Well, you should feel bad now for giving in to the waiters at some of the comedy clubs.
We were watching
Fuck 'em.
we were watching Law and Order, and I was like, this is either the best Law and Order I have ever, and it was in my head like the whole time. The dialogue's in my head, going, is this the best Law and Order ever? Am I the only one watching this show? Oh my God!
That's the first time I made brownies.
It's the worst
I
thing.
fucked myself and my wife and her girlfriend up to fucking 12. Yeah, because at 10 o'clock the next
Oh,
night on
God.
Monday night, I was still high. Like it was, I could still feel the hum in my fucking ears. That hum that Michael Corleone had before he shot Salazzo at the Italian restaurant.
Right.
That's the same hum I had in my ears, like a whistle. Like, ooh, like that type of shit. I love it.
It was like a slow, like sleep deprivation hum all over my body. Like
Oh, it was tremendous.
I'm experiencing that right
What
now.
are you gonna eat today? You gonna go to Skinny Kitchen and get that disgusting buffalo burger?
Oh, God. No. The bison burger's pretty
Oh,
good.
Jesus Christ!
But no, I'm not gonna get that one. I'm this high.
What are you getting for dinner today?
I don't know. I bought a whole bunch
Pizza,
of groceries. No, I can't get pizza. I wish. No, I got a whole bunch of groceries because I'm trying to cook at home more. Just trying to do. So I got a whole bunch of stuff yesterday, so I'm trying not to go out
You
for
went
the
to the
whole
gym
week.
today?
Yeah.
You went to the
Wait,
gym?
no, not today.
How come you didn't go to the gym?
Because like my iPad didn't have charge, so I was gonna go later. But now I think today might be my day off.
Why don't you go nice and stoned? You should be going nice and fucking lit and stuff like this.
How funny is he when he goes to the yoga high? Does he get all goofy?
How funny is it that he's shaking this entire room with his
With my
legs
leg.
right now?
Oh, I do that
Oh my
everywhere.
God.
I can shake a plane. with
He's
my
been
fucking
shaking,
leg.
the whole car shakes.
I can't.
You
feel
don't
it.
understand. The whole car, you're just sitting there like this at a red light, and the whole car is shaking. You're like, what the fuck? Knock it off with the damn foot. Now go to sleep with that at night when he's sitting there and his feet are like this. Up and down, up and down. He's got the roughest, scratchiest, gnarliest feet you have ever seen in your entire life. They're like, this is what's going on the bottom of Joe Diaz's feet. He's like, honey, get the nail clippers.
When I go on at night, sometimes a nail catches a calf, like a little hoof, like a cat and shit.
He's got,
You cut her every night.
Fuck yeah.
you know what I got him for Christmas? You want to know?
Socks.
No, laser treatment for the nail fungus on his feet.
And I got it.
That's what he went. That's his
That's what
Christmas
I wanted.
present. That's what he
I
asked
told
for.
her. She says, "What do you want?" I go, "Get me a deal for the laser to fucking blowtorch my fucking toe." The fungi
Yeah,
that lives in there.
that's where we're at.
I looked at it
that's
last
love,
night. The
folks.
fungi's going away. The fungi's going away on
This
both
is love.
my toes.
Lee, unless you have somebody who's willing to deal with the fungus on your toenails,
Thankfully, I don't have any yet.
you don't
Oh,
have
you
love
will.
in your life.
You will.
I will. What does
You-
it look like? What happens?
It's black and
Oh,
it
gosh.
looks like a tree bark is growing like up. That's pushing your nail up.
That's gonna happen,
Like
Yeah.
you know how you've seen trees that have like the mushrooms growing at the bottom.
right?
All right, well, imagine those mushrooms growing up under your nails and pushing your nail up. It's
I'm not
like
looking
coral.
forward to that.
Looks like coral. That's what it looks like.
Oh, well, I should get the Groupon now.
You should get the Groupon now. Oh, it's so rough.
Did you hear what Ari's doing today?
What?
He's going to the Grove to see American Sniper, but he said on his podcast they're all gonna go and like just boo the movie. Just like when it gets bad, they're gonna groan.
When it gets bad, he'll be booing from the beginning.
That's what he said. He said it's terrible. So they're gonna go and like be a joke screening. Or they're gonna laugh at all the bad.
I wish there's a
lines.
fucking sniper in there. He shoots all those dumb motherfuckers for
Oh.
acting like fucking jackass in a movie theater. Because that's what happens sometimes. You get some guy that's having a fucking bad day. He pulls out one of those fucking the cousin to the guy that showed him in Colorado, Batman's cousin. I hope he's in that fucking movie
I
theater
think
right
you
now.
mean the Joker.
The Joker's cousin, whatever his fucking name is. So what's the next move with your fucking niece now? What are your parents trying to do? What is your aunt, your sister
My
trying
dad
to do?
called the guy's house, and his wife knew nothing about it,
What?
So the guy's still married.
evidently.
Okay, so we have a fucking problem.
And yeah, it's worse for him. Like she'll get over it.
Well, it's
she'll go
worse
back
off-
to school.
It's worse
He's a
already
professor.
because one of the professors at school kind of already thought something was off and was already going to go to the dean.
Of course, it's off. You always get weird around people you're
And
dating.
so
or
they
something.
were already going to go to the dean before this even happened, and now it's just you don't understand. This is the latest in a long line of just bad mistakes with her education. Like she's going for a chemistry degree and she's very smart and she's doing really well in school. But now everyone's going to look at it going, how well is she really doing in school, chemistry wise, if he's her teacher?
Yeah, she'll probably have to transfer.
It's all the professors there are the men professors going to look at her sideways, and the women professors aren't going to look at her nice at all. This does nothing good for her. This is no good comes out of this for her.
It's amazing that this girl, I have no blood with her. Like, I have really no blood with her. My other nieces, like Kelly and Alyssa, but I love them all the same, But this, I'm fucked up right now with this. Like, it's just,
It's
I like this
disappointing.
girl. Yeah, I mean, listen,
She
for
has
me to
everything.
fuck up, not having a mother and growing up in North Bergen and people around you doing drugs and maybe growing up in my mother's bar, this was an easy equation. I was going to have a problem somewhere accordingly in my life. I knew this as a young man. I knew this. The alcohol, you know. But you get this child who, all right, maybe she has been. Maybe she has been a little kept from society. And
She's
whatever.
been sheltered.
She's been sheltered.
Really
But
bad.
so have another 500,000. What, she's the only kid in that fucking
No,
neighborhood?
but she's
I'm not mad
probably
at you. I'm
she's
just thinking, I'm
probably-
mad at life right now. I don't-
she's probably one of the few in. There's a difference between being raised in a small town and then being raised sheltered in a small town. Because you're already sheltered because you're in a small town. You can't shelter them even further because when they finally break free, just a little bit, they go bananas. I know, because I was there.
Yeah, but you didn't run away. You didn't fucking.
But her mama did.
Why couldn't you motherfuckers footloose it? Just start dancing. Get a Volkswagen and dance.
Because that wasn't enough. I mean, we went crazy. I mean, like I said, I would look how much freaking booze I poured down my throat. And my brother did the same. He had 2 DUIs. My sister ran away. All 3 of us did.
Do you think that comes from being sheltered, Terry?
Absolutely. It came with the threat. If you ever stepped out of line, you were going straight to hell. And then the moment you got sight of the line where you could see where you could step off, or you ran off. You didn't step off, you ran off. As soon as they weren't looking, you got just a little bit of freedom. You just ran away. Because they taught us to be independent, strong, smart people, but never fuck up. And so the chance to get out of line at all, to see if it's like a devil's advocate. If I step off this line, am I really going to fuck up? Is it really going to be as bad as they say it is? Let's find out.
Now,
So that's where it was.
you know what I
Let's
went
find
through
out.
growing up. You know, we've laughed at stupid stories of us putting bricks on the street, putting leaves over when the car would hit it. We giggle. That's not a bad kid. That's just a stupid kid that wants to have a good time, you know.
If we had done that, we'd have got our
I
belt.
also know little kids. I also know, you know. So when I look at Mercy as a parent, Joe Diaz looking at Mercy, oh my God, I don't want her leaving the fucking house in my world. I wanna make money so she doesn't even have to. I mean, for a long time, I was even thinking of homeschool at the Agostino's homeschool. Did you know that?
Right, yeah.
You know why? What happened? He was telling me him and his sisters are homeschooled. That something happened. So I always lived with that fear. I would fucking not forgive myself. But then there's the flip side of the coin. How many fucking times at 10 I went to New York and my mom thought I was at a karate tournament. And I was in New York, you know, walking into a peep show. Or you know, how many fucking times? And guess what, guys? I'm fucking here. How many times at 12 did I do THC crystal and go get off the bus on 42nd Street and walk to 178th? Like, take a cab or take trains all the way up in between. You know how many fucking things gonna happen? I'm not even talking about when I was an adult later on. That's bullshit. There's 1,000 people walking around, oh, I could have died from doing drugs. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about from the age of fucking 10 to 15. Do you know the messes I got myself into that? Oh my God, I seen 2 of my friends die. Before my mother died, I seen 2 of my friends die. One died the way I'm telling you. See you tomorrow. See you at school. And he went out shopping that night. He got hit by a fucking car. And the other one fucking died swimming on THC fucking crystal. So part of me wants to shelter Mercy, but the other part of me, you know, everybody's online today. Joey and Miss Pat. When are you going to put them on the podcast? The best stories of life. If you listen to Miss Pat's stories and you listen to Joey Diaz's stories, they're the saddest fucking stories you've ever heard in your fucking life. They're called life. And that's what happens in life when you go down a wrong fucking turn. Then you get pregnant. How old was she when Miss Pat got pregnant the first time?
Like 12 or something?
12 by a 25-year-old guy. And then he got her pregnant again when she's 15.
Yeah.
That's a horrible fucking story. Finding your mother on the fucking floor is a horrible story. Me kidnapping somebody with a machine gun is a horrible fucking story. But I learned. I learned about life. I want Mercy. I could fill in the fucking blanks for Mercy the same way I fill in for you.
Well, do you think it's crazier now? Because, I mean, obviously I wasn't around then, but it seems like there's more, like, crazy people shooting up areas.
It's always
now.
been crazy.
No,
There's always
there's more
been guns
media telling you
telling you
it.
about them.
So there was, like, it's not like there's more now. It's just this, we have everything.
It's in
When
your
you lived in
face
Boston, you knew about Boston. When I remember being a kid when the people shut the McDonald's in San Diego, that was big. You were a little girl and you weren't even born yet. Like that, you got national coverage on when Jim Jones poisoned Guyana.
Yeah.
You went home and you saw that. But somebody shooting somebody at a Walmart, which didn't exist then. It was either like an Albertsons or a shop.
It
I don't even
existed
know.
for us.
It existed for her. That was completely
And
different.
Kmart.
You didn't hear that right away. You heard that 4 days later. You disregarded it. Like I'm in the Bronx. I got my mother's dry cleaning in the Bronx when I was fucking 6.
Yeah, no, you didn't hear. If
Are you gonna
it
tell that
happened more than, I mean, you heard about the hostage situations in Iran, all that stuff you heard about because it was on the world.
You were
platform.
4 when they blew up Oklahoma City, correct?
But if
88 when
Yeah.
I was born.
No. Yeah, so you were 6.
but you didn't hear about every time somebody beat a little kid to death.
Right.
No.
You
didn't hear
do
it.
now.
I was young, so I don't know if I was just missing it. But I'm nowhere near wanting to have kids, but like I met Paul, and it's something that could happen now. And I think about it like how like I was in the school, my senior year of high school. This kid stabbed another kid in the bathroom, and we had to go to the cafeteria and then go home. Like how could you when you're about to send Mercy to school, and you have to? And Paula made a joke, but it's true. Where she went to school in Inglewood, they didn't really have in-school shootings.
Well, we didn't have in-school shootings, but I can tell you that 2 kids sat on a train track and got hit by a train that I went to school with. Now, mind you, I grew up with a class of, my senior class had 45 people in it. So when 2 of those people, were you at a high school that has a maximum 150 kids in it, and 2 of those kids just got hit by a train. And then another kid has a 4-wheeler accident, and there was 4 kids in that 4-wheeler accident. 1 got killed, 1 got maimed. We may not have shootings, but we had lots of tragedy. We had 1 kid commit suicide.
But the thing is like the thing that she was joking about, and we talked about is you probably want to send Mercy to like a good school in a nice area, and that seems to be
I
the
want to
places
send her
where
to public school.
that's where these things seem to happen, not like the bad areas.
First of all, let's get something straight. You get shot anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Every day I hear about a kid getting bit by a dog everywhere. You got to teach your kid to be aware. You got to teach your kid to keep their fucking eyes open. I yell at Terry 10 million times. Terry takes life different than I do. And they stole her cell phone out of her purse at Target one day. I know my wife. I watch her. I can see how many times I could pickpocket her if I was a thief. I'm looking at the holes. I want her to pay more attention. I get mad at her, and I love her. When she gets it, eventually she gets it. Little things like that, I could tell Mercy about. I can't teach her until she goes out and sees it.
It's hard. Like we were at the zoo today, and all these little kids are walking next to their parents, not holding their hands, being very well behaved. And I'm like, I need to let Mercy out. I need to let her walk. Yeah. Have you met Mercy? Mercy takes off like a bat.
Bad dog.
And then I'm like, that's it. Mercy, I'm leaving. Come on, let's go. She's like, wait. And I'm like, no, Mercy, we're not waiting. Come on, wait.
Takes off like a bat, bro.
And then she turns and runs in the other
Like
direction.
a shotgun takes off. Oh my God.
And there's school kids everywhere. I've got a 2-year-old. I have to run after her with a stroller or just abandon the stroller and run after her in the zoo. People are looking at me like I'm a nut. But I'm like, how am I ever going to get her to learn that she can't run off if I don't let her run off a little bit? She can't run too far ahead, but I got to give her a little freedom.
I give her freedom, but I worry. That's, we
I'm
just put her
scared
in
to death.
daycare. And I had to go to the daycare twice. This is Joey Diaz telling you people this. Like, usually I don't give a fuck what school she goes to. I went and checked it out and looked at each teacher and judged the teachers. Like, does she have a felony? I went to these places.
You just wouldn't stare them in the eye. Like,
Oh, yeah,
you
fuck
cleared
yeah.
them?
And there was 2
No.
Spanish ones
Oh
that
no,
made me
I had to
helpless.
vet them first. So I went to like 6 different schools.
Yeah, she went to a couple of them first.
and then
Background checks.
and then I picked just a few and said, okay, here's my top pick. We're going to go there first.
I just imagine Joey, you have like a friend at the DMV somewhere, and you give them 200 and you give them like the teacher's names.
Oh my
and
God!
background
I had to
check.
go. And there's one teacher there that's kind of creepy. I like the other one, but she's all right. Mercy likes her, so it all works itself out. I don't even. Yesterday I walked to the Y, and every piece of me wanted to walk by the school, but I had to stop myself from walking by the school because I have to break that thing off.
Does she get upset when you drop her off?
Yes. But she,
I haven't dropped
she
her.
gets no, I won't let him.
No.
She gets upset if he's going to go if he drops us off in front of the house
Okay.
and then goes to park the car. She gets upset to see him drive off.
So what do you think would happen if he dropped her off?
Oh, you can't even imagine.
No.
No.
For both of us.
She
I
gets
can't.
so because she knows I'm coming back. Joey goes home. Joey will go for the weekend. She gets more scared to see him leave.
She doesn't understand that he's coming back yet.
No.
That's why I leave early, so I don't have to spend half the day with her. I don't want to see her the days I leave. I leave when she's asleep, so she wakes up and doesn't see me.
And doesn't think about it.
It doesn't think about it.
She doesn't
So
think
I
about
do
it. And she'll probably come to the realization, but she won't say anything. But when he comes home on Sunday, she's a little mad at him.
Even at this age, I can tell sometimes by her eyes. But
she gets over it.
I'm also coming to the realization that in a few years, if I'm still on the road, I'm gonna have to take her with me. At least one time. I already know. I know what a Diaz is like.
That'd be
I
so
know what
fun for
about.
a
I
kid.
know that one day she's just gonna go. Listen, man, I'm not gonna do this unless
Clearly,
you
you've
take me
never
with you.
traveled with Mercy.
Yeah. So you
Well, when
have
she
to.
gets to be like 6.
Well, I'm gonna have to get her. I see how parents do it. They have the. It's the same way adults. You have to be prepared. You don't want your kid to yell and scream and have a fit. You got to be prepared. I get prepared. What does that mean for me? Weed, lighters, rolling papers, water, iced tea with the lemon and the sugar already in it, a couple fried chicken cutlets, the cable, the Roku. The computer has to be. The Wi-Fi has to be coming through. If any of those things are missing, Terry Clark, we're all the same. It's
You
just
have no
different
idea.
ages.
I'm already having to put my checklist together before I leave for Easter on the things that I have to do for Joey before I leave, so he won't call me as soon as I get to wherever I'm at to yell at me because the Wi-Fi isn't working, as if it were my fucking fault for some reason that the Wi-Fi decided to stop fucking working, and that I can. He called me the other day from Indiana. No, where were you? Austin, Texas.
Somewhere at the computer. I
The
couldn't
computer.
get
Let me ask you a question. So, I got the password for the.
No, I
hotel.
clicked up to disconnect and then I pressed connect. And it's supposed to come up. A sign's supposed to come up. If you're at a Hilton, it comes up HH Hilton. And it says room number and high-speed internet. Click here or high-speed internet, $9.95 a month. So I click the fucking arrow on the bottom. The thing pulls up and it shows you all the Wi-Fis that you could go to. The one that's yours, you press connect, and all of a sudden, boop, a screen pops up. Takes a minute. You got to keep hitting the fucking left thing, and the screen comes from the left-hand side. Not this fucking thing. I'm dying to get the fucking info from my Gmail some guy sent me, and I can't because the thing won't send it. Then in the middle of all this, it just pops up by itself.
Then he calls me and goes, "Honey, can I ask you a question?" So I got the thing for the hotel computer, and right then I'm just like, "Oh,
I just like.
I don't fucking know, Joey. I'm not there. I don't know what this computer is like. I don't know anything about this hotel. I don't know how their setup is. I don't know. And I don't work on Windows 8. I hate Windows 8.
Me too.
And it's on Windows 8, so I don't even know what I'm supposed to be. Even in his laptop at home, I'm like, I don't know I can't even get over to the stupid menu because you've got to drag it. It doesn't come half the time. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't fucking know either.
And I don't want to answer the question, but you getting mad at me because I don't know.
Well, who the fuck you want me to get mad at? You know about the computer? I don't know about computers. I'm a
Clearly,
burglar. I don't know nothing about computers.
You should ask Matt Fultron. We were filming an Instagram video and my phone was full, and it took me like 2 minutes to clear it, and he was pestering me every 15 seconds. You're supposed to be the king of electronics.
Yeah, because he's got fucking videos on there from old podcasts. Let me give a shout out to everybody. You got to abandon ship on it.
oh
Yeah,
God,
bananas.
which ship
And
am I
it's 4
abandoning?
o'clock anyway because you got the baby's ready for you.
Oh my God, I've been here forever.
Yeah, one only stays. I love you, baby.
Yeah. I've heard it all before.
Thank you for coming and for your honesty.
Thank you, Lee.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're
I love you
welcome.
with all my heart, baby. Give me a kiss, you savage.
I ain't giving you shit.
Dirty bitch. Give me a kiss on the shit.
Sweet
Yeah.
dick in the ass.
We're back, motherfuckers. Cody Wheeler, I love you. Tom Bowater, Peter Garcia, The Sandman, Alberto Jimenez, Andrew Miller, and Ysidra. I love you. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Sesto or Cristo, whatever your fucking name is. And Death Squad, Nashville, and Death Squad all over the motherfucking world. I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you for being a part of our podcast today. Always a fucking pleasure. What's up, dog? How you feeling? I gave you a little piece of chocolate. It was light. You
This
didn't want to
doesn't
fucking eat
feel
it.
light.
It was delicious. Then you ate the star. You're a fucking trooper, Lou. I fucking love you. What do you got planned for the weekend with Mama?
No plans yet. She's actually a little bit sick right now, so I
What's
don't
the
know if
matter
I'll see
with
her. Got a cold.
Some story. You just turn her head the other way and you give her a stab and she'll cough that way. Like, remember when they used to feel your nut in the 6th grade, tell you to look the other way and cough?
Oh, you're just
You finger her and you make her look the other way. That's it.
okay.
Did she go to class today?
She did, surprisingly.
Good for her, man. Yeah, this situation today with my
She sent me a picture today of her student loan page. She has over $100,000, and that's not even. She's only 2/3 of the way done.
oh yeah, you're done.
And I just saw the bill, and I was like, I felt less bad about my little bit of student loans.
Dog, you can turn that air off now. It's fucking freezing.
Okay.
I feel like a fucking penguin in here. You know what I'm saying? Listen, man, those student loans, they add up fast. And sometimes listen, it's like they fucking do them on purpose. They're just giving them to you at one point after that. Somebody already gave her, without a job, $100,000. Even if it's law school, she'll pay it off in 3 fucking years.
They're the biggest scams. Them and all the insurances.
I just owed $100,000.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I owed like $6,000 at one time, and I felt terrible. This is a child out of fucking college.
I owe 20 right now, but that's
What did you owe? What was the original?
well, probably like 30. But my parents, we each split it in a third, so it's more. But my part's 20,000.
You owe 20 Jesus? What are you paying a month?
170
That's it.
plus another. So I pay 270 because I have 2 loans.
How much is the amount on one loan, if you don't mind me asking? I'm sorry to put you
20
on.
grand, and the other one's like 6, so it's almost over.
What's the 6th one?
Jewish Foundation. I applied for like a scholarship, and it was like they gave me a no interest loan.
Really?
Yeah.
So no interest? They just lent you the money for the goodness of that night?
Yeah, I had to apply.
Weak fucking Jews. Not even charge a half a point. What kind of Jews are they?
Well, they only do it for Jews. They don't do it for
fucking disgrace.
no other people.
Give them the money and wipe your hands of those people. You don't want to hang out with those type of Jews. Not even a little big, not even a half a point to keep you alive. You know what I'm saying? Keep the lights on. No, that's good.
$100 grand.
There's a lot of money out there, Lee. They give students, there's a lot of money out there to go to school. People just have to be savvy and apply for these fucking things.
Well, savvy, but at some point, like imagine in 16 years when Mercy's going, it's going to be like $100 grand a year for regular college.
Hey, that's why she's working already. I got to type in shit and file it. I don't give a fuck, Jack.
You should put her in some baby commercials.
Listen, man, it all works itself out. You know, I hear a lot of parents go, well, that's Lee's, I'm just saying your name, that's Lee's college fund. You know what, man? Half of fucking people who go to college don't have the fucking money. And they figure out a way to go. And they do the best. And you know what? They learn a tremendous fucking lesson in between. I don't believe in today's, let's pretend Mercy was 18. And Mercy came and talked to me. Believe it or not, right now, after me talking to you and me being around the Agostino, and me being around a bunch of younger guys, because I ask everybody, what college did you go to? Tom Segura, Christine, Rick Ramos, all these fucking kids are college educated, comics, okay? I always ask, and I would tell her, do me a favor, don't make a decision till you're 20. Go put away 10 grand. Just, you can live at the house for free, do whatever the fuck you want. All you gotta do is pay for your car payment, the gas, and put away 10 grand in 2 years for school. And then decide what the fuck you want to do. At 20, if you want to go to college, we'll do what we can. If not, you got 10 grand to get an apartment and start your fucking life. And you know the value of $1. You've already lived for 2 years. You know that you got to pay bills. You know you have to do certain things and have responsibilities. And now I think you have a better grasp on it. You sending a child to college at 18. Let's pretend your parents had the money, Lee, and they just paid your way. Got you a little car, you know, nothing fancy. Paid for your apartment. Will you still be the person you are today?
No. Not at all. I lived in a town where kids were getting BMWs at 16 and crashing them, getting more. And my dad, I got very lucky. My dad made a lot of money when I was really young, and he put away. I had a big piggy bank, like a huge one, in my room, and I never got an allowance. But my brother and I each had a big piggy bank. He got like Disney World, and every week he put $20 in it. And then he had a college fund too. So when I got to college, we cracked open the piggy bank and had a few $1,000s that was mine for spending money in college. And then I had like $5,000 or something.
When was the first time you had a job? How old are you?
16. Let's see. No, 14. That's the youngest
But
you
you
can get a
told me
job.
about Rite Aid and a couple of places.
I worked at CVS for 2 years. I worked at Radio Shack, RIP, and I worked at the movie theater. And then all through college, I worked at the movie theater and restaurants. I've always worked. I bought my first car. Actually, it pissed me off. My brother got my car when I graduated high school. And my parents didn't have any money to give me a car. So I worked at CVS. And I paid for it, and then he got it. I was like, God damn.
What they do to your car? What, you bought
No, I didn't need a car. I was in Boston.
Yeah, I don't believe in sending a child to school.
The only way you could do it is if they have this new thing where they have free community college for 2 years. If that's free, like that would have been cool. I wish I could have done that. Pay no money for the first 2 years, and then the 2 years that matter for your major, then pay a little bit of money.
I have two friends that have gone back to extra jobs to help their children go back to school. I have one friend that I spoke to the other day, and I'm like, where are you at? He goes, I didn't tell you. I got a second job at night. And I'm like, you're 56 years old. You have a day job, then you go work in a freezer at night in the warehouse as a supervisor. But you have to be in this fucking cold weather all night, year round. And then I have another friend who his son defaulted on a loan, $100,000, $150,000 he owed Penn State. So my friend had to go out of retirement and get a job. He's planning on paying the debt. It's going to take him 3 years to pay the fucking college debt. So it's tough out there for a fucking pimp right now.
I understand that colleges need to make money. It probably costs a lot of money to run a college. But at a certain point, it seems like it's going to be ridiculous.
Do you think that the education that you get at Penn State is any different than the education that you get at Valley Community College? Or is it what the student does with that education?
It's what the student's allowed to do. Because going into the only thing that ever mattered on my resume, you talked about it, saying that no one ever asked me about my college.
It just shocks me.
The
I'm
only
just ashamed.
the only thing that matters is like a stamp on a passport. So the only reason to go to Penn State, for some things, then colleges do have special things they're good at. But for most degrees, or for the most part, if you went to like, let's use a state school like UMass versus Boston University of Boston, Boston University, there's not really much of a difference probably. It's just what the name brand of the college.
I don't know. It fucking scares the shit out of me. Anyway, I love you, motherfuckers. Thank you for the great week podcast. I want to thank my wife. I want to thank Lee. I want to thank you guys for really staying on me. I'm calling my daughter. You guys made me all brand new with this. So this gives me a second. That's one less thing I got to fucking worry about. And like I said, we're not fans of nobody here. We're a fucking family. We're a network. And we scratch each other's back. And you guys elevated me to get the balls to do it. So it's not a one-way street. Thank you very much for the church, and thank you for eating the stars, and thank Anarchy, and let me thank some fucking sponsors here. My main motherfuckers over at On and always making it happen. I heard a great rumor about On, I can't release it to you people, but they're definitely fucking winners. They did that test on Alpha Brain, and On, it's the real deal. Joe and I were laughing on the phone the other day about my blood type, and I go, listen, I know there's THC, and I know this fucking Shroom Tech Sports. I got no steroids in my fucking blood. There's none. On it is that fucking good, man. Today I rolled around jiu-jitsu. I went down to Unleashed with David, and I went crazy with him down there, and I couldn't believe how much more energy I'm getting from the Shroom Tech. It works, man. I'm really in fucking shock. Go to honor.com. Just go to the website and see all the things they have to offer you. I can't get you a deal on the fucking jumping up in the ropes and all that stuff. But on minerals, you got 10% off coming from me. Go to the box and fill in what, brother?
Church.
CHURCH. You get 10% off your first order. Definitely Look into Stay On It, where you get everything delivered right to your fucking house. No muss, no fuss. Also, Iron Dragon TV, my main motherfucker Dave Foley over there, making a beautiful fucking Roku channel for you motherfuckers. If you're into classic martial arts, stop fucking around. This is the Roku channel for you. And what I'm going to do for you, if you go to Roku tonight, if you go to IronDragonTV.com, I'm going to give you 2 free motherfucking rentals. What are they pressing the box, guys? Joey, Joey, gets pressed in the motherfucking box, and you get 2 free rentals, classic kung fu films. You can't fucking beat them. Also, your underwear. How much longer are you going to look at these fucking things with skin marks and moth marks and little holes, you filthy motherfuckers? Then you get worried when a chick dumps you. It all starts from the fucking inside out, motherfuckers. Go to MeUndies.com. Tremendous women and men underwears. They fit tight. They're ergonomic. They're comfortable. Today I wore those old cotton white ones to jiu-jitsu. My nutsack was popping out. That's Dave. I haven't called up. He's like, put your nut in the way. Not with that. Don't happen with MeUndies. My shit's tight. My nutsack stays in. Everything stays ventilated. Do me a favor. Go to MeUndies.com right now. Look at the selection of women's and men's underwear they have. They also have T-shirts. They have fucking, I wore my MeUndies T-shirt to jiu-jitsu today. They have some great stuff. Sweatpants, comfortable as fuck. And right at this point, you get free shipping, correct?
In the United States
In the United States and Canada, you get 20% off. Don't believe me. Go to MeUndies.com, see what you want. Go to the box and press in.
Joey,
Joey, and get 20% off your first order with free motherfucking shipping. That's MeUndies. Also, we all like something for free. We all do, especially when you're stoned to the gills. Somebody brings you some Italian bread with a stick of butter. Who's better than you, right? Fuck all that shit. I got something better for you and healthier. NatureBox.com. And right now, NatureBox will give you a free fucking sampler. 3 little bags, 2 big bags delivered right to your house. It's going to cost you how much? $1.97 for shipping.
Just shipping.
You motherfuckers been complaining lately. Oh, it's not free. What the fuck you want?
It.
They're going to change your fucking thing. They're going to give you 5 free bags of stuff worth over $30. You're going to pay $1. Stop being a fucking crybaby little fucking fag. Go to the fuck you laughing about, cocksucker?
That's a great answer.
Yeah, go to naturebox.com today and get your free sample box sent right to your house, delivered. And that's how they do it.
First, Joey.
Every motherfucking month. So stop fucking around. Go to MeUndies. What is it? MeUndies. What the fuck am I talking about? Go to naturebox.com right now and get your free sample bag. Go to naturebox.com and press in Joey and get 10% off your first order, right? No, free.
Not free.
Fucking free. What am I talking about here? You got me all confused with your fucking, you giggle like that fucking dude. Go to MeUndies.com. No, go to naturebox.com right now and get your free motherfucking box of goodies, right? Sent to your house. Right to your door every month. Nutritious, delicious, nutritionist approved snacks to rock your motherfucking world. Again, I want to thank On It, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and NatureBox.com. Do you guys see what's unfolding in front of your eyes, people? Huh? Do you see what's unfolding in front of your eyes with this Tracy Morgan thing?
What happened?
They didn't let him perform at the 40th anniversary of the thing. They said he's not that good a shape. I guarantee Tracy wanted to go out. But he's got Jew attorneys that said if you show up there, Walmart will be watching. And they're going to fucking, they'll use that against you when you go to court. That's an old Jew trick.
So that he was okay enough to go on the show or something?
Yeah, they'll say you were okay to walk on the show because he said he'll never be able to perform ever again. That's to get a big number. They'll do the times. What were you making a year? $3 million a year. How old are you? I'm 48 years old. He still had 22 years at $2 million a fucking year. You follow me? You understand how Jews work, brother? Just trying to teach you motherfuckers a little fucking Jewish mentality. Yeah? So that's how it's done. So just Tracy Morgan's okay. I mean, he's fucked up. But Walmart's going in heavy. And so is Tracy Morgan. Tracy Morgan got to go in heavy. I didn't know he didn't perform. I thought he was there.
I didn't watch it, and I've never really watched SNL.
They said they had a tribute to him, but I wasn't, an SNL guy?
No, it wasn't good when I was young.
Oh, okay. All right, no worries. I never.
My mom really liked it.
You're looking good, brother. I'm happy we had a good time on the podcast.
It was fun.
And we all learned something about fucking life. All right, cocksucker. Stay black. Have a great weekend. I'm going to be at the Crackers Comedy next weekend in Indianapolis, and the weekend after that, I'm going to be in motherfucking Hilarities in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm going back to the O. So if you're in the local area, come on by and see me. Besides that, I'd like to thank On It, Iron Dragon TV, MeUndies.com, and Nature Box. And I want to thank you guys for listening today. Have a great weekend. Stay black. Remember, Uncle Joey loves you.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Go to MeUndies.com and check out the pics of all the different styles of underwear. And for the girls, they have hot-looking boy shorts. Right now, when you go to MeUndies.com/Joey, you're going to get 20% off your first order with free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all of their great optimization products. And go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all of their great martial arts movies.
Church of What's Happening Now, baby. Sunday edition. It's the Catholics today, except for Lee. He's a pseudo-Catholic and shit. What's going on, baby?
I'm Jewish. That's basically Catholic.
No, it's not.
Now, what's the difference?
You don't have the 12 Stations of the Cross.
We have Passover.
No, it's not the same. All right, tell this fucking guy.
They started it.
They started it. They started the 12 Stations of the Cross. It's basically you and shit. That's how you know when you're Catholic. I told my wife's like, well, I don't understand. I go, listen, when you go to church and you look at the 12 Stations of the Cross, if you're fucking moved, you're a Catholic. If it brings a tear to your eye, you're a Catholic. If not, it ain't gonna work out for you. Go across the street, hang out with the Protestants, or whatever they're cracking, whatever they're doing, or the Jews, whatever you want to do. That's the thing. My wife didn't even know what this 12 Stations of the Cross are. When you go to a really powerful church and you look at Jesus up there, and then you look around and you see it's when Pontius Pilate comes, gets them, then he punches them. They break down the beating into 12 rounds, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
And they show them get handed. So that's the 12 Stations of the Cross for you non-fucking Catholics out there. My main man in the house today, Big John McCarthy.
What is up, brother?
What's up, beautiful?
Dude, thank you for having me, man.
Oh, my God. We've been dying to have you. How'd you get the weekend off from Brazil?
You know what? I just got lucky. And everyone thinks it's like, oh, man, how come you don't go down? Because it's a long freaking flight, and you're on that plane, and then you got to come right back. And it's like, everyone thinks you're on vacation there. It's like, no, you get to go to a airport, fly on the plane to Brazil, go to a hotel, get to an arena, go from the arena back to the airport, get on a plane, go back.
What's the travel time from LA to Brazil?
About 14 hours.
That's heavy duty.
Oh, it was long.
Plus getting through customs.
Oh,
That's only the time in the air.
Oh, yeah.
And what's the breakdown? There's 2 flights or just
2
one
flights. Usually, yeah. Usually either go to Miami or to Houston.
Okay, that's...
So you're from there down to Rio or Sao Paulo, depending upon where you're going. But it's, after being on a flight, it's usually like 4 hours to, Houston or Miami is that 4-hour part. And then you get your little bit in between, and then about a 10-hour down to, Brazil, long flight.
You get up and walk around. I don't fly internationally. I just don't. I don't think I'd have the patience. I started making it on the trip to New York and back. Like, I'm really good because you bring the iPod, you bring the computer, you bring a book, you bring a pencil, you bring a piece of paper. Hopefully they have a movie. But that 14-hour stuff, I don't know how people do it sitting there.
I've only done it once to Israel, and it was only like 12 hours, 11 hours. It's tough.
Especially like an international flight when odors start popping up and shit. That's what'll kill me. Some motherfucker brings hummus on the flight. Somebody takes their shoes off. You're on that motherfucker 10 hours, and you feel like going to the person with the shoes off and going, dog, you got to put those fucking dogs back on. Isn't that what John Candy tells Steve Martin on planes, trains, and automobiles, and he takes his shoes off, and he goes, whoop, my dog's on fire.
And then if you're sitting in coach, like I was sitting in coach, I didn't sit first class. It's the same thing.
It sucks everywhere.
No, that's where you're at, man. Look at first class, business class. It's all right. You get all the movies and stuff. You can stretch out. You're always in coach.
And you're a big dude. It's not like you're like.
It sucks. It's horrible. Especially at least United has got economy plus, so it gives you that little extra bit, so my knees aren't getting crushed by somebody most of the time. But coach is horrible.
But they give you the Economy Plus, but then they put handles on it.
Oh yeah.
So if you're sitting there by yourself, I gotta sit like a fucking kid in a baby seat. Take the handles off. So you gave me the 6 extra inches. United's great. United's got a good deal. United will give you extra legroom package mixed with the security package for $60. So you could get a first class security to go through first class instead of going through coach. So they combine it. It's like $69 for the first class and the extra legroom. It's not bad because that's the whole thing about flying. Is waiting in the line. That's the whole thing about flying. It's not anything else that bothers me. I already have it in my head. I'm on a flight. I'm doomed.
For people who fly once or twice a year, like I do, it's not that big of a deal. But for you guys, you're flying once or twice a week. That's
week.
Hours a week that you're losing.
I could do it every weekend, and it's weird when I have to do it and not pick up a check. That blows for me. Like if I have to do something on a personal level, like go to New Jersey just to see family, that blows. That's unimaginable to be getting on a plane, not getting a paycheck. It's unimaginable to me. So when people go, come visit, fuck you. I gotta do comedy there. If not, it doesn't pan out for me because I can't just sit on that plane and just for no reason. Vacations, I don't have vacations when I stay here and go to Santa Barbara and go to that place that has a lasagna with the meatball in the middle. Have you gone there, Mrs. McCarthy? Fucking tremendous. You understand?
I like taking pictures. Dude, in fact, give me my phone over. I take pictures of the people that I end up having to sit next to in coach on these long flights. And some of them are classic, man. Here, I gotta show you one.
That's hysterical.
Dude,
that's what Sebastian does.
Awesome.
My friend Sebastian goes through the airports and take pictures of people and they have their feet up with no socks on and slippers. And he goes, aren't you embarrassed? He puts little captions on them. I don't know how the fuck people do it. No. The victims and coach and all the way in the back, like an Expedia, when you got to sit in the back, like you get a good price, but they put you in the back with people with handcuffs on.
Oh yeah, I love those. Or they stick you right next to the toilet.
Oh God, that's horrible.
Yeah, you're just next to the toilet for only like 10 hours. It's one of the most amazing things.
They just put me next to a toilet, but the whole row was empty. So I sacrificed. That's not bad.
If the whole row's empty, I might even sit next to the toilet for a while.
Yeah, it's not bad because I can't sit inside no more. I get too much anxiety, especially up in the air. My nose clogs up.
Oh, really?
So I can't breathe. So if I'm sitting inside, I start panicking. I get panic attacks. So I got to sit on the outside. So last time I flew, they had me somewhere. They had me in a good seat, but inside. And I go, don't you have anything outside? She goes, we have the last row in the plane, all to you. I go, fuck it. Book it, bitch. I sat there all the way from Miami in the back like a doctor, listening to music, scratching my fucking feet and everything. Did you find the smoking Joe Frazier?
I'm seeing my granddaughter. I'm getting nothing with pictures of the ugly people.
It's listen, flying blows.
It does.
Flying really sucks for the American consumer. The person who doesn't know, flying is fucking shocking because flying used to be something that was fun. You look forward to it. You got, when I was a kid, I used to fly out here from Jersey. My mom would put me on a plane by myself to come out here when I was 8, 9, and 10 to see my uncle by myself to Miami too. Fuck it. And that's even if you didn't get a first class ticket, if you flew by yourself, they put you in first class because you were a kid and they give you wings and a fucking captain's hat.
That's cool.
And first class had perfumes in the bathroom and creams. It's not like that no more. There was a time when on a plane there was a fucking piano.
Right, yeah.
And you could play the fucking piano on the plane. People would play the piano upstairs. Remember, if you watch Midnight Express, it's a 2-floor fucking plane. They don't have those no more. All the planes used to be 2 floors. So upstairs was like a little first class with a guy playing a piano with a pig eating an apple. I swear to fucking God. Nobody remembers that shit. Watch Midnight Express. He takes them upstairs.
No, you've been on a 2.
Yeah, on a 2-seater. There's no more of that shit. Now, Big John, what did you start first, refereeing or being a police officer?
Oh, as a police officer. I became a police officer back in 1985.
How old were you?
I was 22.
And what made you, you come from a family of cops?
Yeah, my dad was a police officer on LA. And it was funny because I was bouncing. I was doing a lot of bouncing. And I was at the time, you think you're invincible. And you do all kinds of stupid stuff. And I was getting in trouble. And my dad looked at me and he says, you better figure out what in the hell you're going to do in life because you're going to do one of two things. You're going to end up being a cop where you're putting people in jail or you're going to end up being in jail. So figure out which one's better for you. And I looked at him like, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. He knew. So, I met my wife of 30 years back then. And ended up figuring, you know, I need to get a job where I can freaking pay for things and stuff. And so I started trying to be a police officer and ended up working out. I got on LAPD. That was where my dad was at. He had just retired, and I was on it for 23 years.
And were you lieutenant at the end?
Hell no, man. I was the best. My favorite line that I would tell everybody is, you know, they would all sit there and say, you need to promote, you need to promote, you need to do this. And I said, you know, the best part about me and whoever was the boss at the time, best part about me and Daryl Gates is we both have reached the tops of our careers. Or if it was, you know, Willie Williams or Bernard Parks, any of them, we both reached the pinnacles of our careers. I ain't going no higher. I really did not want to. I did not want to be a supervisor. I didn't want to write paper on people. I wanted to take care of, you know, people. I loved going out and taking care of citizens and doing things for people. That the real thing, there's all kinds of police officers, and, you know, there's good ones and there's bad ones. Just like there is in any, you know, occupation there's good comedians and there's shitty ones. And I've sat through some shitty ones, you know, and you go, who told this guy he's good at this? And, you know, there's ones that they're afraid of being a police officer, no matter what they want to say. They're afraid of it. They're afraid of the people out there. They're afraid of dealing with people. And so they do everything they can to do the easy things. They pull over, you know, ladies. They'll pull over, you know, old people. They'll pull over the guy that they see coming out of a business in a business suit and write a stupid ticket or something like that. And I looked at that. That's chicken shit. You know, I swear to you, I wrote about 5 tickets in my career, and they were all to gang members. And it was, if I stopped someone, I would stop you to put you in jail. I would, if I thought that, you know, you're doing something bad. But if you were, you know, I didn't care if you're doing 80 miles an hour and a 50, I'd tell you, hey, you need to slow down. You know, be safe. Have a nice day. Boom. And I would never write a ticket, because why am I going to ruin that guy's day or that girl's day? Why am I going to make their insurance go up? And you know what? I don't care if the city made money. I care that people are having a safe day. No one's bothering them. And I enjoyed going out and putting people in jail that cause problems for other people in a bad way. I enjoyed putting gang members in jail. I had no problem doing that. I enjoyed if someone was terrorizing an area in a certain way or something, I like trying to find them and put them away so the neighborhood was better.
How much of it is I don't know how they interact with you? Like if I had a friend in high school who loved arguing with cops about, he would speed and he would get pulled over and he loved it. He loved arguing with them, and he would get tickets and he would get in fights with them. And I've been pulled over like I think 3 or 4 times. I got 1 ticket, but other than that, I'm always very nice, and they usually seem to let you go. Well,
you know, and this, it's exactly what you're saying. If you're going to sit there and, you know, I don't care who you are. If I pull you over and you sit there and you say, I said, hey, you know, let me see your driver's license registration, please. You know, what's your name? Blah, blah, blah. I'll be nice. I'm going to be as respectful as I can to you. I'm going to treat you the way I would want to be treated. And if you start in with, why did you pull me over? Well, the reason I pulled you over is, you know, you're going, we'll say 65 and a 45. No, I wasn't. I was not speeding. Well, now you're saying I'm a liar. Okay. I don't lie. I don't have to sit here. I don't do things to people that don't deserve it. I'm not going to ruin your day for no reason, but don't make it to where you're making the police officer say, okay, I'll prove it to you. And they're going to write you the ticket. Because if you're asking for it, fine. The best thing you can do anytime you get stopped by a police officer is say, how you doing, sir? You know what? I don't know how fast I was going. I apologize. Here's where I was going. I did not realize it. I will slow down, you know, take your time, do what you're going to do. You know, and they're going to run you because they're going to see if you have any felony warrants or things like that. But most of them will come back, and a lot of times they're going to come back and say, hey, have a nice day, slow down. And what did it cost you? It cost you a little bit of time. But if you want to sit there and challenge them, you're just proving that, you know what, you are not treating them the way they're trying to treat you. If you know, to get respect, you have to give respect. And that's, you know, that's the essence of life.
I drove without a license, not because I got DUIs, none. I had a Colorado license, and right before 9/11, I lost it. The license got lost on a plane, and I just didn't want to go get a license. I just fucking didn't want to go get a license, man. It's a fucking pain in the ass.
It is.
So from 2000 to probably 2012, I drove without a physical license. And I would get pulled over all the time and never get a ticket because I'd address the officer with respect and tell him the truth. And one cop told me on the 5, he goes, listen, man, you were doing 70 or 80, whatever, but you were a gentleman, I'm gonna let you go, and you didn't have alcohol in your breath. That's why I don't believe in drinking booze. I do comedy. I do not drink it. I can't handle myself when there's a cop behind me, even if I don't have a gun in the car. If I have nothing in the car, nothing, drinking, nothing, I'm still fucking like, why is he behind me? Last night I had a guy behind me for 3 fucking miles before I got on the 710. But all those times, I've never, I got arrested 37 times, right?
37 times you've been arrested?
Oh, I was on a roll for a while.
I never heard that number.
Oh, I was on a roll for a while. From 84 to 85, I'm like a half. I got arrested but let go because they couldn't get the proof, like possession of stolen property, tools, they let me go. Possession of stolen property, they let me go. I always knew a cop or something. There was always something going on. And in all those arrests, I only had problems with one police officer. Let me tell you how good I was. One time I got arrested in Jersey in Englewood Cliffs, and I had a warrant in Newark. And they arrested me like at 2 p.m, and I hadn't eaten lunch. So then it was 9 o'clock, and they were transferring me to Newark. And I made the cop. I talked to him nice. I go, officer, I haven't fucking eaten since breakfast. I'm dizzy. You gotta stop someone. He's like, I can't do it. I go, officer, I'm telling you, they're not gonna fucking feed me all night. You can't do this to me. Where would you presume we stop? I go, Chan's dragging in. He goes, not in a million fucking years. You know why? Because I was doing a stakeout there one night for a burglar, and we could hear the rats. The cop wouldn't fucking pull over. He goes, that place is fucking filthy. Finally, he pulled over. He went in, ordered it for me, got it out. He let me eat it in the back seat of the car. Pork fried rice and an egg roll. That's how much respect I had for cops. And after a while, you just tell them the truth. The cop that broke my balls is in Colorado. He was one of those cops that was Johnny American. And he would always say things to me, like little things to me in court. And I would break his balls because at that point, that's what it had become. He was a fucking scumbag to me. But I've never had a problem with a cop. Never. I have. I just don't understand how people want to argue with a cop. That's the last motherfucker I want to argue with. I just want to leave.
The people who I've seen do it, I grew up in a very rich town. It's people who are, I'm not saying everybody, but the people I've seen do it, they like having the power because like they're not worried about going to jail because they have bail money, and I don't know, maybe that's just them, but the 2 or 3 people I've met who like doing it were very rich.
When I was 18, for about a 2-month period, I considered being a cop. In the early 80s, there was a big hiring in the early 80s in the East Coast in Miami. There was a big hiring for minority police officers, and they went after. And if we remember in Miami, they had the river cops.
Oh yeah,
the 4 cops that were fucking throwing people in the ocean, pulling them over, taking their drugs, and killing them and shit.
Drugs and money.
Money because they couldn't do enough background checks fast enough. They didn't look at juvenile records. They didn't know that these fucking kids were crazy. But the same thing happened in my hometown, where a handful of kids that were crazy became cops.
The same thing out here. That's what happened. That was Rafael Perez and all of them, and the Rampart scandal and everything.
Why do you think LAPD gets such a bad rap? My girlfriend grew up out here, and she said the sheriffs are pretty cool, and she grew up in Inglewood, where like there's a lot of like the police. I used to go drop her off, and there were drug dealers who were just always out. It was like a store, and the police station was a few blocks away, and they just like they don't come around here for that. And she wants to be a lawyer, but she says LAPD has a horrible reputation.
They have recently really gotten. There's all kinds of stuff that goes into everything, and they try to get so politically correct that you lose your effectiveness in what you're doing. And again, this is the whole point. When the citizens know that, well, the police aren't even going to come around here. Well, that's the citizens are also the idiots selling the narcotics at times, and they're the ones that, are bringing the people that are buying the narcotics. And the way the people buy the narcotics is to break into the home and steal that person's, TV or computer and go out and sell it and to get the money for their stuff. And so it's a vicious cycle that is going on. And you have got to have people knowing you're going to be there to cause them a problem. Because if you're there to cause them a problem, they're going to try to go somewhere else. They're going to try to do it in another way. They're not going to try to stop, but they're going to get out of that one area and then, move on. You find where they're going and start to cause them a problem again. And that's what police work is about. Police work is not about, going out and stopping just anybody on the street. It's about being smart, watching, going up, doing what we call OPs and observation, watching the people, watching what they're doing. If I go and I stop someone on the street for, we'll say, I'm stopping because I think they're a narcotic seller. Trust me, I've been watching them. I know where it's at. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to sit there and just stop them for, nothing so I can't put them away. I'm going to sit there and either have information from someone that has told me exactly where they put it at, or I've watched them, seen where they put it at. And so, I've had it where, guys will take them, there's grass, and they'll pull up the grass, and they'll be 3 feet underneath the grass. And so as you're there, you would never know unless you went and watched them. You watch them, you sit there, and all you got to do is watch them for a while, watch them do a cell, boom, go in there, pop. That's not mine. You're right. It's not yours. Yes, it is. I watched you go there. Too bad. So now it is my word against yours. My whole thing is I don't lie. There's no reason to lie. If you tell the truth, it never changes. When you tell a lie, you need to then start telling more lies to try to cover that lie. So tell the truth. If you can't catch the person that day, then you don't catch them that day.
You said something very interesting in the beginning of that I was going to talk to you about, and you brought it up. I think that, and I don't think it's just LA. I think I travel, and you travel. It's the fucking country as a whole. I think the social shortness has even caught up to police officers. When you go in and you see a cop and you pull over, you see a cop and you ask him for directions, they look at you like you're from another planet now. You can't talk to an LA cop. You ever say like good afternoon to cops when they're eating lunch at Boston Market? They look at you like, why is he talking to us? Why? I can't fucking say hello to 4 fucking cops. I'm trying to give you the respect you deserve. You're outside. Most people look at you like you're this for the community. It's like my friend says. My friend's a detective in Jersey. He goes, they all come crying for Papa when they get bit slapped. But when I drive down the street and they're having a good time, they give me the finger and shit. And when they get bit slapped, they're all crying for fucking Papa. They have forgotten what I grew up with cops, with B cops in New York City, where you got to know them and they got to talk to you and they got to walk home with you.
That's the difference, though. See, back, and when I came on, the guys that I was learning from were guys that had 20 years on the department. They've been there. They've done all these different things. Guys walking beats in New York. The one thing about New York is when you look at the area, it's small, but the amount of people in it is huge, and the amount of officers they have is huge too. But those officers are responsible for a very small area, but they get to know everybody. They get to know everybody. They know what everybody's doing. They know the guys that are doing the stupid stuff, and they'll sometimes sit there and say, hey, get out of here. But they're not going to take, their whole thing is to make sure that everyone is just kind of flowing together and society is working. And those guys can tell you things based on experience that what has happened recently as we get into this, I don't want to say it's not an affirmative action, but it's almost an affirmative action on everyone. It's like AYSO soccer. Oh, everyone should get to play. That's bullshit. Okay. It's not everyone gets to play. It's, the best people should go forward, but there needs to be time in that. So what we have is we get a bunch of, I used to, teach for the department near the end of my career, and I'd get a class of 50 people. And out of that 50 people, I would have 35 that had some type of degree, BS, BA, master's, MBA, or PhD, becoming a police officer. And I'd have about 15 that were military or didn't have any kind of real experience, high school education, but got in. And the people that had the degrees, the problem with them is we have done things and we have made it to where everyone is, oh, it's okay, we're going to help you out, we're going to do things for you, everyone should get a chance to play. And when you grew up, I would go outside at 7 o'clock in the morning after feeding myself because, no one was there to make me, breakfast. I fed myself and on the weekends, and I would go out and I'd get on, a bike if I had that or a skateboard, and I'd go to my friend's house. And I just knew that I had to be home at 6 o'clock at night for dinner. And if I wasn't home, I was going to get my ass beat. But I would go out and I'd go with my friend Vince or my friend Ken, and we'd go out and we would make decisions all day long. Most of them really bad. Most of them are really screwed up. But we would make those decisions, and then we would have consequences based upon the decisions that we made. And we learned how to make a decision. But the problem with kids now is, even my kids growing up, my wife would sit there and, Ron wanted to play with Bobby. So my wife would call Bobby's mom. Ron wants to play with. Oh yeah, Bobby wants to play with Ron. Well, we'll bring Ron over and he'll be over there in a half hour. Great. We take Ron and we drop him over at Bobby's house. And Bobby's mommy's there to make sure that everything's going right. And if they're going to go someplace, Bobby's mommy's going to go with them. And they don't have to make a decision at all because it's all being done for them. They don't make any decisions. And so they don't know how. And so then we get all these people that are all educated who come into an academy and I put them in a hard situation. I'll put them in a thing. I'll make a decision now. Go. And they want you to give them the answer. And they can't do it. And they are then, they'll make it through the academy. I try to get rid of them, but they'll make it through the academy. And they're great test takers. So then they'll elevate themselves without knowing how to do the job because they don't really do the job. They just take tests. And with those tests, after 2 years, they're a sergeant. After 5 years, they're a lieutenant. And they don't know how to grab their ass with either hand. And that's the problem with most departments today. You get all these people, they're very educated, but they don't know how to do police work like the old people did.
Do you think that's, not naming any incidents, but anytime there is an incident, do you think that's been part of the problem?
Absolutely. It's a big part of the problem.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Look, there's all kinds of ways to do police work. Here's the thing. You can look at, I don't know exactly what happened. We'll say, you got the Michael Brown incident. People can sit there and say what they want. Michael Brown attacks a police officer. He goes inside of the car. He gets shot inside the car. His thumb comes off. And he steps back. And this is witnesses, and this is all in, if you look at the true records of it. And he decides to attack the officer again. And the officer shoots. Now, I'm telling you, would I have shot him? No. I wouldn't have. But here's the difference. I have certain rules that I lived by. I would shoot at what I know, not at what I think. That's a weird statement, but that's the truth. If I know that he is a deadly threat to me, he has a weapon that can take my life, I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to drop you, and I'm going to end your ability to hurt me. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to stop you. Most police officers live on the premise that people will respect the badge. They'll respect the power of the badge that, it can take their freedom away and put them in jail. And it will a lot of the time. But people expect police officers to be they're all educated in the law. They're psychologists. They'll handle all of your personal, domestic dispute problems. They can all fight. Bullshit. They can't. Most of them can't do anything. So when I look at someone, as simple as it is, you'll see police officers coming up on cars and they'll walk up on a car. I will tell you, anytime a police officer walks up on the car, the person that's in the car has them. I'll kill the police officer every time. I can show you how. I used to teach it. I used to do it. There's no way for the officer to win if the person really wants to go after him. Now, most people are good people. They're not going to go after the officer. So the officer relies on that fact. The second part is officers don't want to get into physical altercations. Why? Well, because there's a gun involved. No matter if it's the person who's got one, he's got one. So they don't want to get in, tear up their uniform. They might not be able to fight real well. So they're afraid of getting in that physical altercation. So they'll keep people in a car where they don't know anything about what's inside the car, which is the real danger, instead of pulling them out of the car, putting them up here. And so now the person, if they want to attack the officer physically, they can. Okay, attack me. Go ahead. That's my job, to be professional and learn how to be better at doing certain things than you. And if you're not doing those things as a police officer, then you're not being smart about being a professional. There's life insurance policies for everything. Learning how to do Brazilian jiu-jitsu or fight or know how to actually handle yourself if you have to. For a police officer, it's a life insurance policy. That's what you're talking about. So when you're not doing it, you're saying you're lazy. And a lot of people are lazy.
Now, for me, growing up, that neighborhood cop became my uncle. He was also a deterrent. He also, by right of the neighborhood, if you acted up, he'd fucking kick you in the ass and take you to your house and knock on the door and say, "Excuse me, your son disrespected me," and I gave him a kick in the fucking ass, and then your mom would give you a bit slap in front of the cop, and it was understood, and your mom on the way out would go, "By the way, he ever disrespects you, knock him the fuck out." Now you had a green light. Now you know if you played hooky. This guy, we had, and it's funny because I was blessed. I have been blessed with the best police officers ever around me. As a kid, we had a guy look like Agarn. from that troop. Chucky McBreen, he calls in, his uncle. And he was an all-state basketball player. So no matter if he was a cop or not, he was still a basketball player. So we played basketball at 13, and he'd pull up. We go, what, you want to play hoops? And he'd go, I don't have time. We did that to him until one day he goes, you little motherfuckers. He took the belt off. He put it in the trunk of his car. He took his police shirt off and played hoops. We would make him play hoops.
That's good.
Then we'd abuse him. Don't come here no more with colored socks. Because he would wear colored socks. You're going to cut yourself, you're going to poison, then we all go to murder. We would torment him. We had another cop, a kid that we were friends with, and we became friends with his father. His father was a no-nonsense guy. His father would fucking backhand you. His father would backhand his son at school with his arms folded. He would just go, and the son would drop, and then he'd pick him up again. And one night he caught us dining and dashing. They sent him. The Chinese guys were waiting for us to kick the door down. We ate and we're ready to run, and they locked the door on us. So we're like, the cops are on their way. When we see Mr. Vanachek, we're like, shit. He came in. He pulled us all together. He goes, I'm not going to take you little motherfuckers to jail. Give me all your money. We're like, we got no money. He goes, okay, I'm going to pay the $40 tab for you guys. But at 1 o'clock tomorrow, if I don't have this $40, I'm putting a personal warrant on you. He goes, I'm going to knock the fuck out of all 4 of you. At 12 o'clock, we were there with his $40.
That's good.
They meant something different to us. They were somebody else to us. I don't see that anymore.
No,
They have a Taekwondo school on Hollywood Boulevard. It's run by cops. Is that still run by the cops there?
I don't know.
On Cahuenga, yeah. It's
Really?
a little place with a badge, like a PA. I grew up a PAL.
Yeah.
When I came from Cuba, I was a PAL guy. In the corner, they would take you to the police station and make you shoot a 32 or a 22 and then give you the bullet to take home.
Oh, yeah.
They give you the fucking target. They teach you how to shoot pool. They took me to Detroit. You know, I'm a PAL guy, so I got it. Growing up, I really got it.
Well, you said when you earlier you said that a lot of cops who trained you had 20 years experience.
Yep.
Is there a lot more turnover now? People stay for like 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah, you get a lot of people there. It is not the same thing. And you just, the other part is, it used to be, you know, back a long time ago, working patrol, there was a certain amount of honor to it. That you were the guy out there actually doing the job. You were dealing with the public. And then it got to the point where your supervisors were saying, why are you still working patrol? Why are you working patrol? What are you doing? Why don't you work the special agent? Why don't you go do this? Why don't you be a detective? Why don't you be a sergeant? And they made it to where if you're the officer that just stays in patrol, well, obviously you're not that smart. And they tainted it, and they made it to where the people that are really good are always trying to go other places because that's what everyone's expecting. Patrol is a great place to be. Now, it can get old for anyone, but when you start having 2-year police officers training 0-year police officers, you know your department's got problems.
You did the 20 years?
I did 23.
And I know you would know this, but what's the average now? People do 5 years and they're like, I don't want to be a cop no more.
Well, I mean, you get a lot of turnover, but you get a lot of guys going all the way. You know, my sister's been a police officer now, and she's got like 31 years on. She's on LA County Sheriff's. She's a lieutenant there. She's been there forever. You know, and you know, it's been a great job for her. She's done a lot. She does commercial crimes now. She's super smart. She knows what she's doing.
What's commercial crime?
Commercial crime is like, you know, you get people that go in and they're embezzling money from a business, or they're, you know, people are coming in and they're, you know, doing things that they shouldn't do, taking money that shouldn't be taken. And finally the owner, and I've been one of those owners, you know, realizes I'm being ripped off. And then they go and get all the paperwork and start doing all the background to get, here's how the person's been stealing. This is how long they've been doing it. This is where the money's come from. This is how much the total is. And sometimes they go after the person, sometimes they don't.
You know, unlike a lot of felons and a lot of people in society right now, I've never, ever, ever had any apprehension towards police officers. I've seen good cops and bad cops. You know, my mother had a bar in Union City. A cop would come in every week for an envelope. His name was Chino. Coming with his little outfit on, my mom would give him an envelope and a drink. If something happened, he was always the first cop on the scene. If your window broke, he went there and sat outside so nobody broke into your business. You know, and I never had a problem with him. I've seen other cops that came in and broke my mother's balls at the bar, and that dude ended up shot. The Cubans fucking shot him in '76. They just had some in my local high school paper about his son's older now and whatever. I've seen him from, but I've never, ever had, you know, even the Michael Brown thing, the kid in Staten Island. I've always said that unless you know the fucking job, shut your fucking mouth. Unless you know what it is to follow. The other night, we almost got caught in something.
Oh my God.
Oh shit! And I was petrified because that's how it goes down. We saw the kid running. Me and him were getting in our car, and we saw the kid running, and we saw the police back up and put the light on us.
Well,
and he followed us, and we're like, oh no!
I just thought this guy was running. I thought he was going to catch a bus
No.
or something. And you're like, oh, the cops are following him. And we pulled into the alley to leave, and the cops went by with a little light. I was like, oh,
Oh
fuck.
shit! And then they got behind us.
Did they really?
Yeah, they got right behind. You didn't know it.
I
I
didn't
drove.
see it.
I was like, they're gonna pull us over. I have to put my hands out because I think the perp's in the fucking car. Maybe he kidnapped us. He ain't gonna kidnap me. But I saw him running and shit. And I've never seen the outcry that's lately in all my years of him being in this country.
It's everybody feels entitled. It's like, well, you shouldn't, no one should be stopping me. I haven't done anything. And it's like, we do things all the time. I can tell you there's so many things, it was funny because people would say, you can't stop me. I didn't do anything. It's like, here, let me make this very clear for you. Between state laws, LA municipality codes, all these things, trust me, they can stop you for just about anything. I mean, there's codes where you can't wash your car in the street or something. It's ridiculous. There's so many different things. So if the officer wants to stop you, yeah, he can stop you. It's what he does with it and the way he treats you that tells you who he is as a person and everything. But, I just watched, Dave Herman is, an MMA fighter, and I like Dave. He's a good guy. And I see, he gets stopped. He ends up driving, multiple miles with the police behind him. Officer, if they are going to pull you over, why are they pulling you over? Well, they only know what they are going to pull you over for. They know, oh, this person's taillight is out. That's the reason I'm pulling them over. But that person in the car could have just done a robbery, could have gone and done something. And so in their mind, the officer knows, they know I just committed the robbery. And that's why they're pulling me over. And so this is where you get the trust factor. Police officers are leery of people because they don't know everything that's occurred, and they know why the reason they're going to do something, but they have to be careful with everybody that they do something with, because if you don't take those precautionary steps, you can run into that one person that is the person that just robbed a store, is doing something that you're not stopping them for, and now they have the upper hand on you. So they have to go through certain steps to protect themselves and make sure that everything's right. But as long as someone complies, if a police officer says, put your hands up, put your freaking hands up.
Put them up.
Big deal.
I'm not putting them up. I'm calling my attorney.
Exactly.
Bitch,
Exactly.
what the fuck is wrong with you?
And it goes both ways. I've seen it. Police officer tells you, get down on your knees, get it down on your face. There's a reason why they're doing it. And if it's not you, you got nothing to worry about. Now, the police officers need to have some common sense too, because I can tell you, I've seen it too many times. The police officer will run a car, and the car will come back stolen. It comes, as it comes up on the computer, it's going to say, this is code 37 vehicle stolen, blah, 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 tell you the place and stuff. And as the police officer, you got to have enough common sense. What do I see driving the car? If I see a male between 16 and 50 years old, guess what? You're getting pulled out, you're getting put on your face. That's just the way it's going to be. But when you see, an elderly couple, that's 70 years old in their Sunday best going to church, it's telling you they got their car back. Someone didn't pull it out of the system. Don't take that lady and put her on her face in the street. Have some common sense, and that common sense is what will lead people to not having a problem with some of the things police officers do. You got to have common sense.
I remember in the early 80s, I've never, trust me, I'm telling you this, I don't like drinking and driving. Just something about it that it's like stealing a car. Fucking, if you get caught stealing a car, you're a fucking moron. We've had this conversation. I can't get out of it. I'm in it. I'm in the fucking thing. At least that's not my wrench, officer. I didn't hit him with the bat. That was there. I don't know what happened. He fell. But if I'm in the fucking car, you got me writing checks. I never got that. I never got so many crimes But one time I was in the car with a buddy of mine. This fucking idiot was crazy. I loved him. In fact, his brother just hit me up on Facebook. He was crazy, but not in a bad way. And we would go. It was freezing out in Jersey, and the cop was doing fucking 10 miles an hour in front of us. And what did Fernie do? Passes him on the right. And the cop pulls Fernie over. He pulls Fernie out, and Fernie's telling the cop, "Dog, it's fucking too cold for this. You're gonna write me a ticket." But before the whole thing went down, I was sitting next to Fernie. The cop's like, "License, registration." I looked at the cop. I'm like, "Officer, arrest him. He's been drinking." The fucking cop started laughing his ass off so much. He just gave us a license to go home. Just take him the fuck home, you know? Like, that's how funny. But I've had situations when they don't respond to a funny joke.
Oh, yeah.
And that's fucking crazy.
Because then you're
That's crazy. That's when, and like I came up, when I got into all those problems, it was in Jersey. I got into problems when I was in Jersey. My mom had died. I got crazy. And there was one time I was in like Newark and all those places. That's where those cops don't fuck around. Like, that's where I would hate to be a cop. And I know this guy kept busting this cop's balls. He was bleeding from every orifice in his fucking body. This guy needed 100 stitches, and they put him in a cell. This is the early 80s when there was no paper. They put, really? You're bleeding? We'll put you in the cell. Wait for court. Let the judge stitch your motherfucking ass up. And I remember going in front of the judge and watching him walk in with the chains. And you could see the drip of blood all the way. They wouldn't take this motherfucker to get stitched up. Those are the things that always scared me about. Like, I never got touched by a cop, ever, not even in a bad way. I always got my handcuffs put on, and they left me the fuck alone. Look at Big John looking at me. Big John, I used to be crazy, man.
What happens? I had a buddy who used to work on cops. I think he still does. And in cops, the thing is, you always see them say, "Tell me the truth." And would that actually help? Like, let's say I had drugs or something on me, and I told you the truth. Would it actually help or no?
No.
Okay.
Just fuck yourself. Shut your fucking mouth. That's what I tell you. Shut your mouth. Just tell the cop the truth. Oops, I can't talk. I remember one time we went fag bagging. When I was like, this was the hot thing. I don't give a fuck if somebody gets mad. You're not beating up on fags. You're beating up on perverted old men. We were like 18, and we get a good-looking guy, and we put him on his bait. In fact, the good-looking guy, his father was the chief of police. All right? All right, and his cousin, I hung out with his cousin, and he was a mafia guy. So this is the house, the spectrum. They don't talk. I think the chief of police's sister, the chief of police and his sister, that's how they were related, was so he was the chief, and the other kid I hung out with was the gangster's father, so they didn't really talk, but I hung out with this guy, and he was the bait. And one day we got pulled over. The cops got us. They got us as the guy was getting beat up. He was like a 50-year-old pervert or something like that. And they took us to the police station, but the one cop knew. The one cop kept looking at us weird. The one gung-ho cop kept saying, "I'm arresting you guys for assault." But this one fucking cop, older cop, kept knowing. And he walked over to us later on. He goes, "What really happened out there tonight?" And I go, "Officer, this guy was trying to suck our dick. You know, that's what really happened." And we gave a bitch slap and stuff. And the guy goes, "Let me come right back." And he left for like 3 minutes. He came back and let us out of the cell. He's like, "Just don't come back and don't go up there and smack those motherfuckers. If you see them, contact me and I'll go up there." Because when I grew up, the city and the park were completely different. So the sheriff's department ran that Hudson County Park. And the sheriff's department, they were mean, but they were by the book. Like one night they pulled us over. Again, we were out there. We had a mirror of Coke on top of the car. A mirror, like the kid pulled the mirror out of his bathroom, and we had that's when we used to snort Coke outside. The early
Like a
80s.
big full-length
Like
mirror?
a big on the trunk of the car, and we're just snorting blow on the trunk of the fucking car. I mean, who does this?
Cop walks up there. What are you doing in the mirror?
No,
Just looking at ourselves.
we broke it. When the cop pulled up, we threw it on the floor and it broke. And he said, "Why the fuck you guys got a mirror out here?" My buddy. And he goes, "What's going on?" And there was an argument. Some guy had an argument, and the guy flagged down the cop. I'll never forget this cop coming over and going, "Excuse me." He pulled the kid over. The kid's like, "Arrest him. Fuck him." And the sheriff looks at me and he goes, "Listen, really? Really? You're going to do this to me at 11:45 on a Thursday night? You fuck." He goes, "You couldn't take him across the street and beat him up like any local, anybody with common sense. If you hit him here, I have to do paperwork. Do me a favor. Take him across the street. Do what you want to him, all right?" I mean, and you shouldn't do that as a cop, but These were the guys that patrolled. They knew the area. They knew what was going on. They knew that we were going to do something. We weren't bad kids. It wasn't like we were fucking shooting cops and all like that. There was one cop, Phil Sims. He looked just like Phil Sims. I'll tell you how cool Phil Sims was. One night, my buddy called him out, and Phil Sims says, "I'll tell you what. I'll come here tomorrow at 3:00. We'll fist fight in front of Nick's Pizza." They showed up the next day. Phil Sims was like 28. My friend was like 19. They fought like maybe 2 rounds. They got up, shook hands. And that was it.
There you go.
He kept torturing Phil Sims. Phil Sims said, "Fuck you."
He fought a cop?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that movie End of Watch? They did that in End of Watch. That's a pretty great movie.
No, I didn't see no.
Oh, it's really good.
I didn't see nothing like that.
It actually is a good movie. And I hate cop movies.
Really?
It was a good one. It actually was pretty accurate. That was the best thing about that was when you get in a pursuit down in the South End. That's where that was at. They were, I suppose, out in Newton, but you get this. It's all alleys and things are flying up in the air and you're busting butt through it. And the first car scene on when they had the chase,
Right.
very accurate. It was great.
Hey, John, before we move any further, where were you when they robbed that bank in '98, one of my first week in LA, the North Hollywood bank robbery? I wanted to ask you that.
Oh, I was off that day. In fact, we were going up to Big Bear with my family. And someone said, "Hey, hit the TV. There's something going on." And I saw it, and I wasn't part of that at all. But I ended up doing the full investigation because I was one of the expert witnesses for it to talk about what the officers did and how they did it and what the suspects were doing and why it was right and what was right and wrong. Because there was a lawsuit later on by the family of Emil Montesereno. He was the second guy that died in it. He was the guy that was mostly in the car for a lot of it. They sued the department, sued the city for wrongful death because it was right for their husband or father or whatever you want to say to be out shooting at people.
When did you retire?
I retired in 2007.
So, I mean, you were a police officer in the city doing some of the best fucking news in the city. You were a cop during the OJ trial.
Oh, yeah.
94.
Oh, yeah.
You were a cop when
I'll tell you
Biggie
my
got
OJ
shot.
story.
You were a cop when Biggie got shot.
Oh, yeah.
We were at the Comedy Store. And what else? Because I was thinking about it. You were a cop during a lot of
During
things.
the riots, during all of it.
During the riots. That's
yeah.
oh shit, 94. That's
All the
right.
good stuff.
94, the riot. 92, 93.
92.
92.
April of 92.
I just started comedy, and I was
Really?
doing comedy at a Chinese restaurant, and the whole thing was on. I couldn't believe, like, California. I never fucking like California. I'll never go to fucking California. Look at that guy get hit in the head with the brick. OJ. Start with the OJ thing.
Oh, my God. I was such a fan of OJ. Growing up, I was a fan of OJ Simpson. I loved OJ Simpson. And, I mean, everything about OJ Simpson I thought was cool, man. That was the juice. And I was working in Hollywood. I was working Hollywood Division. I had just gotten transferred from 77th Southwest Division I had to go to what we call a new bureau. Because there's 4 bureaus as far as LAPD. There's Central Bureau, West Bureau, Valley Bureau, and South Bureau. And when you're a young officer, you're out of the academy, they're going to send you to a bureau. And normally you're there a year, and I was able to be down South Bureau for almost 2, and they have to transfer you out of the South Bureau, so they put me to West Bureau, which was up in Hollywood. So, it was a good place to go to. So I was working up in Hollywood, and I'm working morning watch. And there's an old, crusty guy. His name was Gene Ferrone, man. Big pitted face and good guy, but just kind of by the book, just a bit of a hard ass. And he calls for an extra unit down off of Melrose and Martel. And it's about 12:35 in the morning. And I'm right around the corner. I said, "Tell me I'll be right there." And I pull up, and there's this black Ferrari Testarossa. And at the time, a Ferrari Testarossa was a cool car. And it's got a license plate that says Juice. And I'm like, God damn, man, get out. And sure enough, I see there's this pretty blonde, and there's OJ Simpson. And I'm like, come over towards Gene. He goes, "Hey," he says, "I want you to stand with him." He says, "I got to talk to her." He said, "But just stand and talk to him, find out what he says went on." I said, "Come over here, right? How you doing?" And I said, "What's going on?" And I'm talking to him, and he's saying, "Oh man, I'm in the car, she's getting mad at me, and she's starting to hit me." He goes, "And I'm putting my hand up to try to, keep her from hitting me and stuff." He says, "My forearm, yeah." He says, "I think I did hit her in the forehead with my forearm as I told her to stop." He goes, "But, I'm just trying to keep her from, hitting me." And he goes, and then we get pulled over, and, she's telling him, that I hit her in the head and stuff. And I'm like, all right, I said, "Look, come on, if you're getting mad with your lady or something like that, dude, pull over, get out of the car, walk. But you can't touch her, right? So then Gene comes and he goes, I'm going to take him to jail. I said, Gene, it's O.J. Simpson, dude. I'll just take O.J. Simpson to jail. And I said, well, and he goes, let me talk to him real quick. He says, you talk to her. So then I talked to his wife, and go through the whole thing and tell him, look, you keep hitting each other. I said, you both go to jail. I said, this is stupid. You need to act like adults, and you need to work things out. And you don't hit each other. Just talk. Be adults about things. I said, do you want him to go to jail? And she goes, no. I go, well, I don't think he wants you to go to jail either. So you guys need to work it out, and we'll try to explain to the other officer. So in the end, I get Gene to let him go. And then it's about 5 years later, he ended up cutting her head off. So I'm an idiot.
But there was an arrest after that.
Was that?
There was an arrest after that for the domestic violence.
Oh, he had multiple domestic violences after that. Yeah, but it was a start. And it was, look, it was because, I looked at that's O.J. Simpson. I'm not going to screw his career. I'm not going to make, things over something that, no guy should hit, his wife. Should not do it. If you do it, you're an idiot. And you need to grow up. But at the time I was young and I just looked at it, I was like, I'm not going to take O.J. Simpson to jail. That's stupid. So, I did probably the wrong thing now that you look at it, knowing what happened, but it happens, everyone thinks because people are known or they know them, they see them on TV that, they live a better life, a different life. Everybody, people are people, and people have, anger issues. People have egos. People do stupid things. It's just part of, everyday life. And police officers make mistakes. I made a mistake that night. I shouldn't have talked Gene out of taking him. He probably should have, because maybe it would have, changed things. I don't think it would have, but.
If it hadn't been OJ, do you think you would have arrested him?
No, I honestly don't. Because it's not like if she had marks, that's different. That's saying, hey, you're hitting her. But neither one of them had marks. And so there was nothing there. There was an argument. And look, you know what? I have probably the greatest marriage there is. And my wife is as great to me as anyone could be. But there's times where she can even get mad at me and I can get mad at her. And that's just, that's people. So, hitting and stuff, no. Words happens all the time.
It's funny because at that time, the domestic violence thing wasn't
quite as big.
Wasn't quite as big.
Nope.
So
it was getting there.
If you didn't have any visible marks, people argue. And sometimes people get loud. I say, fuck you. Sometimes I slam the door. For a cop to come and arrest me would be a fucking heartache, But that's what happens when you can't control yourself. What about the riots? Where the fuck were you when all that shit went down? So you're on the force 70 years, maybe 6 years.
Yeah, I was working on what was called West Bureau Crash. I was working gangs at the time. And yeah, old video of me on YouTube. It was what happened with the Rodney King thing and everything. The Lawrence Powell was a guy that I worked with, and I worked around him, and wasn't my favorite. And I even told supervisors, hey, you need to set him straight. He's very big when people have handcuffs on. I said, take the handcuffs off someone and see what it is. Don't I told him, don't treat someone in a way that you wouldn't if you weren't wearing that badge. So if you're going to walk up while you're wearing a t-shirt and jeans to that person and say that, go ahead and do it. The same thing. But if that's not the way you would act, then don't act that way as a police officer. So, the whole thing happened with Rodney King, and then they got off, and I knew it was going to blow up. There was not a doubt in my mind. There wasn't a doubt in my partner's mind. And we got called in. We were sent to Hollywood to work that night, and we got called immediately to Wilshire. They do we call it a code alpha. That's to meet up. And I get to Wilshire Station. I pull in the parking lot of Wilshire Station, and we're there for 5 minutes. And all of a sudden, there's a Shell station that's right on the corner of La Brea and Venice, which is very close to the Wilshire Police Station. And you hear gunshots going off there. And I hear, and then an officer comes out with an officer needs help over the radio. And we jump in our cars to go out, and the captain comes over the radio and says, no one leave the station, no one leave the station. And I was like, fuck you. And I went out the gates of that station and see the cars coming down. We get a little pursuit. There's actually a little shooting that happens off of it, and the games were on. And honestly, I was there for about 20 hours that first day. I had a blast. All the rules were off. I had a great time. I'm telling you right now, people were nuts. There was, you really had two. You had people that were trying to take what wasn't theirs. They didn't care about Rodney King. They didn't care about the police officers. They cared about getting freebies. They cared about what can I put in my, apartment or my house that didn't belong to me yesterday. And there was those people, and there was the people that were trying to keep what was theirs. And my job was to help the people trying to keep what was theirs and take care of the people that were doing the bad things. And all we would do is, we would grab hold and crush people down, have a bus come, and they'd throw them in. We'd send one officer to write a whole report with however many people it was, and I stayed out on the streets until they called me in probably about 10 o'clock the next morning, let me go home until 6 o'clock, and I was back at work. And for 2 days, I had a blast. It was the greatest time I ever had as a police officer. After that, it was boring.
How long did that last, those riots?
Well, the riots, like I said, 2 days, it was really going. I mean, when I say it was going, there was fires all over. They were burning, they would loot a store and burn it. Liquor stores were huge for them to go into. Any kind of appliance or electrical thing they were trying to break into. And pawn shops, always going after pawns because there was guns and things. And we were just going after, people that were doing the bad things for the most part. They would go into 7-Elevens and raid the 7-Eleven and set it on fire. But what was really starting to happen is then the fire, LA, city fire is then calling even LA County fire, and then to put out the fires. And then they were shooting at the firefighters and stuff. And so the firefighters couldn't get into the fires. And there was a lot going on for 2 days. After 2 days, it slowed down a lot.
Would it have changed if there was as live as internet as it was for Michael Brown? Would have been different?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
That's what I was just thinking.
The internet was just brand
new
then. I don't even think most people even had it. AOL was like, you got mail, and stuff. But it's at the time that it happened with everything, it would have been a different thing now. Yeah. Especially, and it's not so much the internet. It's this, everywhere you go now, and this is what's funny about police work and stuff. Everywhere you go, people have a video camera. It's their phone, and like I said, it's no different than telling the truth. Treat people right. My son is an LA County sheriff. Okay. Now I told him, don't be a police officer. And he's stupid enough. He goes and does it. And, he enjoys it. But, I tell him, wear a camera. I want you to wear a camera on you. I want you, every time you stop someone, every time, turn that thing on. Why? Because if you're not out there to screw people over, it's only going to protect you. It's going to show you when people say, he did this. No, I didn't. Here. And it takes care of all the complaints. And it used to be years ago, all of these, the ACLU and all these different, attorneys for the defendants or whatever would say, we want police officers to wear cameras. And a lot of police officers are like, I'm not wearing a camera. And it's like, why? If you got nothing to hide, what does it matter? And so now a lot of departments are putting cameras on police officers, and all of their complaints are being thrown out because the officer goes and gets someone to complain about him. They have the camera. They show exactly what happened with that entire interaction. They go, the person's lying. And now all of a sudden, the Association of Attorneys for Defendants now does not want police officers wearing cameras because it's costing them money because they're not getting the lawsuits. It's like everything's about money. Everything when it comes to police work is being smart. Treat people the way that you would want to be treated. If someone needs to be thumped, that means that they're asking to be thumped, thump them. But when they're done trying to hurt you, stop thumping them. You got rules. They don't. That's just the way it is. And you got to live by that. You got to understand. I have to play by a certain set of rules. As long as you understand that, it's a great job. It's something that's very fulfilling at times, and you can do a lot of good. Or you can sit there and be a dummy and go out there and think that, you can rule the world the way you want to rule it. You're going to end up pissing people off and getting yourself fired or put in jail.
Do you think the amount of money that officers make, because no one makes you become a cop, so you know what you're getting into pay-wise when you sign up.
That's what's so funny, though. You get all these police officers, and they all want to be rich. It's like, dude, you knew what you were signing up for when you freaking did it.
But do you think if they offered more money, which I know is hard because taxes are already high as they are.
Yep.
But if they were able to offer more money, they might be able to hire I don't want to say better people, but people they wouldn't have to hire the people who are doing the bad stuff.
I would tell you this: the real problem with police departments and hiring is there's too many things that have gone on with people's rights too. Okay, I'm 6 foot. I was 6'4". I was 235 pounds when I was going through the academy. I was 280 pounds the entire time I was a police officer, up to 300, whatever. There's certain people that they look at me and they don't even want to do the things that they're thinking because they go, it's not worth it. I might not win. But when you have someone come out and say, I am 3 foot 7 inches tall, but I have the right to be a police officer. Well, okay, yeah, I guess you do, but you have certain limitations. But courts and everything is now saying that this person at 3'7" can do everything that the 6'4" person is. Well, they can in certain ways. My wife was a police officer. I'm telling you, she's smarter than I am. Okay? She had a lot better attitude than I had. But there was that 1 to 2%. There's no way in the world she could deal with the way I could deal with it. It's just, she knew. And I tried to teach her when she was going on. Being a police officer is about being smart. But, I can tell you, when they're in the academy, they're taking her and they're putting her through all this training and stuff. And it's almost like going through the military. They're going to break you down to try to build you up and tell you that you can do these things. And it got to a point, at one point, she still thinks I'm an asshole for it. But, she was getting to that point. She thought that she could actually do physically certain things to people. And I told her, come here, choke me out. I'm going to sit here. Choke me out. Come on. They told you you can choke anyone out. Choke me out. And, I sat there and she got mad at me. But it was the point of you need to understand the truth. There's certain things that you can't do, and to sit there and to say that anybody can choke another person out, that's just not true. Okay. That's just not the way it is. If someone really knows how to do it well, they have a chance against someone that doesn't have skill in how to either defend it or anything. Yeah, there's always that, but there's always somebody out there that can beat you. And if you think that everybody is created equal, they're not. And, you need to be smart enough to realize there are limitations in everything. There's limitations when it comes to being a school teacher and what certain people can do and what certain people can't. Everyone can do the job of teaching, but is everybody the same? No. And it's the same with being a police officer. And departments are forced to hire people that probably shouldn't be police officers. And then when they're going through academies and when they're failing tests that are absolutely important to public safety, but that person has the right to have an attorney go to court and say, no, they shouldn't have been fired because it's not the real world in the academy. And the real world is what's going to take it. So what you're saying is you want to put this person out on the street and let them do this in the real world. So then when they actually do either shoot someone they shouldn't have shot, or what's worse to me is they don't shoot somebody who needs to be shot because they are taking the life of somebody else. And that's what really happens is then you allowed someone to die to now say, well, maybe we shouldn't have this person. You can't do that, but that's what occurs. And that's what's wrong with, just the way things are.
But as somebody who's gone through the system, has gone the other way, female police officers offer a different thing. They offer a calming effect.
Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
If I see Mrs. Mack coming at me, that's
because you're having different thoughts. You're thinking, you see Miss Mack coming at you, going, yeah, baby.
No. When I see Mrs. Mack coming at me, I have the natural woman thing. Mom, she's not going to mess with me.
That's because you're a good guy.
Yeah, but I got locked up, and I never saw.
Being locked up doesn't mean you're a bad guy.
No, I understand.
There's actually, in my opinion, there is about 2% of society, okay, that they're bad people. They're bad. Okay, that's 2%, and maybe it could be even less than that. There could be 45% that have gone to jail. Those 47%, they're not bad people. They just made a mistake, and we all make mistakes. But
I just made a felony mistake.
You got caught for it.
Yeah,
there's plenty of people who haven't got caught.
Oh yeah,
but you're gonna get caught. You're always gonna get caught.
If you continue,
you're always gonna get caught. You're always gonna get caught. You got to be an idiot not to think. That's why they give you the paroles and the long probation. When Chris Brown got the 6-year probation, I knew that fucking moron was going to get in trouble again. I knew it. It doesn't take a fucking genius.
But see, you look and you go, why do you know? Because he thinks he's above everybody. He thinks that he's different. He's not different. He shits like everyone else. He freaking puts his pants legs on one at a time, but he thinks he's different. And he should be able to be on a different standard. No, you're a person. You're an idiot. You hit a girl. You hit a pretty girl, a girl that you should be respecting and taking care of. I don't care if she got mad at you. I don't care if she pissed you off. She could have said that you're a terrible person. Doesn't mean that you should put your hands on her. You're not better than anybody. That's just the
fucking thing. No, it's being a cop is a hard job. And all the press that you see for a guy like me that's been on the other side, and I'm telling you that being a cop is I've seen cops get jumped on. I've fucking seen it. I've seen how quick something happens. It happens fucking quick, Jack. There's no hold on. There's no bow. There's no let me grab your gi and flip you. There's nothing. It happens. It just, and you see it and you have to react in a certain way. And I have a lot of respect for cops and teachers. I think that's the two hardest fucking jobs in society.
They're tough.
You got to deal with people. You have to make calls on the dime, and you're always going to get criticized about that call, whether it's right or wrong. Whether it's right or wrong. They want teachers to have guns now.
Really?
They want some teachers.
Yeah,
to get
because you got idiots coming into school that are armed, trying to hurt, people that are innocent people. Yeah, I could see putting. You know what? I don't have a problem with it. A good teacher that has had an established career that wants to be armed to help with security of someone that comes into their school. I don't have a problem. I hate to say it, everyone gets onto this fix about guns. And, I could take a gun right now and put it in the middle of this table. And no one's going to get shot because the gun's not going to jump up and shoot anybody. It's only the idiot controlling it that shoots somebody. And you know what? You can sit there and you can say, well, we're going to legislate and we're going to take it away. You can't take them away. They're out there. To sit there and think that everyone has a registered weapon, you're an idiot. Anybody that wants to get something, they can get it. It's just, it's out there. So if you think you're going to legislate, those away, it's never going to happen. They will always have the ability to have that gun to go in. Now, no one does have one. It's about educating people. It's about having people that sit there and, a teacher that says, I'd rather be armed. Look, I got friends that are pilots. There's a, Mark Smith, who's a MMA referee working in Nevada, works UFC events. We're talking a guy here that was, in the Air Force. He was on the Thunderbirds. All right, dude, you realize what that is to get to that level of an F-16 fighter pilot, that you're part of the Thunderbirds and stuff like that. And this guy is flying at Southwest. You know what? He should be armed. You know what? He's not going to hurt anybody that doesn't need to be hurt. Everybody that steps on that plane deserves protection from one idiot that wants to create an incident. And you know what? Sometimes it takes a guy, that's in there that is armed. And if that's what it takes to arm a pilot, arm a teacher that is a solid person in their job, do it.
When you became a police officer, in your heart, did you really think you'd make a difference?
I always kind of laughed at people that said, I'm here to
make a difference. And
I just want to help people. I want to make a difference. And it's like, for the most part, when people are contacted by police officers, it's a bad day. I don't care what it is. Either somebody did something to you that you're calling the police, and so something bad has happened, or the police are coming and they're knocking on your door and now they're taking control and custody of you. It's a bad day. Police officers are there to keep the peace. They're there to make sure that crimes don't occur. They're there if a crime does occur, let's try to find the person that created that crime that's a problem, that is a problem for other people in our community, so we can separate them from it and hopefully have the community be safe and, from that person. That's what we're there for. But you're never going to be that person that people want to see, because it's always a bad day that they're seeing you. It's it's just the way it is. Yeah, every now and then we get to I would go at Christmas time. I would go out and I'd have a bunch of stuffed toys, and I would just stop my kids and I would let them come to my trunk and take a stuffed toy or something like that. That's a nice contact, but that's just not the reality of what being a police officer is.
That's I know if I became a cop, it'd be to help, just to really do the little things that I don't see people doing anymore, or cops doing anymore. I don't see that interaction with cops, especially in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
I don't see a lot of I know no cops. Now there's another ref with the pony. Isn't the guy a sheriff?
Mike Beltran is LA County Sheriff.
A sheriff.
Yeah.
He's narcotics and all that stuff.
Yep.
So, right.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with him. Before you became a cop, you got involved with jiu-jitsu?
No, I got involved with jiu-jitsu when I was a police officer. I was let's see, I want to say back in 1991, 91 or so. I had a friend that he did judo, and I used to wrestle and I boxed, and we would work out, and when it came to throwing, he couldn't throw me off of things, but if he put the gi on me, he could throw me. And he was the one that told me about this family from Brazil. He goes, there's these guys, they're from Brazil. He goes, they like to fight on the ground. You would love them. He goes, I can't think of it. They're down in the South Bay. He says they're out of a garage. And so I was like, yeah, okay. And then I'd gone to do a lot of different martial arts and stuff. My dad growing up hated martial arts. My dad loved boxing and loved amateur wrestling. Professional wrestling, he would not let me watch. I'd sneak it because he would never let me watch it because that's fake. That's bull. My dad was all into what he thought was real, and what really worked in a fighting situation was big to him. That his son did wrestling and boxing, and so that's what I grew up with. And then when I ended up meeting Jorge Gracie, and I fell in love with jiu-jitsu. The first guy that I ever rolled with was Hoyce. That was my first go, and they said, well, what do you want to do? I said, whatever you want to do, and he said, well, let's just roll first, and I was on top, and I have him in a cradle, and I was like 290 pounds at the time, and he was, 180 pounds, and I was like, these guys, I'm thinking to myself, this guy's nothing, and he's sitting there, and he's breathing, and I'm creating a lot of pressure, and I'm squeezing, I'm, driving my weight into him, and he's wiggling his leg, and he's moving and moving and moving. And I end up taking my arm trying to move it out, and he, telling me, he says, he gives me this line, and he says, and he's breathing like, oh, and he goes, oh, my friend, you see movie Rocky, right? And I kind of I'm like, is he talking to me? Right? And he says, everyone thinks he lose too. And within about a minute, he's got me in an arm bar, and I tap out of it because they told me, if something starts to hurt, tap out, okay. And I just looked at him, how'd you do that? Because I didn't know how he did it. I knew that he swung his body around, but I was thinking I was going to take his back. And he swung, and all of a sudden my arm was going straight. And I was like, how'd you do it? And I fell in love with it. And from that moment, I started going. And I started going just because it was something new. And it was this whole element of joint manipulations that I had never been experienced to. Some of the wrestling, it intertwined with it, but theirs was totally different because wrestling, when, I was taught to wrestle, it was a grind. It was about how hard I could drive into you, how much I could crush you, how much I could run you and make things hard. It was what we called the grind. And everything that they did was about, oh, my friend, you work too hard. Oh, my friend, take it easy, relax. And that was the part I had a hard time with, because that was, they kept on saying, you relax, you're going too hard. That's the only thing I knew how to do at the time. And I just was intrigued by it, and I stayed with it. I just loved it.
And you still go?
No. I mean,
you got the black belt though. You teach and everything still.
Yeah.
Even to the academy.
Eventually I got a black belt, but that's just, I think that more out of it's kind of like the actor that never won anything. And they say, yeah, you acted. Here's a reward for lifetime achievement. And so, I look at it, I could roll, I know what I'm doing. I know how to teach someone. I love jiu-jitsu. I got to a point, I didn't care about the black belt. I really didn't. And I looked at it my ideas were, it's not about the belt. It's about, because, and the reason I was saying that, I was, with guys, And I was at that time, even early UFCs, I was rolling with all the fighters. And, Mark Coleman, I'd roll with Mark Coleman. That dude was so freaking strong and such a beast. He didn't have a belt. Well, he's an Olympic level wrestler, but he got no belt. So at a certain point, I was like, I don't care about the belt. It's about how well you do. It's about what you know. It's about how well you can do it. It's about how well you can make somebody else do it. And that's, eventually, I got the belt, and that's nice. But then it's just a giant target on your back, and everyone wants to tap you out. So if you put on a gi and you go on the thing, it's like, everyone's like, I want to roll with you. Okay. And it's like, here, let's go. All right. And they're going, we'll go hard. I said, no, go. Here we go. And I do that. And I tap real quick. Right. And they go, well, what are you doing? I said, well, I know you wanted to tap me. So there it was. So now let's roll. Right. And so it's like, I have a good time with it. I love the sport. I love jujitsu because it changed my life. It really did. And it calmed me down. The one thing that it really did is it changed who I was as far as, importance of, for years, I was that guy that, I walked around, and I'm a nice person. I like everybody. But if you gave me that look, I would be the first one to look back, and I'm going to start to target you because that was who I was. And the jiu-jitsu changed me. It was like, who cares? Yeah, you can beat me, whatever, But it really changed who I was. It calmed me down. It made me a lot better person.
It's doing that for me. I'm terrible.
See?
I don't have a belt, and I don't want a belt. I just
doesn't
go to
matter.
breathe. I just go to breathe.
I'm all about people wanting to achieve. And if that belt is what you think is your achievement point that you want, awesome, do it. Let's go from white to blue to purple to brown to black. I don't care. That's great. There's just certain people, BJ got his black belt in 4 years. I have a girl, that's been with me at my gym, forever. Felicia, she got hers in 4 years, 3.5 years. Got hers even faster than BJ. And she was phenomenal and was a phenomenal competitor and, just did an incredible job. But it's not about that. It's not about getting to that point. It's about the journey. That's what's important. And it's what you learn during that journey and the amount of time and effort that you put into that journey and the routes that it takes you and the people that you meet and the things that occur. That's what the life of being a martial artist and studying whatever it is, whether it's jiu-jitsu or judo or, kempo or whatever it is you like. That's why you do it. It's not to be the guy that, just can go out and beat up anybody or something. Look, there's always going to be, like I said before, there's always somebody out there that's going to whip your ass. That is just the way it is. And if you think that that's going to be what's going to cover your butt, a black belt, great. I think Hoy said it best, a black belt covers about 2 inches of your ass. There's a whole lot exposed. So, you need to understand that it's about experiencing a system and a lifestyle that calms you, centers you, makes you just a better person. That's what I think it's about.
Well, it enhanced my comedy. It's made me way better as a comic. I see something.
How did it do that? You got to tell me on that one.
To me, when I first rolled onto jiu-jitsu, I was 49 years old. I'm still overweight. When I first did a hip escape, I thought I was going to die. When I was first told to do that first hip escape down that roll, I thought I was going to die. I had never established. And I played tackle football. I played high school basketball. I did it all. I thought that was just amazing. I thought I was going to die. The first 3 times I went to jiu-jitsu, I thought I was going to die. I really did. There were parts where I was like, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is ridiculous. I got to take aspirins and write a will if I keep coming to this shit because I'm going to fucking die. But I liked it so much, and I was so bad at it. And it brought me back to comedy. When you first get into comedy, after about a year, you're stuck and you're like, I can't wait to perform at the punchline. I can't wait, but you can't. You can't. You're not ready. You're frustrated. And that's what I am now. It frustrates me. There's times I'm like, fuck it, I'm not going to go because I'm never going to get better. But it's like, I got to go to get better. When I walk outside jiu-jitsu, and I say this in front of Mrs. Mack, I got the biggest dick in the world. When I finish an 1.5-hour class, for me,
feel good about yourself.
It's so fucking hard for me. When they grab me and I'm on the bottom and a guy's bead falls in my eye and his sweat's burning my fucking eye and I can't breathe and I don't know. And that, to me, is where you want to be put every day because everything else seems
Easy.
nothing. Traffic on the 405, bitch. I had a 200-pound guy going for my fucking neck for an hour and a half. I got to look straight ahead for 3 weeks. I can't even look, these little things. When I walk out of jiu-jitsu, you can't stop me. That hour, that's better than cocaine. It's better than sex. It's better than anything I was, because I know how hard it is for me. I know how hard it is for me. I see 20-year-olds fucking dying, drenched, sweating. So I know a 52-year-old doing it that's 100 pounds away. That's never done it. If I would have wrestled in high school in 2 years of college, okay, I would have had some basics. I know, I get somebody with neon belly. I go for a fucking ride. Hegan loves neon belly. Neon belly. How many times I've landed on my fucking head?
Hegan's a load, too.
Oh, my God. But I'll go back. And I said it on the Rogan podcast that this to me, I know I suck now. I'm horrible at fucking jiu-jitsu. It
doesn't matter.
But it doesn't matter to me
No.
because I know I'm going to get better. Just like it makes me doing the comedy for all those years taught me that I could do this. It's just going to click one day. It might take 3 years. It might take 6 years. It might take 8 years. But one day it's all going to come together. The movements, the fucking sweeps, I'm going to get it. Now you get on top of me. It takes me 20 minutes to think about. By the time the bell goes off, I still didn't. What was I supposed to do? I don't fucking know. Let me give some shout outs real quick. Oh shit, Lisa, yeah, how you feeling? Good, right?
I'm good, buddy.
It's a beautiful day to be alive. You're with the Jews. I want to remind me of something. I got to tell you about this thing I watched the other day, this documentary, because it had to do a lot with the police. Sean Jones, I love you, cocksucker. Paul Lynch, Rene Encarnacion, the Puerto Ricans, Lister Thomas, Paul Cresta, 2323, Philip Fletcher, Don Wrangler, and Eric Castaneda. I love you, cocksuckers. Have a great week. Anybody see the documentary Robbed?
No.
Oh shit!
What's it about?
Oh. It's about Ken Norton, and Muhammad Ali.
Oh,
third fight
in
at Bronx, in the Bronx.
That was at Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium. Horrible.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Norton won. I
Norton
remember watching that fight, and I was like, I couldn't believe they gave it to Ali. Ali could not handle Norton's style.
Oh my God, Norton was hitting him. Yep. If you think LeVar Johnson hits fucking hard, oh my God, Norton was big, athletic, and his technique. That overhand right he was throwing was fucking brutal. You could hear it. Just every time he hit his arms or something, you could just hear it. But it wasn't what was going on in the stadium. That's what this documentary is about. It was about what was going on outside the stadium with the New York Police Department.
Oh, yeah.
How they couldn't handle it. Oh, you got to see this shit.
I got to watch it.
So what happened was all these people, to get a ticket to go see a boxing match, 1970, it was still $50. $50 is a lot of money. $100 is like $1,000 now, So all these people came up from the suburbs, and they just went up there to get robbed. And there were so many people getting robbed. It was a time with the Warriors, all those gangs in New York.
Oh, yeah.
So all these gangs were there robbing people. And there's a part where the newscaster, the guy goes, I remember being outside and people getting taken down and yelling for the police. But the police were so overwhelmed, they were just turning their backs to people. Oh, my God.
I couldn't do that.
No, me neither. I don't know
Couldn't do
how. The one cop goes, there was a point where there were 75 people, and I was there by myself. Cops were all over running, breaking up fights. People were taking cars. He goes, it was just one of the worst nights ever in New York, but it wasn't about the fight. It was about all these people that had just been humiliated, robbed. They took their jewelry, their cash on the way out because the cops hadn't planned for it. Like they had never really. Bob Arum was the promoter. Bob Arum was crying, and he's like, I felt terrible. He goes, first I got this Ken Norton crying. Ken Norton was fucking crying. He's a man, a grown man, bigger than LeVar Johnson. I keep saying LeVar Johnson. Is that his name?
Yeah.
LeVar Johnson. He's not in the UFC no more.
No, he's a Bellator.
Bellator now. He fucking huge, this guy. But him,
good guy.
Gorilla, he got shot. He's a confident boy.
Yeah, he got shot.
He's a confident
boy. At a family party. It was at a family party. I think it was in Fresno.
Oh, wasn't he? He's not from down here?
No, he's from Fresno area, and he was up just at a party, and people drove by, and words exchanged, and he got shot.
You were also here for the heyday of gangs.
Oh, yeah.
You really think about it.
Absolutely.
Now, when I did time in Colorado, I did time with a Crip.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really really, and I know you're looking at me crazy, really good guy. Really good guy. I mean, I really liked this kid. He was just a young kid. He had grown up in Compton. That's all he knew, drugs.
You know what? Look
That's
at
all he knew.
absolutely. You know what people don't understand is, and I would get kids. They're stuck because they're going to school. They don't want to be part of a gang, and every day at school they're getting brutalized. They're getting beat up. They're getting their stuff taken, and they're getting it done by gang members. And there's one way to keep it from happening: either be part of that gang or part of the gang that is going to protect you from it. And eventually, they just succumb to it and say, yeah, I need help. And those people are, to them, their family at the time, and they start to do it, and then things occur out of it, and they start making bad decisions because they have to. You know, if you want to be part of the gang, you're going to have to do certain things, and you're going to sell drugs, and you're going to rob, and you're going to do some things that are not good. And, you know, there's all kinds of people, you know, that I ran into, and not all of them are bad. They may be a gang member, but they're not all bad. They just make poor decisions, and those poor decisions affect their lives, and sometimes for the rest of their life.
You were here for Colors also, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah.
Colors.
That was when I was working gangs when Colors came out. And all my friends are in that stupid movie.
Now, the guy that they based that off of, did they base it off a certain cop or something like that?
No, they based it off of South Bureau Crash, which was, Crash was, you know, our acronym for our gang, and it was Community Resources Against Street Hoodlums. Everything in LAPD had been some stupid acronym, but that was what the Crash was. And Sean Penn became friends with a friend of mine named Dennis Fanning.
He did the show.
Yeah.
He did the podcast. He did the podcast. Yeah, that's how I met him.
And he, you know, he became friends with Dennis, and Dennis was part of South Bureau Crash at the time, and to start talking to him, and then took him on a ride along, and that's how the whole thing really started. And he was, you know, the main star of the show and stuff. But there's a lot of guys. Dennis is in the movie. He's in there a couple of times and stuff. So I make fun of him. He's from Chicago originally. You know, just a tough, you know, thick-headed Irishman, just like, you know, other guys I know. But you know, Dennis was just a great guy, and Penn just fell in love with him as far as what he did as a police officer out on the streets. You know, I took quite a few stars out on ride-alongs, we would call them. They would go out and actually, you know, see us work. And there was ones that were hysterical. You know, I can't remember the one guy's name. He was in it was the movie with Richard Gere where he was I want to say Internal Affairs. Yeah, he was the husband of the wife that Richard was doing, and he came out and I scared him to death.
Andy Garcia.
No, it wasn't. It was the other guy. One guy, Cassavetes is his name. Last name, I can't think of his first name.
Nick.
Yeah, I want to say Nick Cassavetes, and he was, you know, he went out and ride along with me and watching what we were doing, and we got into a little pursuit. And he goes, "That's it. You got to take me back. I can't take this. I'm going to have a heart attack out here." And, you know, and it was, you know, you drive fast. Sometimes it's scary, sometimes it's fun, but the adrenaline rush is what makes you go back. It's
have scary days, Sean.
Oh sure, absolutely. Anyway,
Shot at?
Absolutely.
No shit.
Oh yeah. No one hit me though, so I'm good.
You see people's reaction when a gun goes off? Is it fucking crazy when a cop isn't prepared for that?
You know what? You need to always, you always need to be in a position where you don't get surprised by a lot. And there's times when it can happen because you can get into what we call ambush situations, and you can drive into something and it can shock you. But, you know, to sit there and say, you know, don't be afraid, that's stupid. You know, there's certain emotions that we all have. And, you know, I talk about fear all the time. And I don't care if it's fear of a situation, a person, whatever it's going to be. Fear is a normal thing. You know, it's a good thing. It helps you. It makes you aware. It tells you something's wrong here. There are other emotions that are out there like panic. That's a stupid emotion. If you panic, you're relying on an emotion that's going to do absolutely nothing for you. And it's going to only lead you into a worse situation. So, you know, people talk about being courageous and heroes and all that stuff. You know, to me, a courageous person, you know, there's no courageous people that didn't have fear. Because if you weren't afraid, there's nothing to be courageous about. So it's, you know, you go and you do certain situations and you walk out of it. And it's one of the reasons where a lot of people sit there and they'll talk about, oh, police officers make, you know, fun of things. They joke. You have to, you know, because things occur and you got to laugh about them, or you got to make jokes about them because you see things. there's a certain, again, element of society that, does things to other people that you end up having to see the end results of it. And it's a nasty world at times. And, the average person will never see those things. And, sometimes you got to make jokes because it's your only way of dealing with it, because it's no different than being in, military personnel and going downrange and seeing things. The average person has no idea what those military personnel people are doing, what they're seeing. To have a friend that you're talking to, and the next thing is, there's an explosion going off and you see pieces of them, and they're screaming out. Those are things that you just don't forget. It doesn't leave your mind. It's not, we move on to the next day. They stay with you forever. And there's certain things as a police officer, they're going to stay with you forever. Things that you see, things that you do. Some you're proud of, some you're not. That's just part of the job.
So what makes you go back then? Like if you see like your friend blown up or someone shoots at you, if that were me, I'd be applying for car dealerships or anything like that.
That's okay. But you know what? And again, it's no different than, there is, like I said, there's a rush. And everybody's different. There's people that are out there that, I love excitement. I like doing what other people think are scary. It's not scary to me. Fighters, you look at people, people look at fighters and they go, oh my God, I couldn't imagine, knowing I was going to get in a fight and stuff, because they look at it in their own world and they're scared to death of a physical confrontation with another human being, because they know they've kind of had it happen. They've had that feeling, that rush of adrenaline has gone through them, and all of a sudden they're shaking and they can't stop it. And they go, why would anyone want that? And they think that's what the fighter gets, and that's not what a professional fighter gets. The fighter's doing things different, but the fighter gets a drug. And this is why a lot of them can't stop, is when you walk out into an arena that's got 17, 20,000 people, and all of a sudden the lights go down and this music comes on, it's your music and you're bouncing, and all of a sudden you're coming out and everyone's wanting to touch you, everyone's screaming your name, everything is going off. It is a drug that you can get nowhere else. And you can't bottle it, you can't smoke it. It is a drug that only they understand. And when they stop doing it, the drug goes away. And that's why you see a lot of them going back. Well, it's the same thing with sometimes with police work, depending upon what kind of officer you are and what you're doing. 98% of it is boredom. But the 2%, if you're a hardworking cop and you're getting into things, that 2%, that's a drug. And if you're that guy that likes that drug, you always want to go back to it.
Putting away somebody for me would be a great day. Saving somebody's life.
Huh.
A cat out of a fucking tree. Talking to a kid that got bullied. Those would be the things that would make my day as a cop.
But that's good.
That's good. That's
making a kid feel good. And again, it's like everyone looks at, bullying. It's, God damn. I mean, everybody, I don't care who, everybody has been bullied. If they say no, they're lying. I was bullied. I bullied people, I'm sure. There's people. I actually went to a 30-year high school reunion, so I could tell a guy, hey, I just want to tell you I'm sorry. I was a turd. And he didn't show up. And then I see him. I actually see him in a fight. He comes up and he says, John, right? And I tell him, I said, dude, I just want to tell you, man, hey, I'm sorry for the way I treated you. And he goes, you were awesome to me, right? And I'm like, no, I was a shithead. And he goes, I don't remember that. I'm glad you don't remember it, because I do. I was a turd. But, everyone is bullied, because it's part of human nature. If, kids, you watch them and if they can start to dominate something, they do. It's what happens. And it's to sit there and tell, people, oh, we've got this new problem. It's not a new problem. It's been going on for centuries.
The only thing I would say is, and especially because I went through it, and I'm not anti-technology, anti-internet at all. I'm the biggest nerd in the world. But if I had to go through some of the stuff I went through and wasn't able to go home and get away from it, if I was going online and seeing it more and more at night, I can see why people get upset. And the kids killing themselves is a lot more drastic than I would ever think I wouldn't do. But if it's nonstop, all weekend, all night, I can see where that
online, you mean?
Yeah, like Facebook and instant messaging, and
But that's why there's karate.
And but and that there you go. See, and this is what for that kid that you're talking about. You're right. It seems like it's everything.
Right.
It's their world. Their world is falling apart, and they have no idea how to stop it. And it's the one thing I love out of my gym is the kid program, and all the kids that I have had. I've been open now for 8-9 years, and some of these kids I've had since they were 4 years old, 5 years old, and now they're they're young men. They don't have problems. Now, part of it is we tell them, if I ever find out you are doing things to other people just because you can, I'm going to fall on you. I'm just telling you straight out. Your job is to protect those people. Your job is to be the guy that tells everyone, hey, let him be. And put your arm around and say, it's okay, don't worry about it, man. I'm always, hey, I'll be your friend. That's your job. But the kids that I have, they have such confidence because they know that if someone does do something, they're not alone. They know that they can do something. Now, they're not supposed to go out and do it, but there's a kid who's been in my gym forever. He just, as a freshman in high school, I was lucky enough to get wrestling going in the Santa Clarita Valley where I lived for a long time. It's where my gym's at, because for 39 years, it was no wrestling in that valley. Great football, everything, no wrestling. It took me forever to get wrestling back in that valley. This is the first year they have had an actual one high school. Valencia High has a wrestling team for the first year. They came in second in their in the freelance league, which is everybody together, which allowed them to put 4 kids to CIF. And one of the kids, as a freshman, just took second. He got beat by a senior who was ranked second in the state in the last minute of the 3rd round. And so it's a freshman. Now, this kid is phenomenal. And everything he has learned, he's learned at my place. But he is confident in everything he does. He's got a sister that is gorgeous, and she's being bullied. And her parents brought her into meets for me to sit down and talk to her about, look, this is what you need to do. This is what, and I brought up her brother. I said, tell me, how many people I said, your brother's younger. How many people are picking on Chance? She goes, nobody. They're all afraid of him. I go, why? Because he picks on him? She goes, no, they just know. I go, he has confidence. I want you to have confidence too. Because the more confident you are as far as who you are as a person, it doesn't mean you have to be confident that you can beat people up. But the more confident about who you are as a person and what you stand for, the better off you're going to be in everything you do.
That's why the jiu-jitsu is helping me with that.
That's exactly it.
That's why.
That's it.
Let me give a shout out to sponsors. We'll get you out of here, John. John, that was, listen, man. I'll get you back here again and we'll talk MMA bullshit. But for right now, I wanted to get.
It was nice not talking about MMA.
No, that's what I figured. I figured you talk about MMA every fucking day of the week or jiu-jitsu. Let's talk about the police thing. It was very interesting to me. And when I saw that, I thought you were a cop from 91 on. I could. Because I was just telling Lee, when OJ killed his wife, I was living in Boulder, and I was going through a divorce, and I wanted to kill that bitch. So I was watching this whole OJ thing very fucking closely to see how I was going to get away with my fucking murder.
See if I was going to use a Bronco or maybe a Blazer.
That, to me, I've read all those books. I wanted to be, before I got my felony, John, I wanted to be a lawyer. I got it I got into the University of Colorado. And as a Latin, they would have let me into a law school. I would have had to take a test, and I got the felony, and I got in trouble. So I read all those things. I read the Tupac book out of Rampart. I read all the OJ information I could. I watched Law and Order. That's my favorite fucking show of all time. When my mother died, I moved in with a family, and the middle child was a cop. I hung out with the younger guy, but the middle guy sold pot when we were kids, and I was always tight with him. And one day he became a cop. He cleaned up his life and became a cop. And he had the 12 to 8 shift. And he would tell me, I get bored out there. You want to ride around? And he would pick me up at 12. I was a sophomore in high school. I'd go buy a 6-pack of Coors Light. And I'd just sit in his car and I'd drinking the beers. He'd be with the speed gun, seeing the cars go by. And he'd go, 80, what do you think? Nah. 78, what do you think? Nah. And then if he got a bad call, he would drop me off and he would go do it. But I've always had, even though I had trouble growing up, I always had a certain respect for cops. And I like hearing about it. I want to see your side of the fucking fence. You know, I mean, it's funny you said that about when we get pulled over. We think, I robbed a jewelry store one time, okay? Before we robbed the jewelry store, the jewelry was going to go in the trunk. But when we robbed the jewelry store, the trunk wouldn't fucking open. Wouldn't fucking open. Now we got this thing of jewelry. The people going, run back, call the police. And we throw the jewelry in the back seat. My friend said, one guy sits here, one guy sits here. I sit in the back seat. I can't even see my feet. It's covered with all the jewelry. We're pulling away. We hear the sirens coming. We pull up to a red light, and we see a cop coming at us. And he stops for the red light, even though his things are on, because he's got things. And all of a sudden, you hear, and the trunk just opened up by itself right in front of the cop. I'm like, they're going to fucking pull us over now. The guy just went right through. We didn't get away with it. We got picked up weeks later. One night I was driving around with a friend of mine, and we were fucking tanked. And we had a spackle bucket. We were 18. We had a spackle bucket, and we were drinking. He wasn't drinking, but I was drinking with my buddies in the car. He was like, he had a hepatitis or some shit, so he couldn't drink. So we were snorting coke and getting fucked up. It was 5 a.m. Cop pulled us over. He's looking in the back seat. I mean, I thought I would have just been getting out of jail now. And all of a sudden he got a call. And he goes, just drive fucking slower next time. And he took off and we're like, so you never know. Sometimes you do. I mean, I don't know how many times I'll see lights and just from my normal, me being me, claiming responsibility, I go, that guy's going to pull me over because he probably saw me looking at my phone 3 blocks down.
I have a panic attack whenever there's sirens in
God.
the song. Like in a song, like a lot of rap songs that have sirens in it. And I freak out like when I'm driving late. Oh, it's terrifying.
When you hear a siren in the song, you don't know what's supposed to be in there, and you're looking around, it's fucking loud. I want to give a shout out to my main people over at Onnit.com, optimizing motherfuckers with their ready minerals and all the stuff they got to make you better. Like I've said it 1,000 times, man. If you're going to a Chinese restaurant and the pork fried rice sucks, everything else is going to suck. Right or wrong? Onnit, their Alpha brand is their trademark. It's the whole show. It's the whole kabang. It's got 100% money back guarantee, and we don't even want the fucking pills back. So if it don't help you, 100% guarantee, and take it from there. If as far as minerals are concerned, I'll get you 10% off. The weights, the battle ropes, you're on your fucking own. Go to Onnit.com in the box. Lee Presley.
Church,
bitches. CHURCH and get 10% off. They also have the Stay On It program. It gets delivered right to your house. So is Joe giving you any of that stuff here?
No.
Somebody just called me the other day and said, you got to talk to Joe to give me some mushroom tech. Those fucking mushrooms make me go crazy when I'm rolling. He's 50. And the guy goes, I roll for 3 hours on those fucking quadricep mushrooms. They're called Shroom Tech. Sport. And he has sport or immune. And the sport, supposedly, man, fucking people go crazy on those things. Like, they just roll for hours. Iron Dragon TV. Classic martial art films, Yip Man, what's the other guy?
Jackie Chan, Tai Chi Hero.
They just keep adding on titles, 4K technology. Iron Dragon TV has got it going on. If you're into classic martial art films, go to Iron Dragon TV. If you mention my name, what do you put in the box?
Joey,
Joey, you get 2 free movies for free. These guys got 30 years of martial art films there. This martial art thing started in 1968, and these guys got all the films. Mafia films, one-armed swordsman, shit like that. Go to IronDragonTV.com today. Again, you thinking of quitting smoking? E-Hit Cigarettes.
Hit e-cigs.
Hit e-cigarettes. What the fuck? What is it?
Hit e-cigs.
Hit e-cigs.com right now. They got the cigar. I don't know where the hell it is. I got to bring some more from the house. And they got the little e-pens you could smoke. E-cigarettes you could smoke from 24 milligrams down to 0 if you're thinking of quitting. Go to hite6.com and press in.
Joey's Church.
Oh, shit. And get 20% off your first order. Also, naileditlife.com. They ain't fucking around with their wax. Go to naileditlife.com.
Oil and wax.
Oil and wax. Go to the page and see what they got to offer you. Also, on the vapor pen, you get 20% off. And that's how we do
Put
it.
in Joey Diaz.
That's right. JoeyDiaz. Don't forget, I'm at Crackers Thursday. The following week, I'm in Hilarious in Cleveland. And the following week, I'm in Sacramento. But let's just worry about fucking Indianapolis this weekend. Bring your snorkels, cocksuckers. It's going deep. Where are you this weekend?
I got the same.
Next weekend, I got to go to Connecticut for Bellator on Friday, and then I got to get my ass back here for the UFC on Saturday.
So you're doing Saturday. You're doing Lilith Fair.
Friday and Saturday.
As they're doing it. They're calling it Lilith Fair. Lilith Fair. That's what the guys MMA junkie are calling it. That's it, my brother.
That's it. All
Big,
right.
Big John. Hey, who
Thank
loves you more than me? Thank you very much, man, for doing this for me. On
My
a
pleasure,
Sunday.
brother.
I've been dying to get you on, and I'm happy you came down. Very interesting police stories. I love all this.
It's
shit.
very cool because it's a big hot button issue right now, and a lot of people have a lot of negative things to say, and a lot of it's warranted. When you see some of the videos, a lot of the
Some
cops
of
are
it
being,
is.
but you don't get to hear the other point of view.
If you've known me on the show, I always talk about something, and I've never brought it up because before I could judge it, I got to be in that fucking car. I don't know what would happen in St. Louis. I know kind of what happened in Staten Island with the guy that choked him.
I didn't like that one.
I didn't like that one. In St. Louis, I don't know what happened. And it's like anything, it's their word against mine, mine against theirs. Who the fuck knows?
Right.
Half the people didn't know Michael Brown. They're out there looting again. It's an excuse to do. What's the old saying, adage that our mom used to say, 2 wrongs don't make a right.
It's true.
And that's what these things add up to be. At least that's what I see. But anyway, who gives a fuck what I see? Big John, Mrs. Mack, I love you. Looking good with the new hair. Look at you. You're a savage. I know you're not new hair, but you let it grow out. It looks fucking sensational, and you smell good, too. Lisayat, don't forget, it snowed in fucking Israel.
Did it really?
Yeah,
Oh,
it snowed in
north?
Jerusalem. Yeah. it
Oh,
snowed
in Jerusalem? Wow, it's like in the middle.
yeah,
Wow.
Right by the fucking cross right there. What do you what's that?
Almost.
Almost. What do you got today?
Today I got nothing. I got a blog coming out tomorrow.
Okay.
So thank you. I got a lot of nice emails about the blog and the podcast. So
Who
thank you.
takes care of you like me? Don't I fucking tell you this shit. I love you guys. See you Tuesday at 3. We got a gang member Tuesday at 3. There you go. So we're going to balance this motherfucker out this week, all right? Stay black. Have a great week. And start your Monday off on the right foot. Stay black, people. Bye.
Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off of all of their optimization products like Alpha Brain, New Mood, Shroomtech Immune, Shroomtech Sport. Go to hitecigs.com and better tasting, longer lasting proof is in the vape. Use code word Joey's Church to get 20% off. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals. And go to nailthelife.com and use code word Joey Diaz to get 20% off the premier vapor pen on the market.
Oh, shit, Lee. What do you think of that, motherfuckers?
I think you're fired up today.
Church of what's happening now. I got my main man Lee in studio. My main man Doc. What's your last name, Doc?
Willis.
Doc Willis? It is Doc Willis. I was like, who the fuck? I thought that was like a baseball player or some shit. What's up, D?
Not much,
Good
man.
to have you here. You know, I've
Man,
been
it's
a
always
fan
good.
of yours for a long fucking time.
Man, I'm more of a fan of you than
Love
are
you like
me,
a
man.
motherfucker. What's up with you, cocksucker?
Not much. I had a kind of easy day.
Okay. You got an easy day, everything.
Oh,
You get up at fucking 8, then you sit there till 10, and then I call you at 2. What are you doing? I'm here. What the fuck are you doing? Get up, out.
I worked on a blog. I did put out a blog yesterday.
You did? You put it out already?
Yeah.
That's why I love you, bro.
A blog.
Oh, blog. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't fuck around.
Trying
That's what I'm
to
talking
do
about.
some writing.
Trying. You letting the beard grow? You going to Florida this week and you have the bikini ready?
No, my dad goes nowhere near a pool.
How about SPF number 10? You got any of that shit?
No, he got a pound of locks.
A pound of locks for you guys.
Yeah, he called me today. He's like, I think I got too much locks. I got a pound
It's a pound for
and
3
6
days.
bagels.
And it's going to last till Sunday?
Well, yeah, we're gonna be there. Well, we're
You got
gonna.
bagels today?
Yeah,
What's wrong with him? Get those daily fresh. That's why he sends you and you bring them back fresh.
that's
Right?
what I was telling him.
Yeah, don't forget it. Throw those bagels out. By the time I get there, you're going to need fresh fucking bagels. Unless you get them in a pouch like a Ralph's or something like that. They're terrible, those fucking things.
I don't know where he got them.
Yeah, you got to get nice. You like bagels?
Yeah. I kill them.
You kill those motherfuckers. What's your favorite?
You know what? They got this, like pizza flavor kind.
Where?
I get them at this coffee shop. It's got like cheese and like a piece of sauce on it. Man,
Shit.
Tell me shit.
They got that place by the Fairfax that makes a nice bagel there.
Fairfax and what?
Fairfax and Sunset. On that side, next to the supermarket, they do turkey.
Oh, Bristol Farms?
Next to Bristol Farms.
Next to-
They have a bagel place. Right
Oh,
next to
shit,
Bristol
man.
Farms.
I ain't never
When
paid
you
no
walk
attention.
up. Not bad, not bad.
I went to
Sometimes-
Bristol Farms for the first time. I was like, damn.
Yeah, they don't fuck around
Yeah,
there.
they
You
don't
go in there
fuck
with
around.
100, they'll take it.
Yeah, it's like
Bristol Farms don't fuck around, Jack. They find out. When you go in there, have something that reads your wallet and says how much is in your ATM card. And they'll take it. They'll raise the fucking fish prices. They'll do everything. Every time I go in, I drop $50 for fucking lunch. They got great lunch.
Oh, they do?
They got good food.
Oh, shit. I didn't know that. I just went in there and bought a cake. And the cakes is fucking.
Yeah, they don't fuck around. No, they don't fuck
around,
around at
homie.
Bristol Farms.
Yeah, man. That shit is dynamic.
We haven't talked about your birthday cake, Joey.
Oh, the fucking ice cream cake
Oh
was
my
delicious. A Carvel cake. We got a little one, the little one. And me, Lee, my wife, and the baby ate some fucking delicious Carvel, bro.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh,
What's
shit.
Carvel?
Ice cream cake. They got them at Ralph's little ones. They got like chocolate. This one was a mocha.
No, it wasn't mocha. Like, well, I don't like mocha, and I was too high to tell you, but I don't like mocha. It was like double chocolate, had like little chocolate balls on the outside.
Oh, those little chocolate
yeah.
chips off the
Good.
chain. I had a little piece. I still got it in the refrigerator.
There's some left.
Still in the refrigerator, but it's fucking got freezer burn. My wife didn't close the back end, so it tastes like a fucking shrimp or something like that. I hate that shit. Yeah, when somebody puts something in the refrigerator, they don't cover it, and it's not the whole
that's the
refrigerator
worst.
smells like Cubans.
Oh,
My mother would do that shit. You go to eat flan, it smells like steak and onions. You're like, what the fuck, man? You gotta cover this shit. But Cubans don't give a fuck. They'll just put the whole turkey in there with no cover, and everything tastes like fucking turkey in the fucking house. That shit drives me crazy.
You hear the Red Sox signed another Cuban kid? Yeah.
Another Cuban.
But it's hysterical. It was $31 million, but the sidekick was it was a $31 million tax. You know what that tax goes to?
Right.
Who?
Fidel, like a motherfucker.
You think so?
I know so. Who's the tax for?
I have no
Who's the
idea.
$31 million tax go to?
I don't
So it
know.
was $31 million to sign him. Then there was a $31 million tax.
I think whatever the signing bonus was going to be the tax.
It's
Yeah.
the tax. So who do you think that tax goes to? They wanted the embargo to be lifted. That's Fidel's paper.
All right.
So next time you talk about Jews, you better fucking check into Fidel's heritage. Because that motherfucker don't stop, man. Carlos Lader, the big drug dealer that worked with the Medellin cartel all those years, went up in front of Congress. Once he was in jail, and he ratted out Fidel. He said, we were giving them $800,000 a ship.
Wow.
Fidel didn't care what was on that ship. I don't know. I don't care if you're going to make $20 billion. I want $800,000 a ship. Think about that. They were sending out 10 ships a week.
Man,
What?
I'm surprised if Fidel's still alive.
Fidel,
man.
he's got too much paper. He's like Mitzi
Right.
Short. When you get that type of money, you don't die. Old
Right.
Jews don't die. They keep doing fucking plastic surgery and putting them in caves and shit. They don't die till that last dollar is spent because they ain't leaving shit to their fucking relatives. Those fucking Jews are fucking. I love them. I love Jewish people. They're so cutthroat. I love them. But I was telling you guys today that I have an agent. I have a theatrical agent. I have a voice, and they're all in the same building. Nice people. It's all the same agency. Theatrical's a little weak, and whatever's a little weak. But things are bad all over in LA. Things are not what they used to be for auditions. People are freaking out. It's horrible. So I talked to this old agent I had years ago. He called me out of the blue. We had a conversation. Says his agency was number 55, ranking and all this. I said, you know what, man, I'll come down there and talk to you. That's all I said. Let me come down and talk to you. Just so happened last Tuesday I had a meeting, so I had to cancel his. And then Thursday I had an audition. I got a call back for an animated a game, one of those fucking Call of Duty
Video
type
games,
games, right? So the meeting was Thursday at 2. My callback was Thursday at 2. When I get signs like that, that's something. Something. When something doesn't want me to go somewhere, that's a sign.
Right.
That no matter how good it sounds, you know.
You're superstitious like that too?
Yeah,
I'm
very superstitious. Very superstitious, you know. If you're supposed to go somewhere on a Wednesday, you don't know, and it rains, then the next day something else happens, you're not supposed to go down there. Don't even go down there. So that Thursday, I called him like a man. He's an agent, so I can't lie to him. I go, hey, man, I got to call back to producers. I got to meet with the producers for Pembroke Frank. They're a casting director in the Valley. They put me in maybe 7 movies in 10 years. Great fucking people. Real loose. You could tell they get high. Everybody they hire is young kids. They talk about dope. We got music playing in there, you know. So I called him like a man. I go, hey, man, I got a produce session. I can't meet with you. He goes, well, if you want to, you could still fire your agent. I go, why would I want to do that? I have to pay 2 commissions. I'm paying 2 commissions. I got a 2-year-old, bro. I'm paying 2 commissions. I go, let me figure this out, and I'll call you back. But he called me during my birthday last Thursday. You were over, my wife, we were having a good time. He called me at 6:15, which I'm not big on. Don't call me at 6:15 unless it's an envelope. Don't be calling me to chit-chat. It's dinner.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I would never call somebody at 6 o'clock, just in case, you know. So I talked to him Thursday. I go, all right, we'll talk tomorrow. The next day, I don't call him. You know, I get busy. This motherfucker calls me again at 6 o'clock. Now I'm at the church. with the baby and the wife, and they show movies and they get free tacos and shit. Just something for kids. It was like 80 kids running around. So I'm not gonna be here for 3 weeks. I figured I'd go. 6:15. This motherfucker calls me again, and he starts his routine. I stop him. I go, number 2. I told you yesterday I'm not paying 2 commissions, and number 1, I'm dear friends with one of the agents. Let me talk to him, and once this is all done, once I shoot it, I'll sign with you. But right now, it's a fucking nightmare if I do this.
Right.
This is what happened to me last year. I left my agent, and I had to shoot Marin, and now both agents wanted money. I ain't giving you shit.
Right.
Trust me.
Yeah.
I won't give it to you. We'll rip this contract up right now.
Right.
If I get it, I ain't giving you a fucking dime. I work too hard. So I told them at the end, I go, listen, let me fix this shit. Let me shoot with the project, and then I'll fucking sign with you.
Right.
I got a call from my agent today saying, hey, man, who'd you sign with? They're already on your IMDb, and they took me off Showfax. They mean that you can't even submit. I looked at this. I just called the agency, and I go, tell them to call me back. And I called the cell number, and I go, are you a fucking asshole? Or are you taking fucking lessons? I call you like a man.
Right.
I talk to you like a fucking man and tell you the truth. What's going on? And you go behind my back and take my agency off my fucking wall without my permission?
Yeah.
I can call SAG. You get in trouble for that shit. I ain't a crime stopper. I go, you're a fucking asshole. Now we're done. Don't ever call me back again.
Right.
You have an hour to get this off fucking whatever. An hour.
Right.
And then I see that the guy that was helping me in New York, he disappeared too. He took him off. That's the way this guy is. I mean, that's how people are in LA.
Like bitches.
Like fucking.
How old is he?
This is
50, 40.
Oh,
Doesn't
wow.
matter. I don't give a fuck if he's fucking 10.
Nobody, like when I was younger, like you get, so like, I used to get excited about something and I'd be too over anxious, and that always kills things. Like you can't seem to need yours, so I didn't know if he was young or.
I talk to him as a man. There's no young. When you talk to somebody as a man and go explain the situation to him, he still does it. He did it because he's a devious motherfucker.
yeah, you're like a little bitch.
See, how I met this guy was he used to be partners with my old manager. Guess what happened? My old manager and his wife broke up. This guy started dating her. They've been together for 8 years. So right there, you got to suspect somebody.
Man.
Right there, that's Jeff. That's my ex-manager's fault for not checking him. So right there, when he told me that, I'm with her now. She's just to say hello. I was like, in my world, that's not cool.
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Mine's too, dog.
You know what I'm saying? That's just not cool. But as we were talking, that's LA.
Right.
You get these people that were raised out here. They don't even know they hang out with gentrified Gentiles. So they have no, it's like we found out now what I was saying on stage. The joke is true. When I wrote it, it was true.
I didn't know if you wanted to bring
These
it up.
Gentiles, there's a big thing with the peanut allergy.
Yeah.
And once I discovered this, my head almost blew up because this is unheard of. This is unheard of in any other culture. In any other culture, when you have an allergy to something, you feed it. In fucking Greece, if you're allergic to bees, they'll get a bunch of bees and stick you with them and shit until your bee allergy goes away.
Wow.
But when I was a kid, I figured this out. When I was a kid, I just liked maple syrup.
Right.
And I couldn't have it, so I started eating it. And eventually, the maple syrup,
Your body
the allergy.
immune to it.
Same thing with dogs. I got bit by dogs 8 times because I was allergic to them. So I get creepy around them. Like, don't touch them, don't touch them.
Right.
And they bite me. So once I figured out you talk to them and you hang out with them, the allergies go away.
Right.
This lady was telling me, no, once you have a peanut allergy, he has it forever. I go, no, he don't. If he's about 50, he'll have it forever. But if you take a kid that's 5 with a peanut allergy and you give him a little peanut, you blend that motherfucker every day. You don't give him a whole peanut and kill the motherfucker. You just give him a little bit every day, let him itch for a little while. Eventually, you build your fucking resistance to it. And where they do the study in fucking Israel with the Jews, because it's a cult. See, there's a problem that happened in this country right now. All these yuppies, they're gentrified Americans.
Right.
They're like 3rd generation, 4th generation, whatever they had. Loyalty to their culture is completely gone.
Yeah,
They're just
broke
white
down.
bread, Wonder Bread motherfuckers walking around lying to people with no character, with their fake fucking glasses, and the Jones that they drink Starbucks every day. They pay $8 for coffee.
Yeah.
That's gentrified Gentiles. They want to be a part of it in their dick. They got nothing inside, just those little fake glasses. And their tattoo,
Right.
they roll up their sleeves so you make sure and see that tattoo.
Right.
They ain't got nothing. That means they got nothing inside. That's why they're putting the fucking tattoos on. So, these motherfuckers are telling me, no, you're going to die. My kid dies. Your kid ain't going to fucking die. The culture has changed. Like, my mother used to check under my eyelids.
Yeah.
Did you know that when I was a kid?
For what?
Every morning when I wake up, she'd go, come here. She'd check under my eyelids to see the blood under there. If there wasn't enough blood under there, she'd make me a fucking rare steak. This is when I was 5, okay? We grew up on a thing called emulsive of cod, not cod liver oil. emulsive of cod. It's like taking a fish and putting it in the blender with the bones and the eyes and the tail and drinking that shit. Now, and when I was a kid, it came white. It was white. They have it at CVS. But now, because kids are pussies, they have them strawberry flavored and cherry flavored. They ain't no flavor. That flavor is death. It's like strong fucking sperm.
No.
They give it to you in a spoon when you're a kid. Cuban monks give it to you in a spoon. You never get the flu. I was never sick as a kid.
Wow, that's cool as fuck.
I was never sick till I never had flus or coughed.
Right.
I was a sickly kid till about 8, and then it all changed because my mom said, "Fuck these American doctors. I'm gonna take care of you my way."
Right.
Lee and I were talking about this. That cultures, different cultures have different remedies.
Right.
Mexicans, if you get your nose busted, they'll put a penny on your forehead to make your nose stop bleeding. Does it work? Who gives a fuck? It may don't, but they believe that. Some cultures just have different fucking remedies.
Paula's mom makes voodoo drinks. It has like different spices, or she said it tastes like wood. To be honest.
And what does it do for you?
I don't know. Paula had it when she had a surgery that they were worried could have been cancer, but it wasn't. And then her mom took it for something in her stomach. So I think it's just like they have different things for like just any like general fixes. But I'm actually worried about that. My mom has been really on like a germ kick lately. Like she always has the sanitizer, and she won't touch certain things, and she got nervous. She was like in the elevator. She presses the buttons with her elbows. She's nervous. She like doesn't want to get germs, and I'm like, your mom has been slipping for years. You know this. I love you, but your mom's been slipping. No, but there's a lot of people who do that.
No, they don't, because they're not Jews. You know why Jews don't give a fuck? Because what's the filthiest thing you could touch?
A dick?
A dollar bill.
Oh.
Any Jew that's worried about germs, he's a fucking puke. All right? Because any Jew knows you got to pick. If there's a $20 bill with shit on it, a Jew will pick that motherfucker up, blow that shit in the air, put that in his pocket. He ain't worried about hepatitis or germs. That's a fucking 20 with shit on it. I'll pass it at CVS to Puerto Rican. I'll never know. Fuck that. I don't know. Your mom's, like I just said, she's too gentrified away from culture. She's not touching doors and shit. I don't touch a door at 7-Eleven, but if they give you $1 with fucking a bowl on it, I'm taking that motherfucking dollar. You understand me? So tell your mom to get the Jew back in it. She needs to put the hat on.
That's hilarious.
$20 bill covered.
Am I fucking lying to you? Am I lying to you?
I'd probably pick it up.
Sure you would. Me too. I don't give a fuck. When I was a kid, there was one day I had change in my thing, and I went in the toilet, and there was shit floating. And I put my hand in this shit as a kid, like under the shit. It was touching it was my own shit. It's not like it's a stranger's shit. That's disgusting. I took the change. I don't give a fuck. Then you wash your hands, and I lived. Nobody fucking dies. Doc, what's up, you bad motherfucker? Doc, how long I know you now?
Sure, probably roughly. I started doing open mic in and out of the Comedy Store in the early 2000s, like 2001. And then I'll come back here and there. So I've been knowing you since you was hosting open mics back then.
2000.
Yeah. So it's been about 13, 14 years.
15 years, yeah. 2015. Wow.
Yeah.
So you were a little kid when I met you, right?
Yeah, not a little kid. I was about 26. I'm
a little kid.
Little kid. Yeah.
You can't be no 31 now.
I'm 41.
41. Yeah, you were a little kid when I met you. You were Lee's age when I met you.
Yeah.
Amazing. You were at the store doing your thing. Now, we're Comedy Store guys, but I disappeared for 7 years.
Right.
I had different reasons. I knew that.
I knew I was there when it all went down.
Right, but I knew my reason. I had been going away from there a little earlier. I knew that to open up other doors, you had to close that door. I had been at the store too long.
Yeah.
It felt like it was going a different direction. And the direction was the kid's name was Tommy.
Right.
And I was friends with Joe, and I go down there, and Joe would put me and Ari before him.
Right.
And he always had a problem with that. He didn't like that. He wouldn't say nothing to Joe. He'd say it to me. And then when Joe went on tour with whatever comedy with Eddie Murphy's brother and John Efron.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah, went on tour in 2000-something-5 with those guys. And that's when he was gone, Tommy would say things to me. Right. And I would say, Tommy, what are you saying this shit to me for? But the whole time, he's falling in love with that puke Caparulo.
Right.
And he's milking Caparulo. And he's telling Caparulo he's funny, and Carlos Mencia and Joe Rogan, he's funnier than all these people. Right. And I liked John at the time. Me and John got along. It was when John sided with him.
Right.
And then I had a couple problems. Then I had problems with Tommy, but I also had a problem with Dean. Do you remember I almost smacked Dean? Yeah, I won that outside. And that's when, a week later was when I joined Kung Fu with the brothers on Vermont. because that's when I realized I was so much out of shape.
Right.
That was why I said to you, Steve Byrne gave me that look that night. And Steve saw the crazy in me. And Steve never really talked to me after that because I was going to fucking go after Dean.
Right.
When they were shooting that thing with the store one night.
The mine in the store thing?
Mine in the store.
Right.
It was one night TBS came in to see Paulie. So Paulie made sure that me and Rogan and a bunch of us wouldn't go up. Right. So Rogan got into an argument with Paulie and Dean in the hallway. And I was sitting outside. And I turned my back because the things they were saying to Joe, I thought Joe was going to knock them out.
Right.
And I honestly turned my back for the lie detector test that I did not see nothing.
Dean Gilbert?
Dean, the manager.
Yeah, not Dean Delray, the
no, Dean Gilbert. So Dean and I got into words, and I pushed them, and people got in between us. I just didn't like him either.
Right.
I just didn't fucking like him. Why or who? I don't know why.
Okay.
I was on the coke, I had my problems, and I just felt it. I just felt that he wasn't a cool dude, Tommy. And I knew it doesn't take a genius in my life to know when I'm going to have problems with somebody.
Yeah.
So after the thing went down with Carlos and those pussy-ass comics turned on Joe, I had no reason to go down there because I'm the type of guy, if you can't have a voice, if they scared you with a spot, then I don't want to be your friend. I don't give a fuck if you're a comic. And that's my problem with comics, that their loyalty is not for us. If it's between your friendship and a spot at a club, they'll go with the spot.
Yeah, that's what I don't like either, man. I'm that whole ordeal was my thing at the
See, I didn't know with Tommy.
Man,
I knew he was racist.
Now imagine this: you was able to just walk out and leave. Now I could have walked out and leave, but my thing was like I was an employee there, so I was exposed to way more than what you were, and so my thing was like, why run? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if these guys are gonna be bitches, then I'm gonna be the only one that's gonna be causing hell around here. Because I was like, Tommy ain't going, he's not gonna get away with this shit when I'm here, and I'm like, so I went full force, whatever I had to get towards.
Now, not to interrupt, were you there at night when I went off in the main room?
I know. I was there for I thought it was for the Marilyn Martinez thing. Yeah, I was there.
That's the night I went off. They pulled me off stage. Right. And I was going.
I was working outside.
Okay.
When you went off, and so I didn't see what happened. All I know is that they came to me and told me what happened, and I was like, "What, Joe?" And then from there, I know that you either left or they banned you or whatever, some shit.
What I had left, that was about 3 months. I wasn't really going there anymore. I hadn't made any decisions yet.
Right.
I just kept telling Tommy and everybody I was on the road. Right. I just wouldn't go down there.
Right.
Because I at that time, Caparulo started getting an attitude like he was a tough guy. He didn't know he'd go flying through a fucking window if it came down to it.
Right.
He just got crazy down there. So I knew before he got crazy,
right,
I'm going to get the fuck out of here. There's no reason to hang out here no more.
Right.
And then I heard the allegations of racism. I heard that he told a couple of black comics to get the fuck out of here.
Right.
I heard that he called a woman a nigger to her face. Or
yeah,
something.
Yeah, they got into it.
I don't know what the deal was. I just heard this through the years, and I'm like, and I had, Tom Petty, as they called him, was fucking racist. He was racist.
It was horrible.
I could tell when somebody don't like spicks and niggers and chinks. I could tell. They don't take a fucking genius. They just have a certain aura to them.
I only met him a couple of times, and he was weird to me just because I was very lucky that Steve and Tony would put my name down. So, but he talked to me like maybe he thought I was an agent or something. But as a fan of podcasts, I've heard nothing but bad things about him. Like, so why do you think he lasted for as long as he did?
Because the brothers was fighting over the club. You had Paulie and Peter fighting over the club, and Peter had no idea what was going on because Peter lives in Oregon, and Paulie was there. So they were fighting because one was that Peter felt like Paulie was too selfish and he didn't know how to run the club, and then he was only trying to do it for his own benefit, and then Paulie felt like, Peter, you're not here. You don't know what's going on. So it was just like a whole lot in between and financial and stuff like that. So while they were fighting and going to court, because it was on the news and internet. So like while they was going through that, there was nobody there to do anything for him because he was the door guy, and he wound up being like an errand boy for her because you know how all of us employees used to have to run water over there sometimes, take her to their house. So he started doing that consistently. Then he started being around her more. Then he started taking her to the doctor and doing all this other stuff. And then Duncan Trussell was quit. Yeah, he quit. So then Mitzi, at the same time, she was dilapidating mentally. you know, struggling with the Parkinson, dementia, you know what I'm saying? So like the more she was breaking down, what she would do is she would make the list, give it to Tommy, and then she would come in and check and make sure that them was the people going up. And as time went on, she taught them, but she started breaking down quick. And once the brothers kind of like pulled her out of the equation because she couldn't be there anymore, they just left him in power because that was all they knew. So it was like he was just in a position where nobody else was there, you know, nobody. So he got that position, and then all hell broke loose because he started implementing his dumbass rules, and then he started putting like his own personal feelings towards it, the racist shit and all that, and it killed the life of the club. For everybody else who was getting spots and getting on, to them, it was like, no, it was great when he took over. I was like, you know, every time they say that, I go, hey man, well, name the people who made the club hot. And if you name all the motherfuckers that he named, them all the people that Missy passed, and them all the motherfuckers that was working the doors. So what that tell you? She knew what the fuck she was doing. Everything has an up and down to it. You know what I'm saying? So people didn't realize that she was on a down curve. She was on the down part on her way back up. So as soon as that happened, Sebastian got hot, Cabrillo got hot, Steve Burns started coming around. They got Ian Edwards. They started getting all these guys coming in. And at that time, that's right after Joe left, because Joe left. And then so all these guys just started rising. And people were like praising him, and I'm like, come on, man. You can only give him a certain part of the praise, and it's very, very minute part of it. But to the other guys who getting spots, oh, he did this, he did that. Now look what happened. Adam takes over in less than 5 months. He's doing twice as better than this dude. You see what I'm saying? So that automatically lets you know where he was meant to.
The thing that bugged me, and I think bugs a lot of people at any job, is when a boss takes himself too seriously and gives himself more power.
That's what he was doing.
That's what it was.
He lost his mind.
Right.
He became Bud Friedman overnight. He was telling comics what to do, what to say, how to say it, how to dress, and it's like, who the fuck are you? And I'm hearing this. I'm living my life, but I'm hearing these things going, this just isn't right that you should be doing.
When I went down there, he broke down to me the school of mincing, how he formulated Tony Hinchcliffe.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing: what he was doing, because he was taking knuckleheads like T, and just because they were young, you know what I'm saying? So he was just taking his own little school group of guys and saying, okay, let me try to cultivate these little dudes right
That's
here.
the word he used, cultivate.
And then, and he would push all the older guys out the door because he had this dumbass philosophy. He would say comedy's for 35 and under, because basically what he was saying was, as long as people was young enough for him to manipulate mentally, he could do that. You know what I'm saying? So that was his whole thing. And so he was trying to push these guys and make these guys into stars. You can't make people into stars. They either got it or they don't. You know what I'm saying? You got to be about the game. He wasn't true to the game. If you ain't true to the game, you ain't gonna be shit. You only gonna be what the fuck you are. So that's why he lost everything. You know, he had the world in his hands. He had the number one club in California, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And he took that and manipulated it all for his own power trip. And and the thing is he didn't realize he was so insignificant in this world as far as the world of comedy. He didn't realize that. That's something that even the owners know that. You know what I'm saying? The owners know that, yeah, they got some part of it, but this real game, where we become as an individual, and especially if you become a star or famous, in my opinion, you do more than what an owner has ever done, because it's a level. There's a level to this game that an owner would never be able to experience as a stand-up comedian. You know what I'm saying? And so I look at the game and I look at people like Tommy, and I just brush him to the side, man. I used to get into arguments with him all the time because he used to try to tell me how to do my stuff. He tried it twice. I told him, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, you don't know what are you talking about? He would mimic Missy shit. I've been around and know what Missy say. You know what I'm saying? So he would say,
and you're not Missy.
Your beast is coming. I'm like, nigga, you ain't Missy. Stop saying that. Say your own words. It's just like, you should hear the people like, well, tell me, man. Oh,
it was bad.
Well, you told me a story, Joey, about your roommate who was the talent coordinator.
Right.
And so isn't it part of a comic's fault? Because you said like your roommate, they case up to him because of who he is.
We had this conversation on Joe's podcast about the tape, sending the tape.
Right.
And it happens. You ever go to a Burger King, a White Castle?
Yeah.
And you just anything. I'm using fast food.
Right.
And you're sitting there minding your business, and some boss comes in and just goes off. And
I have all those bosses.
And you're looking at the employee going, are you? And even the employee's like, ugh. something goes to their head. They get this. They become something other than what they're supposed to pay. They become too cool, or sunglasses, or they come in an hour late, or they're an authority on everything now.
Right.
And you just don't have that in comedy.
Right.
It affected me the most in comedy because, again, we're busting our motherfucking ass.
Right.
And you're telling me my fucking business. You're in a club in Kansas. I got nothing against Kansas. I'm just saying you're in a fucking little club in Kansas that nobody performs at, just local guys and guys from the Midwest, and you're telling me my fucking business about LA. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
And that was my beef.
Right.
And then they get too big, like Mark Babbitt's and the guy from Tempe. They get too big in their mind. Oh, people really like me. You know, people think this. I'm an expert in comedy. You know, the guy in Tempe wanted to be the guy here at the Improv. The guy from Houston wanted to be the guy here at the Improv. And it's like that guy I told him. I was thinking about that story today. The drummer from the Crickets, the Buddy Holly band,
Right.
how he would do it to the abuse that goes on with young comedians, and a comedian that is trying to find his voice. It's disheartening. And that's why I don't give a fuck about these known comics. When I see these young guys, they're the ones that I give a hug to and let them know, dog, you're doing the right thing. Fuck this bitch. Throw a glass at that motherfucker. Fuck him. Fuck him. Make your marker and enforce it like they told you in Scarface.
Yeah.
Because once you let motherfuckers know you ain't fucking with them, they won't hire you. And that's good because I'm going to knock you out anywhere. We're going to get into an argument, or I'm going to quit, or something's going to happen. Or there's a flip side to this, guys. You guys are hearing me going, Joey, why are you being so rough? I'll tell you what. Because if you're not rough on them, you're going to be rough on yourself. You're going to take this abuse from these people.
Yeah.
And then you're going to become something else. And it's going to make you drink. When it comes to your art, I don't know about your fucking job. Your job is something different.
Yeah.
Your job, you're working for them. They're going to go off. That's what you're working for them.
No, but there's a difference. Every boss I ever had that acted like Tommy, or it seemed like Tommy acted like, had no life outside of that place.
No, absolutely.
So like what you're talking about, when
right.
someone goes into their job and they're making $12 an hour as a manager and you're making $9 as a regular employee, and they're yelling at you and you should be here 15 minutes early and just yelling at you for nothing. It's that person always like is who doesn't have any friends.
Yeah.
He goes home and no one talks
The guy
to him.
from
Like I don't really trip too much on if a boss yell at me. This depends. If I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do and I get yelled at,
that's fine.
I'm supposed to do what I'm supposed to do. But like a guy that just constantly just on 10 all the time,
Yeah.
it's just like, hold on, man. You know, you're being disrespectful. And the hardest part is like I come from a rough city, you know, and I grew up and with a gang. You know what I'm saying? So as a teenager, I was around killers and we've been I've been a part of something that most people don't experience. So when you have the mentality like I have, it's hard to digest. Yeah, to digest when somebody's not right. If they're not real, you know what I'm saying? Like if I hate people who they're only a certain way with certain people and then they flip when the next person comes. And I'm like, what is this?
I love my favorite. You can talk about it. I go to the store sometimes with Joey.
Right.
And a lot of people have been very cool to me.
Yeah.
But some people don't even make eye contact. They'll say hi to everyone in the circle who they know and just turn their back to me.
Right.
So you said you worked at the store. Like, would you experience that? Would you experience comics being nice to everybody and then yelling at you to get their car?
I've had it happen, and I've checked people. I'm one of them dudes that have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? So, like, especially, don't fucking shake my hand, and then tomorrow, don't shake my hand. You know what I'm saying? Now, the flip side of that is this. There are some people who, in my stomach, I can't stand. And I'm not going to lie to you. Like, it's sometimes I just can't force myself to say hi. Sometimes I'm like, man, fuck this dude today.
But there's a difference between disliking somebody but still respecting them and doing your job or dealing with them. Right. And then just there are some bosses who treat people terribly.
Yeah. But that's just everywhere. You know, if anything anywhere. I mean, it was people in my own gang that I wasn't cool with. You know, but that's you learn that's everywhere you go. There's somebody in some way, shape, or form, no matter where you are, that's like that. You go to a church, I guarantee you, one of them church members, you just ain't gonna get along with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're not gonna get along with everybody.
Yeah, you just
that's what life is about.
Yeah, y'all. Whether it's connect, whatever it is, you know. But because of what you're trying to accomplish, you just do it for the sake of that. But other than that, man, when Hollywood is filled with fake people, So it's
And
not,
you have to check that. That's where my mistake has been. That I've always checked Hollywood people, and the word got out.
right.
And people don't like to be checked. Anywhere else in the country, I pull you aside and go, hey, man, before you were a little rough on Lee.
Right.
You were a little rough on me, dog. You know.
Right.
Oh, man, I'm sorry. I had a bad day. My wife left me. Cool, dog. Let me tell Lee.
Right.
You know, the next time he sees Lee, he'll pull Lee to the side and buy him a drink. Here, they'll look at you like you disrespect him, like you blew up their fucking world.
Right.
I've been on sets. I was on a set where a fucking director yelled at me, and I turned around and said, hey, bitch,
Yeah.
before I became a comic or an actor, I'm a fucking man. And that's where it ends. And I'm treat you like a man. Fuck this director shit with your little tattoos and your glasses and your hats. Everybody knows you're a fucking director. You know, so when I come on the set, if I can tell you're the director, I don't want to do business with you.
Yeah.
I want to see the guy that's dressed like a fucking bum as a director. Not because he's got the hat with the feather and his sleeves are rolled up and oh, that's the director. Who gives a fuck? Fuck him.
Yeah, I'm kind of like when because I yell a lot at the comedy store, you know, at a lot of people, and it's primarily because I get too hot too fast. You know, I go from this to this, and then a lot of it is because of the fake people and the people who they don't really have a love for not just the game of comedy, but just for people in general.
Just for people in general.
Yeah.
They don't.
So they only live in these self-centered worlds where they only exist, but then they come in yours, and you're like, no, homie. You know, like if you pay attention, the world you're coming in is mine, and the world you're living in is yours and mine. And mine is yours. It's all the same world. So like, how do you disrespect me? Like by treating me like shit because you know this person and you connected with that person and you, man, people so funny style and that I had a hard time with it, Joe.
I still have a hard time with it.
And at the comedy store, I have to work on that because you know people catch me, they like, man, don't be yelling at me, man, and I just be like, sorry, man. It's just sometimes I get so mad at them because it's like they don't give a fuck, man. Like the guys would just be sitting on the door and the whole hallway would be filled with people talking in the hallway and comics is on the stage. And I'm like, dog, like what's your job? Like I shouldn't have to tell you to clear this out, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's like nobody cares. I don't yell at them because I'm trying to be a boss. I'm trying to yell at them to get them to understand that we all spin this together. This comedy game, it goes from the owner all the way down to the janitor. Everybody's gets the same love. There's no, you don't show this person this kind of love and do half an ass job over here because you feel like this. You do your shit all the way through, and that's why I be trying to get them at the club. Like this a team thing. So if the waitresses need the dudes out the hallway, then you move the dudes. You don't sit there and be at the back talking to everybody and just letting all chaos go all over here. And the girls got these heavy cherries, back hurting, carrying them all back and forth. Like where's your care at, homie? That's what I get mad about. I'd be like, come on, man.
Common sense.
Yeah.
Common sense has always fucking drove me crazy on people.
Yeah.
When you get to airports, you got 9 bags of people in front of you stop at the door. Oh, it's a beautiful airport. Get the fuck out of the way. What beautiful airport. Move. There's people behind you. Move. They stop right there. They put their bags down. It's just, this society is the worst. I feel that anything I've been, people online and in the world, they call them douchebags when people have money or they act weird. Like we go to that coffee shop over on Riverside and Colfax where I tell you to stop by. There's people who just pull up, block other people's cars, and get out and get coffee. And I go nuts.
You told me something the other day, like you judge people on the little things.
Yeah.
Like that's it. And there's nothing to me that infuriates me more, especially in a city where parking is rough, than people who just, you can tell so much by how they park. If they're in 2 spots with their nice new car and it's packed, it's dinner time in a restaurant, and they just didn't care that someone else isn't going to be able to park there, heck, like it kills me. If you have someone with parking in front of your house.
In my neighborhood. In fact, I saw it today. I saw the Mercedes that was brand new. First of all, if you buy a Mercedes and you take the train to work, pay for fucking the parking by the train. This fool parks by my house. Mm-hmm. So I know the motherfuckers around the corner from me are evil. And one day, this guy bought the car brand new, and he took 3 parking spots. And 2 days later, I went out there and he was yelling, the guy with the Mercedes, somebody scratched my hood and the side of the door. That's the type of neighborhood you live in, motherfucker.
Yeah.
So next time you'll park correct.
Yeah.
Today I went by, his car was parked correctly.
Yeah.
It was parked on the corner. He left the space for 3 people, but he had to fucking take that brand new car back and get the door buffed out in the hood.
Yeah. See,
Now he'll park correctly from now on.
that shouldn't even have to happen.
That
though.
should not have to
You
happen,
know?
but that's society today.
Man.
And I applaud the guy that scratched his fucking car. I applaud it. Do that in your neighborhood. You see a guy that ain't doing the right thing, scratch his fucking car.
Don't
And
make
when he
sense.
comes out, hey man, hey, and wave at him. What happened? These fucking kids in this neighborhood with the shopping carts, they walk by. You said something real interesting before. The lawsuit at the store. Tell me from A to Z. What the fuck happened?
From my understanding, Paulie.
I'm talking about the Tommy one when you had to go to Beverly Hills.
Oh, the
get
law,
racist.
the racist thing. Oh, so I get approached by the lawyer, and he's like the lawyer, one of the lawyers of the club. So he's like, Doc, we want to talk to you. Come down to the downtown Beverly Hills, and we need to talk. And then I was like, he's like, you know what this is about? And I told him, yeah, at first, because I kind of figured it was about Tommy. And then when he walked away, I was like, wait a minute, no, because I know Paulie and his brother was going to court about this club. So I was like, I hope it ain't got nothing to do with that, because I don't know shit about this. You know what I'm saying? That's between him and Peter. You know what I'm saying? That's family shit. So I went down there, and then once I got down there, he was like, man, Doc, I've been knowing you for about 6 to 8 years now. Why you never even told us about this with Tommy? And then I said, well, as racist as this dude been, I said, I figured y'all would find out sooner or later. I said, but I've been telling everybody else who I need to tell. And then he said, and then I said, now you found out. Now, how do you know? Because I didn't come back. I didn't come to snitch on him. You know what I'm saying? Because, and then he's like, well, I don't know. Peter called me and he told me don't talk to nobody but you first. And that you was the dude to talk to. And he said, so what's the deal? He's like, what's going on? And I said, what you done heard? He said, well, we've heard some things, but do you have anything you saw or seen him do? I said, no, there's nothing that he said directly to me. Everything's been done indirectly. And I said, but it's through all the people that he's associated with, affiliated with all the other comics, with the exception of those who was getting spots and didn't want to reveal it to me. But even those who was getting spots was revealing it to me. Like Rick Ingram, you had some real dudes that were just like, look, man, this is how this dude is. This is what this dude been saying. And that's how I started finding out. And then the stories started coming from the waitresses to everybody. I was like, what the fuck? All the white waitresses, just tons of people, story after story. So he asked me, he said, man, well, what? Name something that happened. So, like you was talking about earlier with calling the black girls, it was 2 of them.
Was she a comedian?
Nah, this is what happened. I came in on a Saturday. Employee come tell me what happened. He's like, hey man, this happened last night. I go, what? Because I wasn't there that Friday night. And then the comedians came later, and then they verified the story, and they said the same thing. And I'm like, wow. So this is what happened. 2 girls came to the show. They was from the hood. You know, at that time, Tommy whitened the show so much that nobody really couldn't enjoy the shows except white America or people that was more involved in white culture. You know what I'm saying? So they watched the show. They started getting bored with the show. So they start heckling. So which is, you know, any club policy that you heckle, you got to leave. Simple. So as they was leaving out, some of the comics were standing right there on the OR stairway. You know how everybody lean up against the pictures and they all talk back and forth right there. So some of them were standing there, and then, you know, at that time it's still kind of popping on the patio. The girls were making so much noise. I guess some people kind of leaned in and looked like, what's going on? And the girls was coming out, like was cussing at everybody, like, fuck y'all, we not coming back here. Y'all can keep this corny ass comedy play, blah, 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 and all this. And as they got down the stairs and they got ready to go out the door, they say Tommy leaned out the booth and yelled at the girls, that's why you fucking niggers don't belong out here. You need to stay where the fuck you belong. So instead of the girls realizing that they had a lawsuit, because they could have just took the witnesses, everybody's numbers, and said, hey, y'all saw what happened, but and then witness did a lawsuit. They just ran back up the stairs, cussed them out, and then left. So like I told them that story. And I told them about one of the waitresses came to me, another story about one of the waitresses. I was talking to her, and then she was like, you won't believe what Tommy did. And I go, what? And then she goes, well, I went up there. You know how like the waitresses, when they won't change, they run up to that big window in the OR. But if the cashier is up talking to a customer or the comics right there at the little window, sometimes they'll just run around there and interrupt if it's a comic they talk to. But if not, they'll just stand behind the customer and wait. But in this particular case, she didn't. She just grabbed the rope and just like waited on the side, so Tommy couldn't see her over here waiting. So a white customer come in, he walk up to him, and he says, "Hey, I'm gonna be on vacation for this week, and I came here Tuesday to come check out the show." And he said, "Your show was really good on Tuesday." And he said, "Is it just gonna be as good as your show that y'all had on Tuesday?" And then Tommy was like, "Yeah, all our shows are good. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah." He was like, "Are you gonna have some of those same comics too? Because I was over in that big room. Those guys were really funny." And she said, without missing the beat, he looked at the customer and said, "What? You went to the fucking nigger show. Our show is funnier than the fucking nigger show." She said the customer back and was like, "What the fuck?" And he got awkward. And she said he looked at her and she said she was standing there like, "Oh my God." And, like, what the fuck? And then I asked her, I was like, "Was he an old dude?" She was like, "Yeah, he was like in his mid-40s. And I was like, "What, he look like a bum or something?" She was like, "No." She's like, "He could have been a diplomat or something." And she's like, "He don't even know who the fuck this guy was. He just threw that shit out there." And I go, "Holy shit." And then I was like, "All right, man." And so like we got into it was because one of the comics came back and told me, they was like, "Man, Doc, man, I was talking to Tommy and he started getting really upset." I said, "Hey, man, calm down." I was like, "Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what he said." And he was like, "Man, well, Tommy said he hated you and Missy hates you. And the only reason that she keeps you here is because you show up for your shift, and how he don't like niggers and niggers shouldn't interracial date." And he said that, yeah, man, just so then, I just man, this is like, so then he's upset because his aunt is married to a black man. So he's flipping out, and I'm like, "Calm down." I was like, "It's cool. I'm gonna handle this shit." So like after that, I just started telling everybody, but I gave everybody else a more straight to the point story. I didn't give them that. I basically said that Tommy was saying, this is what Tommy said. Doc's a nigger. He don't like fucking niggers, and niggers shouldn't interracial. Because that's what it sounded like to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't put my name with nigger, but he know goddamn well he might as well have put my name in there. How you gonna say that and then follow with the rest? So I was telling everybody.
Paul Mooney a nigger.
I don't know if not to his face.
I heard that. This is what I heard. I heard that Paul Mooney kept calling the store for spots, and he wasn't getting spots. When was the last time you saw Mooney? 7 years ago.
Right.
6 years ago.
Right.
A little after a year after me.
Right.
I heard he was calling up there.
No, he came like a little bit more after that. Like I think I seen
5
him.
years.
Yeah, about 4 or 5 years.
Yeah. I heard that he kept calling for spots or something. He wouldn't call him back. And you know how somebody gets the call and they go, "Tommy, it's Paul Mooney. He wants to know what's going on." And that's when Tommy said, "Tell him we don't do late night nigger shows no more," or something like that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I had heard. And
I was gonna ask if you thought it might just be he's like hanging around comedians and trying to make jokes, but now he sounds like he's
there was some about. Listen, I like everybody. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, and he was always very nice to me as a phone guy.
Right.
Once he got power, he spoke to me out of place a couple times.
Right.
And it all hit the thing the day he called me, because he thought I was going to put a bug in Joe's ear, and he was telling me how Carlos keeps going in there and bumping people, and Caparulo is funny, and Carlos, and I said, not for nothing. Here's the rule. No matter, even if fucking Benny Hanna is on stage throwing knives in the air and he's killing, if somebody comes in and they have a show on network, they bump.
Right.
They bump. They finish and they bump. That's how it is. He kept arguing with me, going, "No, it's not the way it is." I go, "Tommy, I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to fucking argue with you about it."
Right.
And what he was trying to tell, he didn't like Carlos, but he didn't know how to get rid of Carlos.
Right.
He didn't know how to get rid of Carlos. At that point, I don't think him and Joe were tight anymore. Joe had seen his true colors, so Joe wasn't taking his calls no more.
Who?
Rogan.
I'm talking about taking who?
Tommy's.
Oh no, you know where they got him to the beef, right?
Where
the thing was with Joe and Tommy was, because Joe told me when I talked to him, he said that when him and Carlos got into it, right, he called in and Tommy told him he was banned, and so his beef was, he said he had already called Missy and talked to her one-on-one on the phone, and she just told him, "Hey, okay, it's fine, just stay away from Carlos, y'all stay away from each other." But then he calling his spots, and then Tommy's like, nah, you banned for 2 weeks. And then so he got mad, like, bitch, I talked to Missy. I ain't supposed to be banned. Why the fuck am I answering to you? So that was his whole thing, was like, I shouldn't be answering to this motherfucker. Like it was ridiculous. And which he was right. How the fuck was Tommy the one to relay that message to him? You know what I'm saying? Like that wasn't supposed to be, because I guess it was handed down from Peter to Dean, and then Dean to Tommy, and then Tommy's the one that told him. So his thing was like, if Joe told me, he said if they had that fucking idiot running it, he's like, fuck it, he wasn't gonna come back up there no more. And that was the deal, because I was trying to, like, I wanted him back to come back up there, because you know the comedy kind of took a turn to where, like, I felt it was only once like this one style of comic. It was going a certain way, and it didn't have its, you know what I'm saying, that spice to it, you know, because it was you back in the day, it was you, Sergio Love, everybody, all these different, it was so different, you know what I'm saying? Joe Rogan, Eddie Griffin was still popping in, doing a lot of time.
He got rid of Eddie too. He got rid of Eddie.
Yeah, he got him banned. You know, I don't know if he got him banned per se.
Eddie's no fucking angel.
But here's the thing, though. Tommy never had the power to ban. That's what people were wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only way he could ban was through permission of Dean or Peter.
Now, when did Dean leave?
Dean left in 2011,
Why?
September, because he wanted to go work in Hawaii with his boy, with some company that they started. But then he moved up north and he started doing something up north. So then he's been up there ever since, you know. So I just feel like Dean kind of was like, everybody was fighting at that time, and Dean kind of was like, man, I want to wipe my hands of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So Dean thing,
it wasn't comedy anymore. It became something else.
Yeah, it was like this. It had this bad cloud, like this negative energy, man. It was horrible, man. Like, dog, like the brothers was fighting. You know what I'm saying? And then you had Tommy being the way he was. So there was no real structure of power. The comics was getting into it. There was this he say, she say. Tommy was gossiping and spreading rumors and lying. It was so fucking chaotic. Like, there was no real structure. And that's what I was trying to get people to understand. Like bitches who don't have that kind of discipline, they fall in line with somebody like him, because they that's all they know is bullshit. So like a lot of the people that were full of bullshit kind of rolled away with him. But then the flip side to it is like you say, take a Caparillo now. They were about doing their comedy. You know what I'm saying? So them becoming who they were was mainly because this is the thing that Tommy is feeding these young guys. You know what I'm saying? He had a disrespect for the guys like you guys. You know, like, perfect example. This was maybe about a year or so ago. Chris Rock came in, right? Now, you heard the name I just said. Chris Rock asked, first of all, out of respectful, can I do 40 minutes? Tommy say, well, it's 9:30. It's too early. You can wait an hour and go up later after Rick Ingram. Or you can do 20 minutes, but you have to wait until Whitney Cummings. Until Whitney Cummings go up, because these people here for her. So Whitney flipped. Whitney go, what? She goes, no. She goes, no, Chris, you're supposed to go first. Like, you're supposed to go up when you're supposed to go up. She goes, no. And Chris is like, no, I can wait. She goes, no. You go up. And she said, not only do you go up, you do as much time as you want. She said, it doesn't matter. You're supposed to, like that. So I was like, damn, Whitney real. So then I walk out later on after Chris get up, he leave, because Chris wound up going up and he wound up doing like 35, 40 anyway. So like I talked to Rick Ingram and Rick Ingram was sitting right there, and he said Whitney came and sat down right next to him while Chris was on stage. And then so he said that Whitney turned to him and was like, Tommy better not turn on this goddamn light on Chris. So then Rick said he looked at her and he was like, shit, are you kidding me? He said, not only gonna turn on the light, he's gonna turn it on in 15 minutes. And he said, like, right after that, 16 minutes, boom, light comes on. Whitney grabs him, like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, what is he doing? And I'm like, yeah, he had a disrespect for the game to the utmost. And that type of behavior was taught to these other guys. You know what I'm saying? Like I know Tony y'all boy, but Tony, he's on it. That motherfucker's on some other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
No, I love Tony. I love Tony Hick. Tony Hick is a dear friend of mine. I love him to death. but I know that he was blowing smoke up Tony's ass.
Right.
Right. I do know that.
Right.
And I had heard that. But he was blowing smoke up everybody's ass.
Right.
Because was he not claiming Gerard Carmichael, though, after the racist shit came out?
Right.
He started claiming Gerard Carmichael.
Yeah. But that's
he started saying that he developed Gerard. That it was him that developed Gerard.
No.
See, I wasn't there, but I'm telling you what he was telling people.
Go talk to them and go ask any of them dudes. When it came to open mic, I was doing the list. Them dudes was getting up because of me. Not only that, when they were coming in, Eleanor was hosting a lot back then. Eleanor was putting Gerard up. Tommy wouldn't even show him no love. You know what I'm saying?
Tommy tried to get out of the racist stuff by saying, "What are you guys talking about? First, I'm the one that developed Gerard. I didn't just develop." See, that's what.
Nah, it's not real. I was there. I'm there.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Right after that, Gerard got passed. Go find out what month Gerard got passed, and I'll tell you right now what month I went. It was either the right at the end of July or the beginning of August when I went in for the investigation of 2010. So anything after that, if you ask any of them and who got passed, and you see the time that they got passed or higher, then you know. You know what I'm saying? Like I was told by one of the comics, he was like, "Man, Doc," he was like, he pulled me to the side. He's like, "Man, does anybody ever come say thank you to you or anything?" And I was like, "Nah." I said, "For what?" He said, "Because they need to, man." He's like, "All these dudes is up in here because of you." And he's like, "That they should have at least said something." And only one comic did. He went on Twitter and he said something, but I didn't acknowledge it because it was like, that's not why I did it. You know what I'm saying? Like I took the bullet, and because of that, I lost. Man, you're talking about agents, producers. Tommy kept me from everything. Wouldn't give me spots in La Jolla, nothing. Out of the 8 years that I was, 9 years that I was there at the store before he got fired, 10 years that I was there at the store before he got fired. No, this would be my 10th year coming up. Or the 11th of it. This would be my 10th year coming up. The 9 years I was there, I only had a guy sent down to La Jolla 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Like, he hated me. But it was cool to me because my thing was like, you can't stop me if I'm going to be good. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, it just was so ugly at the club because he had these young guys and he was pushing these young guys and pushing. So he was ignoring, like, all of us.
He told Felicia Michaels she was too old.
Yeah, because he said comedy's for 35 and under.
Yeah, he told Felicia. He heard her. He killed her, but that's
yeah. So that's why I was like, it became like crazy. And then you had people like all these young guys. They were getting help, like from Matt Egger to Tony was hooking up with Jeff Roth, and everybody was getting this help. But it's like, yeah, they ain't done shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they were getting the treatment like they were doing shit. With Missy, it wasn't like that. It was like, I'm gonna help you grow, but it wasn't no putting these people on a pedestal and trying to get them to rock. You know what I'm saying? So it was like these young kids got these egos around there. So like I was constantly like checking people because me, man, I don't give a fuck who you with. Where I'm from, if you could be with the Bloods or the Crips, you could be with whoever, MMA niggas, whoever you got. Where I'm from, we don't. That don't matter to us. You know what I'm saying? You can get slapped just like the next guy. And if you put your hands on me, and if I hit rock bottom in my heart and I feel that way, I'm coming. There ain't nothing to do to stop that. So to me, there was no filter. I mean, it should have been at some point because sometimes I got a little bit out of hand. But my thing was like, you can hide behind whoever you want in Hollywood, but you ain't never safe. And y'all need to understand that it's real out here. And at any moment, you can get it. Any moment. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
anywhere.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. You knew that I had my problems up there. I did great up, I went back in August. Right. It's the best thing I've ever done. Lee will tell you it's the best thing I've ever done for my comedy. I needed a joke. I needed to run with people. I see the change.
Right.
I feel the love now.
Yeah,
but
man.
I also know I've also been the guy that growing up in my house with my mother, adults would come over. Sometimes adults would want to talk to my mother and my stepdad about something I was supposed to. One thing I always took pride in, that nobody ever had asked me to leave the room.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's why I left the store. And I would always get reports of the store because at the end of the week, I'm a Marine. The store are the Marines. The Laugh Factory, yeah, whatever, they're the fucking Peace Corps.
Right.
The Improv, that's the motherfucking Boy Scouts.
Right.
The Comedy Store are the Marines.
Right.
Joey, how could you say this? Richard Pryor. I just saw a picture on the website of Richard Pryor, Paul Rodriguez, and Sam Kinison talking. Okay, those are Marines in my world of comedy. So when Mitzi passed me, I became a fucking Marine of comedy.
Yeah.
And I lived it. That was who I am in my heart.
Right.
And because of that, Mitzi Shore has told how many motherfuckers to go fuck themselves in their career.
A lot.
That motherfucker told the motherfucker to go fuck himself. He jumped off
Look
the
at Louis
building.
C.K. The email he said.
Yeah.
She was like, ah.
Nah, she didn't fuck around. If she didn't feel it, she didn't give a fuck what Hollywood said.
Yeah.
That's where I come in. That's the same school of thought.
Yeah,
I got passed because of Eddie Griffin.
Right.
A lot of people, I got passed. I was ready for the store. From the day I got on stage, people kept saying to me, has Mitzi Shore seen you yet?
Yeah.
You're her. That's it. I walked in 3, she gave me 10. I got off, start calling for spots tomorrow. I got here January 29th. I was a regular February 15th.
Wow,
Not even a month it took me to become a regular.
Wow, that's great.
And she always gave me 6, 7 spots a week.
Yeah.
And now I go back to the store, and you see me, bro. I don't even go into the bar area.
Right.
Sometimes I go with Lee and I get him his favorite Diet Coke with what is it?
Makers and Coke.
Makers and Coke.
Okay.
But besides that, I don't even go back there. I don't mingle. I don't go there and hang out.
Yeah,
I do my spot. You know why? Because I'm 52.
Right.
Comedy is for 35-year-olds. Okay, if you follow me in my heart, I've always known this.
Right.
But I go down there, drop some fucking love, and I get the fuck out of there.
Right.
Like a bullet in the fucking night.
Right.
Because I know I don't belong there no more. And I know when I was young and I go there and I'd see old guys there, I go, what the fuck are these creepy motherfuckers doing here at night?
Yeah.
Waiting for a handout and
Yeah,
shit.
man.
He gives me, if I call in for 6 spots, he gives me 2.
Right.
And you know what? I'm very satisfied.
Right.
I am so satisfied, Doc. Because Mitzi gave me 6. What am I going to do? Call back and say, Adam, you didn't give me 6 spots. What, are you fucking crazy?
Right.
Well, I'm an old man. All I need is 2. I don't need 6 fucking spots there all week.
Right.
I know where I am when I'm there. I show the utmost respect. That's my motherfucking house. That's my motherfucking comedy house. I don't give a fuck about any comedy club in the country. That's my house.
Right.
Everybody's always known that. So now that I'm back there, I see the difference. But I heard it was horrible.
Yeah,
He was
man.
putting people against people. He was putting comics
Yeah, that
against
was the
comics.
thing, man.
He thought he was doing what Mitzi was doing. Like if Mitzi finds out that Doc and me had an argument, she'll make Doc follow me for a month.
Yeah.
That's what Mitzi will do.
Yeah,
She'll make me hand the mic to him for a month.
Make me learn the game.
But, you know, he was doing it stupidly, like a fucking redneck that he was, a dumb fucking redneck
Right,
that he was, because that's all he was.
Right.
At the end of the fucking week, that's why I couldn't listen to him anymore. He was trying to tell me my business. I've been on Greyhound buses. I've done comedy in Buffalo, Iowa. I've done comedy in all these rooms where they look at me in the Bible Belt, where I'm hated. You know, I'm hated in the Bible Belt and shit. They just throw holy water at me and shit. And you're going to come tell me my job.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. Come talk to me about my job, and we'll find an even ground.
Right. I'm
But
telling
don't.
you.
I would never go to a plumber and go, whoa.
Did you put some Teflon
Put
on
some
that
Teflon on that motherfucker and use copper.
Right.
That's not my
Right.
game. That's something somebody told me at the farmer's market.
Right.
And I'm repeating it like a fucking jerk off.
Exactly.
No, I would never tell somebody. I would talk to them about their game and learn something, offer a suggestion. They go, no, okay. Fuck,
Right.
I always thought that would work. You know what I'm saying? No,
Right.
Doc, I think I know Joey's answer, but who were worse people to be around?
At the comedy
Comedians?
store?
No. Comedians or like people who are in gangs and criminals, and
All
like
right.
which would you rather spend your time with?
I would rather. It depends if it's. I would rather be around comics. You nobody want to be around gangs and criminals.
Well, not
We're talking from a loyalty standard, from waking up
from
in the
like
morning,
a friend.
knowing that if you call
Right, here's
me
the
at
thing,
3 in the
here's the
morning,
thing,
I'd pick
man.
you up in the fucking car.
Right.
I know where I stand when I'm
When it comes to the gangs, though, that's a friendship that friendship would kind of fuck you up as a person, because you have people that are willing to die for you, and people that I've had people do stuff to people, and I didn't even tell them to do it. They just heard something happen to me, and then they took it upon themselves and went and did it. You know what I'm saying? And I get the phone call, and I'm like, man, you shouldn't have done that, man. You know, no, I didn't tell
fuck
you.
your dog, you're my dog.
That's exactly what they told me.
That's the
exactly,
school of thought I'm from.
Right.
That's how I grew
You
up.
basically had a gang, but not like
And
not a
that's
gang.
why I have a hard time with society after I left New Jersey,
Hey.
because I was raised different. I was raised in a society where if I got up and went
Right.
somewhere and some motherfucker sat there, oh, that's my dog's chair, dog. Get up, and that's his lady. Don't say 2 words. I'll bash your fucking skull with this bottle. They
Right.
had your back. So
Right.
when you've had that treatment before, and then you don't have it, and then you start
Right.
running with people that you know. I told the story 1,000 at the store one night. I did some blow down there with some cats.
Right.
I bought 520s off of Chewy, 620s for 100 he'd give you.
Right.
And the people that were supposed to come get it never came. So it's 1 a.m. I got 6 fucking packages. So somebody asked me, man, I'm tired. Can I get a bump? I gave him a bump, and I go, hey, take the rest of the package. A week later, he goes to a meeting. One of my boys in the meeting, they go, who do you want for this role? They say, Joey Diaz. That dude said, that coke fiend? I just gave you a package of coke. So that sellout, still to this day, 10 years later, nothing bothers me more than the Joe Rogan thing.
Right.
Nothing. That's why I stayed out of the store, just to show them
Right.
that I had them.
Right,
Nothing
right.
bothered me more that Friday night when I heard that they were all going to picket the store.
Right.
And then Mitzi called them and said, whoever pickets gets no more spots. And not one guy showed up.
Right.
After that, I had no business at the store. It took me 7 years to get over that feeling.
Right.
It took me 7 years to. I was hurt. I was hurt for him. But then after a while, I had to go take care of what I had to take care of. Those guys, a lot of those people are gone today.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are still around.
Right.
60% of them are still around.
Yeah.
But now I know what the store is about.
Right.
And I appreciate that you're there. You know, I appreciate the little
I was
things.
telling Ari on his podcast, Ari Shafir, and I was telling him, I said, what kept me there at the store was 2 things. One was I had to because if I didn't, things wouldn't have got done the way they needed to be done. And then the second thing was like I said, man, there's nothing. That's why I always worked a lot. I said, people don't get it. I'm the first dude that greet y'all. I'm the first dude to see your face at the club. I'm the first dude. And I said, for me, that exchange, that emotional exchange is priceless. To see when you first popped in, Uncle Joe, man, shit. Man, I'm telling you, boy, when you came back, I said, man, I'm telling you, I was about ready to cry. That's how happy I was. I said, this is my nigga right here. This dude is real peeps. He's always been, you've reached out to me more than I've ever reached out to you. That's how real you are. You would always be like, Doc, you ain't call me. You motherfucker called me. I'm just like Joe, I'll be fucking up. I'm sorry, dog.
You young guys were my life. Because I know that you young guys are going to take care of me if I take care of you.
Yeah, man.
Nobody remembers nothing more like Stevens. Al Stevens, he doesn't go to the store. They threw him out of there too.
Right.
But he was a producer on Arliss. He came to the store one night. He hired me. I called him for Christmas. I called him for all the Jew holidays. You know what? Alan Stevens, because he gave me that job. He gave me one of the biggest breaks in my life. Did it go anywhere? No. But I learned to do 2 lines opposite James Coburn.
Right.
That's what he gave me. I can't forget that.
Right.
So when I talk to one of these young guys and that's what helps my game. That helps my game.
Yeah.
When I take a guy that's been doing comedy 6 years and I grab him by the arm and I go, that bit you did, he's going to go home. His head's going to explode.
Right.
And, and I try to do that. I try to give the young guys love because say what you want. I got a lot of love coming up. And a lot of people who hated me, but they didn't like that I was dirty or I tried to follow him. He did a pussy joke. But there was motherfuckers that were, hey, come here, dude. I really dig what you're doing. I like the heart.
Right.
And I judge people on heart. That's one of my weaknesses. I don't judge people on your car or your money or anything else. I judge motherfuckers on heart, Jack. That's the cold, hard truth. Now, back to Detroit, not to throw you off the store.
Okay.
Before you came out here, you were still gangbanging?
Nah. I stopped gangbanging when I was like probably 17. My mom's, she made me move with, like I got locked up in juvenile and I failed school. So I was like, fuck it, the streets is all I knew. And when she found out that I was still selling drugs, she made me move with my eye. And then she told me that I could make it and that if I just try, she'd do whatever she can to help me succeed. And then she started crying. You know what I'm saying? And my mom don't cry. And when she started crying as a teenage boy, and that's your mama, I'm the only son, I just like, I didn't really want to do it because I didn't believe in myself. But her love was enough for me to go, all right, I'll try. And she was right, man. I wound up graduating that next year, went to school. That summer, went to summer school. And that next year, took like a 1 to 7, 1 to 8, took a bunch of classes. Boom, graduated on time. It was crazy. It was rough. But she was right. So, like, because of that, I just stayed out of the mix. All right. And then when I graduated from school, I was still slanging dope, though. She didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Because the guys that, when she sent me to go to school, I was going to elementary and part of my middle school with these guys. And my mom took me from over there because I was acting up over there to bring me over there with her. But then I got caught up with the drug getting guys over there. So when she sent me back over here, these guys now, a lot of them was kingpins and slanging, you know what I'm saying? So like, okay, I just started having guys selling dope for me. But I'll never forget it, man. She called me after I graduated from school, and it was after my father passed
High
away.
school.
Yeah, I graduated from
So
high
you
school.
went back to high school after you quit.
Yeah, because my mom was like, that was the, I mean, I went immediately. Like it was that summer. She made me move with my aunt. Then I went to school, right to school. Like it was immediate. Like everything was quick. And I went like the moment she made me move with her, I started right up in summer school, right into regular semester came. Then I went to school when I graduated. Then when I graduated, about 2 months later, my father killed himself, right? And then like my mom's called me like 2 weeks after like a week after his funeral. And she said, I know this is a hard time in your life. And she said, but all I'm gonna do is just, I'm gonna tell you where I am with you. She said, you're 17 now, you're about to be 18. And she said, now you made it through school. I told you you can do it, and you can do anything you want to do. She said, so the only I can't tell you what to do anymore because you're a grown man, and that's how I'm gonna leave it. She said, but I am gonna tell you this. She said, a man does either two things. He either works honestly and takes care of himself, or he goes to school, gets out, and works honestly and takes care of himself. She said, but either way, a real man works honestly. So I want you to think about that. She said, if you want to go back to college, that's what I want you to do. If you want not back to college, you want to start college, I'll help you. Just try. Just let me know what you want to do. And I hung up the phone and it made sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It just was like, so I thought, and I said, you know what? Next day, I thought about it some more, and I called all the young cats and all the dudes that owe me dope and money. I called them up. I go, hey, y'all, keep the dope, keep the money. It's like, no, man, what are you doing, man? No, man, I'm going to pay you back. No, don't even pay me back. And I said, man, if you can, try to get out yourself. I said, I'm done. And I said, use that money for whatever, man. I don't know. I said, but I would say if I was you, I would just drop it, man. I'm trying to make my life better. So I went to college, and then I stayed on the right path. After that, I got kicked out of college because for shooting, shooting at some dudes on campus. But anyway, it's just like,
what
I
college
still
were you at?
Eastern Michigan University.
No shit.
Yeah, man, it was a big deal, man. I was like, my bill was $500,000. It was crazy. Yeah, man, I had no 10%. Oh, man, I'm telling you, man, like I still, and that's why I love hip. This is the third, you know what? There's a third thing about the Comedy Store. This is the greatest thing about working at the Comedy Store too, is during that whole process, I had to like mentally like wipe myself clean mentally because I went through like a depression and all this other stuff. So when I came out here and I discovered I really wanted to try to do comedy, and I started working at the store because Dean wound up making me work at the store. Like I didn't even want to work there, but he kind of set it up, and then like he set me up twice to work there, and he didn't pay me. And I was like, man, no. I said, you're not gonna be having me work here, and then you're not gonna pay me. He was like, that's what we be trying to do. We're trying to get you to work here for the longest. Welcome to the club. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. I wasn't like cool. I was a little upset at first. And I called my mom. I was like, I don't want to work there. And she was like, nah, she said, just try it. You never know. And shit, ever since I've been there. But you and Ian Edwards is like one of my main friends because it's so funny. I'll get mad or I'll say something, and then he'll be like, Doc, that's street shit. You can't handle it like that. That's not. He'd be like, you talking, yeah. He said you talking street shit. He said, don't. He said, that's not the way that you gotta. And so he helps me, and there's a lot of other people that help me. And it's not like I'm like this, like Billy the Kid or no shit like that. But it's just like you, like I say, Hollywood is filled with a lot of fake people. And it's got some real people sprinkled in there. You know what I'm saying? It ain't full of all bad people.
No, it's not.
Right.
It's not.
And so by me being there, it helped me to a point, especially the story. And like you said, you come through, Lee, and it's dealing with those attitudes and those personalities, and then dealing with Tommy. And then I had let Tommy affect me to where I was like extra mean to these guys, Tony and them, and they didn't know no better. They these young dudes. They're younger than me. But I was so mad at the racism and all this stuff, and then these young guys with these attitudes that I started being a little bit too ugly. You know what I mean? So like, I feel like the store, that was a chapter in my life that had to be written. You know what I'm saying? Like I had to learn that my way ain't always the right way. And you gotta learn how to love people. And sometimes you gotta love people even when they ain't good. Because it's the only way, that's the only way you're gonna make things better. If you got two people that just constantly warring, but you know, what do you have? And what do you have if you just loving the same person that's loving you? You know what I'm saying? So I've been trying to learn how to just not try to learn, but just loving people despite. You know what I'm saying? Because even Tommy, I pulled Tommy to the side, Joe, one-on-one. And if I'm lying, go ask him. You know what I'm saying? I poured him in the main room. And I told him, I said, listen, I said, all this, I said, for these past few years, you're going around, and you've been telling everybody how much you hate me. And I said, you know, that's pretty fucked up. I said, because you can go ask any comic. Out of all the shit you done done, and all the shit you done said about me, I ain't never told one of them I hate you. And you can go right now, go ask any comic. Any comics that know that yeah, I talk shit about him all the time because he was wrong. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to hear it because I was spitting the truth out. But that was fine with me. I would take the bullet. You know what I'm saying? And then when I said that to him, he just put his head down and I just walked out. But I had to tell him because my thing was like it was times even after that when he was hungry or something, I gave him cookies and some of my food, man. Like, hey dog, you know, you hungry? Eat. You know, we all gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, eat. Like, okay, you got your shit, you got your issues, but if you're hungry, I'm gonna feed you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to be sit up here casting you down. And what good am I? You know what I mean? So like, I tried to be the best I could be, and you know, I slipped, and I have issues that I still work on, but you know, fuck it. You know,
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Has the store been a journey for you?
Man, tremendous. A tremendous journey.
I'm gonna tell you something right now in front of Lee and you. When I die, I want you guys to fucking go smoke a joint. I mean, the store, I can't tell you what the store has been for me. When people say to me, well, you turned your life around. No, the store turned my life around. Rogan once said that when this is all over, said and done, we're going to find out that the store was like a beam of light from like Mars or something, where the store is. Like if that was a shoe store or a restaurant, it would have had the same effect on you. The store, my set at the store is completely different than my set anywhere else in the country. Do you know why? Because I have more confidence at the Comedy Store in the original room than any other room in the country. That is my room. I've done from 97 to 2005. I've done thousands of sets in there in all different situations. When they were drinking, they weren't drinking. And you find out about yourself when you're on that stage. That is where my guts came out, because that is where I realized, following Paul Mooney and dying, that if I sit here at 9 o'clock, by 11:30, if the people are still here since 9 o'clock, they've already heard every joke. They've heard every genre, every topical joke, every, what's topical this week? I don't know. Or the Oscars. It would have been, if there's 6 jokes, comics would have been on, 4 of them would have talked about the Oscars.
Right.
So when you go up at midnight, I figured this out one day, my coked out delusion mind. They don't want to hear nothing. And I would go up there following morning, there'd be 8 people. If you think they're going to wait for the P joke or for the setup or whatever, they're not going to wait for it. So you just got to go up there and improvise. That's why he plays the piano and music when I go on stage. Because he knew I could just fucking run with it.
You can riff with it.
But while I was doing all that stupid improvising and dancing and taking my balls out and fucking around, I found out Joey Diaz's voice. I found out who the fuck I was. The other day I was holding my baby, and I go, if it wasn't for the Comedy Store, I wouldn't have this baby. I met Terry at the fucking store. She was a waitress at the store, my wife. Are you fucking crazy? This baby is from the Comedy Store. So the Comedy Store has been in my life right now for 18 fucking years. I'm 52.
Right.
So that's a third of my life.
It seems kind of like a high school. I was thinking about it earlier when you were talking about like the Laugh Factory and the Improv. It's people who work there, but like you guys, it's like high school or summer camp. It's like you guys have friends and stories from previous
I
years.
still talk to the first talent coordinator at the Comedy Store, a man by the name of Scott Day.
Right.
That was brought in there by Louis Anderson's buddy from Minneapolis.
Right.
And he loved comedy. He was the only talent coordinator that would sit there with you till 2.
Right.
And watch the shows. You'd fucking be scared to go up in front of Mitzi, but you'd be scared, more scared to go up in front of him. But he would help you. He would talk to you. He would laugh. He would hang out with managers at night. You know, and then he was replaced by Danny Kelly. Danny Kelly was the one that it went right through his head. That's the motherfucker that they would call up and say, "Hi, we're coming to see Doc tonight we're from Paramount. We'd like to come see Doc. Is there a 9:30 spot?" Yes, there is.
Right.
And he would put himself up at 9:30. So they would see him. Then he'd follow him to see you. Mitzi found out, fired him.
Right.
Princess Corey came along.
Right.
She was good. Princess Corey was fun. Then after Princess Corey, it was Duncan.
Right.
Then Duncan quit because of the reality show.
Right.
And then Tommy came along.
Tommy.
And I knew by the time Tommy was in there a year in, he would call me and just tell me about all his ego and all his conquests, not in love, but all his conquests at the store. Like, I think that this guy's going to be the next big thing and all this. And I would just sit there and go, "You've been here for 2 years. Who are you to even say this kind of statements?"
Yeah.
You know?
He was being dishonest with himself.
Yeah, no, he was. So I'm really happy that they called me when he left. I'm really happy that I'm there twice a week if I can.
Right.
Just to see the young guys and go up there and I just lose my mind. I get right back in the car and I fucking leave. I've been blessed, man.
It's just been great to have you guys back because I felt like the other guys, they not even near ready, you know, and they don't have that facade, that power that y'all have yet. Meaning like they have a glimpse of what you guys have already become. So like I feel like when you guys got taken away, they didn't have nothing else to feed off of. So these guys kind of molded into these things that they never got a really chance to become headbangers, you know, and because of that, it weakened the store. So like you found Adam having to like scramble and gather y'all. Like we need the Joe Diaz back. We need the Joe Rogans back. We need the Al Magicals because that was needed. You needed that power there so that people can look up and go, "Oh, this is what comedy is." Okay. Because he had so many young guys up there and they were it was the same material, same type of stuff. And there was really no real power in what they do. Like that's the thing. Like with Missy's club that I learned, like the reason we feel the way about the club is just because, man, she really loved us because she loved the game of comedy. She loved comedy. She was married to a comedian. She had raised a son that became a star comedian. She was the truth. Like when it come to comedy, that woman was the truth. I don't know about the other owners, but with her, it was employees all day, every day. Yeah. And when I remember when I first came, she was like, "Fire him. He's horrible." Like, they were like, "We're not gonna get rid of you. She do that all the time." I'm just like, "Shoo." And then she went from that to Tommy even told me, she said when she last time she saw me, she said, "I see why he's here. He's very truthful." And that's when he didn't know nothing. He was like, "Oh, I don't know what that means, Doc. Maybe that means you should start, doing more truthful stuff." I said, "I've been doing it. I know exactly what she's talking about, so I'll keep doing what I'm doing." And like, unfortunately for me, that's when she tapered off, and she never really got to see me again because Tommy he hated me. He would never put me up when she would come around. You know what I'm saying? So only time I could see Mom is when Paulie when she would come up there with Alfred, her driver, her caretaker, or Paulie would take me over there to their house to go do something with him, and then he'll be like, "Go say hi to Mom," or whatever, But that love though that she established in that place, that's something that you can't duplicate. The realness in that, like the kind of love she had is the same type of love that we have as comedians to do comedy, and that's raw, that's rare. And because she loved it that much, she had every level, dude. Employees on the doors, non-paid regulars who wasn't good enough yet to be moved into as a paid regular. So she had 3 levels, and you can see the level. It was like, what? Most clubs just got their star bankers. Pop, 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 pop. But in her club, you could see any given night, you can go and see these different levels of comics, and she grew and she cultivated them, and they became these awesome it was such a great process. I said, man, you can't touch it. You that discipline. That ability to sit there and watch comic after comic, go up in the belly room, see what the comic doing, come back down, put them in the showcase, see how they doing, move them back to the non-paid regulars, put them up. Okay, you good enough? You think you that good? You go behind Joe Diaz. Tell him Triple E, you got to follow Joey Diaz tonight, or you got to go behind this guy. She had that mental. She knew that game, and then at the same time she would slam you, but then at the same time she would show love. Okay, let me show him that I'm cool. That it's okay. And that was the beauty of her, the art form of what she did to me. Like, people got what they're gonna say about her. She had her flaws, but everybody got flaws. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to this shit, man, hands down to me, that love is there forever, and I will always have a love for her.
Hey, I feel it when I go down there.
Come on, man.
Listen, man. I had nothing. You know, I'm a criminal, and I became a comic. I had good people around me, but. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't know nothing about The Longest Yard and De Niro movies or TV shows of Marin. I know one thing, that she looked at me and made me a regular.
Yeah.
And that, to me, that means everything in the world. There was no tape. I was there. She came. I went in there twice, showcased for her, kicked ass, and she made me a regular. And you can't take that from me anytime, ever. That beats everything. That beats Evening at the Improv. That beats HBO, because she's passed more fucking great comics than HBO has had specials.
Right.
So let me give some shout outs and we'll continue with this. All right, put my fucking glasses on. Big J Hill, I love you, cocksucker. Benny the Baker down in Australia, stay black. Tommy Terranova, who's better than you? Thank you very much for the gift card. My wife took it. Rock Mastrangelo, you know I love you. Justin Evans. The Stoic Network, Alberto Jimenez, and Death Squad MUFC. You bad motherfuckers. Check yourself before you wreck yourself. All right. Lee, another star or what? I already ate 40s fucking things.
Oh my God.
I'm about to see El Diablo red.
Do it got you floating.
Oh God.
Look at your eyes red as hell.
How old were you when you started gangbanging?
I would say about 13, 14.
But you were exposed to it since you were 9.
Yeah, like I was. Well, the thing was my mom made me move. My mom moved over there like when I was.
And this is in Detroit.
Yeah.
This is where in Detroit. This is not Dearborn with those white.
No.
You're in Detroit.
Yeah,
Detroit.
this is Detroit.
Coco's Comedy Club.
That's downtown. Yeah.
Downtown.
But I lived on the southwest side, not the southwest, northwest side of Detroit for a while. Then I was on the east side of Detroit. So like you familiar with streets over there in the D?
It's been a long
well,
time.
you know, if you've seen the movie 8 Mile, right? That's the last street I left off of. Basically, what 8 Mile is, what people don't know, what 8 Mile separates the whites from the blacks. When you cross over 8 Mile and you go further out, it gets wider and wider and wider.
I was going to ask you that as a joke. I was going to ask you if you lived on 8 Mile.
Back when I was like, now there's more black people who live on the suburban cities on the other side of 8 Mile now. Oak Park, Southfield, Warren. There are a few sprinkled up in Warren and stuff like that. But back in that day when I was coming up, like we used to have to go to the dollar show over in the white neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? So it's on the other side of 8 Mile on 9 Mile. So like me and my boy went. I was probably about 10 years old. We're about 11. We going to the dollar store. I mean, we going to the dollar show because we skip school, you know. That's how we do it. So we go and we come back and we're close to 8 Mile. And these guys, they drive up onto the curb on the sidewalk and starts chasing us in the car. These white guys, and they start throwing bottles at us. And they're like, get on the other side of 8 Mile, you niggers, and this and that. And like, I was kind of poor as a kid. So like, I was scared and I was upset about that. But then I also was kind of like upset because they wasted all them bottles. You know what I'm saying? Like they could have just rolled up to me, gave me them bag of bottles and said, you nigger, and then pulled off. And I was like, fuck you, I'm gonna go get some penny candy, you know what I'm saying, with these bottles. But it was just like, I was like mad as a kid and I didn't understand that. And at that time, as a 10 or 11-year-old, you don't even really know what the word nigger was. So I didn't even know. I just remember them kept yelling it as they was chasing us in the car. You know what I'm saying? So that's how bad it was. But now it's changed a little bit on the outskirts. But the more out you go, the more white it gets. It gets real. It's like you rarely see a black person.
And was it Crips and Bloods there? Was it Crips and
Well,
Bloods?
nah, Crips and Bloods. They tried to start for a minute, but then because Detroit, the streets. You ever watch Gangland with the Best Friends? Well, if you ever watched that,
Yeah. That's a show on Spike.
No, National Geographic.
it was on History Channel.
On History.
Yeah, so you can actually watch it on YouTube if you type in or watch it on Netflix. Look up the Best Friends episode. The Best Friends was when you see them, that's the core of what most guys are in Detroit. Except the only difference is with the Best Friends, they were just all hitmen. So it's 8 dudes. They started off.
I heard about them.
Yeah, they was voted, like, from what I heard. I didn't see it, but I heard they were voted the number one, the most notorious out of all the mafias, out of everybody, the Mexican mafia, everybody. It was because they had this thing, man. Like when I was in the gang, my gang pulled me. One of the guys in my gang, rest in peace. But he said, listen, if you ever hear these guys over in this area, he say they not over here just to be messing around. They over here to kill one of us. So if you ever see or you hear, so you kill these guys. And I was like, wow, really? And they were like, yeah, man. They said these dudes is, and I'm like 13 years old. You know what I'm saying? They telling me, I'm like, God. But these guys had a reputation because they just murdered in cold blood. Like they had this thing called rock you to sleep. And what it was they would follow you around for 2-3 years after they got into it with you, and they would let you live your life. So you can get married, have a kid or whatever. Then they'll call a hit. They'll go, okay, now it's time. And then boom. It's like, who does that? Who follows somebody around for 2-3 years and then takes them out?
I can see Joey doing it.
Right. So like it was it's different. Like the gangs in Detroit, now they like this little bitch shit, but back then it was just getting money. So like we ran this area. Right, at least most of the guys in my gang. Some guys was like bitches trying to be part of the gang because bitches needed help. I got into the gang because I just needed some money, and I needed some money, and crack was the way for me. So I never really wanted to be part of the gang. But what happened was other gangs started running up on me because they would see me with them. Now the flip side to it is my great grandmother stayed across the bridge on the other side, and I would have to go over there. So I kind of grew up with the gangs over there too. So I had kind of a peace with them, but all of them was warned against each other. So it was like, they were like, we cool, man, long as, we know you with them and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but really, I just was a drug dealer. You know what I'm saying?
You sold crack.
I sold crack.
Now, did you ever process it? Did you go into a kitchen and
cook it up? Yeah.
Yeah,
the microwave.
That's how you do it, the microwave?
Yeah, because I wasn't moving weight then at that point. I ain't have a key. So like, you get like a 8 ball of powder or half an ounce.
Could you do the whole 8 ball at one time?
Yeah.
I would always do like a gram at a time.
That's how you wouldn't lose no temps. That's why you was doing it like that. Yeah.
No, from my own head.
Oh, for your own.
So I would take good blow or shit that I would take like Coke that tasted bad, like they made a mistake in the late 80s.
Too much, yeah.
No, in the late 80s, the tough thing wasn't getting Coke out of Colombia; it was getting the cleaner in. So
right.
They ran out
they
of
were stepping on it all the way from there all the way up north.
No, they ran out of ether alcohol.
Yeah.
So they started using like bleaches and shit. So you do the Coke,
yeah,
and it tasted weird. So what they figured out was take out those mistakes, but it would, when you put it in the microwave, it would burn the impurities with the baking soda. And then when you smoke it, still tastes like Coke. You don't taste the ammonia or the cat piss.
Right.
They had all these flavors that were horrific. I got stuck with like, I don't know, a lot of cat piss. And I would cut it, and it was still cat pissy, but it was tremendous. It was stronger than death. It was just fucking, it gave you a headache after fucking 3 or 4 lines. You couldn't tolerate it no more. And I'll tell you, at 4 a.m, anybody snorted it. Who gave a fuck?
Our blow up was benzo peroxide.
So how do you do with benzo peroxide?
You put it in when you the same thing, same process. You put it in with you mix it with the cocaine, and it comes kind of pasty. And then when you add a little bit of baking soda to it to give it to dry it up a little bit, and then once you have it in the water and you heat it up, it starts, it turns into that.
What's very interesting is that everybody's acting like this is something that we've all figured out today. Oh my God, what happened to him? This guy has not looked alive in 2 years. He's barely made sense. cavity around his skull that it's disturbing. He's incredibly advanced in age. His voice is very soft. He seems to be in hospice. You would put a man like this, if you went to visit your grandfather in hospice, and he spoke like this, and he said, I love you, and I love our family. That would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense if someone who's about to leave the earth, which I believe he is. I believe he is. I believe he's almost there, unless someone intervenes and gets this man to, a porch. He could maybe eke out a few more years, or maybe that's when he really dies. Maybe, But it's never been great. He's a very old, very confused man. He's had a rough life. He's had a rough life. One of his kids died of brain cancer because he spent too much time near a burn pit, which I don't even know what that is, but that's something in Iraq, or I don't know what happened. It's sad. This is all sad. His first wife died because someone hit her with a car, right? She was in a car. It was a car accident. And then one of his sons died because he got brain cancer because he was in a burn pit. Something I don't know what it is. His other son, who's a crack addict, tried to fuck, or did fuck, that other son's wife. Burn pit, brain cancer son's wife got fucked by the one who smokes crack. He's had a rough go of it. He was just, this is a guy who's had his rise to price from, he's a senator from Delaware, and it sounds like I'm doing an obituary here, but I am. He was a senator from Delaware, the most corrupt state. When I was fucked, and I had no money in the beginning of comedy, I got a credit card from Gold Key Credit, okay? And I went out and I tried to use it, and it had a $250 limit. They failed to mention that the activation fee was like $200-something. So I tried to use it the first time, and it got denied. And I was like, what? Wait a minute, I just got this card. And then I looked, and it said, yeah, but the activation fee of that card is $200. So you have nothing left on the fucking card. The companies that do that to people that are eating in a mall, eating something tasty, high in sugar, drinking an electric blue margarita, who are about to have their card declined. All of those companies are headquartered in Delaware. They're all criminal enterprises. They all evade taxes, and they all cook up horrible terms for everyone who has one of these desperation credit cards. There's a whole subprime world of credit for people that are truly fucked. It's the payday loans and all of that stuff. All of that headquartered in Delaware State. There's nothing else going on in Delaware, by the way. That's it. A few nice places, but that's it. And he's just been a senator from Delaware. And when he had to, he got a little racist. When he had to, he got out there. He's like, we got super predators. We're throwing them in. Don't worry about it. He said Obama was the first clean African American that he'd ever met or something, or the first articulate black guy to run for office. Again, these are his words. But he was kind of a regular rank and file guy who had was a senator, was a talented politician. He had a very sad, kind of terrible life. Other than the fact that he didn't seem to want this job, and he was on the edge of not getting it before they completely sandbagged Bernie Sanders by keeping all these people in the race, and then on the last primary, totally stole kind of Bernie's thunder, and at the end, African-American voters, older voters, propelled Biden to grant the nomination, and then he became the president. But he's been declining for a long time. He's not, he has moments of sharpness. It's amazing about the brain. Even in his stage of decline, my son's not losing, you're losing. There's moments of lucidity and sharpness where you go on the attack. Something in it is still alive. There's some light that hasn't been extinguished. He goes on the attack and then he goes back in. Then he recedes back into himself and he's confused again. It's very interesting to watch. And you can see it is abuse. It's been said before. It's not something that I'm not breaking any news. It is for sure abuse. To watch him, to watch someone get confused and a little almost scared. His face is confused. He doesn't know where he is, what's going on. And then he remembers, oh, I'm the president. I'm in a debate. Medicare. The border. He has a moment. It's lucid. And then he goes on the attack. And some of it, for a guy in his condition, for a guy that's truly at the end of all things, not just the presidency. He's not just at the end of his political career. He's at the end of all things. Every morning is a surprise to him. Every single morning is a surprise for a man at that point, that stage of his life. The fact that he can stand at a debate podium for any length of time is amazing. And all the people that are freaking out about this, who've known about this, who've known by the way, the Washington Post, the New York Times, these are not right-wing things. They've all written articles going, he's not really present in meetings. He's there, but he's not there. He's kind of the way he was, the other night. Like, he'll pop up, and he'll go, Ukraine's a list, too much money. And then he goes away again. And then they kind of go, where is he? Where'd he go? Where is he? They've been leaking shit like this for months. About it. I forget the right. We're talking about just mainstream Democrat institutions, mainstream media have been leaking for a while that he is not at his prime. And then he gets out on stage last night. He certainly fumbles. There's certainly problems. And now everybody's ready to throw him in the street. And now the conspiracy is, was this engineered? Was it designed? Did the White House go, we're going to put him out there? I was just on the phone with Louis C.K. and he made a good point. He goes, there was a thing in the early 90s, late 80s where a gay guy would just, who had AIDS, was about to die, would put makeup on for his last party. You know what I mean? And is that this? Did they trot him out to feed him to the dogs, per se? Did they bring him out to say, let's see what happens? We're going to make the debate early. We'll make the rules pretty tough for him. He'll come out. He'll fall on his face, or not, but he did. And then if he does, now we will all run and go, oh my God, this man cannot be president. He seems confused. I don't know. Now, everyone knew there was nothing different about this guy yesterday, or the day before, than the guy that walked on the debate stage. He had one good speech at the State of the Union where he was still showing signs of being very old and not getting things. But nothing like this. This, the format, he couldn't handle it. He shouldn't be there. Presidents don't do much. I can prove it. Ours has been dead. He's kind of dead. And the country still, I don't agree with their foreign policy. I don't agree with a lot of things they're doing. But the day-to-day of the country is not really run by the president. It's run by a lot of different people. That's why you have this guy who's partially deceased. And everyone's freaking out going, he can't be the president. He actually can. Actually, anyone can. We've proven that anyone can be the president. If he can be the president, you can be the president. And which is, it's a horrible thing to say to the people of this country. I couldn't think of a worse thing to say is that anyone can grow up to be president. It's just like follow your dreams, ready that meaningless horseshit that has completely bankrupted and destroyed the generation that I came from. Meaningless advice backed by nothing, which is what all of us got. Meaningless advice backed by nothing. You can be the president, but you kind of can. This is the problem. Once you've realized that you can be the end, isn't it? That would be the end. When my friend Ryan gets the idea in his head that he should be the president, and he walks out of checking people's ID at Gold's Gym and begins his political career, we have a real